This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Shanghai City, Heavy Snow. Su Yuyu wore an old cotton jacket, endured waves of dizziness, walked back and forth in the snow, and when she saw the black Maybach slowly approaching, she rushed up. The driver was so scared that he stepped on the brakes and rolled down the window. He wanted to curse, but when he saw the familiar face, he turned around and said to the man in the back seat, "Master, it's Miss Su Yuyu." Su Yuyu ran over and knocked on the car window. "Brother, the doctor said that I need to have surgery immediately, but I really don't have a penny on me." She eagerly handed the payment notice to Gu Fengchuan, but the other party did not take it, but looked at her deeply. "Su Yuyu, you have nothing to do with our Gu family anymore." Su Yuyu's heart tightened. "Brother, I donated my bone marrow to you and gave Gu Shuiying a kidney. I am now sick all over and have a lot of complications. If I don't get treatment, I will die." Gu Fengchuan's eyes were colder than the snow. "No one asked you to donate. Your health deteriorated because you did so many bad things. Ying was hurt so badly by you. Even if you die, you deserve it." Su Yuyu looked at him in disbelief. When they asked her to donate, they clearly didn't say that. They told themselves that as long as they donated bone marrow and kidneys, they would be a real family. Gu Fengchuan's car windows slowly rose, and the car drove into the Gu family villa. Su Yuyu wanted to catch up, but stumbled and fell, lying in the snow, feeling that the cold seemed to penetrate into his bones. After a long time, he barely got up and stumbled towards the Gu family villa. "Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you." The song reached Su Yuyu's ears, and she realized that today was also her birthday. She saw from afar that the villa was decorated with lights and gifts piled up, like a mountain, by the French window. Everyone in the Gu family surrounded Gu Shuiying, watching her open her gifts with a smile. Su Yuyu wanted to leave, but she couldn't move her feet. She had nowhere to go. She was seriously ill, but her family was celebrating the birthday of her enemy. "Mr. Gu, I saw the beggar you mentioned. I drive him away now." After the patrolling security guard hung up the phone, he waved the riot stick and hit Su Yuyu. "This is the villa area. If you want to die, get out of here." After being thrown out of the villa area by the security guard, Su Yuyu barely opened her eyes. The sky and the earth were covered with heavy snow. There was not even a pedestrian on the road. There was pain all over her body. A sweet and fishy taste came from her throat. She gulped down blood on the snow. She lost consciousness in front of her eyes. Ding ding ding. Su Yuyu was awakened by the alarm clock. She picked up the worn-out second-hand mobile phone and checked the time. She was stunned. 5 years ago, she was reborn before recognizing her relatives. At this time, she only had 20 yuan on her body, and didn't know how to pay the rent for next month. This body is full of vitality, unlike in the previous life when she lost a kidney due to donating bone marrow. She was out of breath after walking a few steps, and had problems all over her body. Her tears fell. After experiencing so many bad things, she felt that nothing was more important than a good body. Su Yuyu was originally the daughter of the wealthy Gu family, but she was accidentally switched and ended up in an orphanage. In her previous life, she was recognized by the wealthy Gu family tomorrow. After returning to the wealthy family, Su Yuyu almost gave everything for the Gu family for the sake of blood relationship. But because of the frame-up of the fake daughter Gu Shuiying, everyone thought she was after the Gu family's money, and she ended up dying in the snow. Ding! The host is detected to be full of hatred, and meets the system binding conditions. The system for picking up leaks and counterattacking has been activated. Our goal is to pick up leaks, make money, become the richest man. Su Yuyu listened to the sudden voice, and the light screen in front of her. Could it be that God saw that she had suffered too much in her previous life, and gave her a golden finger? Host, the first task of picking up leaks has been activated. Please follow the instructions, and complete the first task. There is no penalty for failing the task, and you will get a random reward for succeeding the task. Su Yuyu did not hesitate at all and followed the instructions of the system to go out. She crossed the viaduct and walked about a kilometer to a high-end residential area, and then she ate the melon. "Yao, I like you." But the beautiful girl, who was confessed to obviously look down on this man. She took the flowers handed over by the man, and threw them into the trash can on the roadside. "I've said many times that I hate you, don't bother me." The girl walked into the residential area without looking back. The man wanted to chase her, but was stopped by the security guard of the residential area. After the man left dejectedly, Su Yuyu's system pointer also moved and pointed directly to the bouquet of flowers. Su Yuyu was refreshed. She accepted the matter of picking up garbage well. During her years in the orphanage, she often found mineral water bottles in the trash can. It was just a return to her old job. Suyuyu picked up the bouquet of flowers from the trash can with a frank look on her face. The bouquet was mainly roses, supplemented by baby's breath, and interspersed with a pile of rolled paper. The gift card clipped on the wrapping paper read, "Songyao, I love you. Your birthday is December 21st, and my birthday is May 1st. I bought 9 lottery tickets with our birthday numbers, which represent long-lasting happiness. Please accept my pursuit." Suyuyu was shocked by these words. She realized that the rolled-up paper was lottery tickets. She opened it, and saw a string of numbers. 19, 93, 51, 19, 991221. Suyuyu was speechless, thinking that this man was so stingy in pursuing the goddess. 9 lottery tickets were only 18 yuan. Who living in this high-end community would be short of 18 yuan, and a bouquet of roses? He even put his birthday before the goddess' birthday, which seemed to be a bit of a pressure on the woman. No wonder people hate him. The lottery tickets were thrown away directly. Suyuyu pulled the lottery tickets off according to the system prompts, and threw the bouquet of roses back into the trash can. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Suyuyu was lying in the rental house, watching the bonus announcement web page refresh. Suyuyu's breathing couldn't help but become rapid. This strange number actually won the first prize. 880,000. Suyuyu has 9 lottery tickets, which means 7.92 million. Suyuyu immediately calculated that after paying 20% personal income tax, she would give more than 6 million. Forgive Suyuyu for being an orphan, and the Gu family was also very stingy to her. She had never seen so much money in her 2 lives. She was so excited that she didn't sleep well all night. When she woke up the next morning, she had 2 big dark circles on her face. She bought a headgear, and went straight to the lottery center. After successfully cashing out the prize, she still felt like she was in a dream when she saw the more than 6 million yuan in her account. Congratulations to the host, you have completed the task of picking up leaks for the first time and received an excess reward. A set of Thompson EP1 real estate. Suyuyu, shock? Who would still live in a village in the city when there is a super luxury house? Suyuyu quickly returned to the rental house to pack her luggage. Gu Fengchuan frowned and entered this dilapidated village in the city. According to his identity, if he didn't have something to do, he would probably never step into such a place in his life. He felt a headache when he thought of Gu Shuang crying at home. After finally reaching the door of Suyuyu's single room, Gu Fengchuan raised his hand and knocked on the door. Once, twice, no one opened the door. Gu Fengchuan did not give up. He heard a voice inside, and continued to knock tirelessly. Suyuyu naturally knew who was outside the door. She hummed a song while packing. She had very few things, which could be packed in a suitcase. After she cleaned the rental house from top to bottom, she took a broom, opened the door, and hit the person outside the door in the face. "Drunkard, you are drunk and come to harass me again. I will beat you to death." Suyuyu said irrelevant words, but her actions were extremely fierce. Chapter 2. Gu Fengchuan knocked on the door for a long time, but he didn't expect that as soon as the door opened, a broom would hit him on the head. Suyuyu used all her strength, and all of it was on Gu Fengchuan's face. In his previous life, Gu Fengchuan had leukemia, and she successfully saved him after matching him. Gu Fengchuan also contributed to her poor health. He got her bone marrow, but in the end, he turned his kindness into enmity, and even let the security guard chase her and beat her. Suyuyu remembered this grudge clearly. What are you crazy about? Gu Fengchuan was a grown man after all, and he took the broom away after being hit on the face several times. Suyuyu happily watched his handsome face with a few more bloodstains, but pretended to be innocent. "Oh, so you are not the drunk upstairs. I thought there was another scum knocking on the door to harass me." Gu Fengchuan felt as if he was scolded, frowned and looked at Suyuyu. "I look like a drunk? Have you ever seen a drunk wearing a suit?" Suyuyu looked him up and down. "Who are you? I don't know you. Why do you keep knocking on my door? Wearing a suit in such a hot day, you are either a fool or an insurance salesman. I don't buy insurance, go away." Suyuyu grabbed the broom and slammed the door shut, almost hitting Gu Fengchuan's nose. Gu Fengchuan knocked on the door again and shouted, "Suyuyu, I have something very important to tell you. I am not an insurance salesman. I know you. You come from an orphanage." Suyuyu behind the door rolled her eyes when she heard this. After a moment, she opened the door and hit Gu Fengchuan in the face with the broom. "You come to my house to laugh at me. I am an orphan with a dead father, dead mother and dead family. I let you laugh at me. I will beat you to death." Gu Fengchuan had a few more bloodstains on his face before he snatched the broom. Why are you crazy again? I want to talk to you about something serious. Su Yu turned and walked into the house. Gu Fengchuan was afraid that she would close the door again, so he raised his hand to block the door. Su Yu was waiting for this moment and closed the door with force. Ah! Gu Fengchuan covered his fingers that were pinched by the door and screamed like a ghost. There was no trace of the noble and domineering boss in the past. Su Yu looked at him suspiciously. I didn't invite you in. Why did you pull my door? Why did you break into a private house? What did you come in for? I tell you, don't try to blackmail me. I'm not afraid of you even if you call the police. Gu Fengchuan's fingers were already bruised, and the meeting with Su Yu was even more unsuccessful than he had imagined. He was afraid that Su Yu would do something else, so he endured the pain and said, You may be the daughter of the Gu family. I am your biological brother. My name is Gu Fengchuan, and our father is Gu Jianming. You can search his name on the internet. He thought Su Yu would check it out, but he didn't expect Su Yu to quickly take out another broom from the house and hit Gu Fengchuan's face again. If you can't sell insurance, you will change to fraud. I will beat you to death, you dead liar. Gu Fengchuan didn't hesitate this time, and ran downstairs as if there was a ghost chasing him. 10 minutes later, Gu Fengchuan came again, and this time the landlord accompanied him. Xiao Su, open the door, it's you, Aunt Wang. The landlord knocked on the door. After Su Yu opened the door, she looked at Gu Fengchuan with a wary face. The landlord said, Xiao Su, Aunt Wang searched on the internet, and found that this young man is indeed the general manager of the Gu Group. You were taken away by mistake in the hospital. You are lucky, and will soon become a rich lady. Su Yu was skeptical and asked, How rich? Gu Fengchuan's eyes flashed with contempt, thinking that the children from the orphanage really only care about money. Dad's assets exceed 50 billion. Our Gu family is a wealthy family in Shanghai. After you return to the Gu family, you will no longer have to live in such a place. Gu Fengchuan said proudly. Su Yu looked at him with even more contempt. A wealthy family recognizes you as a relative? 50 billion in assets? I always bring 2 apples when I visit my neighbor, but you come here empty-handed? The landlord, Auntie Wang, nodded and said, Xiao Gu, this is your fault. When you visit someone, you must be polite. Your family is so rich. Why are you still so stingy? I have to write a check to my sister as a gift. After saying this, Aunt Wang winked at Su Yu. Gu Fengchuan listened to the 2 people singing the same tune, but he still resisted the urge to write a check on the spot, and said, We have to do a paternity test first. Su Yu immediately said to Aunt Wang, Look, he is pretending, he has no money. Aunt Wang nodded vigorously and said, He is just pretending to be rich. Gu Fengchuan knew that this was a provocation, but he couldn't help it. Su Yu looked 90% similar to the photo of his grandmother when she was young. In fact, the Gu family had already determined her identity, and the paternity test was just a formality. Gu Fengchuan took out the check at this time, and wrote with extra force when filling in the numbers, as if every stroke was written on Su Yu's face. Don't you just want money? Gu Fengchuan threw the check to Su Yu. After Su Yu took it, she glanced at it and said twice, 50 billion assets, that's it? 1 million you are sending beggars? I thought you were very rich. Gu Fengchuan's eyes turned cold, thinking that Su Yu was indeed greedy for wealth, and asked, How much do you want? 10 billion, let's see the strength. Su Yu said with a smile. Gu Fengchuan's eyes suddenly became sharp, and said, You are really crazy. You have 50 billion, but you are not willing to give me even 1/5 of it. You call this recognition of kinship? It seems that you don't have much affection for me. Su Yu said confidently. Gu Fengchuan said, I can't give you so much money. A lot of the Gu family's money is assets, not cash. Su Yu said, 10 villas in the city center and assets equivalent to 10 billion will do. I'm not picky. Gu Fengchuan's fist hardened, and he said, Most of the family's assets are in the name of mom and dad, but when you return home, you won't have to work so hard like you do now. My parents and I will protect you. Su Yu got angry when she heard this. In her previous life, she believed his lies, and thought that she would have a home after returning to a wealthy family. But people walked in, and finally came out sideways. She crumpled the check and threw it at Gu Fengchuan. The house can't be taken out, and the money is only a little. I don't even know if this check can be cashed. You call this a wealthy family recognizing relatives? Get out of here. Gu Fengchuan couldn't help but say, Why are you so vulgar and hit people? You don't act like a girl at all. Su Yu hit him again with a broom. I am an orphan with a dead father, mother, and brother. If you have the guts, hit me. Get out of here. Chapter 3. Gu Fengchuan fled again. Xiao Su, you are really not going back to a rich family to recognize your relatives? That is a wealthy family with assets of 50 billion. Auntie Wang asked in a low voice. Su Yuyu shook her head and said, why go back? I don't care about him because he is so stingy. Auntie Wang sighed and said, it's better not to go back. He doesn't look like a brother. Su Yuyu immediately asked, Auntie Wang, you are knowledgeable. Tell me why you think so. Auntie Wang said, since it is a recognition of relatives, the whole family must come together. It feels that a brother is not taken seriously enough. Su Yuyu gave a thumbs up, Auntie Wang, your vision is amazing. Auntie Wang was happy to be coaxed by her, but she still looked at Su Yuyu's expression and asked, Xiao Su, don't you feel bad? What's there to feel bad about? I was an orphan before, and I will still think of myself as an orphan in the future. Su Yuyu said. Aunt Wang nodded. It's fine if you don't want to recognize your relatives, but if they give you money, don't be stupid and refuse to accept it like you did today. Auntie is an experienced person. This person will never go against anything except money. Su Yuyu nodded vigorously and said, Auntie Wang, don't worry, what I love most now is money. Auntie Wang saw that she had it in mind, so she was relieved and asked, Xiao Su, are you really going to move out? Although Su Yuyu lived in a village in the city, Auntie Wang's rent was cheap, and there was no worry about renting. Su Yuyu said she wanted to cancel the rent, and Auntie Wang also returned the deposit readily. Su Yuyu has always been quiet and clean, and is the kind of tenant that the landlord likes the most. Seeing her leaving, she was reluctant. Su Yuyu said, I have a better place to go. Auntie Wang didn't ask any more questions, and took the key from Su Yuyu. Auntie Wang will take you downstairs. After Su Yuyu left the village in the city, she forgot about Gu Fengchuan's visit. She had money now, and chose to take a taxi directly. Destination, Thompson EP1. Su Yuyu had heard of Thompson EP1 in her previous life. She didn't expect that she would get this Shanghai luxury house just by completing a task. Will there be such valuable rewards every time she finds a bargain in the future? Because this is the first task. Considering that the host has no property under his name, the reward is so generous. The system explained. Su Yuyu immediately asked, what about the future? Keep it confidential. Is my name on the house? Su Yuyu asked in her heart. Host, don't worry. The system has used relevant means to make this house legally under your name. The property certificate is in the house, and the interior is fully decorated. You can move in with your luggage. The system will not be stingy. The house it gave Su Yuyu is a 1,200 square meter large flat, which is the king of Thompson EP1, with a market value of more than 400 million. When Gu Shuang got married in her previous life, her fiancé gave her a Thompson EP1, which was 600 square meters, and had a market value of about 200 million, which made Gu Shuang receive many envious eyes. The car arrived at the destination. Looking at the golden words Tangshan EP1 at the gate, Su Yuyu actually felt a little timid. She made up her mind and walked in with courage. The situation in the novel, where the guard looked down on people, did not happen. The other party just stopped Su Yuyu, and asked politely if she had an appointment. I am the owner of the XTH floor of Building X. My name is Su Yuyu. You can check it. Su Yuyu said. The guard quickly found out the situation, and his attitude immediately became a little more friendly. He said, after you bought this house, you have not come to the property to check in, so the access control cannot recognize you. Do you have time to apply for facial recognition now? Su Yuyu followed the property to apply for facial recognition and received the elevator card. After finishing all this, Su Yuyu arrived at her building accompanied by the property shuttle bus. After getting off the elevator, she saw the super luxurious entrance door at a glance. She was just worrying about how to get in when the system spoke. Host, your facial fingerprint has been recorded in the door's recognition system. Su Yuyu stood in front of the entrance door, and heard a beep sound, and the door quietly opened. She took a deep breath and walked in. Su Yuyu walked through the entrance hall, bypassed the partition, and saw the large full-screen floor-to-ceiling window, with a panoramic view of the Huangpu River. Is this the king of buildings? Su Yuyu's whole body sank into the soft sofa in the living room, and the rope that was originally taut finally relaxed. The second leak-picking mission has been opened. Please follow the instructions to the target location. Su Yuyu was refreshed, and she made money. She thought she had to go out to take a taxi, and was ready to charter a car to travel, but she didn't expect that the system prompt had never left Thompson EP1. Su Yuyu followed the instructions, and wandered around the community. When she saw the instructions to stop, she just felt that it was true. Tell me the truth, are you a leak-picking system or a garbage-picking system? Su Yuyu asked. What is garbage? Garbage is a treasure that is placed in the wrong place. The garbage can in Thompson EP1 is very delicate and beautiful. It seems that someone specially designed it to fit in harmoniously with the environment of the entire community. But no matter how beautiful the garbage can is, it is still a garbage can. Suyuyu pinched her nose and was about to approach when she heard a dog barking. A dirty yellow puppy poked its head out from behind the garbage can. Its wet eyes looked very pitiful. The system's instructions also turned a corner and pointed to the puppy. Is the object of the leak a living thing? Although Suyuyu had many doubts in her heart, she slowly approached the puppy and her expression became softer. She liked dogs very much. The stray dogs around the orphanage also liked her very much. It was a pity that life was hard at that time. The director's mother had worked hard enough to feed the orphans, and she had no spare energy to raise dogs. The dog was petite, similar to a corgi, but it did not have a small fat but like a corgi. It looked more like some kind of skewers. Although it is not a valuable breed, Suyuyu decided to keep it under the attack of the other dog's eyes. What's rare is that the puppy did not refuse her approach. Suyuyu finally touched its head. Maybe because it has been wandering for too long, the hair on the puppy's body has become hard and prickly. Good dog, come home with your sister, okay? Suyuyu asked softly. The puppy barked softly. You agreed, that's great. Sister will take you to buy dog food now. Suyuyu said happily. Suyuyu held the puppy in her arms and went to the nearest pet hospital. She gave it a bath and vaccination. According to the recommendation of the pet hospital, she bought a full set of dog beds, dog toys and dog food, and entrusted the pet hospital to apply for a dog license. The consumption level of pet hospitals in the city center is naturally surprisingly high, but Suyuyu now has more than 6 million in her bank card, and she is willing to spend this money for Guai Guai. Guai Guai, sister will take you home. Suyuyu led the dog leash back to the community. Now her face has been recorded in the door recognition system. This time the guard did not stop her, but he could not help but mutter in his heart, how come Miss Su is so rich? She always walks in and out, and never drives. Suyuyu walked happily into the community with her dog, and did not notice that the entrance lift of the community not far behind her was slowly raised, and a black Rolls-Royce Phantom was driving in. Mr. Liu, we have contacted people from Yunsheng Holdings, and I believe it will not be long before we can reach a cooperation with them. Assistant Liu reported his work achievements conscientiously. Liu Jingyao nodded casually, looking outside with an empty gaze, as if looking for something, and suddenly his sight stopped. Stop the car. Chapter 4. Assistant Liu followed Liu Jingyao's line of sight, and happened to see Suyuyu's back with a yellow puppy. The girl was dressed in ordinary clothes, and looked like someone hired to walk the dog instead of the owner. Mr. Liu, do you think that dog looks like the lost Ah Huang? But Ah Huang was lost in Gusu, far from Shanghai. Assistant Liu said. Even though the assistant said that, Liu Jingyao still wanted to confirm it. He pushed open the car door, and was about to get out when his cell phone rang. Okay, I know, I go over now. After Liu Jingyao hung up the phone, he told the driver, go back to the company. Assistant Liu's heart tightened when he heard this. It seemed that he couldn't rest today, and had to go back to the company to work overtime. Liu Jingyao glanced at Suyuyu walking away with the dog, and said to the assistant, go check that girl later. Assistant Liu realized that Liu Jingyao was referring to Suyuyu. Although he felt that the dog was not Ah Huang, he did not dare to refuse the boss's order. Suyuyu didn't know what was happening behind her. She was touching the dog's fur that had become soft after taking a bath, and she felt satisfied. Congratulations to the host, you have completed the task of picking up leaks and received the reward, dog language proficiency. Suyuyu seemed to have a flash of inspiration in her mind, and then she heard Guai Guai's barking became particularly clear. Woof! Itchy teeth. Suyuyu tentatively handed the teether to Guai Guai. Guai Guai bit it in his mouth, and was immediately satisfied. Suyuyu was impressed by the magic of the task reward. The task of picking up leaks has been started. Please follow the instructions to the target location. Suyuyu tightened the dog's leash, her eyes lit up again, and she followed the system's instructions out of the community. The system's instructions kept going along the road, with no end in sight. It seems that the distance this time is not close. Suyuyu called a special car on the taxi platform and chose a female driver. 5 minutes later, a special car arrived at the entrance of Thompson EP1. After seeing Suyuyu waiting on the roadside, Su Fang got off the car and said with embarrassment, Beauty, it's not easy for dogs to get in the car. Pets are not like people, they have no self-control. If the dog pees on the car, it will be difficult to receive the next customer. Suyuyu wanted to send the dog back. But Guai Guai suddenly barked, Woof, is the owner going to abandon me? Suyuyu softened her heart and turned to Su Fang and said, I book your car today, and I pay an additional 500 yuan for the cleaning fee. Su Fang's eyes lit up. It costs 200 yuan to clean the interior in the city, but she always drives to the suburbs to wash it, where it only costs 100 yuan. It costs 800 yuan to book a car for a day, which means she can earn more than 1,000 yuan by taking this order. Su Fang performed a Sichuan opera face-changing on the spot, and turned around to open the back seat. Boss, please get in the car, and the dog princess, please get in the car too. Su Yuyu, Where are you going, boss? Su Fang asked with a smile. Drive slowly, I need to think slowly. Su Yuyu said. Su Fang has been in the industry for a short time, but she has met many weird customers. People like Su Yuyu, who have no destination, are considered normal in her eyes. Turn left at this intersection. Su Yuyu was glad that the system instructions were faster than a certain map, otherwise the car would have to turn around repeatedly. Half an hour later, Su Fang asked, Boss, the car can't drive through the alley ahead, do you want to turn around? Su Yuyu looked at the system instructions and entered the alley. She shook her head and said, Find a place to park and wait for me outside. There happened to be a parking lot on the side of the road, but after Su Fang parked in, she gasped when she saw the parking fee. I pay for the parking fee. Su Yuyu had 6 million in her pocket, so she didn't care about the parking fee of 30 yuan per hour. Su Fang's brows relaxed again. This is a narrow alley with black walls on both sides. I don't know how long it has been since it was cleaned. Walking to the end of the alley, the system instructions turned a corner and entered a house with noises coming out of it. The house was on the first floor. With the door open, the situation inside could be seen at a glance. It seemed that a group of people were cleaning out old furniture and preparing for redecoration. There were a few old ladies sitting in the alley, and they were also looking into the house. Chen Hai is so pitiful. He died before he even got married. Who would have thought that this house would end up in the hands of his uncle? Chen Hai and his uncle had a bad relationship. When Chen Hai's parents died, his uncle wanted to take the house, but Chen Hai chased him away with a kitchen knife. Chen Hai likes to stay up late too much. Sometimes I get up at 2 o'clock and see the lights on in his house. Young people should not stay up late. If they stay up late, they will die suddenly, and all the money will go to their enemies. After hearing a lot of gossip, Su Yuyu walked into the house. The decoration workers looked at her and moved the old furniture. However, a middle-aged man with a sharp face and monkey cheeks in his 40s looked at Su Yuyu in confusion. Who are you? What are you doing in my house? Su Yuyu said calmly, My friend used to live here. The system indicator stopped at a box of old magazines on the side. Su Yuyu thought about finding an excuse to buy the magazines later, but she didn't expect it. The middle-aged man looked alert instantly. Are you Chen Hai's girlfriend? Su Yuyu didn't say anything. He was Chen Hai's uncle Chen Chunsheng. At this time, his eyes fell on Su Yuyu's belly, as if he wanted to stare a hole there, and said anxiously, Chen Hai is dead. According to the inheritance law, I am his heir. It is natural for me to inherit his property. Even if you are pregnant, you can't prove that it is Chen Hai's child. Su Yuyu saw that this man was very anxious, fearing that someone would compete with him for the inheritance. Chen Chunsheng was of course anxious. He didn't know whether Chen Hai's girlfriend was pregnant, but his future daughter-in-law was really pregnant. The future daughter-in-law said that if she lived with her parents-in-law after marriage, she would abort the child. Chen Chunsheng was counting on Chen Hai's house as a wedding house, and was afraid that Su Yuyu would sue him with a baby in her belly. Su Yuyu said, I want to see where he lived before he died. Chen Chunsheng said impatiently, The house has been demolished and renovated. What's so good about it? You are not welcome in my house. Chen Chunsheng was about to push Su Yuyu forward. He thought that even if Su Yuyu was really pregnant, he would be sure to make her miscarry if he used all his strength. Su Yuyu didn't expect that he would start fighting as soon as he said, but Guai was faster than him. Guai ran up and barked at Chen Chunsheng. Su Yuyu understood that Wang was saying that he would bite Chen Chunsheng to death. Stinky dog, get out of here, take care of your dog. If it bites me, I pay you back. Chen Chunsheng was so scared that he yelled. After Su Yuyu had seen enough of Chen Chunsheng's ugly appearance, he slowly said, Come back, Guai. Guai threateningly growled at Chen Chunsheng several times before returning to Su Yuyu's back. Chen Chunsheng asked, What do you want to do? I tell you, my nephew has been cremated, so it's useless even if you have a baby. I want some things to keep as a souvenir. These magazines are what he used to read. Su Yuyu said. Chen Chunsheng just wanted to send Su Yuyu away quickly, so he picked up a magazine and gave it to her. Go. Su Yuyu said, Give me all this box. Why do you need so much? How can I sell the scraps if you take it away? Qin Chunsheng couldn't bear it. I give you $5. Su Yuyu didn't like Qin Chunsheng instinctively, and didn't want to give him more money. Qin Chunsheng didn't bargain. $5 is $5. After giving the money, Su Yuyu came out with a box of magazines. Fortunately, she was strong, otherwise she couldn't move so many magazines. She played the whole game. She didn't throw away any magazines, and carried so many things all the way into the parking lot. Qin Chunsheng, who had been following her, saw that she didn't complain about being tired after carrying so many things, and he was relieved in his heart. Pregnant women can't move heavy objects, which can easily affect the fetus. Qin Chunsheng finally determined that Su Yuyu was probably not pregnant. Returned to Thompson EP1. After Su Yuyu instructed Su Fang, she lowered her head and flipped through the magazines. Most of the magazines were computers and networks. Su Yuyu guessed that Qin Hai might be a programmer or something like that. She picked up almost every magazine until she flipped to the magazine at the bottom. The system's instructions did not change. But Su Yuyu couldn't figure out what kind of big leak would be hidden in an ordinary magazine. Chapter 5. Su Yuyu was flipping through the magazine all the way. There were too many professional terms in it, and she couldn't understand them. It was not until she was about to get off the car that she saw 2 lines of characters hidden in a very hidden place in the book. The characters were written vertically. Both lines were composed of numbers and letters. The first line was not long, but the second line was written almost from the top of the page to the bottom of the foot, and it was barely completed. Apart from this, there was nothing special about this magazine. It was just an ordinary programmer's reading material. Su Yuyu didn't understand what this thing was, but when getting off the car, Su Fang asked, "Boss, let me help you move these magazines into the elevator." Su Fang rarely saw a boss as generous as Su Yuyu, and thought about taking the initiative so that Su Yuyu would be more likely to think of her when she needed to travel in the future. Su Fang was very measured in doing things. After helping to move the things into the elevator, she came out immediately, without any intention of following upstairs. After Su Yuyu returned home, she repeatedly flipped through the magazine, but still couldn't figure out what the 2 lines of characters meant. She also tried to search online, but didn't get any useful information. Look at what's written on that page. The system suddenly reminded Su Yuyu, and Su Yuyu looked at the content of the magazine page where the characters were. On the logic behind the appreciation of Bitcoin. Su Yuyu suddenly woke up. Bitcoin. This string of characters may be related to Bitcoin. After having a direction, many things are easy to search. Su Yuyu quickly knew that the 2 lines of characters, the short one is the public key, and the long one is the private key. Su Yuyu scratched her head and wanted to see how many coins there were in her account, but the problem came. She didn't have a computer. Host, your life after winning the lottery is too frugal. Listening to the system's complaints, Su Yuyu smiled awkwardly and then quickly ordered a top-of-the-line laptop from Jinrita. In less than an hour, the brand new laptop was delivered to her door. Su Yuyu rubbed her hands, and after logging into the website according to the online tutorial, she just entered the public key and couldn't help but choking. 601 Bitcoins. She thought of the price she saw when she checked Bitcoin just now. 1 Bitcoin is $60,000. Su Yuyu immediately calculated it. Today, the exchange rate between US dollars and RMB is as high as 7:1. 1 Bitcoin is equal to 420,000 Bitcoins, which is 250 million. Su Yuyu looked at the series of zeros on the calculator on her mobile phone, and her heartbeat accelerated so fast that she felt like she was going to die suddenly. Although the price may increase in the future, it is recommended that you sell it as soon as possible. Everything Su Yuyu has now is given by the system, and she will naturally not refuse it, but after a large amount of Bitcoin flows into the market, it immediately caused market fluctuations. Su Yuyu did not go out again that day. After seeing that more than 200 million was finally deposited into her account, she was completely relieved. Coincidentally, just 2 days after she got the money, her mobile phone pushed a piece of news to her. The country has issued new regulations to strictly control cross-border transfers, and abnormal card use will face bank freezes. Su Yuyu was immediately afraid. If it was a little later, she would have trouble getting this large amount of money into her account. Congratulations to the host, you have completed the task of picking up leaks and received the reward. Whitening pills X10, please take it strictly according to the instructions. Su Yuyu used her mobile phone as a mirror, and saw that her skin was slightly sallow because of staying up late these 2 days. She has always been very envious of Gu Shuang's white skin. She still remembers that Gu Shuang's face cream in her previous life was customized, and a bottle might cost hundreds of thousands. She relied on money to pile up a cold white skin. She grew up in an orphanage. She has been in the wind and rain for many years, and her skin is not well maintained. Once at the Gu family's banquet, she was mistaken for the Gu family's nanny by other wealthy people, and was often laughed at. Her biological mother, Mrs. Gu, only thought that Su Yuyu was embarrassed, and she had no intention of treating her biological daughter the same as the fake daughter. After Su Yuyu took one pill, she woke up and looked at the mirror again and again. Now her skin is whiter than snow, and her whole body seems to be glowing. The whitening pills produced by this system have an immediate effect. Not only did Su Yuyu's face become whiter, but her skin all over her body became smoother. As the saying goes, a white complexion hides three uglinesses. When Su Yuyu puts on her old clothes now, even if she wears a sack, she looks fashionable. Host, you should reward yourself. There were no lucky hunting missions in the past few days, so Su Yuyu didn't go out. She had her meals delivered to her door by the private club in the community. Now that the money was safely in her pocket, she looked at the empty closet and the worn-out mobile phone, and excitedly found her worn-out canvas bag and went out. There is an IFC mall near the community. Su Yuyu didn't call a taxi, but walked there directly with the dog leash. She even put a muzzle on Guai before leaving. Guai was quite reluctant and kept hiding. Su Yuyu patted its head. Guai, if you don't want to wear this, then it's inconvenient for me to take you out. Otherwise, I ask someone to accompany you to walk around the community. Guai immediately lowered his head to show his obedience after hearing this, and Su Yuyu successfully put the muzzle on it. It took a man and a dog more than 10 minutes to walk slowly for a distance of several hundred meters. As soon as they arrived at the entrance of the mall, Su Yuyu saw the huge LV billboard and walked in. The salesgirl had a smile on her face. Seeing that Su Yuyu was pretty, but the street stall goods were too obvious, her smile instantly disappeared. Su Yuyu saw the black bag in the center position at a glance. It looked very good, so she said, I want to see this one. The long-faced salesgirl said casually, this is a sample, don't move it. Su Yuyu frowned slightly, aren't samples for people to try on? The salesgirl rolled her eyes, that's python skin, one costs more than 70,000 yuan. Su Yuyu, are you afraid that I will dirty it? The salesgirl looked Su Yuyu up and down, you can't afford to pay if you get it dirty. If you are bored, go to Samir. We are all very busy. Su Yuyu was furious, but after a moment, she rolled her eyes and said, then don't try it on, just pack it up and swipe the card. The salesgirl looked suspicious. Su Yuyu took out the card and said, check out first, this, and this. I want them all. Su Yuyu pointed at almost all the bags in the store in one breath, and the salesgirl took her to check out with half belief and half doubt. After the card was swiped successfully, the long-faced salesgirl's eyes lit up instantly, and her attitude changed 180 degrees on the spot. Miss Su, I will help you pack it now. She took Su Yuyu's order to check out, and the commission would be counted on her later. She called other salesgirls in the store to come and help pack. But Su Yuyu said, I want you to pack it here. The long-faced salesgirl was stunned, but quickly reacted. This might be Su Yuyu's counterattack against her previous contemptuous attitude. Although she was very unhappy, she smiled and endured it when she thought of the commission. Luxury goods packaging has always been cumbersome. Su Yuyu patiently waited for her to pack all the bags. Seeing that she was a big customer, the other salesgirls coaxed Su Yuyu to sit down with an attentive attitude, and said fruits and desserts. Miss Su, we also have door-to-door delivery service. Please leave your address and someone will deliver it. The long-faced salesgirl pointed to a pile of packaged goods and said. Su Yuyu rejected the other party's request to add WeChat, and said with a smile, such an expensive bag has been touched by your dirty hands, I don't want it anymore. Chapter 6. The smile on the long-faced salesgirl's face broke. After a moment, she opened her eyes wide and asked, are you playing tricks on me? Su Yuyu stood up. Why, can't you afford to play tricks? When the long-faced salesgirl thought that she had been busy for at least an hour, her anger rose. She took 2 steps forward and wanted to fight, but was quickly stopped by another salesgirl. Calm down, do you want to lose your job? The colleague advised. The long-faced salesgirl panted heavily. After Su Yuyu processed the refund, she entered the Dior store opposite under the gaze of the salesgirls in the store. In her previous life, Su Yuyu had also heard that some salesgirls at special counters deliberately acted rudely to stimulate consumption, but Su Yuyu was not a masochist, so she would not consume in a store that looked down on her. The salesgirl at Dior was very nice. Su Yuyu had a need to buy things, and she was not short of money now, so she naturally had no regrets about buying things. As long as she liked it, she would buy it. This, and this, pack up the rest. Su Yu can finally go shopping like in the movies. Su Yu bought too many things, so she swiped her card, left an address, and left. The long-faced saleswoman kept watching the movements on the opposite side. Seeing Su Yu coming out empty-handed, she ran to ask the saleswoman at Dior, "Didn't the Su buy anything in your store?" The saleswoman at Dior quickly replied, "The store is almost sold out by Miss Su." Who would have thought that she would wear a cheap outfit and spend millions in one go? The long-faced saleswoman was so angry that her newly reconstructed nose was crooked, and she even felt that Su Yu was targeting her, but what she didn't expect was still to come. The store manager suddenly frowned and found her. "This customer came into our store first. Did you receive him?" The long-faced salesgirl looked around and said, "Manager, there are many powerful customers coming and going in our mall every day. We don't need her." The manager's voice suddenly rose. "Then do you know that she almost bought out this floor and spent more than 10 million in such a short time? Which store on the entire floor doesn't make millions? Except us. This is all your fault." The salesgirl at LV is under pressure to achieve a sales target of 3 million every month. Su Yu bought 3 million in the store before, which could have helped the long-faced salesgirl complete this month's sales target. But unfortunately, Su Yu returned the goods. The long-faced salesgirl bit her lower lip tightly at this time, and her whole body was wrapped in regret. Su Yu didn't care what the salesgirl thought. She wandered around the mall aimlessly. "The task of picking up bargains has been opened. Please follow the instructions to the target location." Su Yu followed the instructions and entered an Hermès store. She couldn't quite figure it out. This was an Hermès store that cost 3,000 yuan for a feather duster. What kind of bargain could she pick up? "Kneel down and put on these shoes for me." Su Yu heard a familiar voice as soon as she entered the door. She looked in the direction of the voice and unexpectedly saw an acquaintance from her previous life, Shiniren. The reason why she was familiar was that Shiniren was Gu Shuang's senior follower, the kind who had followed her since childhood. When Gu Shuang gave her a look, Shiniren would immediately take action. In her previous life, some things that framed Su Yu were done by Shiniren instead of Gu Shuang herself. Even if the brothers of the Gu family found out about Shiniren, they would only secretly erase the clues to avoid implicating Gu Shuang. People like Shiniren relied on Gu Shuang in her previous life and eventually married one of Gu Shuang's lickers and became a rich wife. "Are you deaf? I asked you to kneel down and serve me, but I don't buy anything. How can you achieve your performance goals? I'm doing this for your own good," Shiniren said arrogantly. Su Yu saw the person she had troubled. Judging from his clothes, he seemed to be an intern at Hermès, but just one look at his face made Su Yu breathe more slowly. The man was tall, thin, and a little haggard. He lowered his head slightly, his curled eyelashes trembled slightly, and his hands hung at his sides. He looked like a crane eroded by wind and rain, and it seemed that he would break if he was slightly bent. Su Yu recognized this in turn, a top male star who once shone like a meteor in the entertainment industry in his previous life, but eventually committed suicide by jumping off a building due to serious psychological problems. Song Jibai. The system's instructions also fell directly on Song Jibai at this time. Shiniren's humiliation continued. "If you don't want to do this anymore, I will complain to the store manager and fire you." Song Jibai stood there, his lips tightly pursed, and his cold and white face was full of forbearance. Shiniren had a bad smile on her face, and seemed very satisfied to see Song Jibai's helpless look. Seeing that Song Jibai's eyes were red, Su Yu said, "Can you show me this scarf?" Song Jibai, who was immersed in his own thoughts, suddenly heard a crisp female voice. When he looked up, he saw Su Yu's gentle eyes, and his heart trembled. He didn't know why the girl wanted to help him out, but he still took the opportunity and took 2 steps towards Su Yu. "Okay, please wait a moment, sir." Shiniren, who wanted to humiliate Song Jibai, was not happy. After looking Su Yu up and down, she saw that she was wearing cheap goods. She said to another saleswoman Zhang Hong unhappily, "Xiao Zhang, how can anyone come into your store?" Zhang Hong was Song Jibai's superior. The news that a big customer came to the mall today had already spread among major luxury stores. She also saw Su Yu's photo in the group, so she didn't dare to answer the question at all. Instead, she said to Shiniren, "Miss Shin, do you want to try this pair of shoes? Xiao Song is busy, or I will serve you personally." Zhang Hong half squatted down and planned to put shoes on Shiniren. Although Song Jibai was a new intern in the store, the young man was good-looking and everyone was willing to take care of him. She wanted to help him out just now, but she didn't find the opportunity. But Shiniren avoided Zhang Hong's service. "Where is your store manager? Your staff left the customers alone. I want to complain." After she finished speaking, she looked at Su Yu provocatively, as if she was determined to embarrass Song Jibai. Song Jibai's face was full of embarrassment. Su Yuyu didn't understand what hatred there was between the two, but even if it wasn't for the system task, she had to solve this dilemma, and she said, I've only seen people snatching bags, but I didn't expect that they would snatch SA. You are so good at snatching, why don't you snatch eggs from old men and women? Shinirin claimed to be a socialite, and was compared with old men and women who loved to take advantage by Su Yuyu. She was so angry that her face turned red, and she scolded, Are you attracted to this pretty boy, wearing a cheap stall, running here to swell up your face? Can you afford a silk scarf with a month's salary? Su Yuyu now has a full wallet, and she is confident to fight with Shinirin, asking Song Jibai, How do you clear the store? I don't like shopping with people who have no money and are troublesome. Chapter 7. Before Song Jibai opened his mouth, John Hong said, Clearing the venue is a preferential treatment for VIC customers. If the annual consumption exceeds 10 million, you can become our VIC customers. Su Yuyu raised her eyebrows. This seemed to be much easier than she expected. Shinirin on the side thought she was scared and said, You also want to be a VIC customer? You are boasting more than the sky, and you are not afraid of the wind and your waist. Su Yuyu ignored her chattering, took out the card directly, and handed it to Song Jibai on the side. Go and get the goods for me, by 10 million. Shinirin widened her eyes, and looked at Su Yuyu in disbelief. In her opinion, the street stall goods on Su Yuyu were no different from beggars, but he still vowed to match 10 million. John Hong's eyes lit up. She knew Su Yuyu's financial resources. After spending tens of millions in half a day, it would be very easy for her to spend another 10 million. Song Jibai was still a little at a loss. John Hong pushed him and whispered, A big customer is here. Why are you still being stupid? Listen to me, hurry up and get the goods. Song Jibai hesitated and glanced at his superior and said, She doesn't look rich. John Hong thought to herself that people who are not ruthless enough can't make a lot of money. She said, I received news that this lady is a hidden rich person. It's as easy to spend 10 million as 1,000 yuan. At most, you can pick up the valuable ones and match them with her. Song Jibai was relieved. Several tellers worked together, and soon matched the 10 million big order. The items matched were not particularly outrageous. There were not only furniture, jewelry, and ready-made clothes, but also a few bags and even a Birkin. Although it was not Himalaya, it was also a rare leather that was relatively difficult to buy. Su Yuyu just glanced at the supply list casually, and swiped the card to sign it readily. When Shinirin saw this, her first reaction was, Didn't you say that the store didn't have any black and gold Birkin in stock? How did you give it to her? John Hong smiled awkwardly and said, Miss Shin, I'm sorry, this bag just arrived. Miss Su needs it, so she's given it first based on priority. Shinirin said, I came before her, so give it to me first. John Hong shifted the blame. Miss Shin, Miss Su's cumulative consumption is higher than yours. If she doesn't want this bag, we can sell it to you. Among luxury brands, Hermes is famous for its matching of goods. If you want to buy a slightly better bag, you have to match at least twice as many goods other than bags. There have been many accidents due to matching, but the rules have never been changed. Rich people who are crazy about bags are always flocking to it, like leeks and sickles running in both directions. Shinirin didn't care about humiliating Song Jibai at this time. She looked at Su Yuyu on the side. Su Yuyu said sarcastically, You haven't spent tens of millions of dollars in such a long time? Why are you pretending when you don't have money? To be honest, Shinirin's spending at Hermes is not low. This year, she has spent several $1,000,000. She is a VIP in the store, but she can't compare with Su Yuyu, who spent 10 million to upgrade to VIC. Shinirin was angry, but she was only angry for a moment. Although her family is rich, she has more children than the Gu family. Her father has always been philanthropic. He takes all his illegitimate sons and daughters home. Whenever he goes home, he takes them to the children's playground. With more children, she naturally gets less pocket money. She can't buy as much as other rich daughters. Clear the place, I take my time to choose. Su Yuyu said. John Hong's eyes lit up. She didn't expect Su Yuyu to continue buying after spending tens of millions of dollars. All the saleswomen and salesmen in the store started to move, and asked other customers to leave in a friendly manner. Shinirin was naturally among the guests who were kicked out. After glaring at Su Yuyu angrily, she couldn't say anything harsh. After all, in her opinion, she could humiliate Song Jibai when outsiders didn't know his identity, but she couldn't quarrel with Su Yuyu, who was obviously also a rich man, because such behavior was not decent. John Hong originally wanted to serve Su Yuyu, but Su Yuyu waved her hand and said, I want to talk to him alone. Zhang Hong looked at Song Jibai's face that brought disaster to the country and the people, and seemed to have thought of something, but it was difficult to persuade him. Soon, Su Yuyu and Song Jibai were the only two people left in the VIP room for VSE customers. After experiencing this series of changes, Song Jibai actually returned to the panic and forbearance he had when he first met, and even his eyes were full of disillusionment when he looked at Su Yuyu. Su Yuyu looked at him inexplicably and asked directly, "It's a pity for you to stay in such a store. Do you want to work for me? I am willing to offer a higher salary." Song Jibai forced a smile on his face, but his body was slightly away from Su Yuyu. "Miss Su, I work well here and have no plans to change jobs for the time being." Su Yuyu frowned. "How much do you earn here a month?" Su Yuyu thought of her now full wallet and looked at Song Jibai's thrilling face in front of her. In his previous life, he became a top star in the entertainment industry without anyone supporting him. If he is willing to invest now, won't he become more popular faster? Su Yuyu was still imagining the beautiful life of lying down and making money after investing in top stars, but she didn't expect that Song Jibai's eyes flashed with hatred when he looked at her. "Miss Su, I don't earn enough here, but I earn clean money," Song Jibai said coldly. Su Yuyu, when did her money become dirty? Su Yuyu saw the humiliation on Song Jibai's handsome face, and suddenly realized that Song Jibai had misunderstood that she was going to take advantage of him. "You misunderstood, I mean." Before Su Yuyu finished speaking, Song Jibai's phone suddenly vibrated. Song Jibai wanted to turn it off, but when he saw the number on the screen, he picked it up. "I'd be there right away." After Song Jibai hung up the phone, the anxiety on his face was not fake. He glanced at Su Yuyu and said, "I'm sorry, Miss Su, I can't continue to serve you." After that, he went to ask Zhang Hong for leave. Su Yuyu watched her big leak run away, leaving only a bunch of shop assistants to serve her diligently. One of the handsome shop assistants even had some hints in his words. But Su Yuyu didn't have the heart to care about him. She was thinking about the big leak that had run away. She kept Zhang Hong's service and bought millions of things casually. These orders would be counted on Zhang Hong. The look Zhang Hong gave Su Yuyu at this time could drown a person. Su Yuyu learned her lesson this time and said to Zhang Hong straight to the point, "I plan to open an entertainment company to promote artists. I like Song Jibai, but he seems to misunderstand that I have improper thoughts about him. I think he seems to have some difficulties. Can you tell me?" She could see that Zhang Hong was very good to Song Jibai. Just now, she knew that doing so might offend her big customer, but Zhang Hong still approved Song Jibai's leave under pressure. Zhang Hong heard this, and didn't hide it for Song Jibai. Su Yuyu left an address as usual and asked them to deliver the goods to her door. She left the mall empty-handed, and called the special car driver Su Fang. "Boss, where are you going this time?" Su Yuyu held Guai Guai in her arms, and said the destination, Huaxin Hospital in Huqing. Chapter 8. Su Fang drove very steadily, at a moderate speed, and did not ask many questions after getting in the car. She was a very sensible person. Su Yuyu sat in the back seat, looking at the pendant hanging in front of her, which was a photo of two children, and asked, "Do you have children?" Su Fang did not look back, still concentrating on the road, and said, "Two daughters, one 5 years old, and the other 8 years old." "Are you studying in Shanghai?" Su Yuyu asked. "Boss, the cost of living in Shanghai is too high, so they all stay in their hometown." Su Yuyu continued to ask, "I rarely see female drivers. Do private car drivers make a lot of money?" Su Fang didn't mind Su Yuyu's curiosity and said, "I haven't been in this business for long. When things are good, I can make 20,000 yuan a month, and when things are bad, I can barely make more than 10,000 yuan. Su Yuyu said, "Driving is very hard. What does your husband do?" Su Fang hesitated for a moment and said, "I was originally taking care of the children in my hometown. My husband was driving a private car in Shanghai. He died suddenly due to fatigue driving. I have no other skills. In order to raise the children, I can only take his car and continue to drive." Su Yuyu frowned slightly and asked, "Who is raising your children?" "I give my mother 3,000 yuan a month. She helps me take care of two children in my hometown." Su Yuyu almost understood all the information she wanted to know. She didn't have a driver's license. There might be many times in the future when she needed to follow the instructions to pick up leaks. If she had a full-time driver, it would be much more convenient. "If you are willing, you can be my driver in the future. I will pay you 30,000 yuan per month." Hearing this, Su Fang's heart skipped a beat, but she didn't dare to tremble as she held the steering wheel. "Boss, don't joke with me, I will take it seriously." While talking, Huaxin Hospital also arrived, and Su Fong drove into the hospital considerately. Su Yu got out of the car and said, "I'm not kidding, the monthly salary is 30,000 yuan, and I will give you 3 months' salary as a bonus at the end of the year. When I open a company, I will also pay your social security. Please consider it, and give me a reply within 3 days." Su Fong got out of the car without any hesitation after hearing this. I give my answer now. When a driver earns 450,000 yuan a year, Su Fong would wake up laughing in her dreams. If she works for a few more years, she can even buy a small house in Shanghai, and her 2 daughters can also settle down in Shanghai. She even felt guilty for taking so much money just to drive, and now she followed Su Yu around, completely treating herself as a security guard. Su Yu didn't mind having more people following her. The system instructed her to enter Huaxin Hospital as she expected. She didn't need to ask anyone else. She followed the instructions, and soon heard Song Jibai's voice. She stopped and Su Fong immediately stood behind her. "Dr. Wang, can't you take medicine? Is surgery necessary?" Song Jibai's voice was full of anxiety. Dr. Wang shook his head and said earnestly, "Xiao Song, your mother's current condition requires surgery. She can be saved this time, but not next time. If you really need surgery, only Dr. Lu Shenqiao can do this surgery in China. There is a queue for his operating room. You have to make up your mind early." Song Jibai's voice was muffled. "I know, thank you, Dr. Wang." Su Yu heard footsteps leaving, and she turned the corner and appeared in front of Song Jibai. Song Jibai suddenly saw a figure, and he immediately reached out to wipe away the tears from the corner of his eyes. When he raised his head and saw that the person was Su Yu, a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. "Miss Su, I've already asked for leave." Su Yu got straight to the point. "I will provide you with a high-paying job. I have no other thoughts about you, but I think you are very suitable for this job. As long as you agree to me, your current predicament can be easily solved." Song Jibai just felt annoyed. He ignored Su Yu and walked straight to the ICU at the end of the corridor and stopped outside the glass room. Su Yu followed him and looked at the middle-aged woman lying inside with tubes all over her body and a pale face. The woman was 70% similar to Song Jibai, but she was lying there, feeling broken. "You care about your mother a lot," Su Yu said. Song Jibai said without turning his head, "You are not the first person to say this to me, but my mother is a person who would rather die than bend. She would rather die than let her son sell his personality in exchange for her survival." Su Yu thought that after Song Jibai died in his previous life, outsiders knew that Song Jibai came from a single-parent family. His mental state had been bad after his mother's death. He guessed that his suicide by jumping off the building was related to his mother's death. "I want to open an entertainment company and invite you to be an artist. I think with your face, you will definitely make a lot of money for me." Song Jibai sneered and said, "It sounds good, who knows what dirty thoughts you are hiding." Su Yu sighed and said, "Have you encountered a lot of bad things, so you are so vigilant?" Song Jibai pursed his lips tightly, obviously being hit by Su Yu. Su Yu didn't persuade her anymore, and turned around and took Su Fong away. "Go to the government service center," Su Yu said. Su Fong didn't ask much, and after arriving at the government service center, Su Yu easily found an agent to register, and got a brand new registered business license in the shortest time, Huqing Yu Entertainment Film and Television Company, Ltd. Su Yu hurriedly made the official seal, and drafted a brokerage contract. Song Jibai didn't expect Su Yu to come back. "The medical expenses are considered as a loan from me. When you have money, you can return it to me. I have stamped this contract with the official seal. You can take a closer look." Su Yu handed over the contract. After Song Jibai took it, the first thing in the contract was the medical expenses. Su Yu asked Song Jibai to sign a 5-year brokerage contract on the condition of helping to advance the medical expenses. After the expiration, Su Yu will also have the priority to renew the contract. What made Song Jibai stunned was the line at the bottom. "If Party A forces Party B to provide sexual services, this contract will be terminated unconditionally, and Party B does not need to return the medical expenses paid by Party A in the early stage." When Song Jibai saw this, he only focused on this one clause, thinking that he would be willing to sign even if Su Yu offered a blood-sucking contract, but he did not expect that Su Yu's agency contract was a floating contract. If the income brought to the company within 10 million in a year is less than 10 million, the company will take 70%. If it is between 10 million and 30 million, the company will take 60%. If it exceeds 100 million, the company's commission will be fixed at 30%. To make a star popular, the agency will spend a lot of resources to promote people. At first glance, Su Yuyu's commission ratio is very high, but in the circle, it is considered a conscience price. After all, many newcomers' contracts are 19 points, the company gets 9, and the artist only gets 1. Of course, Su Yuyu will not lose, because Song Jibai is born with audience appeal. He will have countless fans flocking to him if he does anything in front of the camera. Even though Song Jibai was dead in his previous life, his fans still remembered him and commemorated him spontaneously every year. There was no substitute for an idol like him in the entertainment industry. But Song Jibai, who was thinking about his mother at the moment, obviously didn't know his great potential. After a quick glance at the contract, he resolutely signed his name. "Happy cooperation, my big star," Su Yuyu said with a smile. Chapter 9. Song Jibai didn't care if he would become famous or not. He just wanted to get the money to arrange surgery for his mother. Good news. Su Yuyu kept her word and transferred 10 million to him on the spot, so that he no longer had to worry about medical expenses. Bad news, Lu Shunqiao, the only doctor who could perform this surgery, was really hard to schedule. Almost all patients like Song Jibai's mother in the country were crazy about his surgery. The last vacant surgery was scheduled for half a year later, but Song's mother's health required surgery within 2 months at the latest. Song Jibai looked at his mother's pale face and was anxious. "I help you think of a way," Su Yuyu said. Su Yuyu expected Song Jibai to work for her for the rest of his life, so of course he would do his best to save his mother. Congratulations to the host, you have completed the task of picking up leaks and received a reward. 3 customized top-level film and television scripts. Su Yuyu was immediately delighted when he saw the reward of picking up leaks that appeared late. For her, this was like a pillow falling on someone's face when she dozed off. In his previous life, Song Jibai was spotted by a big entertainment company after a passerby video went viral, and eventually debuted from a talent show. When he participated in the show, his popularity was ahead of other contestants, and he had become a top star in the 6 months since his debut. Although Su Yuyu was rich, she couldn't compete with the big entertainment companies with rich backgrounds, and she didn't have the resources for talent shows. Now, as a reward, she only needed to enter Song Jibai's name to immediately generate a top-notch script that was suitable for the actor. The 3 scripts rewarded by the system were short play scripts, TV series scripts, and movie scripts. Su Yuyu read the short play script first, and even as an outsider, she felt that the script was ridiculously suitable for Song Jibai. Coincidentally, at this time, the person Su Yuyu had previously found also gave her a reply. "This is the script. It will start shooting in 3 days, and will be finished within a month. I have hired a mentor for you, and I will give you expedited training in the next few days." Su Yuyu handed the script to Song Jibai outside the hospital ward. After Song Jibai received it, he did not rush to read the script, but asked about the doctor. "Dr. Lu Xingqiu's surgery is not available." Su Yuyu shook his head. The light in Song Jibai's eyes gradually extinguished. But Su Yuyu said, "This surgery is not only done by him. But I asked many people, and they all said that he can only do it in China." Song Jibai said, "There is only him in China, but there are other doctors abroad," Su Yuyu said. Song Jibai's eyes suddenly lit up like stars, and he felt that he was really blinded by one leaf and actually ignored this point. Su Yuyu spent a lot of money to find the top medical intermediary in the industry to get this information. "I have made an appointment for your mother with a top medical team abroad. The surgery will be at the end of next month. You and your mother must get your passports and visas as soon as possible. Visas are difficult to get. You should talk to the interviewer about your pity. It will be easier to get a visa," Su Yuyu said. Song Jibai nodded vigorously. He tightly grasped the script of the short play in his hand. I have never acted in a play, but I will study hard." Su Yuyu nodded casually. "The task of picking up leaks has been started. Please follow the instructions to the target location." Although the handsome guy in front of her was breathtakingly beautiful, Su Yuyu cared more about money. After she casually greeted Song Jibai, she left with Su Fong in a hurry. "Host, you should also get a passport. It may be useful in the future." Su Yuyu's mind moved. The system rarely provided her with useless information. She replied seriously, "Okay, don't worry, I remember this." Su Fong is now Su Yuyu's full-time driver. She felt like she was back to the situation last time. She drove aimlessly in the city, and finally ran to a small alley to buy a bunch of magazines. However, this time she drove for a long time, and did not enter the small alley, but entered the university town. After Su Fong stopped the car, she immediately followed behind Su Yuyu as an assistant. Today is Monday, and it is class time. There are not many people on the streets of the university town. Su Yu followed the system's instructions and entered a small restaurant on the roadside. There were no customers in the small restaurant, the tables were dirty, and the floor was black. I don't know how long it has been since it was cleaned. A young man in his early 20s was sitting with his back to Su Yu. Even though he knew that there were customers coming in, his eyes were still fixed on the TV hanging above. Breakfast is sold out, lunch is not on time, and we don't accept students who work and study, the man said without turning his head. Su Yu looked up at the TV screen and saw that it was playing an old movie, Cinema Paradiso. Su Yu saw the business license and food business license hanging in the store, which marked that the person in charge of this store was named Ouyang. This name, like a joke, is almost unforgettable after one look. Su Yu finally understood why the system's leak pointer pointed to him. In his previous life, Ouyang was unknown before the age of 25. He was just a snack bar owner who cooked bad food. After the age of 25, he accidentally shot short videos and became popular. After receiving investment, he gradually changed his career to become a film and television director. A director who has not received any formal education has achieved unprecedented good results after entering the industry by self-study. In his previous life, Su Yu's second brother Gu Shuangbai was a traffic star for several years. It was with Ouyang's works that he made a comeback despite everyone's pessimism and finally successfully transformed into a powerful actor. At this time, Ouyang was fully immersed in watching the movie. He didn't even notice that Su Yu didn't leave. After an hour, when the movie ended, he turned off the TV with a lingering look on his face, writing and drawing on paper with a pen until his mobile phone alarm rang. It's time to prepare the dishes again, Ouyang muttered. He turned around and saw Su Yu sitting not far behind him, and was immediately startled. Perhaps out of consideration for his livelihood, Ouyang patiently asked, "What do you want to eat?" Su Yu shook his head and said, "I didn't come to you for dinner." Ouyang was surprised. "You didn't eat in the restaurant. What was it for? It can't be for me." Su Yu nodded. Ouyang was alert instantly. He was still very self-aware. He looked ordinary, and Su Yu was unusually beautiful. He refused to believe that Su Yu liked him. Compared to pie in the sky, he felt that this was more like a pig slaughtering plate. "Although I opened a store, I have no money," Ouyang said. Su Yu didn't beat around the bush and said, "I want you to help me make a short film." Ouyang's heart skipped a beat. Although he had a dream of being a director, he had never told anyone for various reasons. He didn't know where Su Yu got the news from. His first reaction was anger, and he felt that Su Yu had played a trick on him. "Asked a cook to be the director? I don't have time to listen to your jokes." Chapter 10. Ouyang's face flushed red, his face full of shame and anger for having his secret exposed. Su Yu looked at him straight. "You opened a store next to the Shanghai Film and Television Academy, kept attending their open classes, and secretly learned film and television knowledge. What? Is your dream shameful?" Ouyang clenched his fists. He never thought that his dream was shameful. He was the one who was really shameful. A junior high school graduate, without any formal education, had been doing the lowest level of work. He had saved up wages for several years before he could barely take over the store, but it was going to go bankrupt soon due to poor management. He was at the bottom of society, but he secretly hid his dream of being a director. It would be a joke if he told others about it. Su Yu slowly took out a script and put it on the table. "If you want to keep being shameful, then I think I have misjudged you," Su Yu said, and stood up to leave. Ouyang didn't know where he got the courage from. "I try." Su Yu sat down again and pushed the script over. Ouyang resisted the urge to read the script and asked Su Yu, "How did you know me?" Su Yu was not panicked at all and said, "Your every move has long been seen by those who are interested. You don't believe in yourself, but someone wants to give you a chance." Ouyang's heart paused, and several faces suddenly appeared in his mind. They were all teachers from the Film and Television Academy. After he finished his class, he would pretend to be a college student to ask them questions. Did they recommend him to Su Yu? His heart suddenly felt like a ball of wet cotton. "I want to shoot a short drama with a fast rhythm, vertical screen display, and one episode within 10 minutes. Su Yu said his requirements. Ouyang thought of the short videos that have been popular online in the past 2 years, and said, "I'm afraid the mainstream won't accept this." Su Yu glanced at him and said, "Why do I want the mainstream to accept it? I want to make money." Ouyang dreams of being a director. Of course he has his own pursuit. Su Yu also painted a big pie for him, saying, "If you perform well, we will make a TV series next, and then a movie later." Ouyang had no better choice now, and he agreed without even asking about the salary. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. After all, it is estimated that no one will be willing to provide him with such a job opportunity. I will close the store now, and have a meeting with other crew members. Ouyang took the initiative to say. Su Yu said, now the crew is just you and the male lead. If you have someone you trust, you can ask someone to come for an interview now. Ouyang thought to himself that this was too much of a makeshift team, but he thought of the candidates in the shortest time. I know a few college students who can be photographers and producers, and I also have a candidate for the field staff. Ouyang has been attending classes at the Film and Television Academy for 3 years, and has made many good friends. Su Yu nodded and said, you take care of the arrangements and make a list of equipment as soon as possible so that I can arrange for people to purchase it. Ouyang was stunned when he heard this. Our company doesn't even have any equipment. It's only been registered for 3 days, and we haven't even rented an office. Su Yu said with a bachelor's face. Ouyang, If he hadn't held the script in his hand, he couldn't help but wonder if he had entered a pyramid scheme. Su Yu took the opportunity to contact people, and wrote a simple employment agreement by hand. Sign it like this first. Su Yu handed it over. Ouyang saw the director's salary at first glance. 100,000 yuan. Short dramas can usually be finished shooting within 10 days, and new directors are always paid very cheaply. Some only get 10,000 yuan after shooting 80 episodes. 100,000 yuan may not be enough for Su Yu to buy a bag, but it is different for Ouyang. He also knows the market situation, and the look he gave Su Yu at this time was like a living Buddha. Su Yu didn't stay here for long and said, you must form a team within 3 days, the sooner the better. After she left, Ouyang hung a sign outside the store saying closed, and picked up the script to read it carefully. The more he read, the more he thought the script was wonderful. Almost all the elements of a short play were gathered. If it was well made, it would definitely be a hit. Several male college students pushed the door open and came in. Wang Yifan asked, Ouyang, are you serious? A crew asked me to be a photographer? You'd better really get rich, otherwise who would give us money to practice? Cheng Shirlei also nodded continuously. Ouyang handed them the employment contract. Don't say that I don't think about you, brothers. There is a rich woman in the store, wearing gold and silver, and with a driver. It's obvious that she is not short of money. Let's shoot a short play together, and make a big deal. Several people took the contract and read it again and again, with a glittering look in their eyes. Ouyang, you really got a rich woman. Whether the brothers can get rich depends on you. Several people started to make a noise. Although Ouyang always thinks about his own people, he is still sensible. After asking Su Yu for consent, he set the salary for several brothers. After signing the contract, he let them read the script. Su Yu originally wanted to stay and meet the photographer, but the system displayed 2 prompts in succession. Congratulations to the host. Complete the task of picking up leaks, and get a reward. A full set of short drama shooting equipment. Su Yu's eyes lit up. The system's products must be fine products, which saved her the effort of purchasing. Another prompt was that another task of picking up leaks was released. Su Yu was sitting in the co-pilot seat of Su Feng's car at this time, instructing her to drive the car through the city in twists and turns. Finally, it stopped in a place where the car could not enter. Antique Street. Wait outside. Take a look at the models when you have time. The safer the better. I can't always use your car. Su Yu instructed Su Feng. Her current car is still Su Feng's car, so there is no reason to hire a driver and let people drive their own car. As soon as Su Yu entered the antique street, she immediately attracted the attention of the stall owners. Young, unfamiliar. Such a face is almost equivalent to easy to cheat. The stall owners have sharp eyes, and they can see that Su Yu is now wearing a big brand clothes, and the bag in her hand is also very valuable. Little girl, what do you want to buy here? Everything on my stall is authentic. You can buy it as an heirloom. The triangular-eyed stall owner said with a smile. But this remark was immediately retorted by the stall owner with a hoarse face. Every piece is authentic. You are fooling a fool with this? Girl, don't pay attention to him. Come to my stall and take a look. Yesterday, a young man bought a yuan data from me and made 50,000 yuan by reselling it. Su Yu saw that the two people actually started to quarrel. She really believed that they were setting up a stall to fool fools. People who have good things don't worry about not being able to sell them. Although these two people were fooling fools, Su Yu still went to the stall of Triangle Eyes and pretended to pick up a cricket jar and looked at it. Girl, you have a good eye. You saw the treasure of the store at first sight. This cricket jar was used by the 15th Prince of the Qing dynasty. Triangle Eyes said. Su Yu glanced at him and said, the Prince of the Qing dynasty, the 15th Prince he is probably the same age as me? Triangle Eyes smiled awkwardly and said, oh, I have met an expert. Su Yu picked up a bowl-shaped cup on the stall nearby. It was about the same size as a wine cup, and did not look like an old item at all. The reason was that the cup was too new. This cup is pretty. How much is it? Su Yu asked. Triangle Eyes immediately boasted and said, girl, you picked the treasure of my stall. This is the famous Changhua Dosai cup. It was sold for 280 million yuan at the auction last time. I take a loss, and sell it to you for 1 million yuan. Chapter 11. Su Yu looked at him with a half-smile. Triangle Eyes touched his nose awkwardly and said, of course, if you like it, I sell it to you for 100 yuan, just as if we were friends. Su Yu took out his mobile phone, opened a certain orange software, took a photo of the Dosai cup, and then a link jumped out. The same cup only sells for 30 yuan online. Triangle Eyes lowered his voice and said, beauty, if you really want it, I sell it to you for 40 yuan. I have to make a few dollars, and you can save time waiting for the courier, right? Su Yu nodded indifferently, and after buying the Dosai cup, the system prompt still pointed to the stall, now pointing to the empty space after the Dosai cup was sold. Su Yu glanced at it, and under the empty space was a newspaper. The newspaper date was last week, and it didn't look valuable. The system's instructions kept flashing, and the flashing speed became more and more rapid. Su Yu had dealt with the system many times, and could vaguely perceive some patterns. The reason for this was probably that she came too quickly, and the opportunity to pick up bargains had not yet come. She was still aimlessly selecting a Triangle Eyes stall, and when she saw something beautiful, she would buy it generously. Triangle Eyes was so happy. Although Su Yu had a sharp eye and bought a bunch of fakes at a low price, he could still make a small profit. It was better to open a business than not to open a business at all. Beauty, I think you are also an expert. I actually have a treasure hidden in my home. I don't want to sell it to others. It's rare that I get along with you so well. Triangle Eyes said. Su Yu raised her eyes, glanced at him casually, and said, oh, I'm not interested. Triangle Eyes planned to rip off the big customers failed again. He glanced at the bag that Su Yu casually threw beside him. He was in the antique business, and the most important thing was that he had a pair of sharp eyes. He could tell at a glance that the bag Su Yu was carrying was very valuable. It was a pity that he couldn't make money from such a rich woman. As the two were talking, they suddenly smelled a pungent smell of cigarettes. A yellow-haired man who looked to be in his early 20s came over and took something out of his pocket mysteriously. Boss, I have a good thing to sell you. Triangle Eyes didn't take it seriously. Su Yu looked at the yellow-haired man, whose eyes were full of red bloodshot, with a strange look of excitement, and the smell of cigarettes lingering all over his body. It looked abnormal. The system pointer now fell on the yellow-haired man, or more precisely, on the thing he took out. Triangle Eyes took the thing, took a look at it, and sneered. I thought it was some treasure, but it turned out to be a fake Dosai cup. Boy, did you lose the bet and cheat me? Triangle Eyes said unhappily. The little yellow-haired man insisted. This is a real treasure of mine. It's very valuable. Triangle Eyes said to Su Yu, look, beauty, this is exactly the same as the one you bought. Su Yu took a look. Her heart was surging, but she acted as if nothing had happened. Good things come in pairs. I bought the previous one for 40 yuan, so you can sell this one to me too. When the little yellow-haired man heard this, he shook his head like a wave drum, his eyes rolling around. This won't do. This is my ancestral treasure. It must be sold for at least 300,000. No, 400,000. Su Yu and Triangle Eyes laughed together. Triangle Eyes didn't even look at the treasure, but said, you kid, how can I not know what treasures you have at home? Your gambling father has gambled away all the family's wealth. Besides, your ancestors for 3 generations have been poor. Where did you get such a treasure? The little yellow-haired boy was still stubborn and said, this is different. I dug it out from the ground. Where did you dig it? You dare to rob a tomb. You kid usually only dares to do some petty thefts, and now you dare to do something big. Triangle Eyes was full of disdain. The little yellow-haired man was hit by the other party's words, and he insisted, this is a treasure. After all, he took a lot of effort to steal it, and the person who was stolen carefully hid this thing, so he instinctively felt that it was very valuable. Triangle Eyes said impatiently, if you think it is valuable, then send it to Boguzai and see if the big boss there will accept it. Boguzai is the largest antique shop in the antique street. There are really many genuine treasures in it, but the prices are also very high. Of course, the little yellow-haired man did not dare to go to such a high-end place, otherwise he would not come to find Triangle Eyes. Triangle Eyes continued, "Boy, if I hadn't watched you grow up, I wouldn't have pointed out this bright road for you. You can sell it to the beauty in front of you for 40 yuan, but if you sell it to others, I'm afraid they may not be willing to give you even 10 yuan. The little yellow-haired man has not made up his mind yet." Su Yu took out the imitation Dosai cup he had just bought as if by accident. The little yellow-haired boy took a look and found it was almost identical to his own. Su Yu said again, "Forget it, since he doesn't want to sell it, I'm too lazy to buy it. I was thinking that good things come in pairs." After Su Yu came to the stall of Triangle Eyes, she always acted like a rich and smart person. She bought things as she pleased. At this time, she wanted to make a pair, and Triangle Eyes didn't have any doubts. Seeing that the only buyer was about to leave, the little yellow-haired man couldn't help but said, "Okay, I sell it to you, but not 40, I want 100. Su Yu looked at him with a squint and said, "I am rich, not stupid. I thought that meeting is fate. If you really want to play like this, then I will buy another one from Taobao." She looked at the triangular eyes with a suspicious look. "You two are not deliberately setting up a trap just to make a few $dozen from me?" Triangular Eyes immediately cried out in injustice when he heard this. "Beauty, if I have this ability, can't I cheat people of thousands or tens of thousands? Isn't it tiring to toss for a long time just to make $12?" The little yellow-haired man was helpless. He was really short of money. He said helplessly, 40 is 40, it's my bad luck." Chapter 12. Hearing what the little yellow-haired man said, Su Yu felt relieved. She didn't know how the little yellow-haired man got the Dosai cup, but no matter how she looked at it, it seemed that his origin was not particularly normal. Ding, 40 yuan has been received through WeChat. After the sound, the little yellow-haired man confirmed that the money had been received, and left dejectedly muttering, "It's so unlucky, I keep my eyes open next time." And so on. Su Yu casually put the 2 Dosai cups into her bag, pretending to be bored, and then got up and left. Seeing that the big customer was about to leave, the triangular-eyed man was immediately anxious. "Beauty, take a look at something else. I really have a lot of good things here." Su Yu shook her head and said, "I can't take it anymore, come back next time." She left in a hurry. Triangle Eyes looked at her back in confusion. "Why are you running so fast?" "If you don't know, you might think she found something." The owner of the stall next door said, "Maybe she really found some treasures in your stall, and she's afraid that you react." But as soon as this was said, the two laughed together. After all, although they set up stalls in the antique street, they all had a consensus, that is, there were no antiques in the stalls. The treasures in their stalls were almost all modern products, which were not worth anything at all. It was a fool to coax them. After Su Yu returned to the car, she immediately urged Su Fang to drive away. Although Su Fang thought Su Yu's action, as if someone was chasing her, was strange, she still didn't say much to avoid upsetting the boss. The car returned to the main road steadily. Su Yu looked back, and was relieved after making sure that no one was following. "Boss, are we going back to Thompson EP now?" Su Fang asked. Su Yu had just agreed when her cell phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Ouyang, telling her that the team had been formed, and if she was in a hurry, it could be started tomorrow. Su Yu thought that no photographer would be unfamiliar with her own equipment, so she said to Su Fang, "After returning to Thompson EP, you can deliver some things to the university town, and then you can go home." Su Fang's eyes lit up. She felt that it was so comfortable to work with Su Yu. When she used to drive a special car, she sometimes had to drive all day without stopping to make money. Although Su Yu was a little weird, she was not a nosy person. Sometimes Su Fang might not need to go to work for a day, and if she really had to drive, she would not let her drive all day, which was much easier than before. "Thank you, boss," Su Fang said. Su Yu waited until she returned to Thompson EP before taking out the shooting equipment rewarded by the system. These equipment were divided into several large cartons, and Su Fang moved them several times before putting them in the car. When she was the only one left in the room, Su Yu took out the 2 Dosai cups in her bag. These 2 cups are really similar, and at first glance, they even look exactly the same, but after careful comparison, you can see the difference. The cup of the little yellow-haired boy had a smooth and clean surface. The rocks, peonies, and chicks painted on the cup were all elegant and lovely, and the chicks looked even more cheerful. In contrast, the pattern on the cup that Triangle Eyes sold to Su Yu looked particularly dull. Su Yu turned on the computer and began to search for Dosai cup. She soon found the valuable Dosai cup that Triangle Eyes mentioned, which was sold at an auction in 2015 for a sky-high price of 280 million. Su Yuyu looked at the cup in the photo that was exactly the same as the one in her hand, and her breathing could not help but quicken. Congratulations to the host, you have completed the task of picking up leaks and received a reward, an invitation to the auction. When Su Yuyu saw this reward, a question mark slowly appeared on her head. She had clearly completed the task, so why was the reward not giving her money, but asking her to spend money? Chapter 13. Su Yuyu felt that her ideas should not be too rigid. After she got the invitation letter for the auction, she carefully looked at the organizer of the auction. This was an auction held by a top auction house. She asked someone to check again. Those who could get this invitation letter would not be too low in status in Shanghai. She looked at the Dotsi cup next to her. The last time the Dotsi cup was sold at a sky-high price was at an auction. She always believed that the system would not do things for no reason. She felt that there should be some connection between the two. Su Yuyu quickly found a private number on the invitation letter and called it. The other end of the phone seemed to be a middle-aged man with a very nice voice. He asked in a gentle tone, "Dear lady, how can I help you?" Su Yuyu said, "I have a private collection to auction." The other party politely asked Su Yuyu for the number of the invitation letter. After Su Yuyu answered, she clearly felt that the other party's attitude seemed to be 3 points more respectful. "Okay, tomorrow at 10 a.m., a team of experts will come to assess the value of your collection." After Su Yuyu hung up the phone, she suddenly felt relieved. Although she got such a valuable treasure, she didn't have much experience dealing with antiques, and she was afraid that she would become like Xiao Huangmao, selling things at a low price without knowing it. What she didn't know was that the person in charge of the auction was also very excited at this time. "Is it a lady? Really?" the person in charge asked the middle-aged man who answered the phone earlier. The other party nodded. "It sounds very young." The person in charge of the auction said, "No matter how young she is, we can't be slack about her affairs. Have you arranged the expert team for tomorrow? We must invite the top team, understand? Don't worry, we know what we are doing." When the middle-aged man said this, his eyes were full of excitement. Su Yuyu received a call from the other party early the next morning, around 9 o'clock, saying that the expert team had arrived at Tonsan EP1. After Su Yuyu released the access control, the other party walked in quickly. In front of her, a group of appraisal experts surrounded the Dotsi cup and looked at it for a long time, and then they looked at each other. "It is indeed the Chenghua Dotsi cup. This will definitely be the main axis of this auction," an expert said excitedly. At the same time, Su Yuyu also got the certificate with the seal of the appraisal agency, and the auction house signed an auction commission agreement with her on the spot. The auction reserve price of this Dotsi cup is 200 million. After all, 9 years ago, a Dotsi cup of the same appearance could be sold for 280 million. After experiencing a long period of inflation, its value has only increased. Su Yuyu saw that the commission of the auction was 0.5% in the commission agreement, and she had also checked the commission of this auction house in advance. Because the state stipulates that there is an upper limit on the auction commission, the maximum is 5%, and this top auction house unsurprisingly takes the commission according to the highest amount. "Is this number marked wrong?" Su Yuyu asked. A middle-aged man in a black suit said respectfully, "Miss Su, don't worry, this number is correct, because you are the most distinguished guest of our auction house." Su Yuyu looked at the other person in confusion. She recognized that this person seemed to be the one she had called before. "I have never dealt with you," Su Yuyu said. The middle-aged man explained, "All the invitations sent out by our auction have numbers on them. Those who can receive this invitation are our most distinguished guests, and will enjoy the lowest commission." Su Yuyu looked down at her invitation letter. The number was 000. Normally, this number starts from 1, and this number is obviously a bit strange, but after thinking about it carefully, her invitation letter was sent by the system, which is a bit special, and it doesn't seem strange. "Okay, I got it," Su Yuyu said. Even though Su Yuyu acted like an ordinary girl, the middle-aged man never showed any contempt from beginning to end, but always showed special respect. When the team left, they skillfully used a small safe to take the Dotsi cup away. Although Su Yuyu thought the chick on the Dotsi cup was cute, she would not give up hundreds of millions for a cup she liked. Soon, the news that the Chenghua Dotsi cup appeared at the auction again caused a stir in the wealthy circle of Shanghai, and the invitation to the auction immediately became hard to get. Not only the wealthy in Shanghai wanted to see the style of the Dotsi cup, but even the wealthy in the capital and Hong Kong were attracted, and even wealthy people from abroad wanted to take the Dotsi cup. Su Yuyu now puts all her energy on the short drama that has been filmed. Song Shibai is a very trustworthy person. Since he promised Su Yuyu to shoot well, he did what he said. Before the filming started, the crew held a meeting. Yang was worried that the male lead would not fit the script, but the moment he saw Song Jibai, all his worries disappeared. "Boss, where did you find this actor? He looks like he was picked out of the script. There is no one more suitable than him." Yang was very excited. The focus of this short play is not the female lead, but the male lead. A broken and lovable male lead is basically half the success. Su Yu raised the corner of her mouth. This script was tailor-made for Song Jibai, so there is no one more suitable than him in the world. The actress who was about to play the female lead, whose face was originally pretty, looked mediocre against the background of Song Jibai's attractive face. "Hurry up and shoot it. Try to be online next month," Su Yu said. Short dramas are shot quickly and released online even faster. Short dramas are just starting now, and the review is fast and relaxed. If they are successfully shot this month, they may indeed be released on the video website next month. Yang rubbed his hands with excitement. It was hard for him to imagine that his first work would be released so soon. The shooting process of the entire short drama was particularly smooth from the beginning. Although the entire team was new, everyone had a heart that needed to shoot the work well. Half a month later, the short drama was successfully shot, and Yang immediately led a team to engage in intense editing work. Su Yu also changed into a high-end dress at this time, and with the help of Su Fong, she got into her new car, a customized bulletproof Rolls-Royce Phantom. Su Yu didn't get the car so quickly, but the original owner's business went bankrupt and couldn't afford the car, so she picked up a leak without systematic guidance. Chapter 14. Su Fong drove steadily, and the smooth road made Su Yu feel that it would not be uncomfortable to read in the car. Although Su Fong was a female driver, she did not wear casual clothes as usual today, but changed into a black suit. "Sister Su, you don't need to change clothes at all," Su Yu said. Su Fong said, "Boss, there are celebrities from all walks of life at today's auction. I can't let you be outdone by others." Su Yu smiled when she heard this. She finally understood why there were so many big winners in the workplace, because the boss liked them. She was very satisfied with Su Fong's attentive attitude. After driving for an hour, the car stopped. Su Fong said, "Boss, we're here." Then she got out of the car immediately, walked around to the back door, opened the door, and bent over to invite Su Yu to get out of the car. Seeing Su Fong's serious look, Su Yu almost thought that this was a play of The Young Lady Arrives. The auction was held in a luxurious manner. After her car drove in, it immediately attracted the attention of several people who were still chatting at the door. In Shanghai, the Rolls-Royce Phantom is not a rare car, but her car is obviously different. Soon, someone with sharp eyes recognized that this car is bulletproof and has a top safety factor. To be honest, China is now the safest country in the world, without a doubt. In this country where guns are banned, most people will not buy bulletproof cars. Since this car appeared here, it is obvious that the owner is not short of money. Under the gaze of everyone, a snow-white and delicate hand stretched out from the open car door. Then Su Yu's face appeared in front of everyone. She was born extremely beautiful. After taking the whitening pills, her dark skin color was also improved, which made up for the last little deficiency. Several people at the entrance of the auction looked at each other, all with unfamiliar eyes. Whose young lady is this? How come I've never seen her before? Shen Yifan looked at Su Yu with a flirtatious look. The female companion beside him smiled and said, "Who knows if she's the daughter of a rich family or a canary raised by some big boss?" Shen Yifan glanced at the female companion and said, "Your outfit is really ugly. You really don't deserve to go in with me." The female companion's face flushed immediately. She was wearing a light pink dress from a big brand. When she just went out, Shen Yifan praised her beautiful outfit. She immediately realized that she had said something wrong and wanted to say something. Shen Yifan's eyes were extremely cold. Whether she is a big lady or a canary, at least the people behind her gave her a separate invitation letter. She doesn't need to use other people's invitation letters. She is not someone you can talk about casually. The female companion's face was pale. God knows how much hard work she had put in to get into this auction today. Because of the auction house's publicity, this auction gathered almost all the top rich people in the country. As long as she put some effort in it, she might be able to find a richer sponsor for herself. Now everything is ruined. She wanted to resent Shen Yifan, but she didn't dare to. She could only glare at Su Yu secretly. Su Yu would not pay attention to these details. She took Su Fong to the entrance, and Su Fong showed her the invitation letter. "Dear guest, this is your seat number." The staff responsible for issuing seat numbers held a small golden card in both hands. Su Yu took the small card, glanced at the position on it, and raised his eyebrows. "The first row, the middle position, should be the best view. What surprised Su Yu a little was that this small golden card was made of pure gold, and it seemed to weigh a few grams. Su Yu couldn't help but sigh at the wealth of this auction house. Although the small card was issued, there were still special staff to guide Su Yu to the seat. As for Su Fong, she was attending the auction as Su Yu's entourage. She could have sat with Su Yu, but she took the initiative to ask to sit in the back row. Su Yu nodded casually, but before she reached her seat, a young man suddenly jumped out. The other person looked okay, but his expression and movements were too greasy, which made Su Yu feel disgusted. "Hello, my name is Shen Yifan, and my father is Shen Feng." Shen Yifan came forward to chat with Su Yu, and showed a self-proclaimed handsome smile to Su Yu. Su Yu almost vomited the overnight meal because of his disgust. Shen Yifan is Shen Yiren's half-brother. He had hooked up with Su Yu in his previous life. She had never paid attention to him in the past, and naturally she would not take it to heart now. Shen Yifan saw that the other party ignored him, but he was not discouraged at all, but chased after him relentlessly. "I have seen many beautiful ladies, but your beauty makes me feel bright. Am I honored to know your name?" Shen Yifan asked. Su Yu felt like a fly was buzzing in her ear, and she couldn't help but speed up. But she was fast, and the fly also accelerated. Although Shen Yifan didn't know Su Yu's true identity, he still wanted to take a gamble. If Su Yu was really the daughter of a big boss who rarely showed up, then he would bet right. The Shen family has many children and many competitors. If he can find an excellent marriage for himself, even if he fails to fight for the inheritance in the future, he can still rely on his wife's dowry to maintain a wealthy life. "Is this your first time to attend this auction?" "I have been here several times, and each time I came on behalf of my father." "You should have heard of my father's name. He is quite famous in Shanghai." Su Yu's fist hardened, and she wanted to punch the other person in the mouth to stop the buzzing action. "What is your relationship?" Someone interrupted Shen Yifan's entanglement. Su Yu looked sideways, and saw that it was Gu Fengchuan. She recalled that the last time she saw this cheap brother seemed to be 20 days ago. "Why are you entangled with Shen Yifan?" Gu Fengchuan stared at Su Yu with a frown, as if questioning why she didn't know how to keep herself clean. Su Yu looked at him like this, and seemed to have returned to her previous life in a trance. Yes, Shen Yifan is a famous playboy in the circle, and he is a playboy. It is natural that you will not have a good reputation if you are close to him. But Gu Fengchuan didn't even ask, and just like in his previous life, he directly convicted Su Yu. And a voice that made Su Yu even more disgusted sounded behind Gu Fengchuan. "Brother, although my sister is walking with Shen Yifan, they may not have something. It must be just an invitation letter. It is not the kind of relationship that others think. Don't misunderstand my sister." Chapter 15. Su Yu couldn't help but turn around and look in the direction of the voice. Gu Shuiying. She now looks a little younger than the person in Su Yu's memory, and even her methods seem to be much more immature. Su Yu almost exhausted all her strength, and her fingers were almost pinching blood marks on her palms, and she barely managed not to rush to Gu Shuiying's face and bite off a piece of flesh. "Brother, did Shuiying say something wrong?" Sister's eyes looked so scary. Gu Shuiying said weakly. The moment Su Yu said this, she immediately covered up the hatred in her eyes. Gu Fengchuan turned around, and saw only a calm Su Yu. He felt strange, but still patted Gu Shuiying's hand and said, "It's okay, Dad and Mom have said that you are the daughter of the Gu family, so you don't have to be afraid of anything." Su Yu felt sick when she heard this, and felt that there was really no need to waste her life with this group of people. She turned around and was about to continue walking inside. But the brother and sister stopped her again. "Where have you been all these days? Your old landlord refused to tell me where you moved to, and I sent someone to check but couldn't find your whereabouts." When Gu Fengchuan said this, he was still a little defensive, as if he was afraid that Su Yu would hit someone again. Su Yu glanced at him. "Where else can I go? Of course I'm hiding from you." Gu Fengchuan looked around and said, "Mom and Dad miss you very much. Don't be willful. As a girl, why do you have to live so hard outside? Someone at home will take care of you." Su Yu couldn't help rolling her eyes when she heard this. The care of the Gu family was really good. She was at most short of money outside, and her life back home was not enough for these people to toss. "I'm living well outside, don't bother me," Su Yu said. Gu Fengchuan, "I don't believe that a child born in an orphanage, although he went to college, has such a bad job situation now. The dispute between these people has long attracted the attention of others. They are very curious about Su Yu's life experience." When they heard orphanage, they were very curious about Su Yu's life experience. These three words inevitably made Su Yu look at him with strange eyes. Su Yuyu stopped walking. Gu Fengchuan always said what he wanted to say if it might make her lose face. But in his previous life, Gu Fengchuan never told any outsider that Gu Shuiying was not the eldest daughter of the Gu family. Even when Gu Shuiying had a pimple on her face, he would carefully protect her face. Su Yuyu sighed in her heart. It turned out that from the beginning, Gu Fengchuan regarded her as a grass and could be easily trampled. I was born in an orphanage, so why do you keep pestering me? What is my relationship with you? Su Yuyu raised her voice slightly. What is our relationship? You are from my Gu family. Before Gu Fengchuan finished speaking, Gu Shuiying on the side suddenly exclaimed. Brother, my head hurts a little. Gu Shuiying said. Gu Fengchuan immediately focused all his attention on his fake sister Gu Shuiying. Shuiying, are you in a lot of pain? Gu Fengchuan considerately helped his fake sister sit down and asked the staff at the venue to get warm water. After settling Gu Shuiying, Gu Fengchuan turned around and wanted to talk to Su Yuyu, but saw that she had disappeared and seemed to have entered the auction venue. Brother, I'm really scared. What if others know that I'm not the biological daughter of the Gu family? Will they laugh at me? Gu Shuiying said softly. Gu Fengchuan patted her hands and said, Don't worry, you will always be the eldest daughter of the Gu family. No one outside will know about this. At most, you can tell others that you are twins, but Su Yuyu was lost when she was a child, and was only found now. Gu Shuiying's eyes darkened when she heard this, and she said, Brother, I don't look like her at all. Will others doubt me? I always feel that now that she is back, it seems that you don't even care about me anymore. Gu Fengchuan couldn't stand his sister's aggrieved look. Thinking that Gu Shuiying had been held in the palm of the Gu family's hand since she was a child, but now she is worried about gains and losses, he felt even more distressed. Don't worry, you will always be the most important sister to Big Brother. Gu Shuiying lowered her head. But I don't look like Big Brother. Gu Fengchuan quickly said, No, we look the most alike. You can tell we are brother and sister as soon as we go out. Gu Fengchuan said this, and for some reason, he felt a little uncomfortable, but he quickly suppressed it. It would be great if I was my parents' biological daughter, but unfortunately, I will only be an adopted daughter in the future. I really want to switch with Su Yuyu. I really like my parents and my brother. Gu Shuiying said. When Gu Fengchuan heard this, he immediately said, You are the biological daughter of the Gu family. At most, we can tell others that Su Yuyu is an adopted daughter. She doesn't understand the rules of the upper class, and she is rude and hits people at every turn. Wait until she behaves well, then consider whether to recognize her. Gu Shuiying didn't expect that Gu Fengchuan would receive her hint so easily. She suppressed her joy and said, Is this really okay? I'm afraid my sister will be sad. She looks so heartless. Does she look like she will be sad? She didn't even report safety for so many days, and just fooled around outside every day. Gu Fengchuan was angry when he mentioned this. Gu Shuiying pretended to be worried again. Sister is prettier than me. No wonder she has a way to get the invitation. Gu Fengchuan's face turned ugly again when he heard this. She is a poor girl born in an orphanage. Who knows how she got in? Who knows if she used dishonorable means? Gu Fengchuan became more determined in his heart. He must not let his parents immediately recognize this daughter. What if she really has an affair with another man? Wouldn't it bring shame to the Gu family? Gu Shuiying hinted at this point, and felt that it was enough. She stood up and said, Brother, I rested for a while, and I feel that my headache is gone. Let's go in quickly. Gu Fengchuan saw that his sister's complexion really improved, and he breathed a sigh of relief and took his sister into the auction venue. Gu Shuiying may have thought that Su Yuyu could only be the adopted daughter of the Gu family, so her mood improved. At this time, she couldn't help but say, I don't know if Mr. Lu came this time. Gu Fengchuan said with a little jealousy, You are thinking about Mr. Lu in your heart. If I had known this, I would not bring you here. Gu Shuiying immediately coaxed him, Brother, you also know that Mr. Lu has helped me before. I just want to apologize to him in person. I have no other intentions. Gu Fengchuan couldn't be angry with Gu Shuiying. It was just that when the two of them entered the auction venue, they immediately saw Su Yuyu sitting in the middle of the first row. That seat. It used to be Mr. Lu's special seat. Sister, don't you know, otherwise how could you sit there? Gu Shuiying frowned and said. Chapter 16. When Gu Fengchuan heard this, the blood in his body rushed to his face. He felt extremely embarrassed. He still remembered taking care of his frail fake sister. He sent her to the second row and sat her down before running to the first row angrily. What are you doing sitting here? The first row is for the top guests of the auction. Don't wait for them to come and chase you away. Gu Fengchuan was about to pull Su Yuyu up from the chair. Su Yuyu looked at him with an idiotic expression. The seat assigned to me is here. Liar. This seat has always been Mr. Lu's special seat. You should get out of the way. If people know your relationship with our Gu family, won't everyone be embarrassed with you? Gu Fengchuan looked at Su Yuyu as if he was looking at something dirty. Su Yuyu was already extremely annoyed. She waved her hand. A staff member in a suit came over immediately. Miss Su, do you need anything? Su Yuyu said, this person blocked my view and kept pestering me. The staff member immediately walked between the two and said to Gu Fengchuan with a smile, Mr. Gu, everyone present is a person of status. Even if you want to pursue a beautiful lady, you can't do anything that loses your manners. Gu Fengchuan was furious when he heard this. He was Su Yuyu's brother. Why did this staff member look at a toad? Even if they were not siblings, how could he pursue this liar? Everyone has their own position. Why don't you take care of her? Gu Fengchuan said while pulling the staff member. The staff member looked a little confused and said, I am serving Miss Su now. I am not ignoring her. Gu Fengchuan said, she took Mr. Lu's position. When Mr. Lu comes later, won't he be angry? The staff member smiled awkwardly and said, this is Miss Su's position. Mr. Lu's position is here. The staff member pointed to the position next to Su Yuyu. Gu Fengchuan looked at her with a fixed gaze. If Su Yuyu's current seat had the best view in the whole venue, then the seat arranged for Mr. Lu by the auction was the second best seat in the whole venue. How could Su Yuyu's seat be better than Mr. Lu's? Gu Fengchuan was puzzled. The staff just smiled and said, Mr. Gu, our auction house has its own rules. I have explained to you what I should explain. The auction will start soon. Otherwise, you should return to your seat. Gu Fengchuan returned to the second row in a daze. Seeing that Su Yuyu was still sitting in the best seat, Gu Shuang couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Brother, why is my sister still sitting there? Don't the people at the auction care? Gu Fengchuan said, they said that was Su Yuyu's seat. Gu Shuang's pupils suddenly trembled. But something even more surprising happened to her. Lu Jingyao happened to walk in accompanied by a staff member. When he arrived at the first row, he saw that someone was already sitting in his special seat, and his eyes hesitated for a moment. But the staff quickly pointed to the seat next to him. Lu Jingyao hesitated for about 3 seconds and sat down slowly. He looked down at the small golden card and confirmed that this was his seat. After he sat down, Su Yuyu glanced at him. This man was really too dazzling. Song Jibai also looked extremely handsome, and he looked broken. Just looking at him made people feel pity or want to ravage him, just like the moon hanging high in the sky, either staying away from it or wanting to catch it in the palm of your hand. And Lu Jingyao in front of him was like the sun hanging high in the sky. He was born to be the focus of everyone's attention. Anyone in front of him seemed to be ashamed. Facing Su Yuyu's gaze, Lu Jingyao nodded gently at her. Lu Jingyao had seen Su Yuyu's information, but she was much whiter than in the photo. The last time he saw her was in the community. She was holding a small yellow dog. Assistant Lu was very efficient, and soon found out that Su Yuyu was a new resident who had just moved into Thompson-Epine. Although she was young, she seemed to be very wealthy, and bought the king of the building directly with full payment. Lu Jingyao had always wanted to take a closer look at the dog that Su Yuyu raised, but he was too busy with work during this period and had no chance to arrange a meeting. Now that they met at the auction, Lu Jingyao took the initiative to extend his hand. Hello, Lu Jingyao. Su Yuyu was stunned for a moment before shaking his hand. Su Yuyu. Su Yuyu secretly said in her heart that it was a pity. The man in front of her was obviously not short of money, otherwise she could have brought him to her entertainment company and formed a sun and moon group with Song Jibai. The two people shook hands and then separated. Lu Jingyao felt the delicateness of his palm at that moment, and finally suppressed the strangeness in his heart, and his face was still as if nothing had happened. Lu Jingyao is not a talkative person, so some social activities are naturally done by others. At this time, Assistant Lu beside him took the initiative to ask, I haven't seen Miss Su before. Is this your first time attending an auction? Su Yuyu didn't think much about it. Some things can't be disguised or concealed. She nodded. Assistant Lu looked at her boss's face and continued to inquire about the news. Miss Su, you came to this auction. Do you have any favorite collections? The first row of the auction was for important guests. There were 2 seats in total. The seats were round sofas. A round sofa can seat at least 4 people. Su Yuyu sat alone. On the small table in front of Su Yuyu was a brochure of all the collections of this auction. She also saw the Dotsai cup she provided, which was placed on the last page. I come to broaden my horizons, Su Yuyu said. Assistant Lu's eyes revealed doubt. After all, Su Yuyu's seat was better than his boss's, which showed that her financial resources were extraordinary. What do you want to take pictures of here? Is it the Dotsai Cup? Su Yuyu asked with a smile. Assistant Lu shook his head. Mr. Lu hasn't decided yet. Su Yuyu sighed in his heart that the assistants around these big shots are all shrewd people. This is obviously an excuse. Obviously, the other party is unwilling to reveal their goals. Gu Shuiying, who was sitting in the back row, watched Su Yuyu and Lu Jingyao shake hands and talk happily, and her eyes were about to spit fire. She tried her best to get closer to Mr. Lu, but failed several times. Who would have thought that Su Yuyu could chat and laugh with him so easily? She looked back at Gu Fengchuan. The eldest brother was still in shock, and it seemed that he couldn't understand why Su Yuyu was able to sit firmly in that position. Gu Shuiying's heart moved. She really wanted to be closer to Lu Jingyao, so she took the initiative to say to Gu Fengchuan, "Brother, the seat next to me is still empty. Why don't we squeeze in? The view from the front row is better." Chapter 17. Gu Fengchuan was inevitably moved when he heard this. Su Yuyu was sitting next to Lu Jingyao. There were countless people in Shanghai who wanted to get in touch with Mr. Lu, and the Gu family was no exception. Gu Fengchuan also happened to have a project recently, and he hoped to get Mr. Lu involved. The brother and sister reached an agreement in the shortest time, but Gu Shuiying was used to hiding herself behind her brother, so her steps were a little behind. Gu Fengchuan walked to Su Yuyu, and he didn't think there was anything wrong with his behavior. "Yuyu, it's a rare opportunity. We can sit together to keep in touch." Gu Fengchuan barely found an excuse. After that, he sat down next to Su Yuyu, just in the position closest to Mr. Lu. Su Yuyu looked at his action, and the doubts on her face almost solidified. "We are a family. You will come back to the Gu family sooner or later." Gu Fengchuan made his excuse. Gu Shuiying also echoed, "Sister, I will do my best to help you integrate into the Gu family." Gu Shuiying also sat down. Su Yuyu just reacted a step slower. She was not really stupid. Watching the two people talking to themselves, after sitting down, she did not make contact with her, but stared at Lu Jingyao next to her with shining eyes. "I say, are you too self-righteous?" Su Yuyu frowned and said. Gu Fengchuan turned around and said casually, "Yuyu, you are a child of the Gu family. You should know that the overall situation is the most important." Gu Shuiying also said, "Sister, I know you still hate me in your heart, but now in public, some words may cause outsiders to laugh. Sister, calm down." Perhaps because of living a new life, Su Yuyu is not as easily provoked by Gu Shuiying as in her previous life. She smiled at the brother and sister and said, "It seems that you are really very self-righteous." Under the suspicious gaze of the brother and sister, Su Yuyu still chose to call for help. She raised her voice slightly and said to the staff, "These two people are not my companions, but they took my seat. Don't you care?" The staff moved quickly and came forward immediately. "Mr. Gu, Miss Gu, your seats are in the back row. It will be very difficult for us to take other people's seats like this." Gu Fengchuan pointed at Su Yuyu and said, "She is my sister. We are a family, and we are inseparable." Su Yuyu sneered, "Your surname is Gu, and my surname is Su. How can we be a family?" After the staff's eyes circled the three people, they still made a gesture of invitation to the Gu family brothers and sisters. Gu Shuiying glanced at Lu Jingyao on the side with some embarrassment, and lowered her voice and said, "Sister, my brother has an important project to discuss with Mr. Lu. Now is really not the time for you to be willful." Gu Fengchuan also stared at Su Yuyu. He was sure that Su Yuyu would put the overall situation first. Unexpectedly, Su Yuyu's voice became louder. "Gu family? The wealthy Gu family in Shanghai? Just because your family is a so-called wealthy family, you don't have a seat in the first row, so you come to grab someone else's seat? Do you still have any shame?" The dispute in the first row had already attracted the attention of the people behind, and now Su Yuyu's voice was so loud that the whole place suddenly became quiet, and everyone looked at the Gu brothers and sisters with strange eyes. Gu Shuiying blushed with shame, and she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into on the spot. Gu Fengchuan widened his eyes, and looked at Su Yuyu in disbelief. "Are you crazy?" Gu Fengchuan questioned. He couldn't believe that this cheap sister really didn't give him any face. Su Yuyu rolled his eyes. "You are right to grab someone's seat." The staff watched the tense situation from the side, and they were really afraid that the two would fight on the spot, so they hurriedly pulled Gu Fengchuan and said in a low voice, "Mr. Gu, everyone present is a person of status. It will not be good for the Gu family if it really gets out of hand." Gu Fengchuan's original intention to take advantage of the situation was completely thwarted. While he was angry, he also had more doubts in his heart. According to his investigation, Su Yuyu grew up in an orphanage and was introverted and shy. Such a girl, in such a situation, would be silent and dare not make a scene. Su Yuyu was really different from what he imagined. Gu Shuang never thought that she would be so embarrassed. She only hated that she was wearing a dress and couldn't cover her face with her sleeves. She returned to her original seat in shame. Although she lost the opportunity to chat with Mr. Liu, she still treated Su Yuyu as her opponent like a lion trying to protect her territory, and spared no effort to stop Su Yuyu from returning to the Gu family. Is my sister angry with me? Even if she is angry with me, she can't be so disrespectful to her brother in public. Gu Shuang pretended to be indignant for Gu Fengchuan. Gu Fengchuan snorted coldly and said, "The bastard who grew up in an orphanage doesn't know what politeness and cultivation are. Compared with you, she is so much worse." Gu Shuang was relieved when she heard her brother belittle Su Yuyu, but her eyes were still fixed on the front row. Lu Jingyao saw a joke of the Gu family, but couldn't help but look at Su Yuyu twice more. What is her relationship with the Gu family? Lu Jingyao asked Assistant Lu beside him. Assistant Lu was also helpless at this time, but still acted guilty, as if reflecting on his incompetence. "Mr. Lu, I only know that this Miss Su suddenly appeared, was born in an orphanage, and recently won the lottery. The house of Thompson EP also suddenly fell into her name. The source of the money is clean, but it is unclear." Lu Jingyao didn't mean to blame Assistant Lu, but just looked at Su Yuyu twice more. After Su Yuyu sent away the flies, she continued to look through the auction brochure in front of her. Soon, with the entrance of the auction host, the auction finally started. The staff waiting on the side finally breathed a sigh of relief. There were too many problems with Su Yuyu's position, and the staff were afraid that something would happen again, affecting other guests' impression of their auction. The first item of the auction was a pink diamond necklace, with a starting price of 2 million yuan. Su Yuyu took a look, and it was indeed dazzling. But she didn't like to wear something too heavy on her neck, so she didn't mean to bid. Not only her, Lu Jingyao, who was sitting next to her, obviously didn't come for the necklace. Su Yuyu was originally waiting for the necklace to be sold, but she didn't expect to hear a familiar voice suddenly. She looked back and saw that it was Gu Fengchuan who was bidding. "Since you like it, then I buy it for you," Gu Fengchuan said to Gu Shuang beside him with a smile. Chapter 18. The Gu family siblings had just made a big fool of themselves before the auction, and Gu Fengchuan was eager to do something to restore the reputation of the Gu family. This first auction item was obviously a stage to show the power of wealth. The pink diamond necklace, which originally had a starting price of 2 million, had risen to 3 million after several rounds of not particularly enthusiastic bidding. Gu Fengchuan raised his sign without any hesitation and said, 5 million. The auctioneer's eyes lit up when he heard this. The auction house estimated the final price of this pink diamond necklace to be only 4 million, but now it has far exceeded expectations. But what the auctioneer didn't expect was still to come. As Gu Fengchuan entered the venue, Su Yuyu, who had been silent in the first row, suddenly raised his sign. 6 million. Gu Fengchuan immediately looked at Su Yuyu. He was still angry, and still felt that Su Yuyu didn't know how to show his kindness. Gu Shuang, who was standing aside, wished that Su Yuyu would go against Gu Fengchuan and hoped that their relationship would get worse and worse. "Such a beautiful necklace, since my sister likes it, why not give it to her? But can my sister really afford so much money?" Gu Shuang said this deliberately. Gu Fengchuan sneered. "It's a miracle that she can get in as an orphan. Where can she get so much money?" Gu Fengchuan was sure that Su Yuyu was a poor guy, and he quoted a new price to the auctioneer without blinking his eyes. 7 million. Su Yuyu really didn't like this pink diamond necklace, but if she had the opportunity to make things difficult for the Gu family siblings, she would definitely not miss it. 8 million. After she said this, she looked back at the Gu family siblings and gave them a provocative look. Gu Fengchuan was furious. 9 million. At this time, there were basically only the two of them bidding at the auction. After all, although this pink diamond necklace was very beautiful, it was already far overpriced. Just when Gu Fengchuan was confident that he would definitely get it at this price, Su Yuyu said lightly, 10 million. Gu Fengchuan frowned and stared at Su Yuyu in front of him, raising his voice and saying, "You bid but can't pay. Not only do you have to make up the difference, but you also have to pay the deposit and even the commission. These are not a small amount in total. Think about it before bidding. This is not a place for you to play house." Su Yuyu's voice was also loud. "Why, it's only 10 million, and the Gu family has no money now?" Even though Gu Fengchuan knew that his cheap sister was using provocation in such an occasion, and it was related to the face of the Gu family, he really had to continue bidding. 11 million. Su Yuyu didn't hesitate at all. 12 million. The brother and sister went back and forth, and soon raised the price of the pink diamond necklace to 15 million. The auctioneer's face was full of joy at this time. The higher the price at the auction, the more money he could get from the commission during the auction. 16 million, if you can bid a higher price, I won't follow you anymore, Gu Fengchuan said with a cold face. Su Yuyu felt that the premium was already high enough. Seeing that Gu Fengchuan didn't seem to be pretending when he said this, she rationally chose to stop. Gu Fengchuan thought he could take the necklace safely. But unexpectedly, another accident happened. 17 million. The person bidding was not Su Yuyu, but Lu Jingyao, who was also sitting in the first row. Lu Jingyu's sudden entry also caused whispers at the auction site. Gu Fengchuan sat in the second row, facing the gazes of people around him. He was in a dilemma for a while. If he continued to bid, he would look like a sucker. If he stopped bidding, would Lu Jingyao think that the Gu family's financial resources were limited? He was afraid that it would affect the subsequent cooperation. Brother, this is a good opportunity. Has Mr. Lu noticed you? Gu Shuang asked in a low voice. Gu Shuang naturally didn't think that Lu Jingyao was raising the price randomly. She thought that this was Lu Jingyao sending some kind of signal. Gu Fengchuan had long been blinded by his love for Gu Shuang, and he easily believed what Gu Shuang said. 18 million. Gu Fengchuan bid again. Lu Jingyao looked calm. 19 million. Gu Fengchuan gritted his teeth. 20 million. Lu Jingyao did not continue to bid, nor did he look back at the Gu brothers and sisters, but glanced at Su Yuyu again. Su Yuyu felt strange in her heart. At a certain moment, she almost thought that Lu Jingyao did these things to help her. She quickly threw this wild idea out of her mind. After all, they had only met once, so how could it have come to this point? She would not think that she had become the reincarnation of Daji just because her face turned pale now. 20 million once, 20 million twice, 20 million 3 times. Let us congratulate Mr. Number 15. As the auctioneer's hammer fell, it marked that the pink diamond necklace, with a starting price of 2 million, was finally sold to the sucker Gu Fengchuan at 10 times the price. Gu Fengchuan successfully proved the financial strength of the Gu family, but he soon stopped laughing. Because he heard someone sneer, the Gu family is still rich. After all, ordinary prodigals would not do such a thing. Gu Fengchuan thought that he could have easily won the bid with 4 million, but because Su Yuyu raised the price randomly, he had to spend so much more money. His disgust for this cheap sister increased by 3 points. Su Yuyu didn't care what Gu Fengchuan thought. A system task suddenly appeared in front of her. The task of picking up bargains has been started. Please seize the opportunity accurately. The golden pointer of this system now points to the auction table. The first auction item was auctioned vigorously, but the next 2 or 3 items seemed much more ordinary. They were all sold after 2 or 3 rounds of bidding. Now the auctioneer is introducing the 5th auction item, a yellow jade auspicious beast jade pendant, with a starting price of 3 million. According to expert appraisal, this should be a product of the Ming dynasty. The qilin is one of the spiritual animals that symbolize auspiciousness in Chinese traditional culture, symbolizing good luck, authority, and nobility. In ancient times, only high-ranking officials could not wear this jade pendant. As the auctioneer introduced the jade pendant, people began to raise their placards to bid. For antiques, its value comes from the number of antiques of the same type in existence on the one hand, and from the original owner on the other hand. In the past, the more noble the owner of the antique was, the higher the price of the antique would be. There were rich people at the scene, so there were quite a few people interested in this jade pendant. It didn't take long for the price to be raised to 8 million. 8 million for the first time, 8 million for the second time. Su Yuyu raised the sign before the auctioneer's hammer fell. 10 million. Su Yuyu raised the price by 2 million in one breath, just to kill the game in advance. But an accident happened. Gu Fengchuan, who was sitting in the back row, finally got the chance to retaliate and raise the sign to bid, 11 million. Chapter 19. Su Yuyu looked back at Gu Fengchuan and soon received a provocative look from him. Su Yuyu did not bid immediately, but waited for a while. 11 million once, 11 million twice. Following the auctioneer's words, Gu Fengchuan became anxious. After all, buying this yellow jade pendant was not what he expected. Although the Gu family was not short of money, it was obviously a loss to buy it at such a premium. Fortunately, before the auctioneer's hammer fell, Su Yuyu raised the sign again. But this time Su Yuyu's action was a little more hesitant. 12 million. After receiving the offer, the auctioneer immediately looked at Gu Fengchuan, as if he could not wait for Gu Fengchuan to bid a high price again. But Gu Fengchuan just wanted to make Su Yuyu spend more money, not to really compete with her for things. Su Yuyu was so hesitant now, and Gu Fengchuan was afraid that she would not bid again. 120 million once, 120 million twice, 120 million 3 times. Let us congratulate bidder number 0. The auctioneer said loudly. Su Yu breathed a sigh of relief when the dust settled. She actually didn't know what the jade pendant was for, but since the system wanted her to buy it, it must be very useful. Lu Jingyao on the side didn't bid for several times in a row, and kept watching quietly. Su Yu couldn't help but be curious about why the other party came. Is it for her Dotsai cup? She thought that Lu Jingyao's face looked like he was particularly rich, and he would definitely be able to bid a high price at that time. Gu Shuiying, who was sitting in the back row, kept her eyes on Su Yu and Lu Jingyao. She was shocked, thinking, could Su Yu also be interested in Mr. Lu? Is it not enough to snatch a wealthy family from her? Su Yu also wants to snatch her favorite object? This jade bracelet is quite beautiful, sister. Do you want it? Gu Fengchuan suddenly pointed to the latest auction item and asked. At this moment, Gu Shuiying saw Su Yu leaning forward slightly, as if she wanted to see the jade bracelet clearly, and mistakenly thought that Su Yu was also interested in the bracelet. This bracelet is really beautiful, I like it too, but big brother, you have already bid for a pink diamond necklace for me, otherwise you can bid for this jade bracelet, and give it to sister Yu. She seems to like it very much. Gu Shuiying said. Gu Fengchuan frowned. Didn't she just bid for a jade pendant? She doesn't seem to be very interested in our Gu family. Why bother to get close to her and make trouble? But your wrist is empty today, and you are missing this pair of jade bracelets. The jade bracelet is green, and has excellent water head. Many people are interested in it. After several rounds of bidding, the price has reached 10 million. 11 million. Gu Fengchuan raised his sign. The auctioneer's eyes lit up when he saw him. As long as Gu Fengchuan made a move, the price could at least be raised for 2 more rounds. Sure enough, Su Yu also followed suit and bid 12 million. Su Yu looked back at Gu Fengchuan, as if to say that she was determined to get this auction item. Gu Fengchuan hesitated, because after the previous 2 auctions, he was not sure whether Su Yu was deliberately raising the price or really wanted it. But seeing that Su Yu's unlucky mentality prevailed, he still raised his card, 13 million. Su Yu did not hesitate, 14 million. Gu Fengchuan also followed suit, 15 million. But this time, Su Yu did not follow suit. After all, she did not really want the pair of jade bracelets. As the auctioneer's hammer fell, Gu Fengchuan could not help but grit his teeth. He knew that he was tricked by Su Yu again. Since sister doesn't particularly want it, why do you have to raise the price? Is it just to make you, big brother, spend money in vain? Gu Shuiying pretended to be worried. Gu Fengchuan already hated Su Yu to the extreme, and said viciously, she has bad intentions. I will tell my parents everything she did today. Gu Shuiying's mouth curled up. She hoped that Su Yu would do more annoying things, so that she would never have to return to the Gu family. The auction items were sold one by one. Su Yu did not continue to bid blindly, but participated in the auction purely as a spectator. Soon, it was the last auction item, which was the Dotsai cup provided by Su Yu. This is a Dotsai coxcomb cup produced during the Chenghua period of the Ming dynasty. It was a favorite of Emperor Chenghua. I believe that most of the bidders present have heard of its reputation. After our expert appraisal, the auctioneer introduced the auction item smoothly. Many people at the scene watched the high-definition video on the big screen, and the Dotsai cup that seemed to be shining with historical light and shadow in the hands of the auctioneer. 250 million. The starting price of the Dotsai cup was 200 million. Lu Jingyao raised the price by a quarter at once. There was a whisper at the scene. Su Yu could even clearly hear someone on the chair behind her saying, Mr. Lu seems to be determined to get this Dotsai cup. Otherwise, let's not compete with him. But more people wanted to get this auction item. 260 million. 270 million. 300 million. Soon, the price of this Dotsai cup exceeded the last auction price. Su Yu watched the bid price rise nervously. Lu Jingyao was keenly aware of her abnormality, and gave Assistant Lu a look. Assistant Lu came to Su Yu and whispered, I haven't seen Miss Su make a move. You don't seem to be interested in this auction item? Su Yu was still thinking that she shouldn't be too interested. After all, the higher the price, the more money she would get. My family is poor, and I can't afford it, Su Yu said casually. Assistant Lu couldn't help laughing, and even Lu Jingyao's mouth corners rose slightly. Miss Su, you're joking, but to be honest, most people here are here for this Dotsai cup, Assistant Lu said. Su Yu was excited. The Dots cup seemed to be in better market than she expected. She hesitated and said, then I hope your boss can win this auction item. I won't compete with him. 320 million. Su Yuyu was naturally very familiar with the voice of the sudden offer. It was her cheap elder brother. Gu Fengchuan felt a little sorry. Su Yuyu didn't look back after she quoted the price. She thought that if she knew how rich the Gu family was, she would definitely regret her neglectful attitude. However, Gu Fengchuan's glory did not last long. Lu Jingyao next to Su Yuyu raised the sign without changing his expression. 400 million. He raised the bid price by 80 million in one breath. The auction venue was quiet for half a minute. The auctioneer kept delaying, and finally had to speak. 400 million at a time. 420 million. The person who raised the bid again was Gu Fengchuan. This time, in order to bid for the Dosai Cup, the reserve price given to him by Gu's father before he left was 500 million. The Gu family had a great use for the Dosai Cup. Chapter 20. As Gu Fengchuan bid again, those who were originally hesitant also seemed to be reminded and began to bid again. 450 million. 500 million. The price gradually approached Gu Fengchuan's reserve price. But the bidding continued. Su Yuyu was so happy that she almost fainted. She wished that these people would fight as fiercely as possible. Lu Jingyao raised his sign again. 600 million. The whole audience was silent. His move of directly raising the price by 100 million made the people at the scene completely stop thinking about competing. Lu Jingyao is a famous cash king in Shanghai. Unlike other wealthy people who may have tight cash flow, the Lu family has never lacked money. 600 million once, 600 million twice, 600 million 3 times. Let us congratulate the number one bidder. The auctioneer said loudly. Su Yuyu couldn't help but start calculating the funds she had in hand. After this business was completed, after deducting commissions and taxes, she would have more than 500 million in hand. The auction ended, and the others gradually left. The successful bidders went to pay the fees and receive their auction results under the guidance of the staff. Mr. Lu likes this Dosai Cup very much? Su Yuyu asked with a smile. Lu Jingyao had a hunch that this Dosai Cup and Su Yuyu were inextricably linked. Ms. Su surprised me. I thought you would be my toughest competitor for this Dosai Cup. Lu Jingyao said. Su Yuyu shook her head gently. My appreciation of art is limited. I really don't understand why you are willing to spend such a high price to buy a cup. Lu Jingyao said. Antiques have traces of time, and the brilliance given by the years is invisible on modern products. Su Yuyu also played with the Dosai Cup for a long time, but she could only see that it was more vivid and lively than the imitation, but she couldn't see more content. At this time, she only felt that the money of this group of rich people was like printed by a printing press. 600 million yuan was taken at will, and it was easier to get than paper. Gu Fengchuan took 2 quick steps to catch up with the two of them, and said to Lu Jingyao, if I had known that Mr. Lu was determined to win the Dosai Cup, I should not have bid with you. Gu Fengchuan's words were of course polite. He was not polite in the previous auction, and now he said this just to show off in front of Lu Jingyao. Lu Jingyao only said one sentence. In the auction, everyone depends on their ability. He was unwilling to say anything more, but instead quickened his pace. How could Gu Fengchuan not see the other party's evasive attitude? He turned around and questioned Su Yuyu. Did you say bad things about me to Mr. Lu? Su Yuyu felt that a big pot was suddenly put on him. He looked him up and down and said, do I need to say bad things about this? You look very annoying to begin with. Gu Fengchuan was so angry that his nose was about to be crooked. Su Yuyu quietly stretched out a foot, and Gu Fengchuan was caught off guard and fell forward. If it weren't for the people around him, who helped him in time, he would have fallen. Su Yuyu! Gu Fengchuan shouted angrily. Su Yuyu didn't think her behavior was childish at all, but turned back and gave him a grimace. Su Yuyu, don't smile so proudly now. I won't help you if you can't pay the money later, Gu Fengchuan said. Gu Fengchuan really didn't think Su Yuyu could pay 12 million to buy the yellow jade pendant. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Gu Shuang's words made sense. Su Yuyu must have thought that he would pay for her. However, when paying the bill, Su Yuyu casually took out the bank card, and it showed that the card was swiped successfully in a few seconds. Gu Fengchuan widened his eyes, but kept thinking that it was impossible. As an orphan, where did you get so much money? Did you do something shameful? Gu Fengchuan's words were not finished yet. Pa! Su Yuyu slapped him hard on the face. Keep your mouth clean, don't be dirty yourself, and then think everything is dirty. Gu Fengchuan looked at Su Yuyu in disbelief. The previous incident in the rental house could be said to be Su Yuyu's overreaction, but now he can be sure that Su Yuyu just wants to hit him. How dare you hit me, you uneducated orphan? Su Yuyu slapped him again. Yes, I am an orphan with dead parents and dead brothers, Su Yuyu said loudly. There were whispers around, but Su Yuyu didn't care. She watched Gu Fengchuan's face turn red, white, and green at this moment, and his expression changed like a palette. If you have the guts, just say it out loud. Why don't I have any education? Su Yuyu said. Gu Fengchuan was speechless. After slapping him twice, Su Yuyu was not afraid that he would call the police. After all, such a thing would only make the Gu family more embarrassed if it got out, and Su Yuyu was not afraid of being detained for a few days. After paying the money, Gu Fengchuan left in disgrace, and glared at Su Yuyu fiercely before leaving. Miss Su, goodbye. After Lu Jingyao got the Dosai cup, he nodded and said goodbye to Su Yuyu, and did not comment on the conflict between her and Gu Fengchuan. Excellent. This is the first time I've seen Gu Fengchuan suffer such a big loss. I've long been fed up with him. He's always been so arrogant, as if others owe him something. A young man in a pink suit came up to Su Yuyu and said. Su Yuyu recognized this man. His name was Ai Hui. He was also very famous in the circle in his previous life, not because of his family background or ability, but because he was just a troublemaker. No matter if there is any benefit or not, he will get involved. Su Yuyu took a cautious step back. Thank you for the compliment. Little sister, I haven't seen you before. Whose daughter are you? Ai Hui asked with a smile. Su Yuyu didn't want to have too much interaction with him, so she said directly, I'm not a rich girl, I'm a canary. Su Yuyu thought that Ai Hui would give up the idea of coming over after hearing this, but she didn't expect Ai Hui to go a step further. How much money does your sponsor give you every month? I pay double, and you don't have to sleep with me, just play with me. I like to see these fake people in the circle get angry and jump up and down. Su Yuyu raised her eyebrows. She didn't expect that he was still a crazy person. She shook her head and said, I will be loyal to my sponsor until death. Ai Hui looked at Su Yuyu with regret. Little sister, it costs money to talk about love. You are really too young. But this did give up his idea of continuing to pester Su Yuyu. Su Yuyu waited until all the bidders had left before she went to get her own money. Soon, there was a payment message on her mobile bank card. Card with last number 4759 received 552 million yuan in mobile banking at 11:46 on June 10th, with a balance of 686,888,117 yuan. Su Yuyu looked at these numbers and felt that nothing could make her feel more secure than them. Chapter 21. Su Yuyu had just returned home with the abundant bank account and the yellow jade unicorn jade pendant when the system prompt was refreshed in front of her. Congratulations to the host, you have completed the system task and received the reward, Master Level English Proficiency. Su Yuyu raised her eyebrows when she saw the reward. The system would not give some useless rewards for no reason. Could it be that her next task was abroad? That's why it helped her solve the language barrier in advance. The abundant bank account also brought great changes to Su Yuyu. The first person who discovered the change in Su Yuyu's status was Ouyang. Su Yuyu used to be very generous in making payments, and now she is even more generous. The short drama was basically not promoted on the video website, but Su Yuyu suddenly allocated 5 million to him, specifically for publicity. Ouyang was even a little overwhelmed with the money. I can't spend it all. I can't spend it all. He even wanted to return the money to Su Yuyu. Su Yuyu is now rich, and 5 million is just like 500 yuan to her. She glared and said, you don't have this ability. Do you still want to make TV dramas and movies in the future? Ouyang left with his wallet, and neck shrunk. In a blink of an eye, it was the day when Song Jibai was going to take his mother abroad. Dr. Wang, who had been in charge of Song's mother's condition, made a small suggestion after learning that they were going abroad. The patient's condition is unstable. If you can take a private plane abroad and hire a few professional medical staff to accompany you, it will be great. Dr. Wang said this to Song Jibai. Song Jibai felt that his mother's ability to go abroad for treatment was all thanks to Su Yuyu's help. He didn't dare to ask for more. He didn't intend to say this originally, and prepared to pay more attention when he accompanied her. However, these words happened to be heard by Su Fang, who was delivering food to the hospital, and turned around and told Su Yuyu. Sister Su, this is all thanks to you. You did a good job. I have to thank you. Hearing Su Yuyu say this, Su Fang showed a trace of embarrassment on her face. Boss, I just happened to hear this. I thought you value Mr. Song very much, so I said this. Please don't think I'm annoying. Su Yuyu's salary is very high, and Su Fang tried her best to make her boss happy. Since Su Yuyu has signed Song Jibai, she knows Song Jibai's ability to make money better than anyone else. Now that he is weak, she will naturally do everything to the extreme. In the future, he will be grateful, and may be willing to work for her for the rest of his life. As the day of going abroad approaches, the system suddenly refreshes a new task prompt. The task of picking up leaks has been opened. Please arrive at the designated location as soon as possible. This time the system prompt is more abstract, because although the system instructions are very clear, the location it points to is a certain place on the globe in the study. It happens to be Song Jibai's destination, New York, USA. Su Yuyu is glad that she and Song Jibai and his group applied for passports and US visas almost at the same time, otherwise she would still be anxious in China. However, out of caution, Su Yuyu turned the globe twice more, and the system indicator still pointed steadily to New York, USA on the map. She even smashed the globe open, fearing that there was still treasure hidden inside, but unfortunately, she had no choice but to go abroad this time. Su Yuyu had not said before that she would accompany Song Jibai to go abroad, and suddenly appeared at the airport, which made Song Jibai alert instantly, and his whole body tensed up. Su Yuyu secretly said in her heart that it was bad. She had done well enough. She went out with him, and in a foreign country, I was afraid that Song Jibai's little brain would think about it again. On the contrary, Song's mother looked at Su Yuyu with gratitude. She was a bookish woman, and perhaps because of the pain, she looked extremely haggard at this time. Miss Su, you have done enough for our family. In fact, there is no need to accompany us to go abroad, Song's mother said. Su Yuyu glanced at Song Jibai and said, I have to go abroad for something, and our destinations happen to be the same. Song Jibai was not completely relieved after hearing this. But Song's mother seemed to be unaware of how attractive her son's extremely broken beautiful face was to others, and she never looked at Su Yuyu with suspicion. At this time, she patted Song Jibai's hand and said, Miss Su is going to New York for business. If you need any help, just ask Jibai, and don't be polite to him. Su Yuyu nodded casually. In order to prevent Song Jibai from continuing to be on guard as if he was going to the battlefield, she did not accompany them all the time, but went to the audiovisual room next door. Su Yuyu listened to the doctor's advice, found a channel to rent a private plane, and brought several medical staff and specially hired bodyguards. At first, she also asked the agent about the price of the private plane. But after getting the quote, she quickly gave up the idea of buying a private plane. Even this trip was not cheap, and the one-way flight cost more than 1 million. This flight takes nearly 15 hours on the plane, and Song Jibai was very alert for the first 2 hours after getting on the plane. But as time passed, Su Yuyu hardly appeared in front of him, and gradually, his vigilance was put away. Su Yuyu was very comfortable in the audiovisual room. The plane had in-flight Wi-Fi, and the audiovisual room also stored a large number of film and television resources. She didn't feel bored at all, and even asked the service staff to send her meals in. When the plane landed, Su Yuyu still felt unsatisfied. Song's mother left the plane with the help of medical staff, and a professional ambulance was waiting for her outside the airport. Su Yuyu explained, this flight is too long. I'm afraid there will be any accidents on the way, so I booked an ambulance in advance. Fortunately, my aunt didn't feel much discomfort. Jibai, don't blame me for spending more money. Su Yuyu said this because every expense spent on Song's mother now will be deducted from Song Jibai in the future. Song Jibai shook his head and wanted to say a few words of thanks, but he didn't say it in the end. Song's mother didn't know her son's little awkwardness. She held Su Yuyu's hand and thanked him again and again. Su Yuyu had already contacted local medical escorts in the United States before going abroad. Of course, the price of 2 escorts, who can speak fluent Chinese, is naturally high. I have to go to do my own things, so I won't accompany you. Su Yuyu waved to the mother and son neatly, turned around and got on another car that came to pick them up. What Su Yuyu didn't know was that after the Song family mother and son got on the ambulance, Song's mother suddenly put away her smile and asked her son, Jibai, you seem to be very defensive against Miss Su. Chapter 22. Song Jibai's smile faded after hearing this. Mom, I remember you told me that if someone is too nice to you, he is either a traitor or a thief. Song Jibai said. Mother Song shook her head gently. Miss Su is not that kind of person. She has very clean eyes. Song Jibai was stunned when she heard this. Mother Song continued, Are you lying to me? You didn't sign the agency contract? Song Jibai shook his head quickly. Mom, the contract is written in black and white, but I feel uneasy. Mother Song shook her head and said, Since it's here, make the best of it. Miss Su is not a bad person. You used to think that Dad was not a bad person. Song Jibai blurted out. Mother Song's face suddenly showed sadness. Song Jibai quickly grabbed her hand. Mom, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have mentioned him. Mother Song held her son's hand. Don't be afraid to trust others, because you trusted others wrongly. Miss Su is really good. Don't hurt the people who really treat you well because of your failure. Song Jibai's heart trembled. He recalled that he had been deliberately avoiding Su Yuyu during this period of time. He was very cautious every time they met. Could it be that Su Yuyu was sad because of this? Su Yuyu did not go back to the hotel directly in this special car, but urged the driver to drive the car through the streets of New York City. There were 2 bodyguards sitting in the car with her. Both of them were muscular and looked difficult to mess with. After all, this country is famous for its freedom. There have been shootings during the new year. Su Yuyu wants to make money, but she cares more about her life. Miss Su, where are you going? The driver asked in a strange Mandarin. Su Yuyu frowned slightly, but still did not reveal her proficiency in English, and responded in Mandarin, strolling. The driver frowned. His Chinese was not very good, and he had to struggle to understand Su Yuyu's instructions every time, and even took the wrong road several times. After driving through the city for nearly an hour, the car finally arrived at the destination. Chinatown. Su Yuyu didn't expect the system's instructions to be here. The driver's face showed understanding. Ms. Su, you said you wanted to come here a long time ago, but I didn't expect that you actually know New York City so well that you can find it without navigation. It's like a living map. Su Yuyu's smile was stiff. She didn't know how to get to Chinatown. She just followed the system's instructions. The driver stayed where he was and waited. Su Yuyu took 2 bodyguards into Chinatown and walked along the long street to the end. Beauty, it's time for dinner. You can come to my house for dinner. It's authentic Chinese food. The owner of a restaurant at the end of Chinatown saw them with bright eyes. Su Yuyu glanced at the empty restaurant behind the other party, and the dirty dining environment that could be seen with the naked eye. She didn't want to go in. But the system's instructions pointed steadily to this fly restaurant at this time. She walked in with 2 bodyguards, not knowing what they were thinking. After all, Su Yuyu didn't even bother to adjust to the jet lag after getting off the plane, and ran to this restaurant to eat, which made them wonder how delicious the food here was, which made Su Yuyu rush to fly here. The restaurant owner didn't expect Su Yuyu to actually come in. He continued to greet her in Mandarin, with a strong dialect accent. Beauty, you are right to come in. My family cooks authentic Minnan cuisine, which can't be eaten anywhere else in New York. All the Minnan students in New York City like to come to my house to eat. Su Yuyu looked around. This restaurant area can accommodate more than 10 people for dining, but during the prime dining time, there are only 3 guests. She is very suspicious of the boss's words. Boss, please give me 1 portion of your signature dishes. Su Yuyu said with a rich and generous voice. 2 bodyguards followed her on a trip abroad, and they couldn't let her go hungry. The restaurant owner's eyes lit up amazingly. Beauty, don't worry, I guarantee you will never forget it after tasting it. Su Yuyu nodded casually. Although this restaurant is not particularly large, in addition to the owner, there is also a chef. Beauty, are you here to study or travel? The boss asked with a smile. Su Yuyu hesitated and said, travel. The boss immediately became excited. Since it's travel, have you hired a tour guide? Let me tell you, there is a popular saying in the overseas Chinese circle, when fellow villagers meet, they will cheat you without negotiation. You must open your eyes, and don't be deceived by their own people. When Su Yuyu heard this, she couldn't help but suspect that the other party was introducing himself. Sure enough, the boss continued, I have been in the United States for more than 10 years. I am like a local tyrant. If you want to find a tour guide, I will introduce you to a very good one. Su Yuyu didn't want him to continue this topic, but smiled awkwardly and said nonsense. The tour guide has been hired. It is my cousin who is studying in the United States. The boss was full of regret when he heard this, and asked again, have you booked a place to stay? I know a fellow villager who runs a hotel. Su Yuyu immediately said, I will stay at Anmin. The boss opened his mouth slightly. The cheapest room type of Anmin hotel costs $2,000 a night. He looked at Su Yuyu seriously at this time. The more he looked at her, the more he felt that Su Yuyu was shining with gold all over. He glanced at the menu that had just been arranged for the kitchen and silently added a few dishes to it. Miss Su, did you just get off the plane? The boss asked dryly. Su Yuyu nodded. The boss suddenly couldn't figure it out. He and the 2 bodyguards had the same doubts. There are so many luxury hotels and high-end Western restaurants in New York. Why did Su Yuyu come here? Su Yuyu deliberately showed a confused look. I had an appointment to meet someone in Chinatown, but I waited for a long time and no one came. I walked around casually, and only you invited me in. I thought since we are from the same hometown, I should come in and sit down. Hearing this, the boss couldn't help showing a little joy on his face. At this time, he had a basic judgment of Su Yuyu in his heart. young, rich, and shameless. If he didn't kill such a person, he would really slap himself in the face when he thought about it in the middle of the night. It's a pity that the boss couldn't think of any reason to cheat Suyuyu. Suyuyu quietly watched the boss's face change constantly. She felt that the time was almost right, and her eyes fell on the altar in the corner of the restaurant. "Is that statue Guangong?" Suyuyu asked. The boss nodded without thinking too much. Suyuyu continued, "I don't know why, but when I see the ceramic statue of Guangong in a foreign country, I always feel particularly close to him, and my heart is at peace." The boss suddenly perked up. "This Guangong statue was passed down to me by my grandfather. It came here from my hometown across the ocean, and it is very effective." Chapter 23. When the boss said this, he didn't blush or feel nervous in order to ask for a high price. In fact, the Guangong statue was already here when he took over the store. It was left by the previous boss. Because Chinese people seem to have a special feeling for Guangong, the boss didn't dare to deal with the Guangong statue, but still placed it on the incense table for worship. Suyuyu looked at him in surprise and said, "Aren't you from southern Fujian? Why did you bring the Guangong statue across the ocean instead of Mazu?" The boss has a strong southern Fujian accent, and his origin cannot be concealed. When he heard Suyuyu ask this, a trace of guilt flashed across his face, but he quickly said, "There is no way. The statue of Guandi, not the statue of Mazu, was handed down from our ancestors." Suyuyu seemed to believe what he said, and quickly said, "You, a southern Fujianese, brought the Guangong statue out, but I, a Yunqing person, forgot it. Lord Guangong's ancestral home is Yunqing, Shanxi." Hearing Suyuyu say this, the boss's eyes lit up. "Beauty, if you really want it, I can also give it up." The boss's business has not been very good since he took over the store. It's rare to meet a rich man, so naturally he can make as much money as he can. Besides, his Guangong statue was free, so he naturally wouldn't cherish it. Suyuyu's face showed a heartbeat, and after hesitating for a moment, he said, "In this case, I am willing to pay $200. The boss rolled his eyes, but still shook his head. "I brought this from China across the ocean. It's passed down from our ancestors. Maybe it's some kind of cultural relic." Suyuyu asked, "Then how much do you want?" The boss stretched out a finger. $1,000? Suyuyu asked. The boss knew that he would pay back the money on the spot if he asked for a sky-high price, and said loudly, $1 million. After all, this is a treasure passed down from my ancestors. If I sell it cheaply, I'm afraid that my ancestors will come to my dreams in the middle of the night to scold me." Suyuyu said directly, "Forget it, I wait until I finish eating and go to other stores to have a look." The boss was anxious. "Beautiful lady, don't worry, the price can still be negotiated." Suyuyu seemed to have really given up on this deal, and said, "Let's eat first, I'm really hungry. Why hasn't a single dish been served for so long?" It was rare for the boss to meet a sucker who wanted to buy something from the store, and it was something he got for free, so naturally, he was reluctant to let the person go. "Don't worry, beautiful lady, I go to the kitchen and urge him." Not long after, the boss came out with 2 plates of food. Suyuyu stretched out her chopsticks to taste a bite, and her face was almost wrinkled. She finally understood why this store had such a bad business. In addition to the poor location of the store, the craftsmanship of the store was also a big problem. She had lived too well these days, and she really didn't want to wrong herself. However, the 2 bodyguards were both veterans, and they were not picky eaters at all. Even if the food was hard to swallow, they could eat it one bite after another on an empty stomach. The boss looked at Suyuyu's unwillingness to continue eating, and he was more and more sure that Suyuyu was rich. After all, she was not a rich lady, and she would not spoil herself so much. "Beauty, if you think 1 million is too much, then give me a discount, 500,000. The boss took the initiative to say. Suyuyu frowned. 50% discount is not worth it. I think the price of $10,000 is too expensive. The boss was waiting for Suyuyu to make an offer, and immediately said, 10,000 is 10,000. Let's trade now. The 2 bodyguards who were eating hard looked up in surprise when they heard this. They were responsible for protecting Suyuyu's safety when they went abroad this time, and they didn't know whether they should take action if the customer was defrauded. Suyuyu had set up a persona that couldn't wipe away her face from the beginning. When she heard this, she really showed a hint of embarrassment on her face. The boss continued to add fuel to the fire. Beauty, you can see that you are not short of money. You won't come to tease me for no reason. If you really want to buy this Guangong statue, I treat you to a meal, just as if we were making friends. Suyuyu's eyes wandered, but in the end, as if she had made up her mind, she said, okay, we're all from the same hometown, so I just consider it as supporting your business. The boss's meal cost only a few $dozen, and he made tens of thousands of dollars in a flash. His smiling face almost turned into an old chrysanthemum. After finishing the meal, Su Yu spent most of the cash on her. When she came out, she was still hungry, but she was holding a statue of Guangdong tightly in her arms. After she hurriedly got on the special car waiting at the street corner, she had time to look at the statue of Guangdong. The Guangdong statue is mainly green, with an oblong head, wearing a wide robe, and wearing cloud-shaped boots, which looks very imposing. It's just that because it has not been properly worshipped, a layer of dust has fallen on the Guangdong statue. Su Yu carefully wiped the dust clean at this time, and the whole Guangdong statue suddenly seemed to light up. "Boss, is this valuable?" the bodyguard suddenly asked. Su Yu was about to answer, and then shook his head as if he had thought of something. "It's not a question of whether it is valuable or not, but I feel at ease with this Guangdong statue next to me." She finally used the same rhetoric to get rid of the bodyguard. When the bodyguard heard this, he only sighed in his heart that rich people have many tricks, and did not continue to ask. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of picking up leaks and receiving the reward. Primary porcelain identification technique. Su Yu only felt warm all over, and then it seemed that something more happened in her mind. She lowered her head and looked at the statue of Guangdong in front of her, and she could see a lot of information in an instant. Only then did she know that this statue of Guangdong was made from Longquan Celadon, and it was produced in the Song dynasty when Longquan Celadon was at its peak. Longquan Celadon originated in the Wei and Jin dynasties, developed in the Tang dynasty, flourished in the Song dynasty, and declined in the Ming dynasty. There are not many Song dynasty Longquan Celadon wares in existence today, and this one is considered a pearl in the ocean. More importantly, this statue of Guangdong has an extraordinary origin. Su Yu glanced at the base of the Guangdong statue, on which 6 small characters were written in iron red material. Xian de rewards Fang Zhou. After receiving the system reward. Before, Su Yu didn't understand what this line of words meant at all, but now she can see it clearly. It's as if her brain suddenly knows a lot of historical knowledge. The 2 words reward are not used by everyone. Only the emperor can let the craftsman write these 2 words on porcelain. Qiande is the reign title used by Emperor Taizu of Song dynasty, and there was a person living in Fangzhou during Emperor Taizu's reign. Chai Zongquan. Emperor Taizu of Song dynasty put on the yellow robe in the Qinqiao mutiny. The country he seized came from the young Emperor Chai Zongquan, but after he took the throne, Emperor Taizu of Song dynasty did not kill Chai Zongquan, but made him the king of Zheng and settled Chai Zongquan and his mother in Fangzhou. After knowing this history, this statue of Guangdong seemed to have more meaning of knocking. On the one hand, Su Yu sympathized with the little emperor of the Chai family who had his country taken away, but on the other hand, she was inevitably ecstatic. I've made a fortune again. Chapter 24. The car drove smoothly into the Aman Hotel. Su Yu thought of the tasteless meal she had just eaten in Chinatown, and she couldn't wait to ask the senior chef to make her a good meal. She entered the hotel lobby holding the Guangdong statue, and after telling the front desk about her needs, she immediately met a familiar face before entering the elevator. "Miss Su." Assistant Lu shouted excitedly. In a foreign country, it is always easy to make people happy to meet acquaintances. Su Yu glanced at Lu Jingyao next to Assistant Lu. "Are you going abroad to discuss business?" Lu Jingyao looked like a cold and domineering president again, and didn't say much. Assistant Lu chattered. "Yes, Mr. Lu and I just arrived here yesterday, but I didn't see Miss Su before." "I just arrived today," Su Yu replied. Lu Jingyao coughed lightly, interrupting what Assistant Lu was about to say. Assistant Lu quickly said goodbye to Su Yu. "Miss Su, we have something else to do, so we leave first. I wish you a happy trip abroad." Su Yu waved at him, and didn't take this episode to heart. After getting on the elevator, Su Yu entered the hotel room she had booked early in the morning, carefully wrapped the Guangdong statue with clothes, and put it in the password box, and she was completely relieved. After a long flight, she was really tired. Just after taking a shower, the hotel had already set up the exquisite dishes. After eating, Su Yu slept for 10 hours in a row. When she woke up, she saw the message Song Jibai sent her. Song's mother had just entered the operating room. Su Yu ordered a meal first, and then thought of Song Jibai and his mother, who had depended on each other for many years. He was afraid that his mother would be uneasy in the operating room. "I am really a hard-working person. Song Jibai, you have to make money for me as soon as possible." After Su Yu muttered something, she asked the driver to drive. The destination is of course not New York First People's Hospital, but New York Presbyterian Hospital. It was still morning when she arrived at the hospital. Song Jibai was sitting alone outside the operating room, looking extremely helpless, like a rose swaying in the wind and rain. "Why are you waiting here alone?" Su Yu asked. Song Jibai looked up when he heard the voice, and his eyes lit up when he saw Su Yu. He shook his head. "I'm not used to strangers." Su Yu looked at his panic-stricken appearance, sat down beside him helplessly, and comforted him. "It's okay, this is the best medical team. Your mother will definitely be fine." Even though Song Jibai knew that what Su Yu said made sense, he couldn't help but worry when his mother, who had depended on him for many years, entered the operating room. She has always been very strong. I never thought she would fall. She would get sick," Song Jibai said intermittently. Su Yu had long seen that Song Jibai and his mother had a special relationship. She actually envied Song Jibai. Even though they were from a single-parent family, at least his mother loved him wholeheartedly. She also knew that Song Jibai now should not need a responder. Su Yu perfectly played the role of a patient listener. As Song Jibai told her story, the picture of the boy's growth gradually emerged in front of her eyes. She is a very strong person. She always works very hard, and has never made a mistake for decades. No matter how many bad things she encounters outside, she will not vent her anger on me. Song Jibai couldn't help choking up again. After a long time, Su Yu said with envy, "You have a very good mother." Song Jibai nodded vigorously. "She always taught me to be an honest person. She has outstanding workability, and has countless opportunities to be promoted, but she doesn't play tricks like others, so she is still an ordinary employee. She has always taught me to be an honest person, and not to do crooked things." Hearing this, Su Yu couldn't help but think, in addition to the inconsolable pain after his mother's death, was Song Jibai's death in his previous life also because he had experienced some things he couldn't face in the entertainment industry? After all, the man in front of Su Yu had eyes as clear as glass, so clean and simple that one could see his mind at a glance. Such a clear and elegant person, once stained with dust, would easily get stuck in a dead end. In front of Song Jibai, Su Yu put on a lady's glove, and then held Song Jibai's hand. "Don't worry, good people will have good luck. Your mother will definitely be able to succeed in the operation." Perhaps because Su Yu's gloves looked particularly bright and neat, Song Jibai actually let her hold his hand. In the past, when he was in a luxury store, there were always female customers who took the opportunity to take advantage of him, and he didn't feel very disgusted in his heart. Now he didn't reject Su Yu at all, and even nodded vigorously under the comfort of the other party. Time passed by little by little. 3 hours had passed since Su Yu came here, and the door of the operating room finally opened. Su Yu and Song Jibai both stood up immediately. The doctor nodded to the two of them, and said with a tired face, "The operation was very successful, but it still needs to be observed for 24 hours. The doctor spoke too quickly, but Song Jibai still vaguely heard the word successful, but he looked at Su Yu beside him with a look of help. Su Yu thanked the doctor for him, and then smiled and said to Song Jibai, "The doctor said the operation was very successful. I told you that your mother would be fine." Song Jibai was excited, and couldn't help hugging Su Yu. Su Yu's hands hung at her side, and even though she smelled the pleasant ebony scent on Song Jibai, she didn't hug him back. Song Jibai was happy for a long time before he realized what he had done. He took a step back with a red face. "Sorry. I'm so happy." He was always on guard against Su Yu's unspoken rule, but he didn't expect that he would take the initiative in the most intimate moment. Su Yu patted the beautiful boy's shoulder with her gloved hand. "The doctor said that you need to observe for 24 hours. You can't relax." After Su Yu confirmed that Song's mother was fine, she didn't stay in the hospital for long, but took a car back to the hotel. It was not easy to go abroad, and she also wanted to have a good time abroad. She didn't know how long the task of picking up leaks would take before. Now that the task was completed and the operation was successful, she could reward herself well. As soon as she entered the hotel, she saw Assistant Liu, who was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot, in the lobby on the first floor. As soon as she saw Su Yu, Assistant Liu walked over quickly. "Miss Su, I finally met you. I need your help in an emergency." Chapter 25. Su Yu took a step back immediately. Her avoidance made Assistant Liu look hurt. "What can I do for you? Tell me first," Su Yu said. "Our President Liu will attend a dinner tonight, and must have a female companion." Su Yu frowned when she heard this. She had no bad feelings towards Liu Jingyao. He had a good hand when he appeared. He had a good family background, was handsome, and had a successful career at a young age. But she just felt very strange because she didn't know Lu Jingyao in her previous life. Gu Shuang almost glued her eyes to him at the auction. According to Su Yuyu's status in the Lu family in her previous life, the Gu family would not let her contact Lu Jingyao, but it made no sense that she had never heard of him. Thinking of Gu Shuang's husband in her previous life, who was also surnamed Lu, it was said that he was a branch of the Lu family. Because the young master of the main family died unexpectedly, he was lucky enough to be adopted by the main branch and inherited the huge property of the Lu family. Su Yuyu couldn't help but wonder, could Lu Jingyao be the unlucky guy who died early? When she thought of this, she was more afraid to contact Lu Jingyao. After all, she was afraid that if he encountered something in the United States, she would also be implicated. Assistant Lu, if there is no female companion, then don't bring it. I believe no one will dare to blame Mr. Lu for this. Su Yuyu smiled and refused. Assistant Lu looked at Su Yuyu in disbelief. With the face of his boss, he could hardly imagine that there would be a girl who would refuse him. Miss Su, we really have a compelling reason. If the gentleman does not have a female companion at this banquet tonight, there will be big trouble. Assistant Lu said with a bitter face. Su Yuyu smiled and shook her head, saying, how about you go to a nearby university and find a female foreign student? Assistant Lu was still anxious and angry when he heard this. Miss Su, I have tried it, but people thought I was joking and called me old-fashioned. They said that the domineering CO novels are not written like this now. Su Yuyu couldn't help laughing, feeling that the mouths of foreign students were quite poisonous. Then let your Mr. Lu pretend to be sick and just don't go. Su Yuyu said. Assistant Lu shook his head. The organizer invited me 3 times and 4 times, and my husband agreed early on. There are still some details of the cooperation waiting to be confirmed at the banquet. Su Yuyu frowned slightly. What cooperation can't be explained clearly in the conference room, and you have to go to the banquet to talk about it? Assistant Lu's eyes flashed with embarrassment. Business secrets. Su Yuyu raised an eyebrow. Since it is a business secret, you can't take me there. Assistant Lu was embarrassed. Seeing that Su Yuyu was not moved, he could only lower his voice and said, the daughter of the partner has a deep affection for Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu has repeatedly refused, but the other party has been pestering him. Mr. Lu doesn't want to pay attention to her, but the cooperation has not been finalized yet. Su Yuyu understood immediately, but she and Lu Jingyao didn't have much friendship. Even if she understood, she didn't want to put herself in danger. Promise him. The prompt that suddenly popped up in the system made Su Yuyu's eyes condense. What are the chances of picking up leaks at this dinner? Su Yuyu asked the system in her heart. The system quickly gave her a positive answer and told Su Yuyu that this dinner was of a very high level and ordinary people could not enter. Assistant Lu was still begging, and Su Yuyu did not postpone it any longer, but said, I didn't bring an evening dress, and I'm afraid I can't find a professional makeup team for a while. Assistant Lu was immediately delighted when he heard this, showing his professional qualities as a senior assistant. Ms. Su, don't worry, we have prepared these in advance, and we just need someone. Su Yuyu was quickly taken by Assistant Lu to a high-end private studio next to the hotel, where a makeup artist with a Chinese face was waiting. Halfway through the makeup, several high-end brands sent dresses over, and Su Yuyu casually picked a wine-red dress with thin straps. With the lazy and fluffy hair specially made by the stylist, the whole person is so beautiful that she can glow, as if she can walk on the red carpet in the next second. Assistant Lu came over with a jewelry box to urge her. When he saw Su Yuyu coming out, he couldn't help but breathe lightly. This is too beautiful. Now we can go, Su Yuyu said. Assistant Lu opened the jewelry box, revealing the sparkling blue gems inside under the flickering lights. This is a necklace dominated by sapphires. The main stone looks like it has only one word for impact: big. After Su Yuyu put on the necklace with the help of the stylist, she felt that her neck seemed to be pulled down. This is too heavy, Su Yuyu couldn't help but say. Assistant Lu touched his nose. You have to wear this necklace tonight. Mr. Lu said that this is his gift to thank you for saving the situation. Su Yuyu heard this and immediately felt full of strength. This level of jewelry, a necklace is estimated to cost tens of millions. She remembered that in her previous life, Gu Shuang seemed to have a similar necklace, which was usually kept in a safe and only worn on important occasions. Mr. Lu is so polite. I'm not helping you for this necklace, but purely because I'm a helpful person. Su Yuyu smiled like a flower. Assistant Lu's mouth twitched. If Su Yuyu's smile was not so obvious, he might really believe it. Su Yuyu even suspected that this necklace was the one she was looking for tonight, but she had already worn it, so why didn't the system show any relevant prompts? Lu Jingyao sat in the car with his eyes closed, and suddenly heard a breath coming from his ear. Ms. Su. Lu Jingyao heard the driver's surprised voice. He opened his eyes and looked out of the car. People came and went behind Su Yuyu, but everyone's eyes were focused on her. In the crowd, she was like a bright moonlight, and her whole person was so beautiful that she was glowing. Lu Jingyao suddenly felt unhappy, as if his treasure was coveted by others, but he quickly shook his head. He had nothing to do with Su Yuyu, so he shouldn't have such an inexplicable possessive desire. Seeing Su Yuyu's hand always unconsciously touching the sapphire necklace, Lu Jingyao felt disappointed. Jewelry is given to beauties, but he wants to see beauties treat jewelry as ordinary things. He looked at Su Yuyu's slightly mercenary little action, and felt that it was a pity for the other party's beautiful face like the bright moon. A good beauty seemed to have become vulgar. Assistant Lu was like a little eunuch serving beside the ancient concubines. He diligently opened the door for Su Yuyu, and held her hand to help her get into the car. After getting in the car, Su Yuyu wanted to say hello to Lu Jingyao, but she didn't know how she had offended this old man. He was sitting a few meters away from her, and several lines could be drawn between them. Assistant Lu felt the air was chilly for some reason, so he could only urge the driver, "Let's go." Chapter 26. The banquet venue was a private manor, and someone was strictly checking the invitations at the entrance. For this private banquet, each invitation limited the number of guests, accompanying guests, and accompanying personnel. Su Yuyu also saw the inspector stretch out his hand to count the number of people in their group. It was something that could be counted at a glance, but they had to count on their fingers. Because of this, Su Yuyu deepened the stereotype that Americans are not good at arithmetic. The car passed the inspection smoothly and drove into the manor smoothly. Su Yuyu soon had a deep understanding of Assistant Lu's words, because the car had just stopped in front of the main building of the banquet, and a young girl wearing a black high-slit dress and blonde hair and blue eyes ran over with her skirt lifted. "Lu, you are finally here." As soon as Lu Jingyao got out of the car, the young girl was about to throw herself into her arms. Su Yuyu sighed in her heart that she was so lucky, but the next second Lu Jingyao moved his footsteps slightly to the side, then quickly walked around to the other side of the car and opened Su Yuyu's door. Su Yuyu faced the hand that Lu Jingyao stretched out, and stared at the blonde girl's eyes not far away, silently saying in her heart, "It's just a show," and finally covered her hand. "Lu, is she your girlfriend?" the blonde girl asked with a persistent face. "She is my lover, Su Yuyu." Lu Jingyao answered the blonde girl in English. Su Yuyu was so scared that she coughed loudly. Lu Jingyao gave Su Yuyu a warning look, and Su Yuyu could only comfort herself in her heart that it was all for money, and then took the fake boyfriend's arm and deliberately pretended to be in love. The blonde girl glared at Su Yuyu fiercely, then walked up to her and said, "So what if you are Lu's lover now? You are not married, so it's no big deal even if you are married." Su Yuyu, shocked JPG. She didn't know whether to lament that foreigners were bold and provoked her in front of her legitimate girlfriend, or lament that they had low moral standards. Lu Jingyao inadvertently showed a hint of disgust, but quickly covered it up. "Miss Shiruer, we Xia people have always been very loyal to our partners. I will not betray my lover because of you," Lu Jingyao said. Su Yuyu cooperated and acted touched, as if she was really Lu Jingyao's lover. Shiruer obviously didn't understand the play, and her eyes were spitting fire when she saw the two of them looking at each other affectionately. If someone who didn't know the situation saw it, I'm afraid they would think she was the main wife. What is her family background? Can it be compared with mine? My father said that as long as you are willing to marry me, the entire Shiruer family will belong to our children in the future. Shiruer stamped her feet. Su Yuyu raised her eyebrows. She didn't expect that this was a rich lady with a rich dowry. An ordinary man would be overjoyed to hear this, but Lu Jingyao frowned. "I don't need to take advantage of women." Shirley opened her mouth to explain, but Lu Jingyao's eyes were already very unfriendly. A European and American old man in his 60s suddenly walked out from behind her. Although he was wearing a well-cut suit, his fierce aura was still very obvious. "Anna, don't be rude to the guests," the old man said. When his eyes swept over Lu Jingyao and fell on Su Yuyu, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he asked with a smile, "This mysterious oriental beauty must be Lu's friend?" Lu Jingyao nodded gently and introduced to Su Yuyu. "This is Mr. Shirley, Miss Shirley's father, Mr. Frank Shirley." The old man smiled and said, "You can just call me Frank. According to you Xia people, you two are a perfect match made in heaven. Please come in. There are many people waiting to greet you." Frank personally led Lu Jingyao and Su Yuyu to the banquet hall. He looked like a kind person, but Su Yuyu always felt that he was more like a smiling tiger. Su Yuyu didn't like the way he looked at her, and she didn't dare to let down her guard completely. Lu Jingyao pretended to be very close to Su Yuyu, but when there were fewer people around him, he would immediately distance himself from Su Yuyu. Su Yuyu had lived 2 lives, and she only wanted to live happily in this life, so she didn't bear it, but asked directly, "Mr. Lu, am I a dirty thing? You seem to be avoiding me." Lu Jingyao frowned slightly, and he said directly, "Miss Su, I just hope that we don't have unnecessary misunderstandings." Su Yuyu almost laughed when she heard this, and turned her head to stare at her with surprised eyes. "Mr. Lu, what can I misunderstand? Is it that you are actually a charming lover, rather than a poor guy who can't find a female companion and can only ask passers-by for help?" When Lu Jingyao heard this, his face turned red and white, just like a dying factory. Although he was looking for a female companion to deal with Shiroyer, it was also a fact that Assistant Lu couldn't find anyone. Su Yuyu continued, "I am willing to play the scene with you for the sake of the expensive jewelry. Mr. Lu, please don't take it seriously." Lu Jingyao's initial good impression of Su Yuyu, because of her appearance, had long since disappeared in these words. He almost gritted his teeth and said, "Don't worry, I can tell the difference between falsehood and reality." Su Yuyu looked at him, and felt so relieved. If she had encountered such a situation in her previous life, she would have thrown the necklace at his face in anger. But now she has come to terms with it. She should not go against money, no matter what. Although Lu Jingyao has a little problem with his brain, Su Yuyu now has 600 million in her bank card, and 500 million of them are contributed by Lu Jingyao. Rounding off, he is Su Yuyu's big money sponsor. Su Yuyu didn't care about a few unpleasant words, and scolded him back on the spot. In a lounge next to the banquet hall, Cheryl grabbed her father's sleeve. "Dad, don't you admire Lu too? You have always wanted to open up the Xiaoguo market. Lu's family may be able to help you a lot. Why didn't you support me just now?" Frank said, "No matter how good the dream plan is, it can't stop people from disliking you." Anna Cheryl stomped her feet when she heard this. "Dad, I don't care. There is nothing I can't get since I was a child. I want Lu. Even if it's not for your business, I must get this man." Frank looked at his only child lovingly and said with a smile, "Okay, how can our little princess not get what she wants?" He recalled Su Yuyu's beautiful face like white jade, and his heart suddenly became hot. Chapter 27. "Lu, this is the first time I see you with a female companion." The sudden voice interrupted the awkward atmosphere between Lu Jingyao and Su Yuyu. Su Yuyu glanced at the person who came. It was a young man with black curly hair, wearing a burgundy shirt with the buttons at the collar unbuttoned. The deep blue eyes were like a sea, making everyone who looked at them almost drown in them. Lu Jingyao approached Su Yuyu calmly and said with a smile, "This is my girlfriend, Miss Su, and this is Mr. Anthony." Su Yuyu nodded at him. Anthony was born with a pair of romantic eyes. He looked back and forth between the two and deliberately asked, "Lu, don't you want to dance with this beautiful lady?" Before Lu Jingyao spoke, Su Yuyu said directly, "I can't dance." Anthony said with a little complaint, "Lu, this is your fault. Dancing with a beauty is the happiest thing in life. How can you bear to let it down?" Lu Jingyao's mouth twitched. For the Xia people, there is no dance culture, so there is no romantic thought about men and women dancing together. Su Yuyu didn't want to force herself into other people's culture, but held a wine glass and said, "Compared to dancing, I prefer to appreciate the art here." Anthony raised his eyebrows. "Miss Su seems to know a lot about art?" Su Yuyu said casually, "I am just engaged in a related industry, I can't be considered proficient. There are also many artworks on display in the banquet hall. The expensive ones are all covered with glass covers." This is also what Frank did deliberately to show off his financial resources. At this time, there were many people dancing in the dance floor, and there were also many people around admiring the artworks. Su Yuyu's words were not far-fetched. Anthony made a "please" gesture and said, "Frank bought a piece of blue and white porcelain from the Yuan dynasty of your country from Sotheby's last month. He spent tens of millions. Miss Su, you are in for a treat this time." Su Yuyu glanced at the system's instructions in the void. It was still flashing until now, indicating that her chance to find a bargain had not yet appeared. She heard Anthony say this at this time, and she also wanted to see the style of Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain. Lu Jingyao watched Anthony being so attentive to Su Yuyu, secretly suppressed the unhappiness in his heart, and silently protected Su Yuyu. Frank was a show-off. He had just obtained the collection, and it was also the freshest time for him. Now it was placed in the middle of the banquet hall. Through a layer of glass, Su Yuyu saw a blue and white jar about 30 centimeters high. She took another closer look. This was a blue and white jar with a figure pattern on it. Kaguzi descending the mountain jar. Su Yuyu said. Lu Jingyao looked at her in surprise, as if he didn't expect Su Yuyu to be able to see the door on the spot. But when Anthony heard this, a confused look appeared on his handsome face. "Ms. Su, what did you say?" Su Yuyu realized that what she just said was in Chinese, so she explained it again in English, but the name Guguzi was naturally very unfamiliar to foreigners. Guguzi was a strange man who lived more than 2,000 years ago. He was knowledgeable, wise, and proficient in the art of maneuvering. After listening to this explanation, Anthony showed envy and jealousy on his face. The history of your country is like a thick book. It seems that there are many powerful people when you open it casually. Su Yuyu straightened her back slightly and said proudly, there were many such people in his era. He was not the most shining pearl of that era. Anthony asked again, just now, I saw Miss Su frowned. Is there anything wrong with this blue and white porcelain? Su Yuyu was impressed by the magic of the system in her heart. Although she was only rewarded with the elementary porcelain identification technique, she found the flaw of this porcelain in such a short time. Su Yuyu didn't guard against Anthony, and said directly, Frank may have been cheated by the auction house. Lu Jingyao suddenly pushed her arm gently. Su Yuyu turned her head, and looked at him with surprise. Lu Jingyao leaned close to Su Yuyu's ear, and said in a low voice, the auction house is deep. Frank may not know whether this thing is real or fake. Even if he was cheated by the auction house, he would not be happy to be exposed by you in public. Anthony didn't understand Chinese, just raised his voice slightly and asked, Miss Su, do you think this porcelain bottle is fake? There were already many guests who appreciated art gathered around, and when they heard this, they all looked at Su Yuyu. Su Yuyu's mind turned quickly. Anthony, you heard it wrong. What I said is that Mr. Frank's big move this time is admirable. Anthony's eyes flashed with disappointment. He wanted to guide Su Yuyu to say more, but Su Yuyu was already on guard against him, and stopped talking easily. Lu Jingyao found an excuse, and pulled Su Yuyu and Anthony apart. When they were in a corner where no one was around, Su Yuyu grabbed his arm. Did Anthony do this on purpose? Su Yuyu asked. Lu Jingyao's eyes fell on the hand that Su Yuyu was holding on his arm. Su Yuyu immediately retracted her hand. Anthony is a playboy on the surface, but he is best at setting traps for people, and can find out a lot of information inadvertently. Lu Jingyao explained. Su Yuyu frowned. Isn't it said that these foreigners are stupid and rich? Why are they so cunning? Lu Jingyao said casually, Anthony is a Jew. Su Yuyu immediately understood that Jews are known for their intelligence and cunningness, so it's no wonder they are so difficult to deal with. Lu Jingyao suddenly turned around and pressed Su Yuyu against the wall, pretending to be a waldong. Su Yuyu frowned, and her first reaction was to push the person away, but Lu Jingyao narrowed his eyes slightly, and her movements were also a beat slower. About half a minute later, Lu Jingyao finally stood up. Su Yuyu did not feel the pink bubbles, but said coldly, explain. Shirel just came over. Lu Jingyao pointed to the glass window on the side of the wall. From Lu Jingyao's perspective, he could see the person behind him through the reflection of the glass window. Even though Su Yuyu knew that this was part of the show, she was still very unhappy. Next time, before doing something that may cause misunderstanding, Mr. Lu, remember to say hello in advance, otherwise I will not be polite to you. Lu Jingyao, He looked at Su Yuyu's fierce look and her moving right leg, frowned and asked, are you going to kick me? Su Yuyu did not answer, but looked at him meaningfully. Lu Jingyao wanted to say something else, but Su Yuyu's eyes suddenly lit up, and then she ran towards the door, completely ignoring the fact that she was wearing 10-centimeter high heels. Chapter 28. Su Yuyu? Lu Jingyao called her name, and chased after her. Su Yuyu turned a deaf ear to her. She only saw that the system indicator that had been flashing suddenly stopped flashing, and turned a corner, and pointed to the entrance of the banquet hall. As she walked, the system indicator also changed. Obviously, this time the leak was a living thing again. What are you looking for? Lu Jingyao seemed to see Su Yuyu's intention. He did not stop her, but followed behind Su Yuyu. Su Yuyu was a bit annoyed by this tale, and asked directly, aren't you going to discuss business with the Shirui family? Why do you always follow me? You don't really think I'm your girlfriend. Lu Jingyao, Lu Jingyao didn't know what was wrong with him. His eyes always unconsciously followed Su Yuyu. He looked at Su Yuyu's flawless face, and thought depressedly, is he no different from others, all attracted by beauty? Su Yuyu saw that he was standing in a daze suddenly, and immediately took the opportunity to get rid of him, like a flexible fish swimming into the guests wearing high-end dresses. Relying on the system's prompts, Su Yuyu quickly arrived at a corner of the banquet hall. This place is even more remote than the place where Lu Jingyao just walled-donged her, and there are two men standing there. One of the men has a young face, and seems to be less than 20 years old. He is wearing a wrinkled black suit, which is out of tune with the surrounding scene. The other man, who looked to be in his 30s or 40s, also seemed much more successful. He was holding a glass of light-colored champagne and looked impatient. Su Yu moved closer and finally heard the conversation between the two. I don't know how you got in, but if you keep pestering me, I call security. People like you shouldn't be here. When the middle-aged man said this, he looked up and down at the boy's clothes. The boy looked embarrassed and shrank his neck, but he continued to beg, "We are really working on this game seriously, and we just need a sum of money to start. I'm not interested in your game. I've seen too many people like you who think they are young and talented and are the next Bill Gates, but in fact they are only destined to be waiters." The middle-aged man interrupted him. The young man's face flushed, but he didn't dare to lose his temper with the other party, and seemed to want to continue selling. The middle-aged man had lost his patience. Security. The young man seemed to want to run away when he heard this. Su Yu felt that her chance had come, and she walked up quickly. "Young gentleman, can you tell me about the game you were making?" The middle-aged man heard the sudden voice, and immediately looked at Su Yu. The upper class has its own set of criteria for judging people. Su Yu is indeed a new face in their circle, and even a Chinese face. But the middle-aged man did not dare to look down on her at all. The necklace on Su Yu's neck was enough to prove her identity. "This beautiful oriental lady, are you interested in this little mouse that sneaked in?" The middle-aged man asked with narrowed eyes. Su Yu gently shook the red wine glass in her hand, with the corner of her mouth slightly raised. "Old gentleman, you don't have to rush to judge. You have to believe that the security of Zeruyer Manor will not let anyone sneak in so easily." The middle-aged man sneered. He did not insist on calling the security guard, but he was eager to get rid of the entanglement of the young man. Before leaving, he warned Su Yu, "For the sake of your wallet, you should stay away from this kind of rat." Su Yu nodded gently. "I think I know what I am doing." The middle-aged man snorted coldly and left. There was no one else in the corner, and the young man approached Su Yu and said, "Ma'am, thank you for helping me out. I hope I didn't cause you any trouble." Su Yu shook his head. "Even if I didn't help you out, you could get out." The young man showed a touch of embarrassment on his face. Su Yu looked at him in surprise and asked, "Did you really sneak in?" The Shuriel family clearly checked the invitations of each guest and strictly checked the number of people. How could this happen? The boy touched the back of his head. "I am a helper in the kitchen. I changed my clothes and ran to the front while the chef was not paying attention." Su Yu looked at him with a high opinion and asked, "You told me just like that. Aren't you afraid that I will report you?" The boy looked at Su Yu with his beautiful eyes like emeralds. "Beautiful lady, you are so kind-hearted. You will definitely not do this, right?" Su Yu really wouldn't do this. She was still waiting to pick up the leak from the boy and said with a smile, "I think your God will reward every smart person." The boy looked happy. He wanted to say a few more words to Su Yu, but he didn't want to miss the good opportunity to attract investment. "Beautiful lady, I have to look for the next investor. I hope we can have a chance to meet again." Su Yu said, "Instead of waiting for the next meeting, it is better to please the investor in front of you first." The boy's eyes suddenly widened. He didn't expect Su Yu to be interested in his game, and he didn't expect Su Yu to be worth a lot of money. He didn't have the good eyes of the middle-aged man in front of him. He originally thought that Su Yu was just a female companion brought by a distinguished guest. "Young sir, judging people by appearance is not a smart thing to do," Su Yu said. The boy nodded stupidly, then took a sip of the wine glass, and then he mustered up the courage. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Peter Locke. My friends and I are making a game. It is a 5v5 battle game on a small map." Su Yu didn't know much about games, but she was very surprised in her heart, because she had heard of the name Peter Locke. The popular game Peak Battle that swept the world in the previous life was created by him. "I plan to name this game Peak Battle. Of course, if you don't like it, you can change the name," Peter Locke said cautiously. His attitude was extremely humble, as if he was afraid that Su Yu would lose interest if he said something wrong. Su Yu hurriedly said, "No need to change it. This name is good. I like it very much. Please don't change it." Peter smiled and said, "Just give me $5 million. I am confident that I can make this game this year." Su Yu frowned slightly. Peter immediately said, "If you think 5 million is too much, 4 million is fine, or even less, as long as this game can be made." Su Yu didn't care about this little money. At this time, the greed in her heart was clamoring wildly, and she couldn't wait to get more shares of this game. $20 million. I will give you a higher salary than the game designers in the industry, and I hope this game will belong to me completely. Chapter 29. As soon as Su Yu finished speaking, Peter's face flashed with joy, but in just 2 seconds, he shook his head as if he had thought of something. You can invest less money, but I hope to keep a part of my friends and my shares, Peter said. Su Yu frowned slightly. The boy in front of her looked young and immature. She couldn't understand why he changed his mind so quickly. How much shares do you want to keep? Su Yu asked. Peter said firmly, at least 50%. Su Yu's heart sank. This was obviously beyond her expectations. That's not how you talk about business. The sudden voice scared Su Yu, and she turned around immediately. Lu Jingyao didn't know when he appeared behind her, and she didn't know how many sentences he had heard of the conversation. Mr. Lu, eavesdropping on others is not a gentleman's behavior, Su Yu said with a cold face. Peter didn't understand Chinese. He could only see the two Chinese faces opening and closing their mouths. Lu Jingyao came over, stood beside Su Yu, and said, Ms. Su, who loves to show off, you said it openly, so I listened openly. Your intention is too obvious. Even a fool can detect that something is wrong. Su Yu bit her lips tightly. She was indeed not smart enough, otherwise she would not have been tortured by Gu Shuang for a lifetime. But even so, she couldn't stop her anger when she heard Lu Jingyao say this. Su Yu suddenly saw a strange color in Lu Jingyu's eyes, as if it was heartache. Don't use too much force, Lu Jingyao said. Before Su Yu could be surprised, she felt the taste of rust in her mouth. She bit her lips unknowingly, revealing a touch of scarlet. Lu Jingyao handed over a white handkerchief, and Su Yu wiped the blood off her lips with it. In a trance, she smelled a faint scent of elegant with spices. Lu Jingyao sighed softly, but he was no longer aggressive. He said, when negotiating a business, you can't put your purpose on the table right from the start. You should lower the price first. For example, you can invest $3 million in him and get half of the shares. When his money is not enough, you can invest another $2 million and get another part of the shares. In this way, you can at least get 90% of the shares. It's enough to get 90%. If the founders don't get any shares, they won't be active. Lu Jingyao felt that Su Yu made a mistake this time because she thought Peter was young, so she didn't cover it up too much and was too active, which made Peter realize that he had a huge treasure, and the two of them turned to attack and defend. Lu Jingyao was no longer sarcastic, and Su Yu could listen to him patiently. The business genius's casual words immediately made Su Yu feel enlightened. She kept sighing in her heart. No wonder Lu Jingyao was so rich at such a young age. All these tricks showed that he was black-hearted. Then what do you think I should do now? Su Yu asked. If I were you, I would give him the cold shoulder for 3 days. Su Yu turned to Peter without any hesitation and said, there are so many people at the banquet, some things are hard to discuss. I contact you in a few days. Peter had hit a wall countless times in attracting investment, and he couldn't help but panic when he heard this. After all, he had experienced too many times that others said they would consider turning back and then disappeared without a trace. Miss Su, you can take a look at our game information first. Peter unbuttoned his suit and took out a dozen wrinkled information from it. But Su Yu didn't take it immediately, but smiled reservedly. I haven't officially invested in your project yet, so it's not good to rashly touch your confidential information. Peter panicked even more. Miss Su, is it because of the share? We can continue to talk, as long as we can make this game, my friends, and I can continue to dilute our shares. Su Yu subtly sensed the pleasure of being in control of everything at this time. The more panicked Peter was, the more calm she felt. She suppressed her desire to agree on the spot, and instead smiled at Peter. Don't worry, I contact you. Peter still wanted to pester her. Lu Jingyao on the side suddenly said, it's not gentlemanly to pester a lady all the time. Peter could only sigh and shrink back. Lu Jingyao took Su Yu to the depths of the banquet hall. After making sure that no one was around, he said, I thought you were only interested in art, but I didn't expect you to like investment games so much. Su Yu said, I always do things as I please. When I meet something I like, I am willing to spend as much money as I can. Lu Jingyao said noncommittally, investing abroad is different from investing in China, and it is not easy to hold on to shares. Su Yu was keenly aware that the other party had something to say, and immediately asked, will someone come to grab my shares? Lu Jingyao glanced at her and said, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. It would be fine if this project was silent, but once it gets going, I'm afraid that the beasts that smell the fishy smell will surround it. Su Yu immediately asked, then Mr. Lu, you should have investments abroad as well. How can you avoid these beasts? Su Yu knew the huge business opportunities hidden in Peter better than anyone else, and she was really reluctant to give up such a big piece of meat. Equivalent exchange, Lu Jingyao said. Su Yu was stunned. The other party explained, you seem to know a lot about porcelain. Accompany me to an internal appraisal meeting tomorrow. I will help you solve the investment problem. My professional team can also be lent to you. They will strive for the most benefits for you from that poor young man. Su Yuyu's eyes lit up. Lu Jingyao was so successful that he just stood there, making people feel very reliable. If he could really get the help of the other team, then this matter would be a sure thing. But Su Yuyu was still a little worried. Would you also want to intervene? Grab my shares? Lu Jingyao chuckled and said, although I am a profiteer, I won't even break this rule. Su Yuyu was skeptical. It's amazing that you have a clear understanding of yourself. Lu Jingyao not only didn't think the name of profiteer was unpleasant, but even looked proud. As they were talking, a waiter carrying 2 glasses of champagne came up to them. Su Yuyu put her empty glass on the table and picked up a new glass of champagne. She was about to put it into her mouth. Lu Jingyao reminded her again, if I were you, I wouldn't drink it. Su Yuyu was stunned. Only then did she notice that although Lu Jingyao had a glass of red wine in his hand, he hadn't taken a sip for a long time. Chapter 30. Is there something wrong with the wine at the banquet? But so many people drank it, and no one was hurt. Su Yuyu said. You know the organizers have bad intentions towards you, but you can still trust the food they prepared. I can only say that you are really naive. Su Yuyu looked at Lu Jingyao, and returned to his weird look. Although she was angry, she didn't want to joke with her life. There are so many delicacies in the banquet hall, can you resist not eating a single bite? Su Yuyu asked. Lu Jingyao looked at her with strange eyes, as if saying, is self-restraint a difficult thing? Evidently, Lu Jingyao didn't say it, but Su Yuyu read it from his eyes, and said embarrassedly, if you don't want to eat, then don't eat. At most, you will be hungry for a meal. The reason why Lu Jingyao was so alert was that he had been attacked a lot at banquets in the past 2 years, and he was even poisoned. If he hadn't been sent to the doctor in time, I'm afraid he would have had a son and a daughter. At this time, Shirer, who was hiding in the dark, watched Su Yuyu pick up the champagne on the tray but didn't bring it to her mouth for a long time. She was so anxious. While talking to Su Yuyu, Lu Jingyao quietly tilted the red wine glass towards the potted plant next to him, and a little red wine was poured out. His movements were smooth and natural, just like eating and drinking. Su Yuyu looked at him like this, and couldn't help but sigh in her heart that he was experienced, but when it was her turn, her movements were much more clumsy. Lu Jingyao raised his eyebrows, and moved his body, barely covering up Su Yuyu's big movements. Don't be too obvious, Lu Jingyao reminded. Su Yuyu smiled awkwardly. But something she didn't expect happened. Shirer's father Frank suddenly came over, and raised his glass to them. To your love, Frank said with a smile, and then he drank the wine in the glass. Su Yuyu was in a dilemma at this time, and she obviously didn't know how to deal with this situation. But Lu Jingyao was still calm and said with a smile, Frank, I really like your artworks. I know so many foreign friends, and your taste is first class. Frank agreed with a smile, but he was not so easily fooled, and said, don't you like the wine I prepared for today's banquet? Lu Jingyao still did not raise his glass to drink, but said, how could it be? It's just that my lover is already drunk and can't drink anymore. Su Yuyu immediately pretended to be weak. Frank smiled and said, according to what you saw people say, this is called pity for women. Just when Su Yuyu thought that this mess could be over, Frank spoke again. I heard that there is another saying in your Xia country that if you want to help others block the wine, you can only drink other people's wine together. Is this true? Su Yuyu could sense the tense atmosphere at the scene, but she had the same idea as Lu Jingyao. The more the other party urged them to drink, the more they couldn't drink this wine. Without waiting for Lu Jingyao to speak, Su Yuyu said directly, there is no such saying, Mr. Frank, there are too many rumors about Xiagua, you may have heard it wrong. Really? But the person who told me this is a professor at a well-known university in your Xiagua. I thought he represented authority. Frank still did not give up. Su Yuyu cursed the old fox in her heart, but she really didn't know how to respond to this. Lu Jingyao smiled and said, there is also a saying in Xiagua that if you are afraid of your wife all your life, you will be rich and powerful. If you don't listen to your wife, it will easily ruin your feng shui, and you may lose your money and your life. I can't help it. I'm a coward. Naturally, I will do whatever she says. Su Yuyu was stunned. How could Lu Jingyao say such disgusting words without changing his face? Frank was obviously stunned. After all, which powerful man would be so open and honest to admit that he was afraid of his wife in front of another man? He did not continue to persuade her to drink, but sneered and said, you listen to women so much, so I hope you can continue to be rich and powerful. After Frank left, Su Yuyu immediately asked, have you already negotiated the deal? You offended him so much, Aren't you afraid that he will break the contract? Lu Jingyao shook his head and said, it's useless to be tolerant to these foreigners. The more you give in, the more they will push. The more powerful you are, the more reluctant they are to let go. Su Yu felt like she had learned a lesson again, but after a moment, she realized something was wrong. If that's the case, why do you have to have a female companion? Lu Jingyu's eyes flashed with helplessness when he heard this. I overestimated Miss Shirley's face. Su Yu rarely saw Lu Jingyao not miscalculating. This banquet seemed extremely long in the eyes of both of them. Miss Shirley also ran over to Toe several times, but Su Yu and Lu Jingyao cooperated tacitly and blocked them all. After finally waiting until the banquet was over, the two of them got on the return car, their eyes full of relief. I've been hungry all night. I'm going to have a big meal when I get back to the hotel, Su Yu said casually. Lu Jingyao looked at her cute face holding her stomach and complaining, and couldn't help but flash a smile in his eyes. But when Su Yu looked again, it disappeared without a trace. Su Yu dragged her tired body back to her room, and before she could call room service, the door of the room was knocked. Miss Su, this is the meal Mr. Lu ordered for you. Su Yu looked at the full of food on the dining car, and her eyes widened immediately. When the food was delivered to her mouth, she enjoyed the taste of the food melting in her mouth, and she temporarily let go of her dislike for Lu Jingyao. Forget it, this poisonous tongue man, there is also a little bit of merit. Su Yu sighed. Her mobile phone suddenly. Ding. It was Lu Jingyao who sent a message. Don't eat too much before going to bed, it's easy to hurt your body. Su Yu's mouth was still full of food. When she saw this message, she was so angry that her eyes widened. What did Lu Jingyao mean by this? Did he think she was greedy? After Lu Jingyao, who lived in the presidential suite, sent the message, he waited for a long time, but didn't see Su Yu's reply. His lips were pursed into a straight line. Mr. Lu, I have to ask you for a leave. My father has a sudden illness and is in the hospital. I want to go back to China immediately to accompany him. Assistant Lu was too anxious. After he finished speaking, he noticed that Lu Jingyao's face was very ugly. Assistant Lu was very worried that he would not be able to ask for leave. But Lu Jingyao waved his hand with a dark face. You go back first. Is there a flight? If there is no flight, I will ask someone to call a private plane for you. Assistant Lu was touched. The president was obviously in a bad mood, but he was so considerate to him. The nearest flight is in 2 hours. I will leave for the airport now. Assistant Lu said. Lu Jingyao nodded. The flight in 2 hours was faster than arranging a private jet. Remember to book a first-class ticket for yourself. Don't save money on long-distance travel. The company will reimburse you. Assistant Lu was so moved that tears were about to fall. It was common sense that he would not reimburse his air ticket for such a temporary leave. Unexpectedly, Lu Jingyao offered a first-class ticket. After giving him sweet dates, Lu Jingyao said, after you return to China, you have to send someone to continue investigating Su Yu. I always feel that she is not ordinary. Chapter 31. Su Yu had no idea that someone was thinking about her again. She was awakened by a knock on the door. She woke up on the big bed in the hotel. A trace of confusion flashed in her eyes. She casually pulled a piece of clothing over her pajamas and ran to open the door. Seeing the familiar face outside the door, she was stunned for a moment before she remembered the purpose of Lu Jingyao's visit. I will brush my teeth and wash my face right away. Wait for me for 15 minutes. Su Yu said. Lu Jingyao frowned slightly. You opened the door too quickly. Su Yu? Lu Jingyao continued. In a foreign country you, a young girl, should be a little wary. You can't open the door to everyone who comes. At least ask. Su Yu, this is the Amman Hotel. This is not the country. Guns are free. Even if it is a high-end hotel, it will not be safer than the country. Lu Jingyao frowned and said. Su Yu only felt that his cold and nagging look was very noisy, so she closed the door directly. I have to get ready to go out. Lu Jingyao almost got a cold shoulder. When Su Yu changed into a casual dress and went out again with a light handbag, Lu Jingyao outside the door still had a dark face. Su Yu secretly looked at his expression and saw that his nose did not seem to be hit by the door, and she was relieved in her heart. Mr. Lu, can you ask your driver to buy me some food on the way? Su Yu asked. Lu Jingyao glanced at her and said nothing. Su Yu touched her nose. Mr. Lu, are you angry? Lu Jingyao looked down at the shoes Su Yu was wearing, which were very good, a pair of sneakers. He strode out of the hotel door, as if he had no scruples. Su Yu hurried to catch up. It was just very awkward. When they arrived outside Lu Jingyao's car, the driver hadn't gotten in yet. After waiting for about 2 minutes, the driver came running over with the packed food. "Mr. Liu, Miss Su, I'm sorry, I'm late." Lu Jingyao nodded casually and got on the car. Su Yuyu was a step late, and the driver stopped her and handed her the packed food in his hand. "Miss Su, the master asked me to prepare breakfast for you. If you don't like it, I see if I can buy you something else on the way," the driver said respectfully. Su Yuyu took it, and her dissatisfaction with Lu Jingyao for disturbing her sweet dreams dissipated for a while. However, after she got on the car, Lu Jingyao was still 8 feet away from her. This man frowned and looked out the window all the way, and his intention to ignore her was particularly obvious. The breakfast of Aman Hotel is very famous. The driver prepared the hotel's signature dish for Su Yuyu. Until Su Yuyu ate the whole breakfast, Lu Jingyao didn't even give her a look. Su Yuyu was full and had the energy to play with the cat. She asked, "Are you angry?" Lu Jingyao turned around and looked at her when he heard the voice. Although Su Yuyu could still see that he seemed a little angry, at least his face was no longer emotional. "I'm not angry. This is not worth getting angry about," Lu Jingyao said. Su Yuyu immediately hit the snake stick. "It's good that you are not angry. I know that Mr. Liu has always been magnanimous, and will not care about the fact that I was almost late for staying in bed." Lu Jingyao's mouth twitched, but his upbringing also prevented him from saying anything blaming. Su Yuyu looked around the car again, and suddenly she found something wrong. "Where is Assistant Liu? Isn't he with you today?" Lu Jingyao said. "He had an emergency at home and returned home last night." Su Yuyu nodded. No wonder she felt that the atmosphere in the car was so depressing that it made people uncomfortable. It was because Assistant Liu was missing as a reliever. "Where are Mr. Liu's bodyguards? Are they in another car?" Su Yuyu asked again. Su Yuyu also brought a few bodyguards with her when she went abroad, but because she was leaving with Lu Jingyao today, she trusted the other party's security team, so she didn't do anything unnecessary. "In the car behind," Lu Jingyao said. Su Yuyu was relieved. "Then Mr. Liu, what are the collections for this internal appraisal meeting? Which one do you want most?" Lu Jingyao just felt that she was like a sparrow, chattering in his ear. "You will know when you arrive." After Lu Jingyao said this, he closed his eyes and pretended to be resting. Su Yuyu saw that he was unwilling to talk more, and felt bored, so he took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Song Jibai. After the successful operation, Song's mother also got out of the post-operative danger period. Now she is recuperating in the Presbyterian hospital. Song Jibai has been asking Su Yuyu when she will return to China. They owe Su Yuyu a favor, and Song Jibai is anxious to return to work for Su Yuyu. Su Yuyu has not solved Peter's problem yet. She can't return to China so soon. She can only tell Song Jibai that she will stay in the United States for a while, so he doesn't need to be too anxious and wait until his mother's body recovers. At this time in the hospital, Song's mother propped herself up and sat up from the bed, asking her son, "What did Miss Yu say?" "Mom, she hopes you can stay in the hospital for a while longer, saying that she hasn't finished her work abroad," Song Jibai said. Song's mother asked, "Did she say what she was busy with abroad?" Song Jibai shook his head. He had asked before, but Su Yuyu didn't say. When Song's mother heard this, she sighed. "Miss Su is really the kindest young girl I have ever seen." Song Jibai's face showed a puzzled look. Song's mother explained, "The reason why she didn't return to China is probably not because the work was not done, but because I held her back." Su Yuyu occasionally came to the hospital for treatment these days, but every time she looked like she was strolling leisurely, without any tiredness or busyness on her face, so Song's mother made such a guess. Song's mother patted her son's hand. "Miss Su has been very kind to us. We will repay her in the future." Song Jibai nodded vigorously. For so long, Su Yuyu has proved that she has no bad intentions. When Song Jibai thought about how he looked at her at the beginning, he wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Su Yuyu didn't know that the mother and son of the Song family were so grateful to her. After nearly an hour's drive, she stopped the car and saw a scene similar to a museum in front of her. "Museum sell collections?" Su Yuyu asked curiously. Lu Jingyao explained, "This is a private museum because the owner's own industry went bankrupt and he couldn't keep the collections inside." Su Yuyu soon saw several familiar faces in the crowd, all of whom were the wealthy and famous people who had appeared at the cocktail party last night. Obviously, even if the owner of the museum went bankrupt, his collections were valuable, and not something that ordinary people could afford. Su Yuyu followed Lu Jingya's line of sight, and saw that the items he wanted were surrounded by many people at this time. She glanced over and her eyes fixed on him. "Mr. Liu, are you attracted by the treasure of the museum?" Chapter 32. Lu Jingyao took Su Yuyu to where the crowd gathered. Rebirth noticed them at the first time. After a dark flash in her eyes, she pretended to be innocent. Lu, you also like this peach bottle. It's the same as my father's. Lu Jingyao nodded casually. Rebirth didn't care about his deliberate avoidance, but still smiled heartily. If you are willing to marry me, my father might give this bottle to his son-in-law. Lu Jingyao glanced at Su Yuyu. Su Yuyu didn't expect that this couple game would continue. She could only say helplessly, your father can afford it, so why can't I? Rebirth looked Su Yuyu up and down. Ms. Su, this seems to be your first time going abroad. Your visa is very clean. Su Yuyu immediately felt the power of the Rebirth family. They could actually find her entry record. Rebirth also thought Su Yuyu was a poor ghost because of her clean entry record. Lu Jingyao suddenly put his hand on Su Yuyu's shoulder. Ms. Rebirth, you don't know that there are many ancient families in Xia country. They don't like to go abroad, but this doesn't mean they don't have power. Rebirth seemed to have thought of something when he heard this, and stopped mocking Su Yuyu. There was even a little more fear in his eyes. Su Yuyu looked at her expression and felt puzzled. She asked Lu Jingyao in a low voice, what kind of extraordinary personality have you set for me? Lu Jingyao said casually, when you go out, your identity is given by yourself. When Su Yuyu heard this, she felt that this cold-faced president seemed to have a terrifyingly flexible mind. The eldest lady of the ancient family, don't focus on bickering with others, take a look at this collection more. Lu Jingyao said. After Su Yuyu accepted this personality, her body straightened up a little more, and she looked more like a young lady. The peach bottle mentioned by Rebirth is called Yongzheng Famille Rose Fortune and Longevity Olive Bottle. The shape of the bottle is like an olive, and the whole is a very light pink. The pattern painted on the bottle is a peach tree branch, with a total of 8 peaches, and there are bats next to the peach branches. This pattern means both fortune and longevity. After just one glance, Su Yuyu was completely attracted by the bottle. She looked at it very slowly for half an hour. During this time, she took many photos with a professional camera provided by Lu Jingyao. After finally seeing it clearly, she turned around and nodded gently to Lu Jingyao. After Lu Jingyao confirmed that the porcelain bottle was real, he joined the auction. Su Yuyu had nothing to do, so she walked around this private museum. Although the treasure of the town attracted the attention of most collectors, there were many other collections here. The task of picking up leaks has been opened. Please arrive at the location of picking up leaks as soon as possible, because the last task of picking up leaks has not been completed. The reward for completing this task is suspended. Su Yuyu looked at the system prompt again and again, confirming that it said suspended distribution. Rather than not distributed, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. She followed the system instructions and walked to the corner of the museum, where there was a collection, which was not even separated by a glass cover, and was placed there so openly. Of course, the reason for this is that ordinary people can't move this collection at all. Stone statue. This statue has only one head, and judging from its appearance, it is an ancient official wearing a crown. This collection seems to be too unpopular, and there are no staff around. Su Yuyu searched for a long time before finding a staff member, and expressed her intention to buy this stone statue. Are you sure you want to buy it? The staff asked again and again. Su Yuyu also nodded 3 times in a row. She is not blind, so she can naturally see the other party's eyes looking at a fool. This collection will not be auctioned, just follow the marked price. The staff said. The marked price is $10,000. According to the explanation board of this collection, this is an antique with a history of about 200 years. But both the buyer and the seller seem to know that the words on the explanation board are just for fun. Another hour later, Lu Jingyao came out of the auction room, followed by a white man in a suit with gray hair. Mr. Lu, please follow me to retrieve your spoils, the white man said with a smile. Lu Jingyao nodded and looked at Su Yuyu again. Su Yuyu immediately ran over and followed him to pick up the goods. Your car will also carry my goods later, Su Yuyu said. Lu Jingyao nodded. Mr. Lu, there are not many Xia people as generous as you. You can take the things away with just one look, the white man said with a smile. Lu Jingyao looked at the tightly wrapped pink bottle placed in the anti-collision box, and did not take it on the spot. Su Yuyu knew that she had a place to use her skills again. She put on a pair of white gloves that she didn't know where she got from and carefully checked it. The white man said with a smile, Mr. Lu, don't worry, our family has been in the antique business for more than 100 years, and our family is famous internationally. He seemed to be particularly proud of his family's reputation. But the next second, Su Yuyu spoke up, fake. Lu Jingyao looked at the white man with a sharp look. I need an explanation. The white man was not panicked at all. Mr. Liu, did your people make a mistake in the appraisal? Besides, the antique business has always been based on ability. Since you have participated in the auction, it is too late to regret now. Su Yu turned on the professional camera around his neck. This bottle is not the same as the one on display before. The base of the bottle is indeed a Yongzheng porcelain base, which is an old object, but the body of the bottle was made by a master, almost to the point of being indistinguishable from the real thing, but there are slightly different details, and I took pictures of them. Su Yu enlarged the photo on the camera to ensure that everyone present could see the difference in details. If you hadn't prepared in advance for this subtle difference, you would have suffered a loss now. Lu Jingyao said directly, Mr. Denard, it seems that the century-old reputation of your Denard family is no different from the rag used to polish shoes. When Denard heard this, his pale old face turned red and green, but he soon realized who could do this. Mr. Liu, I can't joke about the century-old reputation of my family. I don't know what misunderstanding there is. Since it is indeed not the bottle in front, I am willing to refund the full amount. Denard gritted his teeth and said. Lu Jingyao was not so easy to fool. Just a refund. Denard's eyes were red at this time, but the facts were in front of him, and there were many people around him staring, so he could only swallow his anger. I will pay 20% of the purchase price according to the contract as compensation for the disruption of this transaction. Lu Jingyao sighed. I originally really wanted to accept this collection, but unfortunately, Mr. Denard wanted to protect this thief who swapped the goods. Denard was silent. The other buyers who were watching the sky-high transaction started to make a fuss. Denard, I bought a painting from you. I want to have it re-identified. Maybe you have replaced it. The porcelain bowl I bought from you 2 years ago doesn't look real after I bought it. You must have replaced it. Chapter 33. Denard had not expected a chain reaction. He was expecting the museum collection to be sold today so that he could fill the hole in other businesses. Now more and more people are surrounding him to ask for explanations, all clamoring that they had made a loss from his business and wanted a refund and compensation. Su Yu watched the excitement with her eyes wide open. She couldn't help but get anxious for Denard, thinking that he would probably have to pay a big loss. But she didn't expect that Denard, who was originally a good man, suddenly showed a fierce look. If you want a refund, step on my body. The others who were originally noisy suddenly stopped talking. Su Yu wanted to watch the excitement for a while, but was pulled away by Lu Jingyao, who had just received a refund and compensation. Everyone was stuffed into the car, and Su Yu complained, if we wait a little longer, there will be a fight. You don't care about such a good-looking excitement? Lu Jingyao's mouth twitched, and he casually pointed to a store at the intersection. Su Yu looked over and saw that the store sold guns. Lu Jingyao, let me remind you that guns are free here. Don't rush to watch everything. Su Yu immediately felt guilty, and she seemed to have thought of something, and asked, Mr. Denard's words were so effective. Why did those people not dare to bother him when he said he would not return or exchange it? Su Yu felt that if this happened in China, it would take several days to argue. Lu Jingyao said, the Denard family used to be involved in gangs. Su Yu suddenly realized and whispered, how can a gangster go bankrupt in business? Lu Jingyao said, where in the world is there a business that is guaranteed to make money? He suddenly took out a checkbook and started writing the check. Su Yu curiously leaned over to look at it, and then looked at the amount with wide eyes. 100 million. You are really willing to spend it. Who are you going to give it to? The next second, Lu Jingyao tore off the check with a neat movement and handed it to Su Yu. Su Yu, huh? Brother, why did you suddenly spend money when you didn't agree with me? Lu Jingyao explained, I will keep part of the compensation given by the Denard family for tax, so I can only give you this much. Su Yu thought that the compensation was 1/5 of the total price. She didn't know whether to sigh that even the compensation had to be taxed, and the tax amount was so high, or sigh that Lu Jingyao was a person who always had a cold face. But he was kind. He really gave money. I didn't help much. Actually, it's okay if you don't give it to me, Su Yu said politely. Lu Jingyao didn't expose her false politeness, but said, this is what you deserve. If I didn't take you on this trip, I would have lost so much money in vain. Take it. I never treat people who help me unfairly. Su Yu's hand was about to touch the check, and he persuaded her to take it immediately. This is 100 million. It's 100 million she got by her own ability. She made 100 million by picking up bargains independently without any system reminders. The car entered the Amman Hotel. When getting off the car, Su Yu shamelessly bothered Lu Jingyao again. I want to ask your people to help deliver the stone sculpture to my room. As the driver opened the trunk, Lu Jingyao's face gradually became speechless. The museum people said it was an antique. Su Yu said. Lu Jingyao pointed to the hat part of the stone sculpture, where there was a very conspicuous straight line. This is the mark of the electric cutting blade. Don't tell me you can't see it. Su Yu followed the direction Lu Jingyao pointed, and noticed the obvious cutting line. She was in a hurry to pick up bargains before, and didn't look closely at all. Now she could only smile awkwardly. How much did you spend? Not expensive, 10,000 US dollars. Just think of it as a waste of money. Su Yu said. Lu Jingyao reminded him again, if you bring such a heavy stone sculpture back to China, it will cost you a lot of money. How do you plan to ship it back, by sea or by air? Su Yu said without hesitation, of course by air. Air freight is expensive, and Lu Jingyao's brows are almost knotted. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, do you like stone carvings very much? Su Yu couldn't tell the truth. The system asked her to buy this stone carving. Even if it was not an antique, she was not confident in shipping it by sea. It would be better if she flew back to China with him. I like it very much. Su Yu said. Lu Jingyao didn't say anything more. After asking his people to help deliver it to Su Yu's room, Su Yu didn't see him again for the next 2 days. Even the game project that Su Yu wanted to invest in was taken by Lu Jingyao's investment team to find her and take her to talk to Peter. Su Yu spent 10 million US dollars and promised not to interfere with the game content. In the end, she got 70% of the shares of this newly established game company. The head of the investment team advised Su Yu at the time, Ms. Su, you are optimistic about this project, but sometimes the more shares you get, the better. After all, the core of this project is in their hands. Only by making appropriate concessions can they complete their work better. Su Yu finally dispelled her doubts when she heard him talk about Lu Jingyu's successful investment cases in the past. Although she felt it was a pity to get only 70% of the shares, she also understood that she could not make all the money. Congratulations to the host for completing 2 leak-picking tasks in a short period of time and receiving the reward, Elementary Martial Arts Proficiency. Su Yu looked at the system prompt and her eyes lit up. Although the reward she got was written as elementary, the elementary level of the system has always corresponded to the advanced level in the real world. After all, the elementary porcelain appraisal she got last time could allow Su Yu to obtain the same appraisal level as a professional appraiser. A warm current surged in her body, and then she waved her hand casually, and her figure seemed to be much neater. Su Yu only felt that she was terribly strong now. After completing 2 bargain hunting tasks in succession, the system stopped refreshing the tasks, and Su Yu finally had time to go shopping in New York. After 2 days of shopping, Su Yu spent a lot of money, but the more material conditions she had, the emptier her heart seemed. She used to envy Gu Shuang for spending money like water, but now that it was her turn and her desire to buy was fully satisfied, she actually felt that this feeling was just SOSO. She looked at the system that had not been active for 2 days, and her heart was itching. She asked the hotel housekeeper, "Is there any auction in New York recently?" The hotel housekeeper's job is to do his best to serve the guests. Hearing this, he felt embarrassed. "Miss Su, there is indeed an auction recently, but the auction invitation is very strict." Su Yu saw that the housekeeper had no way to get the invitation, and asked again, "Are they all high threshold? Are there no low threshold ones? There are no private auctions?" Su Yu felt that it was too easy to get addicted to bargain hunting. If she didn't pick it up for a day, it would be like ants crawling all over her body. She was eager to pick something up now. After thinking for a while, the hotel manager said, "Miss Su, if you are interested, you can participate in the warehouse auction." Chapter 34. Su Yu learned about the warehouse auction in the shortest possible time. It is called a warehouse auction, but in fact it is Taobao. Those who participate in the warehouse auction are also called Taobao people. What is auctioned is not the collection, but the expired warehouse. These warehouses may contain antiques, gold and silver jewelry, of course. It is also possible that they are all garbage. After all, the truly valuable things may have been collected by the warehouse management company. Su Yu soon found out that the latest warehouse auction was held in the upper New York harbor this afternoon, and there were a total of 7 warehouses to be auctioned. The largest warehouse is about 20 cubic meters, which is about the same size as an ordinary family's garage. Su Yu looked at the picture, which was full of things and a lot of messy things. She felt that she might get nothing, but she still wanted to join in the fun. "Miss Su, for this kind of warehouse auction, you better bring a local with you," the housekeeper reminded. Su Yu understood immediately. After all, this is a free country. A few days ago, the high-end private museum internal purchase meeting almost had an accident. The warehouse auction that she was going to today might be even more brutal. Su Yuyu not only brought her 2 original bodyguards, but also hired a local bodyguard for 1 day. Seeing the bulge on the other party's waist, which seemed to be in the shape of a gun, Su Yuyu felt that her sense of security had increased a lot. The warehouse auction site was near the port. Thanks to the booming personal warehouse industry in recent years, many people rented warehouses, but owed rent due to economic reasons. The warehouse management company would auction the items in the warehouse as a unit. When Su Yuyu arrived, more than 20 Taobao people had gathered here. Su Yuyu was not the only Chinese face. She also saw a young man with a Chinese face in the crowd. He looked like he was only in his early 20s. When the time came, the staff of the warehouse management company came to the scene. He didn't say anything polite, but directly stated the rules of the warehouse auction. Each warehouse is only allowed to be observed for 3 minutes, no touching is allowed, and each bid must not be less than $20. After that, the staff member took a group of people to the nearest warehouse. After the staff member opened the scroll door, he took out a timer. More than 20 people squeezed at the door and looked inside. Su Yuyu squeezed in the crowd and realized that she had miscalculated. Unlike her empty-handed, everyone else brought tools, such as small searchlights, magnifying glasses, and flashlights. Su Yuyu was blinded by their tools. Why don't you bring anything? Su Yuyu heard the poor Mandarin and turned around to look at the person who spoke. It happened to be the young man, with a Chinese face, she had seen before. I decided to come here at the last minute, so I didn't prepare anything, Su Yuyu explained. The young man took out a worn-out flashlight. Do you want it? I sell it to you for $5. Su Yuyu knew that the person who suddenly spoke to her couldn't be so kind, so she shook her head. No, I'm just here to join in the fun. The young man looked regretful. He was anxious to see the specific situation in the warehouse, and didn't continue to chat with Su Yuyu. Maybe because of Su Yuyu's Chinese face, the 2 white people next to her didn't deliberately avoid her when they talked. I received inside information. It is said that there is porcelain in a paper box. Porcelain is not necessarily an antique. If it is a complete set of porcelain, as long as there is no obvious damage, even if it is not an antique, at least it can make a profit. So have you decided to bid? Let's try it first. If it is within this number, I will decide to take it. Su Yuyu wanted to see what number they gestured, but when she turned around, she was stared at fiercely by the other party. Su Yuyu knew that there is nothing new under the sun. Although it looks like an auction method similar to blind boxes on the surface, some people have been in this business for a long time and naturally have ways to get inside information. She had no tools and could only look at the situation inside with her naked eyes. The warehouse was filled to the brim, with many cardboard boxes stacked together, and many of them were sealed with tape, making it even more difficult to see what was inside. The auction will start now. The starting price is $100, and each bid cannot be less than $20. As soon as the staff member finished speaking, someone immediately called out the price. It happened to be the Chinese guy who had talked to Su Yuyu before, $120. Soon someone else called out, $140. Su Yuyu watched the price soar all the way, and it was called to $300. She looked at the enthusiastic atmosphere at the scene and asked the system in her heart, is there any loophole here? Why are they all determined to get it? System, it's just some junk, not worth much money. Su Yuyu keenly perceived the meaning of its words. Tombao, if it's not worth a lot of money, is it worth a little money? Don't call me that, it's corny. But it still replied to Su Yuyu, about $6,000. After hearing this, Su Yuyu joined the auction at the speed of light, $400. The scene became quiet, and everyone looked at her with strange eyes. She raised the price by $100 at a time, which in their eyes was breaking the rules. Yellow-skinned pig, go back to your country, you are not welcome here. The speaker was a young white man with freckles standing next to Su Yuyu. Su Yuyu's bodyguards wanted to step forward to deal with the people, but Su Yuyu stopped them and frowned at the freckled man and said, apologize to me for your inappropriate words and deeds. The freckled man heard this and pointed at Su Yuyu and laughed. Yellow-skinned pig lost his temper, really thought this was. Su Yuyu reached out and grabbed the other's finger, then pulled him, tripped his feet, and the freckled man fell flat on his face. Apologize, Su Yuyu said viciously. The freckled man looked at her posture, and was immediately shocked. Tom, how can you be so useless that you can't even beat a little girl? The people next to him laughed at him. Tom's eyes were filled with fear. She knows Xiaogua Kung Fu. After all, only he knew how much strength Su Yuyu had used to hold him just now. Su Yuyu pretended to kick him again. The freckled man was really scared. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Su Yu didn't bother with him anymore. The staff saw the dispute stop, and then asked, $400, is there anyone who can offer a higher price than this lady? $420. The person who made the bid this time was standing next to the freckled man. Su Yu remembered that the two of them seemed to be in the same group, and this person did look at Su Yu with a provocative look at this time. Su Yu is now worth billions. How could she care about such a small amount of money? She shouted on the spot, 500. She bid $500, but she bid $5 million. Chapter 35. The momentum of the $500 is in place. After Su Yu made the offer, no one followed the bid. Others present also looked at Su Yu with a look of innocence. $500, it's hard to make back. The Chinese guy whispered on the side. Su Yu said casually, then just buy it for fun. The Chinese guy was speechless. The staff of the warehouse management company took a group of people to the next warehouse to be auctioned. Su Yu also followed, but this time, she did not bid again until all the warehouses were auctioned. During this period, she also received several calls from Lu Jingyu's subordinates, saying that Lu Jingyao had disappeared for a night. Su Yu certainly didn't know Lu Jingyu's whereabouts. She hadn't seen him for several days. After the auction, she and several other Taobao people who had won the warehouse went to pay the money and get the warehouse key. She could finally see what treasures were hidden in the warehouse she had won. Boss, are you going to take all this garbage away? The car won't fit, the bodyguard said. Su Yu shook his head. Let me see if there's anything valuable inside. The two bodyguards Su Yu brought from China dutifully took down the cartons placed high up and helped to check if there were any valuables. The local bodyguard hired by Su Yu put his hands in his pockets at this time. Beauty, my job is to protect you, not to pick up garbage. Su Yu didn't care, just said to the two bodyguards from China in Chinese, thank you for your help, and add 500 yuan each. Hearing this, the two domestic bodyguards worked harder. A box of children's toys, most of them are broken. My box is made up of broken pots and pans in the kitchen, which are not valuable. Both bodyguards felt a little guilty. After all, they took more money from the boss, but didn't find many valuables. Su Yu didn't care and said, it's okay, we just came out to have fun. After turning over 7 or 8 boxes, the goods were finally delivered. Boss, this may be valuable, the bodyguard shouted excitedly. Su Yu walked over quickly. That box should be the porcelain that the two white men mentioned earlier. Su Yu was already proficient in porcelain identification. She only took a glance and knew that this set of so-called porcelain was just ordinary tableware. Even among tableware, it was not worth much. After turning over several boxes, the bodyguard was excited and shouted loudly, Boss, the goods are delivered, big goods. The bodyguard carefully took out a bottle of wine from a cardboard box covered with a layer of dust in the corner of the warehouse. Boss, Mount High 30 years. This wine is very valuable in China, and it must be more valuable in the territory of foreign devils. The bodyguard touched the dusty wine box with trembling hands. Su Yu asked, how much is this wine? The domestic public price is 12,000 yuan per bottle, but if you want to snatch it, you usually have to pay a higher price, at least 14,000 yuan a bottle. Su Yu didn't know anything about liquor at all, and asked again, is this real wine? I heard there are a lot of fake wines on the market. The bodyguard nodded. It's real, it can't be wrong. Another bodyguard said, Boss, he is a wine addict, he won't be wrong. The wine addict bodyguard took the box and looked at it over and over again. After seeing the production date, he said, this is still produced in 2016, it is more valuable. This kind of old wine can be sold for at least 16,000 yuan a bottle. If you are more ruthless, you can sell it for 20,000 yuan. Su Yu took a look at the box. There were 3 bottles of the same wine. If you really want to sell it, it will really cost 6,000 US dollars. Oh, you are really lucky. I got such a big deal. I take the loss. I take 3,000 US dollars. The Chinese guy came out from nowhere and wanted to buy Su Yu's wine. Su Yu was not ignorant of the goods. She shook her head vigorously. 10,000 US dollars, otherwise no deal. She felt that she had asked for too much, but she didn't expect the Chinese guy to agree so readily. Okay, 10,000 is 10,000. Don't regret what you said. Su Yu, miscalculated. She suffered because she didn't know the market of Matai abroad. Can you still make money at this price? Su Yu asked. The Chinese guy smiled and said, in the duty-free shop at the California airport, a bottle sells for $4,680. I can definitely make money at this price. The words have been said, and Su Yu has no intention of regretting. The Chinese guy said again, but I didn't take too much advantage. If I sell this wine, I can only make a few $100s after paying taxes. If you sell it to me, I don't have to find a buyer myself. I treat you to dinner tonight, how about it? Su Yu shook her head. Forget about the dinner, anyway, I didn't lose money in this business. She invested $500 in the warehouse auction and earned $10,000. If she was really a Taobao person who specialized in warehouse auctions, she would have opened champagne to celebrate. The Chinese guy changed his previous cunning and took the initiative to say, "Do you want other things in this warehouse? If not, I will pay $50 and take it all, so you don't have to bother to deal with the garbage." How about it? Su Yu had already turned this warehouse upside down. There were not many valuable things. She didn't want to go back to the hotel with a pile of garbage, so she nodded. After getting the money, Su Yu took 3 bodyguards back to the hotel. The car stopped not long after leaving the warehouse management company. "The car seems to be broken," the driver said. The place where the car stopped was a narrow alley. Before the driver got off the car to observe the situation, a group of people surrounded it. "Chink, you made a lot of money. It just so happens that the brothers are short of money." The freckled man came up with a group of people. Su Yu looked over and saw that all the dozen people were familiar faces, all of whom were Taobao people who had bid together before. She immediately understood that the car stopped because they were probably doing something bad on purpose. "You want to rob?" Su Yu asked. The freckled man smiled and said, "I just want some money to spend." "Don't make it so serious. Give us the $10,000 you got from selling wine today, and we let you go." "Will every Taobao user who makes money be targeted by you like this?" Su Yu asked. The freckled man sneered. "You have too many questions, pay up quickly, or I kill you." Su Yu shouted directly, "Do it." The driver shrank in the car and dared not come out, but the other 3 bodyguards had already run out, and the local bodyguard directly pulled out a gun to warn. They brought guns. The dozen people who surrounded him were so scared that they ran away. A dozen people share $10,000, and each person takes a few hundred? What are you playing with for a few $100s? Su Yu said sarcastically. The freckled man turned pale. Su Yu did not let him go, and grabbed him. He grabbed her and kicked her hard several times. "You are the one who is always bothering me. Why do you keep barking all day long?" The freckled man begged for mercy. "Beauty, I was wrong. I won't do it again." Su Yu wanted to kick her twice more, but she suddenly felt a chill on her back, and a sense of crisis rose in her heart. The next second, she tilted her body, then rolled on the ground and hid behind the nearest trash can. But the freckled man, who was very close to her, was in trouble. Su Yu dodged him, but he couldn't avoid it, and there was a bloody hole on his forehead. Su Yu didn't have time to be afraid. The gunman hiding in the dark didn't stop, and several bullets hit the trash can next to her. Chapter 36. She didn't know who was shooting her from the dark, but the other party definitely wanted her life. In order to fire more shots before the police arrived, the other party put a silencer on the gun. Su Yu thought carefully. She had been in New York City for so many days, and there were only 2 people she really offended. One was Shiroyer, because of Lu Jingyao, and the other was Denard, who ruined the other party's porcelain scam. The task of picking up leaks has been opened. Please arrive at the designated location as soon as possible. Su Yu, ? Tongzi, do you still need to pick up leaks at this point? Su Yu asked. The target of picking up leaks, a life. There is no special reward for completing the task. Su Yu immediately changed her face like Sichuan opera. Tongzi, I know you are the best system in the world. As the shooting continued, Su Yu acted almost completely according to the instructions of the system. The shooter hiding not far away frowned. You told me to kill an ordinary person. The people around him were sweating. She's just a little Chinese girl. Who would have thought she was so agile? Does she know Xiaohua Kung Fu? I can only do my best. Besides, even if she wasn't shot, you still have to pay the balance. The shooter said indifferently. In their sight, Su Yu was as flexible as a monkey at this time. She was almost 1 step faster than the bullet every time. She didn't even have a small cut on her body, but the Taobao people who besieged her before were unlucky. Under the dense bullet attack, many people were injured and lay on the ground wailing. Save me! Save me! I don't want to die yet. The bullets finally stopped. Su Yu didn't know that the shooter's magazine was empty. She was still hiding in a dead corner and didn't dare to come out at all. After a long time, the ambulance arrived, and there was no more gunshots. Su Yu was not injured, but among the 3 bodyguards she brought with her, a local bodyguard was shot in the shoulder. The injured were taken to the hospital, and the others were all taken to the police station. Although Su Yuyu's local bodyguards carried guns, they did not fire a single shot. She dodged the entire time, so she was released after completing the statement. Are there many shooting incidents? Su Yuyu asked the driver, who was a local. The driver shook his head. Not very many, about once a month. Su Yuyu fell silent. Is once a month considered a small number? The driver put on an experienced look again and said, Miss Su, I won't drive you tomorrow. You must have offended someone, and bullets have been chasing you. After what happened today, Su Yuyu didn't dare to stay here any longer. She was thinking whether she should buy a plane ticket to return home immediately, or stay here and continue to wait for a bargain. The task of picking up leaks has been started. Please reach the target location as soon as possible. The destination is close, and the host can choose to walk there. Su Yuyu looked at the system prompt that just appeared, and her heart paused. It seemed that only 1 or 2 hours had passed since the last task of picking up leaks. Oh, the last time I picked up leaks, I saved my life, so it's okay. Although she wanted to return home immediately, she couldn't help but be moved when she saw the refreshed task. After leaving the police station, she followed the system instructions with 2 bodyguards to walk through the streets of New York City. She was betting that the assassination had just happened, and the mastermind behind the scenes would not launch a second assassination in the short term. She thought the system was telling the truth about the destination being close, but she didn't expect to run 5 kilometers in one breath. In the end, the system's instructions pointed to a dead end. The 2 bodyguards following behind her didn't understand Su Yuyu's behavior, but they didn't ask much. Su Yuyu walked hesitantly to the end of the street, where a stinking trash can was placed. Going through the trash again? Su Yuyu asked the system. The system pointer poked straight into the trash can. Su Yuyu felt that her character of trash picker seemed to be getting heavier. But she brought 2 people with her this time, so she said directly, add another 500 yuan and empty the contents of this trash can. The 2 bodyguards did a lot of hard work. Compared with other employers, Su Yuyu had very little to do. They went forward without changing their expressions, and lifted the trash can to empty it. The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground reached the ears of the 3 people. The top layer of the trash can was full of kitchen garbage, and some expired and spoiled food, and the bottom was a heavy object in a sack. It looked full, and a layer of blood had already seeped out on the surface of the sack. A bodyguard reached out and touched it, and then his face changed. It's a person. Could it be a corpse? Su Yuyu was so scared that she took 2 steps back on the spot. She resisted the urge to run away, and asked the bodyguard to open the bag. When the bag was opened, the first thing that caught her eye was short black hair. Judging from the exposed skin, it seemed to be a Chinese man. The bodyguard turned the man's face over and was immediately surprised. Miss Su, this is Mr. Liu, he is still breathing. Su Yuyu, eh? Su Yuyu looked at Liu Jingyao, who was covered in blood, half dead with his eyes closed, and half of his body was still in a sack. It was really hard to connect the man in front of him with the man who was as dazzling as the sun a few days ago. What is this? The golden sun turned into a gray mouse in the trash can. Su Yuyu was scared. He was killed and his body was thrown away. He was thrown into the trash can, and his mobile phone and locator were all thrown away. No wonder his people couldn't find him anywhere. The bodyguard sighed. It's too dangerous abroad. Miss Su, if you want to stay in the United States these days, you should hire a few more local bodyguards when you go out. After Su Yuyu accompanied the ambulance to the hospital, she waited for Liu Jingyu's subordinates to come, and she explained the situation clearly, and then she didn't care anymore. When she left the hospital, Liu Jingyao didn't wake up, but lay in the intensive care unit with many tubes inserted in his body. Congratulations to the host, you have completed the task of picking up leaks. The specific rewards will be issued by the task target. Su Yuyu didn't argue with the system when she saw this prompt. Liu Jingyao was rich. She saved his life this time, so she must have benefited from it. Return home, hurry back home. Su Yuyu booked a plane ticket immediately after arriving at the hotel. The nearest flight was in 3 hours, and Su Yuyu just wanted to return home overnight. After so many days, Song's mother had recovered, and the mother and son of the Song family chose to return home with her. Because Song's mother was in good health, Su Yuyu didn't spend a lot of money to buy a private plane on the return trip, but bought first-class tickets for all the accompanying personnel. But as soon as she stepped on the plane and hadn't laid down, she suddenly heard the system prompt sound in her ears. The task of picking up leaks has been started. Please arrive at the target location as soon as possible. A few days ago, Su Yuyu was still looking forward to starting the task of picking up leaks, but these days were 2 ups and downs. She was really tired looking at the intensively refreshed system tasks. Can I take a break and have a good sleep first? Su Yu asked. But the system kept flashing red light in response. The task of picking up leaks has been started. Please reach the target location as soon as possible. This line of words kept flashing on the screen in Su Yu's eyes, as if she would not stop until she took action. Chapter 37. The first-class cabin of the plane Su Yu took had 8 seats in total. The domestic caregiver, who had taken care of Song's mother, had returned home a few days ago, so she and her group occupied 5 seats in total. The other 3 seats were occupied by a young girl of 18 or 19, a man of 25 or 26, and a middle-aged woman with glasses and a bookish air. Su Yu followed the system instructions and did not enter other cabins, but walked straight to the young girl's seat. Su Yu was completely embarrassed because she stood there very abruptly. The system instructions fell on a can of Coke in the young girl's hand. Ma'am, if you have any needs, you can tell us. Please don't disturb other passengers. The flight attendant came over and said politely. Su Yu was very hesitant. How should she tell the flight attendant that she wanted the Coke in the young girl's hand? The young girl's face was full of tension, and her eyes were full of guilt when she looked at Su Yu, and her hands were tightly holding the can of Coke. The flight attendant gave the young girl a soothing look and planned to continue negotiating with Su Yu. Madam, the plane is about to take off. Please return to your seat, okay? The flight attendant said tentatively. Su Yu's eyes still fell on the young girl's Coke. She didn't know why this can of Coke was valued by the system, but she had decided to find a way to take it over and take a look. I remember that you can't bring liquids on the plane. Can you bring this bottle of Coke? Su Yu questioned the flight attendant. The flight attendant was stunned when he heard it, and turned to face the young girl. Madam, how did you bring this bottle of Coke on the plane? The young girl's eyes were flustered. She lowered her head slightly, not daring to look directly at the flight attendant, and said, I took it from your dining car. The flight attendant looked puzzled, but there is no canned Coke on our plane. The young girl opened her mouth slightly, not knowing what to say for a moment. The more Su Yu looked at this person, the more she felt something was wrong. The plane was very hot, and the girl's forehead was full of sweat, but she had a silk scarf wrapped tightly around her neck, completely covering her neck. Su Yu grabbed the bottle of Coke, reached out, and touched the top of the can, and felt something slippery. Is this wax? After Su Yu wiped the slippery stuff aside, she saw a small hole in the can, and then she smelled a strong smell of gasoline. She brought gasoline on the plane. Su Yu shouted loudly, and immediately pressed the young girl down on the seat, making her unable to move. Su Yu immediately understood that the girl punched a hole in the Coke can, injected gasoline, and sealed the hole with wax. On the surface, outsiders thought it was a can of Coke, and the security check was not so strict, so she found a chance to bring it on the plane. Everyone in the first-class cabin changed their faces. The flight attendant immediately called a few more companions over, wanting to drag the young girl off the plane and hand her over to the police. The young girl kept shouting something, her face full of fearlessness. Su Yu couldn't understand the language she spoke at all, and didn't know which country it was from. During the tug-of-war with the flight attendant, the silk scarf on the young girl's neck fell off. Su Yu saw the other person's neck clearly, and there was a black tattoo above the collarbone, which was 3 skulls connected together. Just one look made people feel very evil. After the young girl was dragged off the plane, the flight attendants ran to other cabins to appease the passengers, and the plane was delayed for half an hour before taking off. Su Yu was also full of fear at this time. If the plane really took off, the can of gasoline carried by the young girl would explode on the plane in midair, and I'm afraid that everyone on the entire flight would be in danger. During the subsequent flight, the flight attendant team repeatedly thanked Su Yu, and Su Yu was given special care. When she yawned, someone covered her with a blanket, and when she coughed, someone immediately brought her hot water. Ms. Su, how did you find that person was not right? The person who asked Su Yu was not a flight attendant, but a young man who sat closer to the young girl. Su Yu had already thought of the reason for the explanation, and said, I just thought it was strange that Coke could be brought on the plane, so I wanted to ask what was going on, but I didn't expect that this person's psychological quality was very poor, and was exposed all of a sudden. Su Yu looked at the young man in front of her, and the more she looked, the more frightened she became. The other party just sat there, and she could feel a terrifying pressure. This pressure did not affect Su Yu's surprise at his appearance at all. Broad shoulders and narrow waist, sword eyebrows and star eyes. The impact of this kind of strong face is too impressive. Su Yu looked at him several more times because of his appearance. The more she looked, the more she felt that this person was strange. It was not that she sensed a bad feeling in him, but that she felt that the temperament of this person was very familiar. Su Yu racked her brains, but couldn't figure it out. It wasn't until her eyes fell on her bodyguard that she suddenly realized that the temperament of the man in front of her was very much like someone who had served in the army. His eyes were sharp, and his movements were full of momentum. He was like a sword about to be unsheathed. Shen Juan was also looking at Su Yu at this time. A series of labels quickly emerged in his mind. About 20 years old, with a very neat figure, he seemed to be a martial artist. He was young but had a bunch of entourage. Although he was riding first class, he must have suddenly become rich. The middle-aged woman, who had been sitting next to Shen Juan and had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. Juan, staring at a lady like this will scare people. Shen Juan quickly withdrew his gaze and whispered to Su Yu, sorry. Su Yu didn't bother with him at all, but asked, are you a soldier? Shen Juan was not surprised at her asking this, and said casually, I served in the military for a few years. Su Yu's eyes lit up immediately. So you are retired now? Do you have a job? What do you do? Shen Juan didn't know what Su Yu was so excited about, and said the identity he had made up long ago. I am working at a relative's company now. Su Yu asked again, how much do you make a month? Shen Juan made up his identity background in great detail. I get 25,000 a month. He thought that was enough, but he didn't expect Su Yu to slap his thigh hard on the spot. You are so handsome. If you don't become a star, what kind of job do you do? I opened an entertainment company, and I am recruiting people now. As long as you join my company, I guarantee to tailor a TV series for you. You will definitely become famous within 3 years. Shen Juan, The middle-aged woman next to him laughed. Juan, I told you a long time ago that you are too conspicuous, and there will definitely be scouts looking for you. Shen Juan has carried out many dangerous missions, and he is not afraid of dangers, but Su Yu's eyes are shining at this time, and she looks like she is about to eat him, which really scares him. Chapter 38. Sorry, I don't plan to be a star, Shen Juan said. Su Yu didn't intend to let him go, but calculated the bill for him on the spot. You are making 25,000 a month now? It seems a lot, but this money is not easy to spend. You need to rent a slightly better house in Shanghai for at least 5,000 a month. Young men are growing up, so they must eat well, right? Food expenses start at 5,000 a month, and buying some clothes costs 2,000 to 3,000. After you start working, you need to be filial to your parents, which costs 2,000 a month. If you have a girlfriend and give her gifts from time to create a little romance, you will also spend 5,000 to 10,000. According to this calculation, you are in danger. 25,000 a month, you can't save a penny. House prices in Shanghai are so expensive. How can you buy a house if you can't save money? Even if your family helps you pay the down payment, you still have to pay the mortgage yourself. How much pressure is there for 7,000 to 8,000 a month? Shen Juan listened to her calculations. Even though he was not an employee of a relative's company at all, he couldn't help but get nervous at this time. Su Yu changed the subject. It's different when you're a star. Haven't you seen what people say online? Top-tier artists can make 2 million a day, and they can buy a good house in Shanghai in 10 days. When you really become a top star, you make money just by breathing. There are a lot of people paying for any photo you take. Don't worry, although my entertainment company is newly opened, I'm not that kind of black-hearted boss. The contract I give you will definitely be the most favorable. Shen Juan was actually moved for a moment, but after a moment, his occupational disease came back, and he couldn't help asking, have you ever worked in pyramid schemes? Su Yu didn't think much about it, thinking that the other party had reservations, and immediately stuffed her business card into Shen Juan's hand. If you don't believe me, go visit our company, and I show you the dramas our company has produced. She was afraid that Shen Juan wouldn't believe it, so she pointed to Song Shibai on the side. That's the current #1 in our company. Isn't he very handsome? He has only signed a contract with us for more than a month, and he has already starred in a short drama. Don't worry, we don't hide people, we really give them dramas. Song Shibai was grateful to Su Yu after his experience of seeing a doctor abroad. Seeing that she was recruiting people, even though he has always been socially anxious, he took the initiative to help endorse her. You can completely trust our boss. This time when I accompanied my mother to see a doctor abroad, the boss didn't even blink an eye and spent tens of millions. If she can't be trusted in the entertainment industry, then no one can be trusted. Shen Juan was not short of money, but he was still surprised to hear this number. Song Shibai kept all the bills because he was thinking about working to pay off Su Yu's debts. He handed them to Shen Juan. Foreign medical resources have always been expensive. Not counting the cost of medical intermediaries and charter flights, the cost of Song's mother's treatment in the hospital alone was $3 million US. After reading the bill, Shin Jun's attitude towards Su Yu became serious. Miss Su, I am very grateful for your appreciation of me, but I really have no intention of venturing into the entertainment industry. Shin Jun felt that people who spend a lot of money to buy horse bones would be respected no matter what they do. Seeing his firm attitude, Su Yu immediately looked regretful and said, "It's a pity that you are so handsome and don't go to make movies and TV series. If you change your mind, you can contact me at any time. I have always kept this opportunity for you." Shin Jun nodded and carefully put Su Yu's business card into his wallet. The middle-aged woman next to him joked, "Jun, if you become a big star, you will make hundreds of millions a year. Are you really not tempted by so much money?" Shin Jun looked helpless. "Auntie, please stop teasing me. I have social phobia and don't want to enter the entertainment industry." The middle-aged woman stopped talking and picked up a copy of Nature magazine to read. Su Yu looked at her in surprise because of her action. As one of the top magazines in the academic world, Nature magazine is not only expensive, but also not so easy to buy, and the reading threshold is particularly high. Su Yu couldn't help but doubt the identity of the middle-aged woman. But her inquiring eyes didn't stay for too long. The middle-aged woman suddenly put away the magazine and complained casually, "What is written in this magazine that your cousin asked me to bring? It's all in English and my eyes hurt. I can't understand it at all." Shin Jun was stunned for a moment, but soon cooperated and said, "Auntie, if you are tired, just take a nap." The middle-aged woman directly covered her face with the magazine, as if she really couldn't understand this magazine. The rest of the journey was calm. The only thing worth mentioning was that when the plane was about to land, Su Yu saw the system reward in front of her. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of picking up leaks and getting the reward. A private plane, the task reward is stored at the Shanghai airport. Please claim it as soon as possible. Su Yu resisted the urge to bite her lips and didn't scream. The reward for preventing the plane from crashing turned out to be a private jet. After the plane landed, Su Yu, accompanied by airport staff, saw her new baby. Gulfstream G700. There are only 20 private jets of this model in the world. Su Yu is a layman, and she searched the price at the speed of light. The starting price is $90 million US, but she didn't feel happy for too long, because she was about to bleed, with a yearly custody fee of $5 million and an operating fee of $20 million. Su Yu looked at the sky-high bill and wanted to auction the plane on the spot. "Ms. Su, are you going to operate this plane publicly? Now many people prefer to charter a plane for travel." The staff asked with a smile. Su Yu can indeed make some money by operating it publicly. She had chartered someone else's private plane when she went abroad before, and she spent more than $1 million on one trip. In fact, she made money quickly. But after careful consideration, she shook her head. Su Yu thought that her current status was different. With the system of picking up bargains, she would only become richer and richer in the future. She didn't like her things being touched by others, and was willing to pay for her cleanliness. Su Yu had just returned to Thompson EP1 in the car that picked her up at the airport. Before she could lie down on the bed to adjust to the time difference, the phone rang. "It's a blast. Boss, our short play is a hit." Ouyang's excited voice exploded in the phone. Su Yu silently moved the phone away. After the other party's roar ended, she asked calmly, "How popular is it?" The short play was launched on the video platform 5 days ago. The daily turnover exceeded 1 million in 3 days after it was released. Today is even more incredible, it has exceeded 10 million directly. The boss of the platform was shocked and said that if it can continue to be popular, our short play will be the drama king of the platform this year. Chapter 39. Su Yu immediately praised the boss for the daily turnover of tens of millions, and said, "You all did a good job. I am not surprised to achieve such results." Ouyang on the other end of the phone blushed when he heard the boss's praise, but unfortunately he was not a sociable person, so he could only say dryly, "Thank you for your trust." Su Yu is also learning how to be a good boss now. She thought about it and said, "Ouyang, I always believe in your ability, and you should also believe in yourself." Ouyang nodded frantically on the other end of the phone. After nodding, he remembered that Su Yu could not see, and immediately said, "Boss, don't worry, you are willing to give me this opportunity, I will never doubt myself casually again." Su Yu asked again, "With a daily turnover of tens of millions, how much can we get?" There are many cooperation models between short dramas and platforms. They use the full investment model, that is, Su Yu is responsible for the script and production, and can get about 6% to 10% of the turnover after it is broadcast on the video platform. Ouyang said, "Boss, I compared several platforms at the beginning, and I chose the one with the highest rebate, which is 10%. When Su Yu invested in this short play, she paid 2 million yuan, but the cost of the short play was low, and Ouyang spent all his efforts, and only spent 500,000 yuan. The salary of Ouyang and Song Jibai was calculated separately, both of which were 100,000 yuan each. So the total cost of this short play was only 700,000 yuan, and now the short play is paid back and even made some money. Ask your brothers if they are willing to sign a long-term contract with the company. Now the company has only you as a director, just like a commander without troops. You have a good relationship, and you can form a team, which will make it easier to do things in the future. Su Yu said. Ouyang was even more moved when he heard this. The boss was not afraid of him forming cliques at all, and was willing to let him pull his own people. He really wanted to work for Su Yu for the rest of his life. They are willing. The employment environment has been bad in the past 2 years. They have found jobs before they graduated from college, and they are ahead of others. They are willing to work with the boss. Ouyang said. Although Su Yu is not sure whether the team Ouyang is leading now is the same as the team in his previous life, the core figure of the team is actually Ouyang. As long as he is coaxed, there will be a steady stream of money in the future. Okay, I will send you a big red envelope when the platform settles the payment. Su Yu promised. Ouyang was so happy when he heard about the money. Su Yu asked again, how do you think of the TV series script? If it is almost done, you can prepare to start the project. In addition to watching the short drama online, Ouyang has spent almost all his time on the TV series script that Su Yu gave him before going abroad. Boss, is Brother Song still the lead actor? Ouyang asked. Su Yu frowned slightly. She didn't like the current trend in the entertainment industry, where young popular actors are praised and everyone is called teacher, or brother or sister. The director is the core of the crew, and Song Jibai has to listen to you. Just call him Xiao Song. Su Yu said. Ouyang felt very comfortable that his boss valued him. He was worried that Song Jibai was his boss's mistress, and would shit on him sooner or later. Hearing this, he finally felt relieved. At least Su Yu still valued the director more. After Su Yu hung up the phone, she called Song Jibai again, told him about the performance of the short play, and praised him several times. The success of the short play is inseparable from Ouyang's control, and your wonderful performance. I said at the time that you can definitely play this role well, and you really didn't let me down. The TV series is about to start filming. Tomorrow I will arrange an acting teacher for you, and I guarantee that you will become a hit. After Su Yu finished painting the pie, she put away her phone and lay down on the bed. Before falling asleep, she thought vaguely, being a boss is really hard. After Su Yu slept for 10 hours, the jet lag was completely reversed, and the whole person was revived. The system did not refresh the task of picking up leaks, so she put the leaks at home that had not been rewarded together. Be honest, sit up straight, Su Yu said to the puppy. Guai glanced at her, and then slowly lay on the ground as if provoking. Su Yu was so angry that she directly hugged Guai in her arms, and rubbed its sleek fur hard. Guai barked helplessly at Su Yu. Woof woof, bad shit shoveler, you've messed up my fur. Su Yu tilted her head and asked, Guai, are you particularly valuable? Is your last owner the richest man? Su Yu could only think of this one reason, otherwise she didn't understand why an ordinary little dog could be identified as a lucky finder by the system. Su Yu actually asked Guai many times, but the puppy's brain was so small that Guai couldn't tell who its last owner was at all. In fact, because it had been with Su Yu for too long, it had become very dependent on Su Yu and rarely mentioned its old owner. Guai, woof woof, are you going to send me back? Su Yu shook her head. Even if you are the richest man in the world, I can't send you back. You are my dog now, right? The puppy barked, then raised its head with a well-behaved look on its face, allowing Su Yu to scratch its neck. Su Yu held the puppy and looked at the other two losers. One is the stone sculpture that was shipped back from the United States at a high price, and the other is the jade pendant obtained at the auction. Su Yu thought about it and couldn't figure it out, so she simply chose to cheat. Is Tombao here? Is Tombao here? I'm here. Good treasure, give me some tips, Su Yu said shamelessly. After a long time, the system finally spoke again. Wear the jade pendant close to your body, and just untie the stone sculpture. Su Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. Untie the stone. She felt that her mind was too rigid. Why didn't she think of untie the stone? Su Yu wanted to go out and find a stone untie machine, but then she thought that the system would not be stingy every time it took action, and money would move people's hearts. If it really opened some top-quality jade materials, she might not be able to keep it by herself. The two bodyguards, who had accompanied her abroad before, were both veterans. They were still trying to protect her when facing a gunfight in the United States. She felt that they were trustworthy, so she called them on the spot without any hesitation. If you are willing, after leaving the company, you will only be responsible for protecting me, and the monthly salary will be 100,000 yuan. How about it? Su Yuyu asked. Previously, Su Yuyu hired two people through a security company. Instead of letting the security company continue to take a cut, it would be better to give the money directly to the bodyguards. On the other end of the phone, Su Yuyu only heard a sound of a heavy object falling to the ground, as if someone fell off a chair. After a moment, a voice came, "Boss, I will submit my resignation report now, and try to get to work today." Chapter 40. The two bodyguards kept their word. An hour and a half later, they appeared at Su Yuyu's home. One person lifted one side, and soon lifted the stone sculpture onto the cart. Su Fang was already waiting downstairs. After Su Yuyu got in the car arrived at the destination smoothly. Even though the other three people in the car knew that Su Yuyu liked the rules of quietness, she still felt that it was too crowded for 4 people to sit in a car. "Can you drive?" Su Yuyu asked the bodyguard Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun immediately said, "Boss, I have been driving for 10 years. Su Fang became nervous when she heard this. She was afraid that she would lose this job, but now she was driving and did not dare to look back at her boss's face. Su Yuyu did not let Su Fang worry for too long, but directly said to Zhang Jun, "Since you can drive, go pick a car later, and you two will drive behind you in the future." Zhang Jun's eyes lit up. Although he knew that the boss was complaining that the car was too crowded, the sense of freedom of being able to drive by himself was incomparable to riding in a car. Although Su Fang kept her job, she still felt a sense of crisis. She needed this job more than anyone else. Only if she was more useful to her boss could she keep her job. When the car arrived at the destination, the bodyguard got off first and did Su Fang's job. Su Fang suddenly had an idea and pulled out a parasol from the side. There were a lot of raw stones, and a stone-cutting machine piled up in front of the Jade Museum. A group of people were watching the stone cutting, and suddenly someone shouted, "Here comes a fat sheep!" Everyone turned around and looked over. The first thing they saw was the car, and they silently marked a price in their hearts. Then, they saw 2 bodyguards in black suits, and they raised the level of the fat sheep. Finally, a female driver holding a parasol appeared. In their eyes, Su Yuyu's worth was instantly raised to hundreds of millions. Su Yuyu was treated like a star by the 3 people around her as she walked to the Jade Museum. "Beauty, do you want to play stone gambling? You can double your worth with just 1 cut," the boss said with a smile. Su Yuyu glanced at him and said, "It's a bit difficult to double my worth with 1 cut." The boss's eyes condensed. He didn't expect Su Yuyu to say such a thing. What's the difference between this and admitting that he is very rich? Su Yuyu didn't care about the other party's observation and asked directly, "Boss, how much does it cost to cut the stone?" The boss said, "The stones bought from me are free to cut. If they are stones brought from outside, it depends on the size of the stone." Su Yuyu looked back at the 2 bodyguards, and they immediately lifted the stone sculpture from the car. The boss took a look and said, "The stone used for stone carving is difficult to produce green due to the material. Are you sure you want to cut this good stone sculpture?" Su Yuyu nodded. "Boss, please evaluate it and charge as much as you should." The boss shook his head. "This is our first meeting. Just treat it as making friends. I will help you cut it for free." The boss makes most of his money on gambling on stones, not cutting them. Su Yuyu is worth a lot, so he also wants to sell it well. But Su Yuyu said, "If I don't take money, I won't feel at ease. I don't feel safe with such a friend." The boss laughed and said helplessly, "The beauty is too polite, so I charge 200 yuan. After Su Yuyu paid 200 yuan, he asked the bodyguard to carry the stone sculpture to the vicinity of the machine. The staff of the Jade Museum just wanted to make a move, and the boss waved his hand. "I will do it myself." Su Yuyu didn't care who did it. "Beauty, you draw a line first." The boss handed a pen to Su Yuyu. Su Yuyu didn't understand this kind of thing, so he said directly, "You can do it." The boss first figured out that Su Yuyu should be an outsider, but he didn't dare to look down on Su Yuyu. "There seems to be a fixed ritual for cutting stones," the boss shouted. "When the machine sounds, it's worth a lot of gold." Before starting the stone cutting machine, he used a relatively delicate stone cutting method, slowly polishing along the periphery of the stone. After a circle, there was no other color, all was fluff. "Boss, this stone doesn't look valuable. Don't use the water grinding skill, just cut it in half with a knife. A spectator shouted. The owner of the Jade Museum hesitated and turned to look at Su Yu beside him. Su Yu shook his head. Just grind it like this. The boss had no choice but to continue grinding around the stone sculpture. Such fine work took too long, and many spectators were bored to watch other machines cut stones. Not many people paid attention to Su Yu's stone. 20 minutes later, a curious person ran to take a look again. When he saw that it was still water grinding, he shook his head. Boss, this beauty is an amateur. Why are you also an amateur? Are you really willing to accompany her to mess around? The boss was also in a dilemma at this time. He thought Su Yu was a person of character, and he wanted to make friends, so he would serve her personally. At this time, he was already regretting it in his heart, and his hands were a little slack, and he didn't look carefully at what the stone sculpture looked like. Stop! Su Yu suddenly shouted. The boss looked at her in confusion. Su Yu said, It's green. The boss replied casually, Beauty, your stone is a stone carving material. It's hard to get green. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked down and was stunned. Under the stone machine, a little bit of full green was revealed at this time. The boss wiped off the stone debris in disbelief, and then he could only see the touch of green in his eyes. It was a very bright and full green. The color was extremely uniform, without any color difference or spots, and one look would make people sink. The boss has been in the jade industry for many years, so he can naturally recognize what it is, Emperor Green. His voice was trembling, but it was accurately transmitted to the ears of everyone present. In 3 seconds, everyone gathered around. It's really the Imperial Green. I never thought that I would be able to see the Imperial Green being unraveled in my lifetime. There is such a big piece of stone, it is estimated that it can produce several kilograms. I'm rich. Where did you buy this stone from? Which pile of raw stones did it come from? I want to buy it too. The people around were talking about it. Their eyes were red when they saw the stone, and they wanted to rush up and grab the stone into their arms. As the owner of this stone, Su Yu was very calm. Boss, continue to unravel it. The boss did not move immediately, but said, Beauty, if you want to sell it, I am willing to buy it for 50 million. Betting on stones is actually a two-part gamble. The first one is to bet on whether your stone can produce green. The second one is to bet on how much green can be produced by half of the unraveled stone. A conservative person may choose to sell the stone after seeing the green color, so that the subsequent jade stones have nothing to do with him. Su Yu spent about 300,000 renminbi to send this stone sculpture back to China. 300,000 renminbi for 50 million, maybe some people would choose to stop. But Su Yu didn't. Instead, he said confidently, keep solving it. Chapter 41. Ms. Su, don't be impulsive. If you are not satisfied with the price, we can still talk about it. The owner of the Jade Museum said. Su Yu looked at the other party with a smile and said, I am not afraid of showing my weakness. In fact, this is my first time to open a stone. The boss immediately struck while the iron was hot. You are a novice, so you should stop when you are ahead. Su Yu shook her head. It is because I am a novice, so the more the old hand asks me to do something, the more I can't do it. The face of the owner of the Jade Museum immediately turned green. He is a veteran. Su Yu is pointing at him. After a long while, he said dryly, I am doing this for your own good. I am afraid that you will suffer a loss if the deal goes wrong. Su Yu said, It's okay. It's just a few dollars. I can afford to lose. A circle of people who gambled on jadeite were watching them all the time. Seeing that the deal fell through, the audience immediately became anxious. Boss, if they don't want to sell it, don't dawdle. Hurry up and untie it. We are all waiting to see. The jadeite hall was already full of gamblers. The news spread quickly. Seeing that a large amount of goods had been born, many people rushed over, and some even started live broadcasting on the spot. The audience in our live broadcast room are waiting. Hurry up and hurry up. The number of spectators increased, and many buyers also came. Little girl, Boss Chen wants to fool you, but I am different. If you sell this stone to me, I will pay 70 million. The person who spoke was a newcomer, a boss in the jade business. Su Yu glanced at the other person. The person who was talking was a bald man with a big gold necklace hanging around his neck and a bald head without a single hair. Su Yu shook her head. I won't sell it now. Since it's a gambling stone, I must gamble to the end. The bald man gave her a thumbs up after hearing this. Girl, you are a successful person, and you will definitely make a lot of money. Su Yu liked to hear this kind of words, and nodded at the other person. The owner of the Jadeite Museum saw that Su Yu was not fooled, so he could only bite the bullet and continue to cut the stone. After grinding for so long, the stone sculpture is still about 1/3 of its original size. The owner of the Jade Museum has been working in the raw stone industry for so many years. From the moment the green appeared, he had a premonition in his heart that once this unpopular stone is opened, it will definitely be green all the way, and there is probably a big treasure hidden underneath. And the fact is the same as he guessed. The stone cutter grinds the stone sculpture bit by bit, and finally all the edges are polished clearly. Everyone present looks at the whole picture of the clean jade material, and takes a breath. This jade looks quite big. Is it over 100 kilograms? No, I estimate 50 to 60 kilograms. This is really strange. There are no cracks from every angle, the color is pure and rich. It is really a top quality material. Whose imperial green sells out dozens of kilograms at a time? Is it a trap? It shouldn't be. This beautiful woman is here for the first time, and she is driving a luxury car with 2 bodyguards. It doesn't look like a trap. Because this stone is too surprising, there was a lot of noise at the scene, and people said all kinds of things. At this time, the owner of the Jade Museum carefully wiped the water stains on the jade, and sent it to the public scale to weigh it. 25.51 kilograms. The owner of the Jade Museum said. Suyuyu urgently checked the price of imperial green on the internet. 1 kilogram of jade is between 5 million and 20 million. If it is made into jewelry and sold, the price will double. The owner of the Jade Museum was also very upset at this time. He felt that he was just a little bit away from getting this top-grade jade material in the half-open state. Unfortunately, Suyuyu didn't sell it. She really made the right bet. Beauty, are you going to sell this jade material, or do you want to keep it for yourself? The bald man asked Suyuyu anxiously. Suyuyu knew that if she found someone to process it into jewelry, she could make more money, but the jewelry industry was also full of twists and turns, and there were more cases of being deceived. She was too lazy to spend the energy. I sell it if the price is right, Suyuyu said. The bald man was delighted. Just sell it. Your jade material has excellent water content. Although the quantity is large, the quality is not discounted at all. If the price is too low, you will definitely not be willing to pay. If the price is too high, I can't afford it. Besides, if so much imperial green enters the market at one time, I'm afraid the market price will fall. 10 million per kilogram, 510 million for the whole material. Okay, I can transfer the money today. Although the bald man is rich, it is obviously not easy for him to take out 500 million in one go. Suyuyu hesitated and did not agree immediately. Suddenly, another person squeezed in from outside the crowd. 10 million per pound, this is not too much. For such good material, I am willing to pay 11 million. When the bald man saw this person, he was immediately unhappy. Sunflower, why are you here to mess up again? Sunflower sneered and said, Lu Guanto, if you don't have money, don't play here. Good materials are originally for the highest bidder. Suyuyu saw that the two people were going back and forth, and they were about to fight on the spot. She was no longer anxious. One eye was staring at her jade material, and the other eye was waiting to see if there were more jade merchants entering the venue. She really waited for the bidder. However, this person was quite a big brother. He pulled Sunflower and the bald man at the same time and persuaded them. Such a heavy jade material, why do you have to eat it all by yourself? The 3 of us will join forces and each eat a part, isn't it? The 2 people were really persuaded by him. The elder brother turned to Suyuyu and said, Beauty, we really want to buy this jade material, and we are willing to give a sincere price, 12.5 million per pound. The total price is 637.5 million. We round off the price, 640 million. How about it? Suyuyu said, I'm not in a hurry to use the money, wait a little longer. When the elder brother heard her say this, a trace of anxiety flashed in his eyes, but his lips were worn out, and Suyuyu didn't change her mind. Suyuyu waited for only 5 minutes longer, and heard the voice before she saw the person. I pay 1 billion, and I can transfer the money today. The crowd of onlookers automatically parted, and a young girl in a white cheongsam came in. She looked only a few years older than Suyuyu, with delicate appearance and a string of imperial green necklaces around her neck, which made her look elegant and noble. After just one meeting, Suyuyu couldn't help but feel good about her. Miss Su, I'm Sun Mingju from Sun's Jewelry. Nice to meet you, Sun Mingju said with a smile. Suyuyu asked, do you know me? I saw you at the Shirui family's dinner. You were with Mr. Liu at that time, so you might not have noticed me, Sun Mingju said. Suyuyu put away her doubts. The other party's offer increased by more than 300 million in one go. He was also a tough guy. 1 billion, are you willing to spend so much? Suyuyu couldn't help asking. Sun Mingju said sincerely. Miss Su, when buying jade materials, the one who pays the highest price wins. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. Your jade material is indeed worth this price. Chapter 42. Su Yu thought that she really preferred dealing with girls. Sun Mingju spoke more sincerely than the three men. Miss Su, I can still make a lot of money if I buy this jade material at this price, but I have to tell you the bottom line. 1 billion is my bottom price. I can't give it any higher. Sun Mingju said. 1 billion, even for top companies, this amount of money is not a small amount. Anyone who wants to take it out will feel very pressured. Su Yu turned his head and looked at the three men. The boss, who looked like a big brother, said directly, Miss Sun, you raised the price too much and broke the rules. Sun Mingju glanced at him and said, didn't you break the rules when you betrayed your master? The other party didn't expect Sun Mingju to directly expose the shortcoming. Everyone relies on their own ability and goes their own way. It is human nature. Why do you keep digging up the past? Su Yu watched the two people talking to each other. She pricked up her ears and listened carefully. She always felt that there was something big hidden in it. Sun Mingju said, you relied on your own ability back then, and now I am also bidding based on my own ability. The man snorted coldly and said, you bring so much money in one go, aren't you afraid that you will drag down the entire Sun jewelry? The Sun family will be ruined in your hands. Sun Mingju did not take the other party's threat seriously, and said, you are no longer a member of the Sun family now, so you don't have to worry about the old master's affairs. The man was so angry that he threw his sleeves and left on the spot. Lu Guangtou and Sun Lauer took a look at the situation, sighed, and said, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Since Miss Sun is still willing to take so much money, we will not compete with you. Su Yu waited for a long time. Although a few more buyers came later, they left directly on the spot when they heard that someone had already offered 1 billion. Miss Sun is generous, I will sell this piece of jade to you. Although Sun Mingju had always looked like she was sure of victory, she was completely relieved until she heard Su Yu agree. Sun Mingju kept her word. She signed a sales contract with Su Yu at the Jade Museum, and her company's finance department went to the bank to transfer the money after receiving the contract. After the money arrived, Su Yu handed the jade material to her. After the transaction was completed, Su Yu was about to leave, but Sun Mingju stopped her. Miss Sun, I don't have a second piece of jade material to sell to you. Su Yu said. Sun Mingju shook her head, pointed to the handbag Su Yu was carrying, and asked, Miss Su, is this jade pendant of yours a family heirloom? Su Yu immediately perked up and asked, do you know this jade pendant? Since the system prompted her to wear the jade pendant close to her body, she found a red rope and hung the jade pendant directly on her handbag. Su Yu thought it would take a long time to receive clues related to this jade pendant, but she didn't expect the news to come so quickly. Sun Mingju said, someone is looking for this jade pendant. They value it very much and should be willing to spend a lot of money to buy it. Su Yu said, that's great. I'm waiting for someone to buy it. Sun Mingju smiled and said, Miss Su is straightforward. Although I don't know the name of the person who wants to buy the jade pendant, I can be sure that this is a good thing. Su Yu didn't care whether Sun Mingju really didn't know or didn't want to reveal the other party's true identity. She understood Sun Mingju's hint and remembered this favor. Miss Sun, you are honest and upright. Next time I have good jade materials, I will sell them to you first. After Su Yu left, Sun Mingju personally watched the people she brought take away the jade material that she bought at a sky-high price. Miss, you are very polite to this Miss Su. She was lucky this time to get this jade material. Do you really think there is a chance for cooperation next time? The assistant asked. Sun Mingju's eyes flashed with a stream of light, and she said, this Miss Su is not ordinary. She is very close to Mr. Liu, and may become Mrs. Liu in the future. Even if she can't become Mrs. Liu, she is so lucky that she may really be able to mine the next piece of top-grade jade. It will definitely be a good idea to have a good relationship with her. Su Yu was still immersed in the wonderful mood of earning 1 billion yuan, while the other three people in the car were also in extreme shock. Su Fang was better off. After all, she didn't go abroad with him, so she didn't know how the stone sculpture was bought. Seeing her employer making a lot of money, she was envious, but she was more happy. After all, the richer the boss, the more stable her job. But the two bodyguards knew that Su Yu only spent $10,000 to buy the stone sculpture. At that time, Su Yu insisted on airlifting the heavy stone sculpture back to China, and the two of them thought that Su Yu was rich. Who would have thought that this broken thing could be sold for 1 billion yuan? They couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. The boss is the boss. He can scare people to death with his moves. They don't know if they can have the same chance to pick up bargains if they follow the boss all the time. Boss, you know this stone sculpture is valuable in the United States? Bodyguard Zhang Jun couldn't help asking. Su Yuyu glanced at him. You care about my business? Zhang Jun noticed Su Yuyu's unhappiness and apologized at the speed of light. Boss, I shouldn't be curious. I won't dare to do it next time. Su Yuyu knew that she was too ostentatious this time. She was an orphan without a father or a mother. She was afraid that the two bodyguards would have some bad intentions after receiving so much money in one go. Su Yuyu was not a person who would sit and wait for death. She quickly thought of a solution. 2 bodyguards were still too thin. She felt it necessary to expand her bodyguard team. Finding bodyguards through security companies was too slow, and the method was too simple. Su Yuyu instinctively trusted the people soldiers. She had no other military connections, and immediately thought of Shinjuan, whom she had met once on the plane. Can you introduce me to a few soldiers? Shinjuan had just finished weight training in the morning, and took out his mobile phone from the cabinet. He saw the message sent by Su Yuyu. He felt puzzled and replied with a. Su Yuyu said, I want a powerful soldier who is good at fighting. It's better to have made meritorious service. Now he is retired, and is willing to be a bodyguard, and is eager to find a job. Shinjuan thought for a while, and said, Don't you have 2 bodyguards? Su Yuyu replied, 2 bodyguards are not enough. At least 6 are needed. Shinjuan, I remember that you are also good at fighting. Do you need so many people to protect you? Su Yuyu replied confidently, Just because I can fight doesn't mean I want to fight. I don't like to fight with others. There are too many dangers in society now. I feel anxious when there are fewer people. Shinjuan recalled Su Yuyu's neat skills, and didn't know what to say when he saw this. Do you really have no friends who are good soldiers? They are treated very well. Su Yuyu asked. Shinjuan asked, How good is the treatment? 100,000 a month, introduce 2 to me. Su Yuyu didn't plan to let Shinjuan find 4 bodyguards. She planned to find 2 more people through other means. In this way, the 6 bodyguards around her, from 3 places, can form a 3-legged situation and can check and balance each other. Shinjuan was shocked again. You are too willing. Su Yuyu immediately took the opportunity to pull people. I have always been willing to spend money on professionals. Do you regret it now? If you are willing to join my company and become a star, listen to me, you will make 100,000 a second in the future. Chapter 43. Shinjuan, Shinjuan was silent for half a minute. He didn't expect Su Yuyu to still give up on this matter. He was afraid that Su Yuyu would pester him, so he said directly, You treat your bodyguard so well. I will help you contact some reliable old comrades. Su Yuyu really hit the snake stick. Aren't you tempted at all? Shinjuan, definitely next time. Su Yuyu looked at these familiar 4 words, and gnashed her teeth secretly. She actually thought about it. If Shinjuan was willing to sign her company, she would let him and Song Jibai hype up a CP. She was even willing to buy a gay script for these 2. By then, the marketing route would be easy to determine. A sunny and cheerful big boy, and a broken and weak little white flower. Even because these 2 are her artists, she doesn't need to wash fans. She can lock them for life. CP fans will be sugar for a lifetime, and she will make money for a lifetime. Su Yuyu watched Jin Shan fly away. What a pity. Su Yuyu was heartbroken. Since he didn't want to, she could only earn it back from Song Jibai with tears. Song Jibai suddenly felt something was wrong these 2 days. He hadn't joined the TV series yet, but Su Yuyu often hung around in front of him, looking at him with a weird and fanatical look. If Su Yuyu's eyes hadn't really had any desire, Song Jibai almost suspected that she was going to have evil thoughts about him. Song Jibai soon found out that there was someone more annoying than him. That was the acting teacher Su Yuyu hired for him. Teacher Lu, has our little song made much progress these 2 days? Su Yuyu seized the opportunity to ask the acting teacher. Teacher Lu actually liked Song Jibai very much. After all, there were too many monsters in the entertainment industry in recent years. It was rare to meet a good-looking young man who was willing to settle down and study, and he cherished it very much. If Song Jibai could keep this learning attitude, Teacher Lu felt that he would definitely become popular. At that time, with this good sign, Teacher Lu could continue to eat the bowl of acting teacher. But one thing is one thing, Teacher Lu couldn't stand Su Yuyu asking 800 times a day. Mr. Su, I know you value your own artists, but don't torture the teacher all day long like Zihan's mother. Teacher Lu said helplessly. Su Yuyu laughed dryly. It's not that she has nothing else to do, she can only focus on her own cash cow. Teacher Lu said again, Mr. Su, I read the script you prepared for Xiao Song. As long as the makeup and styling don't hold him back, He can at least become a little famous with this role. Su Yu was not satisfied, only a little famous? The value that can be created by artists of different levels is very different. Su Yu wanted Song Jibai to be a top star like in his previous life, which is related to her financial prospects. Teacher Lu was a little annoyed and said, "Mr. Su, there is a saying in the entertainment industry that small success depends on support, big success depends on luck. The TV series has not been filmed yet, but you are thinking that Xiao Song will rise to fame overnight. Isn't this embarrassing? He has only been in the entertainment industry for a few days. He has only filmed a short drama, but he has millions of fans on Weibo. This is already a miracle." Su Yu was stunned by what the professional said. "Mr. Su, too much pressure can easily lead to bad things. If you keep an eye on him every day, Xiao Song will not perform well on the set, and he will miss the opportunity in vain. It will be too late for you to regret it then." Listening to Teacher Lu's words, Su Yu looked at Song Jibai, who was frowning with the script on the side, and couldn't help muttering, did she really push him too hard? In his previous life, Song Jibai became famous easily, and Su Yu was afraid that if she intervened, he would not become famous, which would be a loss. Song Jibai was under a lot of pressure during this period. He finished reading the script and wanted to promise Su Yu that he would study hard, but he didn't expect that he was gone when he looked up. Su Yu didn't dare to watch Song Jibai's acting studies in person, so she came up with a roundabout way to save the country. Song Jibai and Teacher Lu could receive nourishing soup sent by Su Yu every now and then, and they could receive encouraging text messages from Su Yu almost every day on their mobile phones. "Xiao Song, you have improved a lot today compared to yesterday. I believe you can play this role well. Xiao Song, although you are not a professional actor, you have very few traces of acting now. You will be the next actor." Song Jibai was not used to these rainbow farts at first, but after seeing more of them, he would be uncomfortable if Su Yu did not send a message one day. Su Yu had been idle for more than 10 days in a row. She felt that grass was growing on her body when she did not have the task of picking up leeks. She even went to the Jade Museum to watch people gambling on stones. The owner of the Jade Museum naturally remembered Su Yu. "Miss Su, you come here every day, and I treat you with good tea and water, but you don't buy a single stone." The boss complained in a fake way. Su Yu has been looking at stones here a lot these days, but she can't tell the difference between these stones at all. She has also seen many gamblers who gambled and lost their fortunes here. Naturally, she dared not leave casually, for fear that she could not restrain herself and become a real gambler. "I learned first, and I buy it when I learn it," Su Yu said. The boss chuckled. "Learn? It's called learning only if you participate in it yourself. Miss Su, to be honest, I sometimes doubt that you've quit drugs." "Su Yu, huh? Don't talk nonsense. I'm a 5 good youth in the new society." The boss explained. "If you hadn't quit drugs, how could you bear not buying a single stone for so many days? You're almost bankrupt just drinking tea." Su Yu knew that the boss was just a chatterbox, and she was about to fight back, but suddenly her eyes froze. She saw someone who, in her opinion, shouldn't be here. "Shuang, this is the Jade Pavilion, the largest gambling stone field in Shanghai. There is a saying that gambling on stones can make you rich or poor. Many people come here to gamble to change their fate. If they win, they will get a villa or luxury car, and if they lose, they will jump off the building and commit suicide." When Gu Shuang heard Lu Xiaoyan say this, her little face was full of innocence. "This place doesn't look that dark. Are you kidding me?" Lu Xiaoyan was amused by her clear and simple appearance and said, "For poor people, a piece of stone here may make them bankrupt, but people like us are just playing here. Who needs hundreds of millions?" Gu Shuang's mouth corner slightly raised, revealing a very light smile. She could have kept her ladylike demeanor until she saw Su Yu drinking tea at the long mahogany table in the Jade Pavilion. Lu Xiaoyan looked down on the gamblers outside the door, but when he saw the owner of the Jade Pavilion, he was still polite. "Mr. Lu brought friends here to play?" the owner asked with a smile. Lu Xiaoyan introduced Gu Shuang to the boss. "This is my good friend Miss Gu Shuang, this is Boss Chen, the owner of this jade shop." Gu Shuang smiled and nodded, and then her eyes were fixed on Su Yu, and the expression in her eyes kept changing, like a fan-shaped diagram. "Boss Chen, who is this lady?" Lu Xiaoyan was also very curious about Su Yu's identity. Chapter 44. Boss Chen said, "Miss Su, she is a distinguished guest of our Jade Museum." Lu Xiaoyan nodded to Su Yu, which was also a greeting. Boss Chen waved his hand and called a staff member of the Jade Museum over. "You accompany Master Lu and Miss Gu to the warehouse and let them choose from the batch of stones that have just been delivered." Gu Shuang felt unhappy when she heard this. Boss Chen did not stand up when he saw Lu Xiaoyan, but his attitude towards Su Yuyu was particularly polite. Gu Shuang only thought about it for a moment, and she figured out the difference. Boss Chen's attitude towards Lu Xiaoyan was like that towards a friend's child, while he was like a friend of the same generation when he treated Su Yuyu. For no reason, he was shorter than Su Yuyu, and not only did Gu Shuang feel unhappy, but even Lu Xiaoyan felt this subtle difference. Boss Chen, every time I come back, you personally accompany me to pick stones, and today you are busy accompanying Miss Su. This is too much preference for girls over boys. Lu Xiaoyan complained. Boss Chen laughed dryly and said, You stinky boy, I asked Xiao Lu to accompany you, but you still want to torture my old bones. It was obviously a joke, but Su Yuyu saw that Lu Xiaoyan's mouth corners unconsciously pressed down a little, which was a sign of unhappiness. Coincidentally, Su Yuyu also disliked Lu Xiaoyan. Lu Xiaoyan was originally the young master of the Lu family's branch family. The young master of the main branch of the Lu family died in an accident. Lu Xiaoyan was lucky enough to become the heir of the Lu family. In the future, he will talk about marriage with Gu Shuang. In his previous life, Lu Xiaoyan never embarrassed Su Yuyu openly. After all, in his eyes, Su Yuyu was just a piece of trash. He just said hello, which was enough to trample Su Yuyu into the mud. But Su Yuyu seriously suspected that in his previous life, he encountered many obstacles everywhere, and his job was ruined within 2 days after he found it. It is very likely that Lu Xiaoyan was the mastermind behind it. Su Yuyu still remembers that when she went to seek justice for the supervisor who fired her, she unexpectedly saw the supervisor nodding and bowing to Lu Xiaoyan's secretary. Whether it was Lu Xiaoyan's order or Gu Shuang's private troublemaking, Su Yuyu was too lazy to think about it. Anyway, she would strike down anyone who was close to Gu Shuang. Su Yuyu put down the teacup at this time and said to Boss Chen, Boss Chen, it turns out that the raw stones you sell are not just those outside, but also in the warehouse. You never told me about this. Boss Chen said calmly, Miss Su, I didn't tell you and I didn't ask you. If you asked, could I still hide it from you? If you had told me earlier that there was a warehouse for VIPs, maybe I would have bought it. Su Yuyu said. Boss Chen bowed his hands and begged for mercy. Miss Su, you have a big mouth, I am clumsy and tongue-tied. Since you are interested in the warehouse, I will take you to see it myself. But if you only look and don't buy, then I will be angry. Boss Chen stood up and greeted Lu Xiaoyan and Gu Shuang. Lu Xiaoyan is now pursuing Gu Shuang. He brought the girl here to show his financial strength and to show the girl some new tricks. Boss Chen didn't entertain him in person at the first time, and Lu Xiaoyan felt embarrassed. Now that the other party was accompanying Su Yuyu in person, he became a byproduct. Lu Xiaoyan was even more upset, but he was not sure what Su Yuyu's identity was. Such a young and beautiful girl, Lu Xiaoyan felt that he would remember it as long as he saw it. But he had never seen Su Yuyu in the circle of wealthy families in Shanghai. Miss Su, you don't seem to be from Shanghai. Are you from the capital? Lu Xiaoyan asked. Su Yuyu didn't even look back at him, and said casually, I'm from Huangshan. Huangshan? Is it the famous scenic spot Huangshan? Lu Xiaoyan asked. Su Yuyu nodded. Although Huangshan is very famous, it is also famous for its scenic spots. Lu Xiaoyan instinctively felt that it was a small place, and there was a bit of weirdness in his eyes when he looked at Su Yuyu. Gu Shuang, who was standing by, was nervous when she heard the conversation between the two. She was afraid that Su Yuyu would tell the Gu family about it. The Gu family kept the true and false daughter a secret, and now the wealthy circles in Shanghai don't know that Gu Shuang is a fake daughter. Lu Xiaoyan continued to test. Did Miss Su grow up abroad? Did she come back from studying abroad? Su Yuyu couldn't help laughing when she heard this. Mr. Lu, do you think that people who can come here and be entertained by Boss Chen like you should be rich or noble? Su Yuyu's words were straightforward, and Lu Xiaoyan didn't deny it, but asked back, Isn't it? Su Yuyu said frankly, I'm afraid I will disappoint Mr. Lu. I am an orphan with dead parents, and I don't have a huge inheritance to inherit. Lu Xiaoyan's eyes changed instantly, unconsciously with a hint of contempt. Su Yuyu sighed in her heart. This circle is still so realistic. She was born poor and had no money. She was naturally excluded by these young masters and young ladies. It was the same in her previous life. Even though Su Yuyu was originally the daughter of the Gu family, she was also tossed around by Gu Shuang's friends. Boss Chen spoke at this time. Miss Su is really a hero in her youth. When I was your age, I didn't have such courage as you. In the future, I, Old Chen, will have to rely on Miss Su for more support. Lu Xiaoyan asked directly, Boss Chen, did Miss Su do something amazing? Boss Chen smiled and said, "You were not here a few days ago. Miss Su brought a piece of ordinary stone carving to me for unraveling. This is amazing." Once opened, it turned out to be top-grade imperial green. In the end, Miss Sun paid 1 billion to buy it. Lu Xiaoyan vaguely heard that Sun Mingzhu bought a big piece of goods, but he didn't expect that this matter was closely related to Su Yuyu. "Miss Su is proficient in gambling on stones?" Lu Xiaoyan asked. Su Yuyu said in a tone that was so infuriating that she couldn't bear to death, "I don't understand. I bought it for fun." Boss Chen said on the side, "You spent hundreds of thousands to buy it for fun, and it was sold for 1 billion yuan in one transaction. If you try your luck, you will be the king of koi. But what you did was not authentic. You made so much money from me, but you didn't take care of my business at all. I have only made 200 yuan so far." Su Yuyu saw that Boss Chen was very resentful about this matter, but she just said lightly, "I am not like those rich young masters and young ladies who don't feel bad about throwing away hundreds of millions of dollars. Every dollar of my money must be spent on the right things." Lu Xiaoyan, who had already thrown away tens of millions of dollars, felt like he was kicked in the chest when he heard this. He was the kind of rich young master who was rich, but not good at playing. Since he entered the gambling pit, half of his pocket money every year has been spent on it, but he didn't make much money in return. "Miss Su is so capable, can you help me choose a stone later?" Lu Xiaoyan said shamelessly. Su Yuyu stopped and said with a smile, "Master Lu wants me to help choose. What about Miss Gu? Would you like to throw a few million to play?" Chapter 45. Gu Shuang's face immediately became alert when she heard Su Yuyu speak. Lu Xiaoyan immediately said, "I brought Shuang here to play, so I will pay for the stone she picked." Su Yuyu asked with a smile, "Then if the jade cut out of the stones picked by Miss Gu is worth 1 billion, will it also belong to her?" If it was hundreds of millions, Lu Xiaoyan would definitely agree without blinking an eye. But when he heard 1 billion, he was still stunned for 2 seconds, and then said frankly, "Of course, our Lu family is not a family that lacks this little money." Su Yuyu nodded and said with a smile, "Master Lu and Miss Gu have a good relationship. They are really an enviable couple." Lu Xiaoyan did not refute, but turned his head and carefully looked at Gu Shuang's expression. Now Lu Xiaoyan is not the heir of the Lu family. In terms of wealth and status, the Lu family branch may not be comparable to the Gu family. Gu Shuang is not looking down on him now. Sure enough, Gu Shuang did not want to send out the wrong signal, and immediately explained, "Miss Su, you misunderstood. Mr. Lu and I are just friends." Su Yuyu immediately said, "So we are just friends, then Mr. Lu seems to be a very generous person to his friends." Gu Shuang's face was a little ugly when she heard this. Although Su Yuyu did not say it clearly, she looked like a gold digger when she said this. Lu Xiaoyan did not notice these sharp words, but when Gu Shuang distanced herself from the relationship, his eyes were full of disappointment. But he soon cheered up again, because the warehouse arrived. Lu Xiaoyan brought up the old matter again, "Miss Su, which rough stone do you think I should buy?" Su Yuyu kicked the stone at her feet casually. "This one is pretty good." Lu Xiaoyan looked at Su Yuyu's actions, and couldn't help but frowning slightly. Su Yuyu was too casual. He felt that the other party did not choose seriously. "Miss Su, can you see clearly while standing? I thought you all squatted down and looked carefully with a magnifying glass when selecting rough stones," Lu Xiaoyan said. Lu Xiaoyan was not lying. Many stone gamblers outside were like this, and many professionals were also like this. It's just that professionals can indeed find some rules based on the patterns on the stone, but those stone gamblers outside are just imitating others. Su Yuyu said, "I have always bought stones in this way. If Mr. Lu doesn't believe me, you can choose it yourself. I won't be angry about it." Lu Xiaoyan didn't know why he felt depressed, as if he was kicked by someone. He was the one who asked Su Yuyu to help choose at the beginning, and now he is also the one who questioned Su Yuyu. If he bought it and didn't get a good product, he would lose face, but if he didn't buy it, he would seem too petty. "How much is this stone?" Lu Xiaoyan asked Boss Chen. "Stones that can be placed in the warehouse, and placed alone, are naturally not cheap." 500,000. Boss Chen said. Lu Xiaoyan turned to Su Yuyu and said, "Miss Su is a professional, I will trust you for once." Su Yuyu couldn't help laughing. "I didn't dare to buy a stone for so many days, but I didn't expect Mr. Lu to think I was a professional?" Heard this, Lu Xiaoyan questioned, "Are you kidding me? Are you deliberately letting me throw away 500,000 yuan?" Su Yuyu said, "Aren't you the one who has been pestering me? I thought rich people like you didn't care about this little money." Lu Xiaoyan recalled carefully that since the first meeting, because Boss Chen had been praising Su Yuyu and mentioned that Su Yuyu offered 1 billion yuan, His eyes were blinded by money again, and he was inevitably misled. Su Yu ignored him and turned around to wander around in the warehouse. She was very casual in picking stones for Lu Xiaoyan, but when it was her turn, she was very serious. She squatted down, picked up a stone, waved her hand, and asked Boss Chen, "How much is this one?" Boss Chen casually quoted, "If you want it, it will also be 500,000. Su Yu didn't buy it right away, but looked a bit conflicted, as if she wasn't sure whether to buy it or not. Lu Xiaoyan looked at the scene and couldn't help asking, "Do you think the stone is good?" Su Yu put the stone down immediately, her eyes full of defense, and said, "No, I just took a look." Of course, if she didn't immediately approach Boss Chen to bargain after saying this, her words would be more credible. "Cheaper? What's our relationship? Isn't 500,000 going to kill me?" Su Yu said to Boss Chen. Boss Chen frowned at her and said, "Look at what you said. You only earn 1 billion yuan, and you come to me to cry poor?" Su Yu smiled awkwardly and said, "The pattern of that stone is very beautiful. I don't plan to open it after buying it. I just put it at home for fun. You shouldn't sell it to me as a rough stone." Boss Chen covered his ears directly. "I don't like to hear you talk, so don't say it." Su Yu wanted to negotiate with him. But Lu Xiaoyan suddenly intervened, pointed at the stone that Su Yu had liked before, and said, 500,000, I want it." Boss Chen immediately showed his joy. Su Yu said, "Mr. Lu, you are not being honest. I was the first to see the stone." Gu Shuiying, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up, "The highest bidder wins. If Miss Su really likes it, she should have bought it early instead of trying to bargain for it." Su Yu felt that Gu Shuiying was a little arrogant. She even dared to ridicule her. "Indeed, isn't it true that your Gu family is best at buying flashy things at high prices?" Su Yu said lightly. Gu Shuiying blushed with anger. She recalled that at the auction, she and Gu Fengchuan were fooled by Su Yu's price hikes, and finally bought those jewelry at almost 2 or 3 times the price. Originally, this matter was nothing, but Gu Fengchuan failed to take the Dotsai cup, and some people with good intentions made up some plausible rumors, which were passed to Gu's father. He mistakenly thought that his children failed to buy the Dotsai cup because of the high-priced jewelry, and scolded Gu Fengchuan severely, and even Gu Shuiying was not in a good mood. The Gu family was also ridiculed by the upper class for this reason. Stupid people with a lot of money, and Gu Shuiying did not appear in social occasions for several days, which was also due to this. Su Yu ignored Gu Shuiying's crazy change of expression. She was not anxious about losing a piece of raw stone, and lowered her head to continue looking in the warehouse. But this time Su Yu's eyes were all on those large pieces of raw stones. "This stone is really beautiful. I want to buy it back to build a big fish tank and put it in for viewing. Boss Chen, can you give me a cheap price?" Su Yu said to a large stone. Chapter 46. Boss Chen said directly, "Just buy the stone, don't make up these excuses." Su Yu laughed dryly and said, "Then don't ask for too much, just scare me away, I don't know how you can make money." Boss Chen glanced at the stone and said, 5 million. "Old Chen, this is your fault. The previous stone was only 500,000, and when you saw that I wanted it, you increased it tenfold. Isn't this a sincere attempt to persuade me to quit?" Su Yu said. Boss Chen said, "It's just right that you don't buy it. How can a thing you like be a bad one? I keep it for myself to open slowly. Maybe I won't need to open this store when I make enough money." Su Yu didn't believe it and said, "Once you get into gambling on stones, it's like a deep sea. I don't believe you can't bear to close a good store." Boss Chen didn't refute it, but looked up and down at the rough stone that Su Yu liked. The color and texture looked good. "I'm not asking you for 5 million to fool you. Buying goods, logistics, house rent, personnel management, etc. all cost money. I don't make any money at this price." Su Yu was still trying to lower the price. "I give you a 50% discount, 2 million. Boss Chen said, "If you want to bargain like that, I won't sell it. It's not like it can't be sold." Su Yu's eyes seemed to be glued to the stone, and she said helplessly, "Okay, 5 million is 5 million. I can't let this stone be stolen again, and I make a fortune from it." But before he finished speaking, Lu Xiaoyan said again, 5.5 million, I buy it." Su Yu glared at him. If she was only a little angry when the 500,000 stone was stolen before, then now the anger in her eyes was almost sprayed directly on Lu Xiaoyan's face. Su Yu deliberately said angrily, "Mr. Lu, you really are so angry for your beloved? Just because of the trivial matter between me and Gu Shuiying, you want to cut off my way of making money?" When Lu Xiaoyan heard this, the doubt in his eyes almost became real. He turned his head and looked at Gu Shuiying. "Do you know each other?" Boss Chen on the side also looked like he was eating melons, looking at Su Yu for a while, and then looking at Gu Shuiying. Gu Shuiying bit her lower lip tightly. What she cared about most was her identity, as the eldest daughter of the Gu family. At this time, she didn't dare to let Su Yu continue talking. Since Miss Su wants it, let's not fight for this stone, so as not to hurt the harmony. Gu Shuiying persuaded Lu Xiaoyan. The curiosity in Lu Xiaoyan's eyes did not stop. He didn't want to give it to Su Yu either. He said, in the business world, the one with the highest price always wins. Why should I give it to others? I just like this stone. Su Yu said, Gu Shuiying, I don't know how to control my mouth. If I say some things, I'm afraid everyone will be embarrassed. Gu Shuiying was immediately anxious. She was afraid that outsiders would know her true identity, and that Su Yu would talk nonsense regardless of the consequences. I will persuade Xiaoyan, Miss Su, although the highest bidder wins, there is a first-come first-served rule in everything. Don't worry, we understand the rules. Gu Shuiying was almost begging. Su Yu waited patiently for her persuasion. Gu Shuiying pulled Lu Xiaoyan's sleeve and said in a low voice, Xiaoyan, let her go this time, just for me, okay? Lu Xiaoyan frowned and asked, why should we let her go? She has been against us since she came in. What are you afraid of her for? Although Gu Shuiying is Lu Xiaoyan's goddess, Lu Xiaoyan never thinks of himself as a dog. He cares more about what Gu Shuiying has in Su Yu's hands than outsiders. How could Gu Shuiying tell him the truth? She just pretended to be about to cry. It's not convenient for me to tell others about family matters. Dad and Miss Su. She has a deep misunderstanding. Gu Shuiying's words are specious, and she even deliberately leads to some bad speculation. Lu Xiaoyan turned his head and looked at Su Yu again. She was young, beautiful and full of energy. Such a girl had a fatal attraction to an old man. He inevitably thought of the canary his father kept outside, and looked at Su Yu with contempt. Since you've asked, I let her go. You know, I can't always refuse your request, Lu Xiaoyan said. He said this completely ignoring the fact that Su Yu had chosen the stone first, and he was just a Cheng Yao Jin who showed up halfway. Su Yu readily paid Boss Chen. Boss Chen was still a little reluctant. Seeing Su Yu really paid, he kept asking, do you really like this stone? Otherwise, I won't sell it. Su Yu glared. How can you, a dealer, be so obsessed with gambling? Boss Chen smiled awkwardly, and finally took the money honestly, and asked, do you want to open the stone you bought now? Su Yu said, I know it's not easy for you to do business. I must open it on the spot to take care of you. It's just right to be with them, so you can have fun. Boss Chen seemed to be really persuaded by Su Yu. He turned his head to look at Lu Xiaoyan and Gu Shuiying and asked, have you two chosen? What do you think of Miss Su's proposal? Gu Shuiying frowned slightly. Because of her life experience, she instinctively regarded Su Yu as a competitor. She still remembered the incident at the last auction. Now that Lu Xiaoyan was by her side, she didn't want to be slapped in the face. But before she opened her mouth, Lu Xiaoyan said first, okay, I also want to see Miss Su's ability. Lu Xiaoyan was unwilling to give up, and he also wanted to see what Su Yu's 5 million stone could produce. Shuiying, don't worry. When the jade I produce is more expensive than Su Yu's, it will be a relief for you, Lu Xiaoyan said shamelessly. He completely forgot that more than 10 minutes ago, he was pestering Su Yu to help him pick stones. Xiaoyan, I believe in your ability, and you will definitely be better than Miss Su, but what if? What if you lose? I'm afraid others will laugh at you. Gu Shuiying pretended to believe in Lu Xiaoyan. She forgot that this kind of male chauvinist hates to hear other people's doubts the most. Lu Xiaoyan pointed to a stone beside him, and said, Boss Chen, I want this stone. Boss Chen was delighted and said, this stone is worth 10 million. It is the king of stones here. Master Lu, are you sure you want it? Lu Xiaoyan didn't want to be questioned about his financial resources in front of the goddess, so he said, I pay the money now. Boss Chen was so happy at this time. This king of stones had actually been in the warehouse for a while. Because the price was too high, even though several people were optimistic about it, no one was determined to buy it. Since everyone has chosen, let's go outside and untie these stones. Who will go first? Boss Chen asked. Lu Xiaoyan pretended at this time, ladies first. Su Yu was not polite either, and said, when I was grabbing the stone, I didn't hear the words ladies first. Who are you telling it to now? Chapter 47. Lu Xiaoyan's face suddenly turned pale and red. When he faced the girls in the circle of wealthy families, he would always subconsciously show his gentlemanly manners. Of course, he was not willing to talk about gentlemanly manners for someone like Su Yu, who had no background but made a fortune, seemed to be not serious, and had been secretly targeting him. At this time, his indecent behavior was directly exposed by Su Yuyu, and he was embarrassed on the spot. Boss Chen observed the expression and came out to make peace. Ms. Su, who opens first, and who opens later will not change the result. Why not open the Stone King first? I have been curious for a long time. No one else at the scene objected. Immediately, a staff member put the stone on a cart and transported it outside the Jade Pavilion. There were already many stone gamblers gathered there. Seeing new stones being transported in, they were all very excited. Good guy, I remember this as the Stone King. I'm so lucky today, I can actually see the Stone King being cut live. I just don't know whether this cut will go up or down. Listening to the discussions of the stone gamblers, Boss Chen was immediately satisfied. He said to Lu Xiaoyan, Master Lu, I just asked someone to contact several jade bosses. They should be on the way now. For this kind of stone that is likely to produce a large amount of goods, it is necessary to contact the buyer in advance. Lu Xiaoyan said, if there is a lot of material, I will keep some of it and make a set of jewelry for Shuiying. He looked so confident, as if his Stone King would definitely produce a large amount of goods. Su Yu didn't say anything and watched his performance patiently. After the preparations were almost done, the big stone was placed under the stone cutter. This time, Boss Chen was still in charge of the cut himself. But unlike last time, Lu Xiaoyan confidently drew the line. Boss Chen cut it with one knife according to the line he drew. Everyone present shouted immediately. It's green. It's also Imperial Green. When did the Imperial Green become so worthless? How could the Imperial Green be worthless? It is obvious that the Jade Museum has been very lucky recently, and it can easily produce top-grade Imperial Green. Boss Chen's face was also full of surprise. He thought that this stone would produce green, but he didn't expect it to be Imperial Green. Although the area cut out so far is only the size of a palm, and only a coin-sized green is revealed, it is enough to prove the quality of this stone. He couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If he had known that it would produce Imperial Green, he would have kept it for himself to open slowly. Sell it? Boss Chen estimated the possible weight of the jade material hidden in the stone and offered a price. 60 million? Before Lu Xiaoyan agreed, Su Yuyu started to make a fuss. Boss Chen, when I came to open the stone that day, you only gave me 50 million for the half-open stone. You are not authentic. Boss Chen smiled awkwardly and said, I always make normal estimates, without favoritism. Su Yuyu was full of disbelief. Lu Xiaoyan shook his head and said no. He looked at Su Yuyu provocatively. He remembered clearly that Su Yuyu's stone was sold for 1 billion yuan, and he thought that this one should also be sold at a high price. 100 million. Someone suddenly called for a price. The person who hurried over was none other than the bald man, wearing a big gold chain, who had met Su Yuyu last time. The bald man smiled when he saw Su Yuyu. He had just arrived and asked, Miss Su, is it your stone again? Su Yuyu shook her head and pointed at Lu Xiaoyan beside her. The bald man saw that Lu Xiaoyan obviously knew him, and said, Master Lu, Lao Lu, I will give you 100 million yuan, so that all the money you lost in gambling on stones in the past few years can be recovered. Lu Xiaoyan was immediately unhappy when he heard this. He immediately looked at Gu Shuang beside him. Seeing that Gu Shuang did not react much, he was relieved. Another person squeezed in from the crowd. Su Yuyu took a look and found that it was another acquaintance, Sun Lauer, who had participated in the auction of her stone before. Lu Guantou, you want to buy this quality stone for 100 million. What a joke. I give you 200 million. Sun Lauer doubled the price as soon as he opened his mouth. When it was 100 million before, Lu Xiaoyan didn't plan to sell it at all, but now that it has become 200 million, Lu Xiaoyan's expression is moved. Gu Shuang whispered on the side, Xiaoyan, why don't you sell it? 10 million for 200 million is already very impressive. Gu Shuang is not a stone gambler, so she naturally thinks that she should stop while she is ahead. But Lu Xiaoyan remembered that in the story about Su Yuyu, someone also offered a high price to buy the half-open stone at the beginning, but Su Yuyu insisted on opening it completely, so there was a sky-high price of 10 billion. Just when he was struggling, Su Yuyu suddenly spoke. Mr. Lu, you won't sell it? Is it because the price is too low? Otherwise, if Mr. Sun raises the price again, maybe he will be willing to sell it. When Sun Lauer heard this, he also cooperated. Okay, then 250 million. This is the only price I can give for the half-open stone. Su Yuyu was beside him and said, this price is already very realistic, Mr. Lu. If I were you, I would definitely sell it. After all, the net profit is 240 million. You should be down to earth. Not all stones can be sold for 1 billion. It would have been better if Su Yuyu didn't say anything. As soon as she said it, Lu Xiaoyan's mind was full of 1 billion. The Lu family is indeed rich. Although it is a branch, it has assets of 20 to 30 billion. 1 billion in cash is very valuable even for a billionaire, not to mention Lu Xiaoyan. Lu Xiaoyan had already sensed Su Yuyu's hostility. With Su Yuyu's previous record of randomly picking stones for him, he instinctively didn't dare to trust Su Yuyu's proposal. Miss Su, I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you. I won't sell them. I want to untie them all. Boss Chen felt that Lu Xiaoyan was a little impulsive and couldn't help but persuade him. Mr. Lu, there's no turning back. If you cut it down with one knife, it will be bad. Although Lu Xiaoyan came from a wealthy family, since he had already come to the gambling stone hall, he naturally had a gambling nature. Keep going. Boss Chen saw that he couldn't persuade him, so he could only turn on the machine and continue. As the roar ended, there was no trace of jade on the newly cut surface. Lu Xiaoyan's heart sank. Sun Lauer sighed and said, "This is a failure. If you sell it to me now, I can only pay 50 million. Boss Chen asked, Lu Xiao, do you want to continue? Everyone around stared at Lu Xiaoyan. After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, continue. This stone is very big. He doesn't believe that the green part is really only the size of a coin. There must be top-grade imperial green in other parts of the stone. The machine continued to grind, but after roaring for nearly an hour, no more green appeared. In the end, what surprised everyone happened. This huge stone did produce imperial green, but it was only the size of a coin, and the rest was waste. Sun Lauer covered his chest and sighed. Fortunately, if he agreed to sell it to me for 250 million, I would really lose everything. Chapter 48. Su Yuyu said sarcastically, Master Lu, why are you so stubborn? I told you to stop when you were ahead. Why didn't you listen? Lu Xiaoyan's face was ugly. He had been playing in the gambling stone field for so long, so he knew that the coin-sized imperial green in front of him could only be sold for a few 100,000 yuan at most. Compared with his cost of tens of millions, it can be said that he was losing money. Lu Guangtou knew that the other party was in a bad mood, but he still offered a price, 200,000. If Gu Shuang hadn't been there, Lu Xiaoyan would have asked him to get out. He took a deep breath and said, No, I will keep it for myself. Su Yuyu said, Master Lu really likes to hold things in his hands. He didn't sell it when it was half open before, and now he won't sell it when it is fully opened. Lu Xiaoyan was so angry that his nose was crooked. He had to maintain the so-called dignity of a wealthy family in front of so many people, so he could only abandon Su Yuyu's ridicule. He pulled Gu Shuang and wanted to leave. Su Yuyu reminded again, Lu Xiao, why are you in such a hurry to leave? The stones haven't been opened yet. Lu Xiaoyan paused when he heard this. Indeed, there were still stones that had not been opened. Gu Shuang also picked one. Gu Shuang saw that the situation was not right and said gently, Xiaoyan, why don't you just forget it and take the stone back to enjoy it? Gu Xiaoyan said, No, open it on the spot. Shuang, your luck has always been good. Maybe a small stone can also open a big one. The stone that Gu Shuang chose was relatively cheap, only 200,000 yuan. The stone was inevitably small, so the opening speed was very fast. Boss Chen personally took charge of the operation. This time, the stone was opened much faster than Lu Xiaoyan before. Green. Gu Shuang's luck was indeed good. This stone opened a touch of yang green, but because of its light weight, the recycling price was probably also 200,000 yuan, which was a break-even. Gu Shuang agreed to Sun Lauer's buyback price on the spot, thinking of buying a gift worth 200,000 for Lu Xiaoyan, and then slowly cutting off contact with him. After what happened today, Gu Shuang felt that Lu Xiaoyan was not decent enough and was not worthy of further contact. Lu Xiaoyan had no idea that he had been excluded from the list of spare tires by the goddess, and he was in a hurry to leave at this time. But Boss Chen's words made him stop again. Boss Chen said loudly to the onlookers, The stone I am going to open next is really amazing. Do you still remember Miss Su who sold 1 billion jade materials? The gambler still remembered Su Yuyu's feat vividly. Su Yuyu coughed lightly and said, Boss Chen, don't hold me up, open it quickly, I'm afraid everyone will be anxious if you wait too long. Even if the gamblers lost all their money, they would see others opening stones with their eyes shining, and they wished they could replace them. At this time, Su Yuyu's words really touched their hearts, and they urged Boss Chen to open the stone as soon as possible. Lu Xiaoyan was naturally curious at this time, and even Gu Shuang was no longer in a hurry to leave. Gu Shuang also wanted to see what Su Yu's stone could produce. The machine was turned on again, and everyone listened to the rumbling sound, thinking that it was simply the most beautiful music in the world. Su Yu looked at their immersion in it, and couldn't help but be alert in her heart, thinking that if one day the system left her, she would never step into this place. Everyone here is a gambler, immersed in a common fantasy. Even if they opened jade materials worth millions today, they would not stop there, and would only fantasize about continuing to open stones worth tens of millions or hundreds of millions. Gamblers are like this. No matter how much money they make, they will eventually lose it. If the system hadn't suddenly popped up a reminder to pick up leaks, Su Yu would never spend 5 million to buy a stone. The sound of the machine stopped, and after a layer of water was poured on the surface of the cut stone to clean it, the true appearance inside was revealed. This is Imperial Purple. Dreamlike color. Why didn't I buy this stone? It's top-grade Imperial Purple. The price is about the same as Imperial Green. Miss Su is so lucky. It's hard to say whether it's really lucky or not. What if it fails like the Imperial Green before? Looking at the jealous eyes of the stone gamblers around her, Su Yu snapped her fingers, and 4 bodyguards in black suits stood beside her, blocking these unfriendly eyes for her. The 2 new bodyguards are retired comrades introduced by Shinjuan. It is said that they are all at the level of military kings. Su Yu has also seen the competition between these 2 newcomers and the 2 old ones. It can only be said that it is completely one-sided. The 2 new bodyguards became the small leaders of the bodyguard team with a nearly overwhelming advantage. The stone gamblers around just like to gamble, not blind. They can naturally see that these 4 bodyguards with fierce aura are not easy to mess with, and they took a step back in fear. Sun Lauer said tentatively, "Miss Su, I believe in your skills, so I am willing to pay 30 million for this half-open stone." Su Yu was unhappy. "You didn't offer Mr. Lu this price just now." Lu Xiaoyan, who was already on the edge, became the focus of the topic again because of Su Yu's words. Sun Lauer was also embarrassed. Even if he didn't want to offend Lu Xiaoyan, he could only say at this time, "I am afraid that the half-open stone will collapse. If I encounter the same situation as Mr. Lu, I will lose a lot of money." The stone gamblers laughed, and Lu Xiaoyan clenched his fists in anger. He is the young master of the Lu family, and he has never been embarrassed like today. Su Yu didn't continue to worry about Sun Lauer's offer, but turned to ask Gu Shuang, "Miss Gu, do you think I should sell it now?" Gu Shuang didn't expect Su Yu to suddenly point the spearhead at herself. "I don't know anything about gambling on jade. If Miss Su wants to quit while she's ahead, she can make a steady profit of 25 million. Gu Shuang said. Su Yu nodded and said to Boss Chen very straightforwardly, "Miss Gu's suggestion is very good, so I decided to continue." Gu Shuang's face froze. She knew that Su Yu was deliberately embarrassing her. It was not convenient for her to say this kind of embarrassment directly. She prayed repeatedly in her heart that Su Yu's stone would collapse like Lu Xiaoyan. But the facts are always unsatisfactory. As time passed, Su Yu's stone was slowly untied, and finally revealed its true appearance in front of everyone. Another top-grade jade. This weight is estimated to be more than 10 pounds. The color is rich and pure, it is the best among the Imperial Purple, and the unit price is estimated to be higher than the last Imperial Green. Lu Xiaoyan looked at Su Yu's big goods, and he was so angry that he was about to smoke. Sun Lauer seized the opportunity to make an offer. 300 million, I buy it. Chapter 49. Su Yu is not really unaware of the price of Imperial Purple. She glanced at Sun Lauer with a half-smile and said, "The quality of my jade is not inferior to that of the Jiaoyi Star. The Jiaoyi Star is a 9,499-carat giant violet egg-shaped pendant, and is also the world's largest glass-type violet jadeite. It was sold for 600 million yuan many years ago. The purple jadeite of the Jiaoyi Star weighs about 3.8 kilograms. Su Yu's jade has just been weighed, and weighs 13 kilograms. Sun Lauer smiled awkwardly and said, "Jiaoyi Star is a finished jewelry. Its raw jade weighs 12 kilograms, but the transaction price at that time was only 200 million. Even if I bought it, I would have to ask a master to make it into a finished product. The processing fee is not cheap. The price I offer is already very affordable." Su Yu shook her head. The transaction price of the raw stone was indeed 200 million, but that was more than 10 years ago. Now the prices have risen to such a level. It is fooling people to use this price again. Lu Guangtou, who was standing by, seized the opportunity and said, "I offer 350 million. Miss Su, if you like this price, we can make a deal now." Su Yu's jade material has a regular shape and is very suitable for making jewelry. Lu Guanto couldn't help but calculate how many sets of jewelry it can be made into, and how much money he can make from it after just taking a look. Su Yuyu still felt that this price was cheap, but Sun Lauer did not continue to raise the price, and seemed to have stopped. 5 minutes later, another person jumped out, 400 million. Su Yuyu remembered this person. Last time when she was selling the Imperial Green Jade material, this person also came out. He was quite like a big brother, and he seemed to have a bad relationship with Sining Zhu. Miss Su, you can ask a professional. I have already given you a very affordable price. I can't give you a higher price. I know you are good friends with Ms. Sin, but she only paid 1 billion. She can't afford this material. After hearing this, Su Yuyu called several experts in the relevant industry on the spot. She also expanded her network after selling the Imperial Green Jade last time, just to face the situation today. After getting the advice of several experts, Su Yuyu turned around and said to the man, "Deal." The expert's evaluation price was also around 400 million. In fact, Su Yuyu didn't like the man in front of her, but she couldn't find a better buyer for a while. Although Su Yuyu was not short of money, she didn't like to hoard these things in her hands, even if this piece of imperial purple looked very beautiful. Compared with jewelry, Su Yuyu preferred the money in the account. This sky-high transaction was quickly completed under the witness of everyone. After Su Yuyu confirmed that the money had arrived, she turned to look at Lu Xiaoyan and said, "Master Lu should have persisted in the warehouse for a while, but unfortunately, you still prefer to listen to Miss Gu's advice." After Su Yuyu said this, he left with his bodyguards. Lu Xiaoyan recalled that he could have bought this stone at a high price, but Gu Shuang persuaded him to let it go. When he thought about losing 400 million yuan, Lu Xiaoyan felt as if something had dug a hole in his chest, and it hurt like blood. Before he reacted, the other stone gamblers suddenly dispersed, and looked at the movement trajectory as if they were trying to escape from Gu Shuang. They spoke without any politeness. "Isn't this Miss Gu a bit unlucky?" Fortunately, Miss Su didn't listen to her advice, otherwise she would have lost a lot. "Why doesn't she leave? If she stays here, I don't dare to buy stones." Gu Shuang naturally heard these whispers clearly, and she was so angry that her eyes were red. She had never suffered such grievances since she was a child. She couldn't help but look at Lu Xiaoyan beside her for help. But Lu Xiaoyan was still immersed in his own emotions at this time, and did not notice the goddess's signal. Gu Shuang frowned slightly. She felt that she never wanted to come to this filthy place again. She stomped her feet and left angrily. By the time Lu Xiaoyan reacted, Gu Shuang had already boarded a special car. "Master, are you going to chase Miss Gu?" Lu Xiaoyan's driver asked. Lu Xiaoyan was still thinking about the 400 million yuan, and shook his head. "Send me home first." "No. Send me to the night bar." Lu Xiaoyan felt a lump in his throat, and the huge gap of missing out on the 400 million yuan made him want to drink to drown his sorrows. Su Yuyu sat in the car on the way home, watching the system suddenly pop up a prompt. "Congratulations to the host. Complete the task of picking up leaks and get rewards. Primary account balance double card X1, upper limit of 1 billion, Su Yuyu, shock. It would be great if the bank card balance was double directly. Why is there an upper limit?" Su Yuyu asked the system. "This is just a primary double card, and when you get an advanced double card, the upper limit will be different." Su Yuyu's current account balance has exceeded 1 billion yuan, and she chose to use the double card on the spot without any hesitation. Soon, a text message popped up on her phone about the funds being deposited. She counted several times to confirm that the amount of money received was 1 billion, and then she tried hard not to scream. "You have all worked hard during this period. I will give you a bonus," Su Yuyu said to Su Fang, who was still driving. When Su Fang heard such good news, she still remembered that her duty was to drive, and she forced herself to suppress her joy and continued to drive the car steadily. Su Yuyu was very satisfied with her performance. Back to the house of Thompson Epine, Su Yuyu just opened the door, and Guai Guai rushed up. "Woof woof, why didn't you take me with you when you went out? I'm so bored at home." Guai Guai complained to Su Yuyu while barking. Su Yuyu rarely felt guilty, and after rubbing the dog's head, she said, "I will definitely do it next time." Her cell phone rang, and the caller was Ouyang Ouyang. "Boss, the video website has transferred the revenue from last month's videos," Ouyang Ouyang said. Su Yuyu said, "Okay, I take a look." She herself casually spent hundreds of millions, and the video website's share of about 20 million seemed a little less in comparison. Ouyang Ouyang talked about a lot of company matters, and after that, he complained helplessly, "Boss, you have to find someone who can manage the company as soon as possible. I have to manage the crew and the company now, and I'm really too busy." Ouyang Ouyang originally put all his attention on the crew, and the entertainment company's affairs were originally managed by the Wei. It happened that Su Yu, the real boss, wandered around like a street urchin all day long, and no one could be seen at all, so Ouyang was forced to become a manager. Su Yu touched his nose, and rarely felt guilty. Okay, I know, if the crew encounters difficulties, tell me, you don't have to worry about the company's affairs. Ouyang couldn't help but cheer. Of course, he was even happier when he saw the skid bonus deposited into his bank account 2 days later. Seeing that it was getting dark, Su Yu planned to find a headhunter to recruit a manager the next day, but suddenly the system popped up a prompt again. The task of picking up leaks has been started. Please arrive at the target location as soon as possible. Chapter 50. Su Yu immediately perked up. As soon as she saw the task of picking up bargains, she was no longer sleepy. She glanced at the clock on the wall, and it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Su Yu called Su Fang. I need the car. Su Fang, who had already lain down to sleep, got up with a somersault. Okay, boss, I pick you up now, and try to arrive within 10 minutes. Su Fang originally lived in the suburbs, but in order to make it easier to use the car, Su Yu rented her a 2-bedroom, 1 living room apartment near Thompson EP1. Su Fang had brought her mother and children from her hometown to live with her a few days ago. Seeing that she was going out late at night, Su's mother heard the noise and got up from the bed and asked, "What time is it? Where are you going?" After Su Fang put on her coat, she picked up the car keys and said, "The boss is going out, Mom. You stay at home to take care of the children. Don't worry about me. It's too hard at night." Su's mother couldn't help complaining. Su Fang shook her head. "Mom, don't say such things. I make 50,000 yuan a month. I just received a bonus of 30,000 yuan 2 days ago. In addition to the house I live in now, such a good boss, let alone working overtime at night. Even if I drive for her 24 hours a day, it's all my duty." Su Fang knew that she had no other skills, and Su Yu only liked her steady driving. She dared not slack off for fear of losing this good job. Su's mother only knew that her daughter's salary was so high. She was not sleepy anymore and pushed her daughter out directly. "Hurry up. Don't let the boss wait for too long." Shanghai was not particularly congested at night. Su Fang arrived at the underground garage within 10 minutes, but she didn't see Su Yu's figure. After waiting for another 2 minutes, she saw Su Yu appearing at the elevator entrance. Su Fang hurriedly opened the car door. After Su Yu got in the car, Su Fang trotted back to the driver's seat. After the car started, Su Fang didn't ask much, because Su Yu had reminded her of the direction countless times. This time was no exception. Turn left ahead. Go straight. Turn left at the traffic light. The bodyguard car behind them did not have a specific destination, so the bodyguard driving the car could only keep an eye on Su Fang's car, fearing that he would lose it. The car drove on the road at night for nearly an hour, and finally saw a bridge. "Stop," Su Yu said. The street lights on the bridge seemed to be broken, dark and scary. After Su Yu got out of the car, she turned on the flashlight on her mobile phone and walked straight under the bridge. The 4 bodyguards and Su Fang followed her, all looking like they were going to protect Su Yu. Everyone knew Su Yu's rules, and knew that she hated others asking too many questions and talking too much. They all followed her in silence for her strange behavior. In the dark night, only the sound of each other's footsteps could be heard, and a faint sobbing sound in the wind. Su Fang felt the chill of the night wind, and with the sound of sobbing, she felt the hair on her back stand up. She couldn't help wondering if there was something dirty in this dark place. If there weren't 4 masculine bodyguards around her, Su Fang would have dragged Su Yu away long ago. Su Yu didn't know what to do at this moment. If the system's prompts hadn't been pointing under the bridge, she would never have thought of running into such a corner. When the system's instruction stopped, Su Yu's mobile phone flashlight also shone on a bent back. The man saw the light and wanted to run hurriedly. But Su Yu's bodyguards moved quickly, and 2 soldiers rushed up and pressed the man to the ground. "Be gentle, don't hurt him," Su Yu said. The 2 soldiers also moved a little lighter, but they still controlled the man tightly. Su Yu just said a word. The control person immediately struggled. "Why won't you let me go? Do you think you will be happy only if I die?" Su Yu didn't know what was going on, but she could already smell the sour odor of the homeless man. She looked at the man's side again, where a pile of old clothes and old bedding formed a small home under the bridge. Take the man to a place with light first. Su Yu felt that this was not the place to talk. The 2 bodyguards almost supported the man and walked 200 meters before they found a bright street lamp. "I will not give in. I will not let you go even if I die," the man shouted. Su Yu was a little confused. She tried to see the other person's face clearly, but the man had long and greasy hair and a dirty face. It was difficult to see his appearance for a while. "Are you hungry?" Su Yu asked. The man did not answer, but a pair of dark eyes under the greasy hair stared at Su Yu with vigilance. Su Yu said with a stiff face, "I have no ill intentions, I am here to help you." The man sneered, "You running dog? You are all so heartless. Speak nicely." The bodyguard scolded. The bodyguard could not watch his employer being scolded, but such scolding did not seem to be of any use to the homeless man. "As long as I am still alive, I will fight you guys to the end," the homeless man said. Su Yu was completely confused and had no idea what the man was talking about. "Forget it, take him back first, give him a bath, feed him something, and tell him what's going on tomorrow," Su Yu ordered the bodyguard. Taking care of homeless people is not the bodyguard's job at all, but Su Yu gave them a lot of money. After selling the Emperor Purple, he gave each of them a bonus of 30,000 yuan. Being out late at night like today can be considered overtime according to the employment contract signed by Su Yu, and there is extra overtime pay. Even though the bodyguards thought the homeless man was dirty, they still listened to Su Yu's instructions. But the homeless man yelled, "You are kidnapping, threatening the personal rights of citizens. I will call the police." The bodyguards couldn't do anything to him, and could only be thankful that this was a suburb and there were not many people around, so they successfully brought the homeless man to the car. Because she stayed up all night, Su Yu slept until 11 o'clock the next morning. After eating lunch sent by the community housekeeper, she called someone to send the homeless man to her home. Su Yu arranged for the 4 bodyguards to live in the same community as Su Feng, so they came quickly. For tall and strong men pressed down a thin male homeless man, and Su Yu didn't have to worry about the other party posing any threat to her, so she led him into her house boldly. In the sunlight, Su Yu finally saw the homeless man's face clearly. She was shocked. She didn't expect the system to send this man to her. This was really a big mistake. The homeless man still glared at Su Yu fiercely. "I will not change my words. I will definitely fight you to the end." Chapter 51. When Su Yu heard what the other party said, she did not refute, but nodded seriously and said, "I understand and support Mr. Xie's desire to fight the evil forces to the end." After this, it was the homeless man's turn to not know what to say. He was denied too many times, and every recognition was precious. Just a moment later, his eyes rekindled vigilance. "Don't play tricks on me, you are in the same group, and the people from Star Diamond sent you here, right? You let someone lock me up like this, it's illegal detention. I'm going to call the police." Xie Ran tried to put on a fierce look, but his current state was so bad that he looked more like a child throwing a tantrum. Su Yu pointed to the sofa next to him, and said, "Please sit down." Xie Ran did not move, and Su Yu's bodyguard wanted to reach out and press him to the chair. Su Yu shook her head, and said to the bodyguard, "Mr. Xie is an adult, who wants to fight against evil forces to the end. It is impossible that he dare not even sit on a sofa chair." Xie Ran's expression changed constantly. After several years in prison, his eyes were no longer as confident and flamboyant as before, but full of evasion. But in the end, he took 2 steps forward and sat on the sofa. Su Yu personally picked up the teapot on the table, poured a cup of tea, and brought it to Xie Ran. Xie Ran's throat rolled. Although his mouth was very thirsty, he still did not move. Su Yu continued to use the method of provoking. "Why, are you afraid that I will poison you?" She poured herself a cup and drank it slowly. Xie Ran then picked up the cup of tea poured for him, and drank it in big gulps. Seeing that he sat down and drank water again, Su Yu was 80% sure about the next conversation. As long as he was willing to communicate, things would be easy. "Let me introduce myself. My last name is Su. I have opened an entertainment company. We are in need of a CEO. If you are willing, you can come to work in my company. The first year's salary is 2 million. How about it?" Su Yu asked. Xie Ran slightly widened his eyes and said, "Is this a new type of fraud? I tell you, although I have no money, I will not accept your dirty money, and I will never give up revenge." Su Yu said casually, "I didn't ask you to give up. I am not in the same group with those people. I wish you would continue to fight against them." Xie Ran's eyes were still full of distrust. After all, in his opinion, that group of people were really well connected. Su Yu, such a young and beautiful girl, suddenly gave him such a big gift package, and he was naturally full of suspicion. "If you are too kind to others, you are either a traitor or a thief," Xie Ran said. Su Yu raised her lips slightly and said, "I have heard of your story a long time ago. I offer you this job not out of sympathy, but because I believe in your ability." Xie Ran is 35 years old this year, and Su Yu in front of him is only in his early 20s. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "When the incident happened, you should have been just a primary school student." Su Yu said, "I have my channels to understand the truth of the matter. You are in this state now. Apart from me, it seems that there is only one way out, which is to go abroad. Are you sure you want to leave here like a stray dog?" Ran lowered his head, and thousands of thoughts flashed in his eyes. He didn't know whether he should believe Su Yu or whether he could believe her. Su Yu opened his mobile banking, switched to the account balance interface, and handed it over. "So much money may not be enough for your revenge, but with your ability, I believe it can at least double it. If you show your value, I will also give you the due reward. For example, I will do my best to help you get revenge. How about it?" Su Yu asked. Ran was also stunned for a moment when he saw Su Yu's account balance. There was no doubt that the young girl in front of him was very rich, but she was still far from the person he wanted to defeat. But Su Yu's words did move him. For a person with such high self-esteem as him, showing sympathy would only embarrass him. Only recognition of his abilities would make him willing to work for Su Yu. "The evidence has been destroyed. What can I do even if I want revenge?" Ran said tentatively. Su Yu leaned on the sofa. "You are still on guard against me." Ran's face flashed with embarrassment. He did keep the last piece of evidence in his hand, but he was afraid that it would be snatched away and destroyed by the group of people like the other evidence. A few years ago, the group of people sent people to test whether he had evidence, but they didn't do this much in recent years. It seems that they have completely believed that he gave up the plan of revenge. Su Yu said, "I will take you to see my company later. Of course, if you don't like being the CEO of an entertainment company and want to start a business, I will also invest in you." Ran was really surprised this time and asked, "Do you trust me so much?" Su Yu looked at the other person's eyes seriously. "Of course." Ran's story became popular all over the internet a few years later, which can be called a modern version of sleeping on straw and tasting gall. Ran was originally a proud child who graduated from a top university. Just as he emerged in the business world, he was framed and thrown into prison. Because he refused to plead guilty, his sentence was 10 years, and it was not reduced for a minute. After he was released from prison, these people have been preventing him from finding evidence to overturn the case, and tried every means to obstruct him, so that he has become the homeless man sleeping in the bridge hole now. After 10 years in prison, his life was completely ruined by these people. If Su Yu hadn't intervened, he would have sneaked out of the country at the end of this year, got help from his alumni abroad to make a comeback, and returned to China a few years later to avenge those who hurt him. Miss Su is so wealthy, she can definitely find someone who is more suitable than me to manage her property. Ran said. Su Yu said something else. "We are actually more related than you think." Ran didn't understand. Su Yu said, "We are all children who grew up in an orphanage. Not long after you graduated, you donated a huge sum of money to the orphanage that raised you. You are a person who knows how to repay kindness, and I also want to be a person who knows how to repay kindness." Ran's eyes softened. He persisted for so long in the face of a huge blow. Everyone thought he was a criminal, but the director's mother didn't think so. In the first few years of his imprisonment, he could receive letters from the director's mother every now and then. The director's mother encouraged him to be self-reliant and to stick to his own opinions. It can be said that if the director's mother hadn't sent so many letters, he would not have been able to persist until today. Unfortunately, after he was released from prison, he learned that the director's mother had passed away several years ago, and could not wait to see him overturn the case. "Miss Su is willing to believe in me. I will do my best to help Miss Su make money," Ran said. Chapter 52. Su Yu handed him the laptop beside him. Promises made verbally may not count, but contracts written on paper cannot be escaped. Your first job after joining the company is to draft an employment contract. In addition to agreeing on your job, write down the revenge I will give you. Ran felt warm in his heart. He had suffered losses in the contract and originally planned to make this request, but he did not expect Su Yu to take the initiative to say it. Ran's doubts about Su Yu were completely dispelled, but he had been displaced for many years and rarely touched electronic devices. At this time, he was stunned for a moment with his hands on the laptop keyboard. After a long time, he slowly typed on the computer keyboard. Su Yu watched him go from unfamiliarity at the beginning to gradually becoming familiar, and finally typing faster and faster. After the employment contract was finalized, Su Yu printed it out with a printer that his family had just purchased. After both of them signed their names and pressed red handprints, the contract was considered a done deal. "I take you to the company now," Su Yu said. Su Yu didn't let Ran take the bodyguard's car, but let him sit in her private car. When the two sat in the back seat together, Su Yu saw Xiaoran wearing someone's old clothes, which were obviously not suitable for him, and her heart moved. "Sister Su, let's go to the nearest shopping mall first," Su Yu ordered. Xiaoran didn't think much about it when he heard this, and thought Su Yu suddenly had a shopping urge. But he didn't expect that after entering the mall, Su Yu took them straight to the men's clothing area. "Pick a few clothes that suit him, formal clothes." Su Yu pointed directly at Xiaoran to the shopping guide. The shopping guides all had sharp eyes. After looking up and down at Xiaoran's figure, they immediately took out a bunch of well-matched men's formal clothes. "Go and try it." Su Yu stuffed the clothes into Xiaoran's hands. After Xiaoran changed out of his ill-fitting sweatshirt and put on a slim-fitting black suit, his whole temperament changed immediately. "Even if Xiaoran is sent back to the bridge hole where he lived yesterday, I am afraid that people around him will not recognize him as the sloppy homeless man in the past. You look like an elite now." Su Yu sighed. Xiaoran in front of him, because of many years of frustration, is filled with a melancholy temperament. He is a top student in a prestigious school. Even in prison, he insists on reading, and even wandering has never erased his mind. After he turned 30, he became more and more charming, and now he looks like a handsome uncle. The shopping guide who helped to choose clothes at the beginning looked at Xiaoran with shining eyes, and said, "This suit seems to be specially made for this gentleman." Su Yu did not let Xiaoran try all the clothes, but after confirming that the size was the same, he told the shopping guide, "Since it fits, pack them all and swipe the card." Xiaoran wanted to refuse. But Su Yu said, "You are going to be the CEO of the company, not to be a scumbag. You should understand better than me the principle of respecting Luo Shang first and respecting others." Xiaoran could not stop him. If he went to the company in a messy state, I am afraid that the first impression of him would be bad, which would not be conducive to subsequent management. "This money will be deducted from my salary," Xiaoran said. Su Yu shook his head. "My company is not going to close down, so I still have this office funding." In addition to formal clothes, Su Yu took him to buy some casual clothes. After buying the clothes, she pushed him directly into a high-end barber shop. After Xiaoran's messy long hair was cut into a short haircut, Su Yu stuffed the latest mobile phone and laptop into his hands. After doing all this, she took him to her entertainment company. When Ouyang joined the company, her company was still an empty shell. During the filming of the short drama, Su Yu rented an office building and gradually recruited some staff members. So when they entered the company, it wouldn't be empty. "Chairman, how come you have time to come here today? I will inform Mr. Ouyang now and ask him to go back to the company." Su Yu waved her hand and said to the HR manager who came up to flatter her, "He is busy filming, so don't bother him. You call everyone in the company to the conference room, so that Mr. Xie can recognize people." Xiaoran rejected the proposal to invest in a new company. He had been away from the management company for too long, and he was afraid that rash actions would backfire, so he planned to take over the entertainment company to test the waters first. At this time, everyone in the company entered the conference room, but it still looked empty. After all, most people in the company were filming with Ouyang. "I'm here to say only one thing. Let me introduce you to everyone. This is our company's new CEO, Mr. Xiaoran. He will be fully responsible for all matters in the company in the future." After Su Yu said this, the HR manager's face was the ugliest. Ouyang was only thinking about filming. Although he was in charge of the company before, the HR manager was actually in charge of most things. Now that someone was parachuted in as CEO, his idea of getting promoted was completely shattered. While Su Yu was talking, Xiaoran was also carefully looking at the people in front of him, and naturally did not miss the changes in the HR manager's expression. Su Yu kept her word and directly threw the company management to Xiaoran, then stepped aside and waited to see Xiaoran's performance. But unfortunately, she thought she would see some big moves, but she didn't expect that after Xiaoran introduced himself, he announced the adjournment on the spot and only kept the HR manager. "Can I see the current company's personnel information?" Xiaoran asked the HR manager. The HR manager smiled and said, "Mr. Xie, do you want the personnel information now? I'm afraid it's not possible. I send it to you after I've sorted it out in a few days, okay?" Xiaoran frowned slightly when he heard this and asked, "Does your HR department usually not sort out the information?" The HR manager secretly glanced at Su Yu beside him, and seeing that she didn't react, he said, "Although our HR department is in charge of personnel, the company has been leaderless these days, and there are too many things to do." Xiaoran is not really a fool, and he naturally understands that the HR manager is secretly singing a different tune when he hears this. Xiaoran was not polite when he said, The company now has a total of 2 projects. One is a completed short play, and the other is an ongoing TV series. Such a small matter makes the HR department so busy? The HR manager's face froze. Xiaoran continued, Manager Zhao, what is the most important function of the HR department? If the HR department can't even do the most basic things, but put the cart before the horse, I have reason to doubt your ability. Su Yuyu finally kept Xiaoran, not to watch the internal fighting, she said directly. Since Manager Zhao is not competent for this job, let's change someone. Manager Zhao's eyes widened when he heard this. He really wanted to make trouble, but how come Xiaoran just gave him a few words, and Su Yuyu used a big move to kill him in seconds? This is simply unethical. Chapter 53. Chairman, I am also your old man. I have made contributions to the company. Manager Zhao stuttered. But Su Yuyu's company was open for too short a time, so these words were not very convincing. Manager Zhao looked at Xiaoran for help. Mr. Xia, don't you just want personnel information? I will prepare it now, and give it to you today. Su Yuyu really wanted to fire him. During her time abroad, the company was ostensibly managed by Ouyang, but in fact it was this human resources manager who was in charge. Although the dirty things did not come to her, she also had the means to know what was happening in the company. The most important artist in the company now is Song Jibai, but because of the filming of short dramas, several young male and female actors were also signed, but their treatment was not as high as Song Jibai. The company has only been open for less than 2 months, and Manager Zhao privately hinted at the young actors to use unspoken rules, and wanted to control Ouyang. These small actions emerged one after another, and Su Yuyu's patience with him reached its limit. If he had not been in power for a short time, and had not caused serious consequences, Su Yuyu would not have simply fired him. Manager Zhao, I advise you to leave honestly. It would be bad if you could not survive in this industry. Su Yuyu said. Then, she showed Manager Zhao some chat screenshots. It was Manager Zhao who harassed the employees first, and he did not dare to ask for layoff compensation, so he left with his things in disgrace. There was no one else in the meeting room, so Xiaoran asked directly, Did you know in advance that he and I would have a conflict? Su Yuyu shook his head and said, If you did not have a conflict today, I believe you would have found something wrong with him soon after you joined the company. Xiaoran chuckled and said, Thank you. The HR manager was fired after talking to them. For other employees, this was simpler and more powerful than any words, and it was more effective in making an example of others. Su Yuyu continued, I know there are many shady things in the entertainment industry, but in my company, I hope everyone can make money cleanly. The unspoken rules in the entertainment industry are like shadows that follow you under the sun. Almost no company in the industry can avoid such things. Xiaoran did not agree to this immediately, but said, I don't know much about the entertainment industry now, but before I went to prison, things like resource swaps often happened in this circle. After all, no one can guarantee that every work invested in can make money steadily. The production cost of TV series is extremely high now, and there are too many aspects involved. Few TV series are invested alone. Generally, they are jointly supervised by several investors. With so many people, messy things are inevitable. Su Yuyu said directly, I am not short of money. Our company's investment works are mainly self-funded. Hearing this, Xiaoran felt relieved and asked, Then how much can you invest in this company at most? Su Yuyu believed in his ability to make money and said, I can invest as much as you saw in my bank card before. Xiaoran laughed softly. Then I will help you make a lot of money in the shortest time. As he finished speaking, Su Yuyu's system popped up a prompt. Congratulations to the host, successfully completed the task of picking up leaks, and obtained the task reward, a time that is enough to confuse the audience, already used. Su Yuyu, ? Su Yuyu looked at the system in disbelief and said, Why is it in the used state? Where was it used? The system explained, This reward is bound to Xiaoran, and can only be used on him. It is also to fill in the gaps for you. Su Yuyu quickly understood and asked, Is it to protect Xiaoran, so that his enemies will not immediately target him? The system gave a positive answer. Su Yuyu thought of the dazzling Xiaoran in his previous life, and suddenly felt that it was reasonable for the system to spend more time on it. At the same time, under a bridge on the outskirts of Shanghai, a short man wearing a black cap and a mask covering his face was searching in Xiaoran's previous home under the bridge. Except for some old quilts and old cotton wool, he didn't find anything valuable at all, and he almost fainted from the stink. After a long time, he gave up the search. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard the fisherman on the bridge bank screaming, Come and help me, there's a big catch. The short man didn't want to help, But the fisherman's eyes had already fallen on him. "Help, what are you doing?" The fisherman's eyes were filled with infinite desire for the big fish under the water. The short man didn't want to appear too abnormal, so he had no choice but to come over and help pull up the bent fishing rod. But the big fish was not caught, but a person was caught instead. "My God, what is this?" the fisherman shouted excitedly. The short man on the side was already tingling with fear. The body that was lifted out of the water was wearing ragged clothes, with messy hair and a swollen face that made it hard to see its true appearance. He instinctively connected the body with the homeless man's home. Something surprised the short man. After the fisherman yelled, he instinctively put the bait on the fishing rod again and threw the hook out smoothly. "No, buddy, aren't we going to report the case? Why are you still fishing?" The short man didn't understand. The fisherman looked back at him with an even more incomprehensible look. "What if I don't fish? I've already made a nest. If you want to call the police, go ahead." Even though the short man knew that his whereabouts were suspicious, he was only responsible for surveillance and didn't dare to get involved in the murder case. He chose to call the police on the spot. The police could not find out the true identity of the body. Even if the short man knew, he could not say it out loud to increase his suspicion of murder. Moreover, the autopsy results also proved that it was suicide. In the end, the police could only connect the body with the homeless man under the bridge, who also did not know his identity. After the short man left the police station, he took out his mobile phone and pressed a series of numbers. "Master, the person you asked me to keep an eye on committed suicide." "Are you sure?" "Master, it is absolutely true. No evidence has been found on him or in his hideout." "Do you still want to keep an eye on him?" To be honest, the short man felt a headache when he asked this question. The person was already dead. Who could he continue to keep an eye on? "Don't worry about it. I will help you with my father's affairs." After saying this, the other end of the phone ended the call neatly. Su Yuyu didn't know that Xia Ren had temporarily escaped from the sight of his enemies, because the police determined that he was dead. She thought Xia Ren would make a big move soon, but she didn't expect that this man was quiet for more than half a month before he finally wanted to do something. He asked Su Yuyu for 20 million yuan in funds. Chapter 54. It was only 20 million. Su Yuyu didn't even ask. The money was transferred to the company account on the same day. Su Yuyu didn't ask, but Xia Ran remembered his duty as a subordinate. He quickly set a complete plan to Su Yuyu's residence. Su Yuyu didn't even open it to read it. She said casually, "You have been quiet for so long before making a decision. I believe in your judgment." Xia Ran felt warm at the words. He had been away from such a trusted life for too long. He didn't make any drastic reforms in the company for more than half a month. He only promoted a new human resources manager in the human resources department and spent 2 days talking to everyone in each department. After the company was stable, he went to Gansu province in person. Ouyang was filming with a group of people in Gansu province. He did not choose to shoot a costume drama in Hengyan like other crews, but filmed on location. There, according to the information received by Su Yuyu, Xia Ran and Ouyang had a very in-depth conversation and watched the crew's daily shooting from close range. A few days after returning from Gansu province, Xia Ran came to Su Yuyu to ask for money. Su Yuyu didn't ask or look, but Xia Ran didn't intend to let the boss turn a blind eye, and said, "I think the short drama industry is on the rise now. I have also selected a lot of short drama scripts these days, and I am ready to start filming 10 short dramas at once." Su Yuyu's eyes widened slightly when she heard this, but when she thought carefully, the short drama industry was indeed particularly prosperous for a period of time in her previous life. Xia Ran continued, "I not only looked at domestic, but also foreign. The next step is to use the money earned from shooting short dramas in China to invest in shooting short dramas abroad." Su Yuyu's eyes widened as she listened. She kept sighing in her heart. The system really picked up the right person this time. Foreign countries are indeed one big version behind domestic short dramas. Domestic cool articles can help those foreigners who have never seen the world to quit drug addiction. The same script is replaced by foreigners, and the money of foreigners is collected faster than the money in China. In her previous life, Su Yuyu vaguely heard that there were indeed people who specialized in this, and made a lot of money. In this life, she had too many profitable businesses, and didn't think about this for a while. She didn't expect that Xia Ran could make an accurate judgment in the shortest time with just a little information. Su Yuyu immediately said, "No need to wait until later, you can do this now. By the way, you said you want to make a special short drama app. I agree with this, just go ahead." Xia Ran was slightly stunned when he heard this, and said cautiously, "These investments may cost 100 million or 200 million. Su Yuyu waved his hand. I will directly transfer 300 million, recruit people when necessary, spend whatever money is necessary, don't be timid. Xie Ran sat up straight. The more Su Yu believed in him, the more he wanted to take out all the goods in his stomach. Are there any other things that need money? Tell me in one breath. Su Yu said. Xie Ran shook his head and stood up to say goodbye. But before he left, a new guest came. Su Yu's current home is more than 1,000 square meters. Even if she bought 6 sweeping robots, she still couldn't finish the housework. She was also tired of the meals sent by the property manager. A few days ago, she hired 6 housekeepers through an agent. Miss Su, the gentleman outside the door, said his surname was Lu, and he brought an assistant with him. He said he was an old acquaintance of yours, and came to visit you specially. Su Yu raised her eyebrows when she heard the housekeeper say this. Why did Lu Xiaoyan come to visit? Is it because of the Gu family's affairs? The housekeeper asked. Do you want to turn him away? Su Yu shook her head. No, let him in, and called 2 bodyguards over. Su Yu asked someone to prepare tea again in the small living room. Xie Ran left the door, and happened to see Lu Jingyao and assistant Lu walking in. He couldn't help but take a second look. Lu Jingyao didn't expect to see a strange man in Su Yu's house. His heart suddenly tightened, and he glanced at Assistant Lu. Assistant Lu immediately asked the housekeeper, who was leading the way, Is this gentleman Miss Su's boyfriend? The housekeeper didn't think much and said directly, He is the head of a company under Miss Su's name. Assistant Lu immediately came to Lu Jingyao and said, He is wearing a suit and holding a file bag. It seems that he is here for business. Lu Jingyao nodded, and then as if he thought of something, he said, I didn't ask you to inquire about these things, so you were nosy. Assistant Lu glanced at his boss, and didn't expose his hypocrisy. In the small living room, Su Yu saw the two from a distance and was surprised. Lu Jingyao's heart paused, wondering why Su Yu was so surprised to see him. Was she unhappy because he asked about her specific address? Lu Jingyao put down the gift he had prepared and immediately explained, I didn't deliberately ask about your address. Before I went abroad, I planned to buy your house, but the seller didn't sell it to me. Later, I accidentally learned that it was sold to you. Su Yu didn't have high expectations for information leakage in modern society, and said directly, I'm not surprised that Mr. Lu has a lot of hands and eyes, but are you healed? Su Yu still remembered that Lu Jingyao was almost killed abroad, but she didn't expect him to be alive and kicking so quickly. Lu Jingyao's face turned red and white. He has always been cautious in doing things, and he didn't expect that he would be so cruelly calculated when he thought he was foolproof. I'm almost well now, and I've returned to China to recuperate for a long time. I was able to escape safely this time, and I'm very grateful to you. Lu Jingyao thought it was difficult to say this, but facing Su Yu's clear eyes, he couldn't help but say thank you. Su Yu rarely saw this person so humble, and said dryly, Then you should be more careful when you go abroad in the future. Assistant Lu beside Lu Jingyao put down a jewelry box and said softly, Miss Su, our President Lu is very grateful for your life-saving grace. This small gift is not a respect. Su Yu hesitated, and finally did not accept the gift, but returned it. It was a coincidence that I was able to save your President Lu. Even if the injured person was not President Lu, but another Chinese, I would still save him, so there is no need to be so. You're welcome. Lu Jingyao paused. According to his investigation of Su Yu, this person is extremely money-conscious. Su Yu didn't even accept his money. Could it be because she hated him? This thought just went around in his mind, and Lu Jingyao forced it down. He wanted to persuade Su Yu to accept the gift, but the words he said were different. Miss Su, my life is barely worth money. If you don't want to accept this gift, do you want something else? A question mark slowly appeared above Su Yu's head. Mr. Lu, I understand that you don't want to owe anyone a favor, but is this the right attitude to face your lifesaver by forcing a sale? If you are not really grateful, please leave. Chapter 55. Assistant Lu felt a headache and hurried to explain. Miss Su, you misunderstood our President Lu. He actually wanted to ask you what difficulties you have. As long as he can help, he will do his best. Su Yu snorted and said, You don't have to rush to make up for him. He has a mouth. Assistant Lu showed his boss a helpless expression. Lu Jingya's lips were pressed into a straight line, with a little helplessness in his eyes. He used to be a big shot in the business world, but he didn't know how to deal with the current situation. In his opinion, Su Yu likes money and beautiful jewelry, so he gave her expensive jewelry. Isn't this giving her what she likes? Why is Su Yu still unhappy? What do you want? Money? House? Car? You can tell me directly. Lu Jingyao said. Assistant Lu couldn't help but cover his forehead. Su Yu felt offended and said, Mr. Lu, since you are not here to thank me sincerely, please leave. The two bodyguards on the side took 2 steps forward. Lu Jingyao's handsome face was full of confusion at this time. You saved my life. I want to thank you. What did I do wrong? Su Yuyu said, if you don't know how to respect others, I won't accept any money you give me. Su Yuyu picked up the gift box on the table and wanted to give it back to him. As soon as she took it in her hand, she felt very heavy. Lu Jingyao didn't take it and said, I won't take back what I give away. After Lu Jingyao said this, he walked out of the Su family door quickly without waiting for the bodyguards to urge him. When taking the elevator downstairs, the doubts on Lu Jingyao's face did not diminish at all. He asked Assistant Lu, when we were in the United States, we asked her to help pretend to be a girlfriend and gave her a set of jewelry. She was obviously very happy. Why is she so unhappy now? Is she prejudiced against me? Assistant Lu, Assistant Lu said helplessly, Boss Lu, if you want to please a girl, you have to be more humble. Lu Jingyao immediately frowned and retorted, who wants to please her? I just want to repay the favor of saving my life. Assistant Lu looked at his CEO's red ears and understood, but agreed, yes, Boss Lu, you just want to have a good relationship with your lifesaver and let her feel your gratitude, not to pursue the girl you like. Lu Jingyao wanted to scold the assistant immediately, but his heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but recall the amazing moment he saw Su Yuyu coming downstairs in a burgundy dress before attending a cocktail party abroad. He also remembered the joy of being found when he was plotted against, and didn't know whether he was dead or alive. At that time, Su Yuyu thought he was unconscious, but in fact, he could hear the sounds around him. He also secretly opened his eyes, and saw Su Yuyu's face as delicate as white porcelain. However, he was extremely embarrassed at that time, and he chose to continue pretending to be unconscious like an ostrich. Is all this really because he likes Su Yuyu? Would he, Lu Jingyao, like a woman who loves money and is vain? Lu Jingyao closed his eyes. He always thought that he would marry and have children with a suitable person at the right age. His wife did not have to be particularly beautiful, but she should be gentle and quiet, with elegant manners, just like his mother, like a quiet and soft magnolia tree. But Su Yuyu obviously had nothing to do with these adjectives. She was beautiful, full of vitality, and vindictive. She was like a little leopard about to bite. Lu Jingyao still remembered the cunningness of Su Yuyu when she deliberately designed Gu Fengchuan at the auction. Boss Lu, the elevator is here. The elevator has reached the first floor, but Lu Jingyao is standing still. As the boss, he doesn't move, and Assistant Lu, the subordinate, can't get off the elevator before the boss. Watching the elevator door open and close, Lu Jingyao seemed to have made up his mind, stepped out, and said, Assistant Lu, if you want to marry a girl. No, to repay your lifesaver, what should you do? Lu Jingyao thought it through. Even though Su Yuyu was vain and mercenary, shallow, and came from an orphanage, he seemed to have fallen in love with her. Assistant Lu had been with Lu Jingyao for 3 years, and this seemed to be the first time he saw him so emotionally moved by a girl. He was like a civet that had discovered a huge secret. Boss Lu, pursuing? Assistant Lu changed his words under the gaze of the other party, and said, to repay the lifesaver, you should give him what he likes. You did the right thing, but this kind of thing also requires a long-term flow. Give this today, and that tomorrow, so that we can have frequent exchanges. Lu Jingyao looked thoughtful and said, she just received 1.4 billion recently. I don't know what she lacks. She seems to like money very much, but she didn't even open the gift I gave her today. Assistant Lu heard 1.4 billion again, and he still felt uncomfortable and wanted to cry. What was even more uncomfortable was that Su Yuyu actually got another huge asset. The gift Lu Jingyao gave was bought at a high premium of 1 billion. Assistant Lu sighed in his heart countless times, there are so many people who make a lot of money, why can't he be one more? Boss Lu, Miss Su may really like money, but you should also pay attention to the tone of your voice when talking to her. Assistant Lu reminded carefully. Lu Jingyao frowned slightly and said confidently, I didn't say anything wrong today. When Assistant Lu thought of Lu Jingyao's performance that was like a car accident scene, his forehead hurt again, but he was the assistant, and the boss's business was the most important, so he had to say what he should say. Boss, girls don't like to hear such words. Lu Jingyao paused and asked, then how should I talk to her? Assistant Lu said, some girls like the domineering CO type, but Miss Su seems to be a person who is soft and not hard. When you talk to her, you should be gentle and not too domineering. This normal advice fell into Lu Jingyao's ears, but he frowned and asked back, where am I not gentle? Isn't it enough that I am so humble to her? Assistant Lu took a deep breath, and it took a long time to calm down. He mustered up the courage to say, "Boss Lu, don't you just want money?" After saying this, Assistant Lu's scalp numbed instantly, as if he was stared at by something extremely terrifying. Lu Jingyao squinted at him and said, "Assistant Lu, pay attention to your attitude when you speak." Assistant Lu quickly explained, "Mr. Lu, the way you spoke to Miss Su just now was like saying that she wanted your money." Lu Jingyu's mind was blank for a moment, and then he regretted it. Will my words really make her think that way? Assistant Lu nodded and said, "Girls' thoughts are not asked, but guessed. Your intentions are good, but if you speak too harshly, girls will be unhappy." Chapter 56. Su Yuyu didn't know that Lu Jingyao was taking a love tutorial class. Her eyes fell on the gift box in front of her. This was brought by Lu Jingyao. Su Yuyu didn't want to accept it, but he refused to take it away and insisted on giving it to Su Yuyu. "Host, this is the reward for your last leak-picking task," the system reminded. Su Yuyu sighed. Lu Jingyao's attitude was unpleasant. Compared with the system's rewards, Su Yuyu always felt resistant to his gifts. Under the repeated urging of the system, Su Yuyu reluctantly opened the gift box. After removing the complicated packaging, the thing in front of her was unexpectedly familiar. Jiaoyi Star. It is currently the most expensive jade jewelry in the world. The main body is a 9,949-carat imperial purple jade. When it first came out, the price was as high as 600 million. When Su Yuyu negotiated the selling price of the top-grade imperial purple jadeite that she had opened earlier, she referred to the price of the Jiaoyi Star raw stone. It was also at that time that Su Yuyu knew the existence of Jiaoyi Star. Many years ago, the price was as high as 600 million. Su Yuyu knew without asking that the price Lu Jingyao paid now must be higher than 600 million. Originally, she was full of resentment towards Lu Jingyao, but when she saw the gift worth more than 600 million and the dazzling brilliance of the jewelry, Su Yuyu admitted that she was also a vulgar person, and she suddenly became less angry. Ding, the task of picking up bargains has been opened. Please arrive at the designated location as soon as possible. Su Yuyu's thoughts were interrupted by the sudden system prompt sound. She put away her wild thoughts about Lu Jingyao, asked someone to notify the driver first, and then she personally carried the jewelry box and put it into the safe at home. It is called a safe, but in fact it is about the same size as the house. The safe was equipped before she moved in, which saved Su Yuyu a lot of trouble. Now the safe is quite empty, except for the Jiaoyi Star that was just put in, and a set of sapphire jewelry, which was also given by Lu Jingyao. Forget it, why should I get angry with a rich man? Su Yuyu comforted herself like this. When Su Yuyu got in the car, Su Fang rarely said, "Miss Su, you are very happy today." Su Yuyu reached out and touched her face, looked at the rearview mirror in front of her, and didn't expect her joy to be so obvious. She couldn't help but sigh that compared with the illusory family affection, gold and silver jewelry can nourish people more. She also felt that she seemed to be more beautiful. After the car drove out of the underground garage, Su Fang listened to Su Yuyu's familiar instructions. She drove the car very steadily without any bumps. "Miss Su, it seems that we are going to Xinla Road." Xinla Road is a medieval street with many medieval shops. Su Fang spoke like a tour guide. Su Fang valued this high-paying job too much, but Su Yuyu's needs were too few, so she could only find the direction and work hard by herself. During this period, she almost memorized the map of Shanghai. At this time, with Su Yuyu's instructions, she could judge the destination in the shortest time. Su Yuyu didn't want to expose the existence of the system, and vaguely said, "I'm just strolling around." Su Fang didn't continue to ask, but with the continuous prompts of the system, the car finally stopped at Xinla Road. Su Yuyu got out of the car, and the bodyguards in the car behind immediately followed. Su Fang's words were true. Xinla Road was indeed a street of second-hand stores from beginning to end. The so-called second-hand stores are second-hand stores, which are full of recycled clothing and bags. Second-hand stores in China basically sell second-hand luxury goods. Su Yuyu saw the huge luxury logo on the goods sold in the Target store through the glass window. On the morning of the holiday, there were many people in this second-hand store, but as soon as Su Yuyu entered, she immediately attracted the attention of many people. She wanted to keep a low profile, but the several black-clad bodyguards following behind her were too conspicuous. The proprietress, who was originally introducing second-hand bags to other customers, also paid some attention to Su Yuyu. People in this industry have sharp eyes, and she could tell in the shortest time that Su Yuyu's outfit was not cheap. Su Yuyu was casually strolling around the store. The system's instructions were still flashing. After experiencing this situation many times, Su Yuyu naturally understood that this was a big bargain that had not yet entered the store. After the boss lady made a deal, she came to Suyuyu and asked, "Beauty, are you here in the second-hand store to find a limited edition bag that is not available on the market?" Suyuyu's outfit totaled nearly 1 million. The boss lady couldn't think of any other reason except to find limited edition goods. Suyuyu didn't know what the bargain was yet, and didn't dare to reveal too much intention. She could only pretend to be arrogant and said, "I don't like people following me when I buy things." The boss lady smiled when she heard this, and then she stopped following me tactfully. Suyuyu said sorry in her heart and walked around the store aimlessly. Even if she was wandering around, she didn't dare to go too far away from the cashier, because that was where the system indicated. Suyuyu had been shopping for 10 minutes, and when she didn't know how to continue shopping, the system instructions finally moved. The system changed direction and pointed to a young man wearing a brown cap who had just entered the door. A few strands of permed and dyed yellow hair appeared under the cap. Suyuyu's nose moved, and she smelled a smell of cigarettes. "Boss, do you want a bag?" the man asked. The boss's wife nodded. Suyuyu quietly approached the cashier, and she soon found that the person selling the bag was an acquaintance. It was the little yellow-haired man who sold her the Dotsai Coxcomb cup before. Suyuyu thought of the Dotsai cup worth 600 million yuan, which was bought by her for 40 yuan, and she couldn't help but touch her nose with guilt. However, this business is like this, the winner takes all. If you don't have good eyesight, you can only blame yourself for not learning the skills well. Suyuyu recalled the transaction process of the Dotsai cup. She always felt that the origin of the little yellow-haired cup was not so glorious. This bag seems to be called a baguette bag. You can make a price. The little yellow-haired man handed over an LV baguette bag. As soon as the boss lady got it, she frowned and said, "This bag is too worn out." "Where did it come from?" The little yellow-haired boy's eyes flickered. "It belongs to my girlfriend. We are short of money, so we want to sell it for money." The boss lady asked, "Did your girlfriend agree to sell it?" The little yellow-haired boy immediately said, "I can't even afford to eat. Why do I keep this bag?" The boss lady nodded, and while checking, she asked, "Where are the box and invoice?" "There is nothing, just a naked bag to sell to me?" "Oh, the things inside are not cleaned out. You are really dirty." As the boss lady shook the bag, Suyuyu could hear the sound of the item shaking in the bag. The little yellow-haired boy touched the back of his head awkwardly and said, "The box and invoice are lost, but I guarantee that this is real. The public price is 18,000 yuan. You just give me 10,000 yuan. The boss lady said unhappily, "It is indeed a real thing, but without the box and invoice, and it is so worn out, I can only give you 2,000 at most." The little yellow-haired boy was tangled. "It's up to you whether you want to sell it or not." The lady boss didn't seem to be very willing to do this business. The little yellow-haired boy was about to agree. Suyuyu said first, 10,000 yuan, I buy it. Chapter 57. The little yellow-haired boy was delighted when he heard this, but when he turned around and saw Suyuyu, he was also stunned. Suyuyu is extremely beautiful, and you will never forget her after seeing her once. "I remember you, you bought my cup," the little yellow-haired boy said. Suyuyu smiled and nodded, and said frankly, "The cup is very beautiful, and it is still in my house." The little yellow-haired boy did not connect the Dotsai cup he sold for 40 yuan with the Dotsai cup that was sold for 600 million yuan at the recent auction house, and only asked, "Are you really willing to pay 10,000 yuan?" The boss lady on the side frowned and said, "Beauty, this bag is badly worn and is not worth so much money at all. I bought it for 2,000 yuan, and it can only be sold for 3,000 yuan at most." The little yellow-haired boy's eyes widened. "You can make 1,000 yuan by reselling it, and you are crazy about lowering my price." "Boss." The mother was not embarrassed at all and said, "Doesn't it cost money to rent and water and electricity to run a business? If I don't make money, I just starve." The little yellow-haired man snatched the bag angrily, stuffed it into Suyuyu's hand, and said, "I won't sell it to her, I sell it to you." Suyuyu simply said, "Payment code." The boss lady saw that the deal was about to be successful, and immediately said, "Beauty, if you like LV baguette bags, we have a lot of them in our store, all with China inspection certificates, and they are better maintained than his, and the price is cheaper. I show them to you now." The little yellow-haired man immediately felt like he was facing a great enemy. Suyuyu shook her head. She knew that her behavior was not worth explaining. Without knowing what the bag represented, Suyuyu didn't want to reveal too much. She made up an excuse and said, "This bag has a unique fragrance that I don't smell on other LV bags. It suits my taste, so I bought it." The proprietress moved her nose. She didn't smell any special smell at all, but she wouldn't argue with the customer for such a small matter. She could only say in a low voice, "That's really a special fate." The yellow-haired man was afraid of being robbed of his business, so he quickly opened the payment code, turned around and ran after completing the transaction. After Su Yu handed the Hermes bag she was carrying to the bodyguard, she pretended to like it very much and put on the worn baguette bag on the spot. After borrowing someone else's store to complete the transaction, Su Yu also wanted to give them a little sweetness. She glanced at the black Chanel bag next to her and said, "How much is this one?" "I buy it." The boss lady was overjoyed and quickly packed up the Chanel bag. "Beauty, this bag is 99% new, 55,000. Can you accept it?" Su Yu nodded, pretending that she really liked second-hand bags. But after leaving this second-hand store and getting in the car, Su Yu casually handed the black Chanel bag to Su Feng. "I think this bag suits your temperament very well. If you don't like it, give it away," Su Yu said. Su Feng's eyes lit up. She recognized the iconic Chanel logo on the buttonhole of the bag. Although it was a second-hand bag, the brand was well known, and it would probably be worth tens of thousands of yuan if it was resold. "Thank you, boss. You are so kind to me." Su Feng felt that Su Yu was much better than her dead husband. She was rich and generous, and she never complained. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of picking up leaks and receiving the reward, elementary hacking technology. After Su Yu accepted the reward, she felt that a lot of professional knowledge seemed to have appeared in her mind immediately. She felt that even if the bag was not valuable, it was worth the money to get this knowledge reward. She was cautious and waited until she returned home and entered the master bedroom to make sure that no one was staring at her. She carefully looked through the second-hand LV baguette bag. There were a lot of miscellaneous things in the bag: 3 paper clips, 5 draft papers, a hotel room card, and 3 individually wrapped toothpicks. The room card showed the Park Hyatt Hotel in Shanghai. There were a few Japanese sentences written on each piece of draft paper, and Su Yu took out her phone to try to translate. "I'm sorry for being born as a human being. No matter which way you go, the future is bleak." Every sentence on the paper is depressing. It's simply a collection of emo quotes. Su Yu couldn't figure out where the valuable thing was hidden. Could it be this hotel room card? She instinctively didn't like this hotel room card, so she had no choice but to pick up the second-hand baguette bag and search it up and down again. She was about to give up when she suddenly touched something the size of a coin. Su Yu fished out the small thing hidden in the interior layer. It was a black memory card. It showed a capacity of 64 gigabytes, and it was a product of a well-known Japanese brand. Su Yu was refreshed, and she placed an order online in the shortest time and asked the runner to buy a card reader. In less than half an hour, the card reader was delivered to her. Turned on the computer, Su Yu looked at the display on it, and was stunned when she saw that she had to enter a password. This memory card was hidden deep in the bag, and she didn't expect it to have additional encryption protection. The hacking skills she had just learned began to work at this moment, and she wrote a password-cracking plugin at the speed of light. The plugin ran for 10 minutes, and with a prompt sound, the memory card opened. The content inside was very empty, with only one file. The file was opened, densely packed with Japanese, and Su Yu was in the dark again. She didn't dare to ask someone to translate it rashly, so she could only use the online translation herself. After translating until her eyes were blurred, she could barely understand that the file seemed to contain a very powerful technology, which seemed to be related to semiconductors. But the problem is, Su Yu now has the technology. Who should she sell it to? Her eyes returned to the hotel room card, opened a social software, searched for Park Hyatt Hotel, and the first news that popped up read: Park Hyatt Hotel in Shanghai has become a senior partner of this World Semiconductor Exchange Conference. Su Yu didn't want to go to this hotel at first, but now it seems that she has to go. She first called Xia Ran. "You hire a life assistant for me in the name of the company." Su Yu envied Lu Jingyao. Assistant Lu was obviously an all-rounder. She even suspected that Lu Jingyao's accident in the United States might have a lot to do with Assistant Lu's absence during that period. If there is a life assistant, such a small matter of booking a hotel room can be handed over to the assistant. The life assistant has not been found yet, but the next morning, Su Yu still successfully checked into the presidential suite of Park Hyatt Hotel. Park Hyatt Hotel is located in the Shanghai World Financial Center. Su Yu took a little luggage and took the elevator to the 88th floor accompanied by the room butler. The only 2 presidential suites in the hotel are on the 88th floor. As soon as the elevator door opened, Su Yu saw a face that couldn't be more familiar. Lu Jingyao was so surprised that he didn't think about how to greet him at the first time. Assistant Lu, who was still good at dancing, was afraid that the scene would be too embarrassing and said, "Miss Su, you and our President Lu are really destined to stay in the same hotel." Chapter 58. Lu Jingyao's ears were slightly red, and he obviously liked the term fate. But Su Yuyu only felt troubled, and her mind was full of how she should explain to her acquaintances why she stayed in a hotel instead of a house in Shanghai, and why they had just parted unhappily yesterday, and she also accepted the other party's expensive jewelry. Now she was so embarrassed that she wanted to cut off the 3-bedroom and 1 living room with her toes. As an all-round assistant, Assistant Lu would neither embarrass her boss nor Su Yuyu, and took the initiative to ask, "Miss Su, are you also here to attend this International Semiconductor Exchange Conference?" Su Yuyu nodded immediately. But Lu Jingyao asked, "Why didn't you bring the conference pass?" Su Yuyu only noticed that Assistant Lu had a pass hanging around her neck, but she didn't have the so-called pass at all. But she didn't want to weaken her momentum, so she looked at Lu Jingyu's empty neck and said, "You didn't bring it either." "I scanned my face," Lu Jingyao said. Su Yuyu remembered that the Lu family seemed to be in the semiconductor business as well. She guessed that this meeting might be closely related to the Lu family, and cursed the privileged class in her heart. Before she could speak, Assistant Lu took the initiative to suggest, "It doesn't matter if Miss Su forgot to bring it. You can enter with us. With President Lu here, no one will check your pass." Assistant Lu didn't care whether Su Yuyu sneaked in or not. Compared with the safety of this meeting, it was obviously more cost-effective to be a love security guard for his own president. Su Yuyu looked at Lu Jingyao with an inquiring look. Lu Jingyao swallowed what he was about to say after Assistant Lu's glare and reminded him, saying, "If you want, you can come with me." Su Yuyu breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you very much, Mr. Lu." Assistant Lu reminded him at the right time, "Ms. Su, the meeting is about to start. How about asking the room attendant to put your luggage away?" Su Yuyu didn't even have time to take a look at the presidential suite she had booked before she was urged to get into the elevator with Lu Jingyao and his group. Lu Jingyao's 5 entourage members, and Su Yuyu's 4 bodyguards all entered an elevator, which instantly made the spacious elevator seem very crowded. Others kept their duties and did not speak. Su Yuyu did not know what to say to Lu Jingyao. After all, she could not ask. "Do you remember how I scolded you yesterday?" Lu Jingyao did not bear grudges, and he was racking his brains to think of words to chat up. "You are also interested in semiconductors?" Lu Jingyao said. Assistant Lu behind him could not help but raise his right hand and cover his forehead in pain. Su Yuyu turned around. She felt that Lu Jingyao was speaking in a sarcastic tone. "Why can't I be interested in semiconductors? Just because I'm a girl?" When Lu Jingyao heard this aggressive answer, he immediately realized that he seemed to have said something wrong, but he still tried to explain. "I thought you were only interested in porcelain, and I didn't mean to attack your gender." Su Yuyu saw that his tone was sincere, relaxed a little, and said casually, "Frontier technology, I also want to study it." Lu Jingyao frowned slightly and said seriously, "Many people think that semiconductors are one of the cutting-edge technologies, but I don't think this statement is accurate." Ahem. Assistant Lu's sudden cough interrupted Lu Jingyao's long speech that was about to come out. Lu Jingyao's eyes moved slightly, and he changed his words abruptly, saying, "Generally speaking, semiconductors are indeed one of the cutting-edge technologies." When the other entourage behind Lu Jingyao heard this, they all couldn't help but widen their eyes, secretly looking at their own president with strange eyes, almost suspecting that Lu Jingyao had changed people. Their own president always kept his word, and he would actually change his words? Isn't this hitting himself in the mouth? The elevator stopped at the floor where the exchange conference was held. Lu Jingyao slightly turned sideways and motioned Su Yuyu to go first. At the entrance of the conference, Assistant Lu and others entered with their passes, and Lu Jingyao walked in with Su Yuyu in a swagger, and no one stopped him at all. Even the 4 bodyguards behind Su Yuyu passed the security check and entered the main venue at Lu Jingyu's signal. "Ms. Su, the Lu family is the sponsor and organizer of this exchange conference." Assistant Lu whispered to explain where Lu Jingyao's privileges came from. Su Yuyu thought of such a large venue, and the food and lodging of so many participants. It seemed insignificant, but it would add up to a sky-high bill. She whispered that the Lu family was rich. "Mr. Lu, you are finally here. Mr. Lu, do you still remember me? Our company has cooperated with Lu." As soon as Lu Jingyao showed up, many people surrounded him. Experienced Assistant Lu skillfully blocked these people. "Sorry, let's have a good exchange after the meeting. Mr. Lu has something to do." Lu Jingyao took Su Yuyu to the front row of the meeting, but when he turned around, he saw that Su Yuyu did not follow. "What's wrong?" Lu Jingyao asked. Su Yuyu had already successfully sneaked in, and felt that she didn't need Lu Jingyao anymore, so she said, "I find a place to sit, you don't have to worry about me." Lu Jingyao frowned slightly and said, "The front row is more detailed, and it is more convenient for you to communicate with several industry seniors. This time there is also an academician of the National Academy of Engineering. I can arrange you to sit close to him. Su Yu had no intention of discussing semiconductors with others. After all, she was here to find a buyer for the files in the memory card. I'm just a half-baked person, so I'd better not waste the time of the academician. Su Yu declined. Lu Jingyao looked like he was doing it for her own good. It's okay, academician Chen is approachable and won't care about these trivial matters. Su Yu couldn't find a reason to refuse, and was taken to the side of the front row by Lu Jingyao and sat down. Mr. Lu. The address with a strong colonel accent sounded in Su Yu's ears. Su Yu looked sideways, and saw two men in neat suits standing up from a position not far from Su Yu and greeting Lu Jingyao. Lu Jingyao nodded at them. The older of the two men seemed to want to say something, but he looked at the young man behind him with a look of disappointment, and in the end, he didn't talk much to Lu Jingyao. Lu Jingyao had a lot of things to deal with, and some staff had asked him to deal with things. Su Yu waved her hand to let him leave, and looked around. Many foreigners came to this International Semiconductor Exchange Conference, and Su Yu saw many people with obviously foreign faces. She suddenly heard a burst of rapid bird calls in her ears, and turned her head to see that the person who spoke was the old man who had just greeted Lu Jingyao. The old man spoke in a low voice, but his speed was very fast, and his face was also visibly angry. The young man who was scolded by him was wearing a suit and tie, but his tie was very fancy. At this time, he bowed 90 degrees to the old man, and the apology on his face was almost overflowing. Unfortunately, Su Yu couldn't understand the bird language. He vaguely felt that they seemed to be speaking Japanese, but he didn't know what they were saying. Yasuda Ingzwa, who was surrounded by Su Yu, was furious at this time and scolded his grandson Yasuda Jiro. Why did you put such an important thing in a lady's bag, and you lost it? You really should commit seppuku to apologize. Chapter 59. Yasuda Jiro always maintained a 90-degree bow, and didn't dare to raise his body at all. Su Yu was more and more sure that the two people were Japanese. After all, it was impossible for ordinary people to bend 90 degrees so neatly, as if it was measured with a right-angle ruler. Xiao Su, do you want to know what they are talking about? The sudden sound in her ear startled Su Yu. She turned her head, and saw another acquaintance. Shen Juan's aunt. They once took the same plane back to China. Aunt Shen, do you understand Japanese? Su Yu asked. Shen Wenqing looked cunning and said, when I was young, I liked to watch Japanese comics. I watched a lot, and learned it casually. Su Yu listened to her words lightly, and always felt that this was a self-deprecating academic bully. How could a language be so easy to learn? What are they talking about? Su Yu asked curiously. Shen Wenqing said, the younger one lost an important item. It was said that it was placed in a lady's bag. The bag was lost and could not be found. It is said that the items inside were originally sold for 4 billion. I don't know whether it is Japanese yen or RMB. Anyway, it is quite exaggerated. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. Thinking of the dense Japanese text in the memory card file, she could almost conclude that the items lost by the two people fell on her. Should I return the items to the original owner? This thought flashed through Su Yu's mind for a moment. When she turned around, she saw Shen Wenqing's face was extremely ugly. Aunt Shen, what's wrong? What did they say again? Su Yu asked. Shen Wenqing gritted his teeth. They deserve to lose the items. They are scolding our country as the sick man of East Asia. Su Yu's fists hardened when she heard this, and she completely suppressed the idea of returning the items to the original owner. Aunt Shen, you'd better not listen to it, so as not to get angry. Su Yu comforted. Shen Wenqing also listened to the advice and said, you little girl, I didn't expect to meet you here. I thought you were only thinking about how to make money by filming TV series, and you are so interested in semiconductors. Su Yu was embarrassed. After she came in, she didn't speak foreign languages. Even if they were communicating in Chinese, she couldn't understand what they were saying. She was just making up the numbers. Aunt Shen, you and Shen Juan both work for a relative's company? Is your relative in the semiconductor business? Su Yu asked. Shen Wenqing said, yes, we both work for the same relative. My relative's business is diverse, not only semiconductors, but also other industries. Is it Mr. Shen here? Su Yu asked. Shen Wenqing smiled and pointed to the side. Isn't he here? Su Yu followed her gaze and saw Shen Juan, who was tall and slender, wearing a black suit, and looked like a sharp sword out of a sheath. Shen Juan was embarrassed and surprised to see Su Yu, afraid that she would say something like being a star. Sure enough, Su Yu said, Mr. Shen, I brought your two comrades here too. You can talk to them more, and maybe they will change their minds. Shin Juan had already received feedback from his old comrades, and knew that Su Yuyu was rich and generous. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, Miss Su. I will tell you as soon as I change my mind." Shin Wenqing looked at the two of them with an ant smile and joked, "Juan, Miss Su is so sincere, why don't you just give in to her?" Shin Juan's face suddenly darkened. "Aunt, don't joke around." Su Yuyu noticed Shin Juan's unhappiness, and did not continue the topic. Instead, he asked, "Mr. Shin, since your company is also in the semiconductor industry, do you understand EDAD technology?" When Shin Juan heard this, confusion flashed in his eyes, and he looked at Shin Wenqing for help. Shin Wenqing seemed to know this technology very well, and said, "This is one of the important semiconductor technologies of the Yasuda Group. It is said that the Lu Group wants to introduce this technology. I don't know more." Su Yuyu didn't expect that the biggest problem that bothered her would be easily solved by Shin Wenqing. She was worried about not being able to find a buyer, and this was really a pillow that fell into her sleep. Speak of the devil appears. Lu Jingyao was worried about Su Yuyu, so he immediately returned after finishing the meeting. Seeing the handsome Shin Juan very close to Su Yuyu, he immediately felt a sense of crisis. "Mission, who is this young gentleman?" Lu Jingyao asked Shin Wenqing directly, eager to know Shin Juan's identity. Shin Wenqing smiled and said, "This is my distant cousin, Shin Juan. This is Mr. Lu Jingyao, the president of Lu Group." Lu Jingyao stretched out his hand to Shin Juan, and felt the calluses on his hand when shaking hands. He thought of Shin Juan's temperament like a sword out of the sheath, and vaguely guessed his identity. "I am Miss Su's friend. Mr. Shin seems to have known Miss Su before?" Lu Jingy's radar was particularly sensitive, and when he said the word friend, his pronunciation was also particularly clear. Shin Wenqing looked at the two young men in front of him with a smile. Both of them were tall and stood out in the messy conference hall, but the aura between them was subtle, like two beasts staring at each other, and they were about to fight in the next second. Shin Juan seemed to be aroused by some inexplicable emotions, and said, "Miss Su almost saved my life on the plane. She always wanted me to help her, but unfortunately I couldn't help." These words revealed that he and Su Yuyu seemed to have a closer relationship. Lu Jingyu's eyes flashed a dark light, and he said almost without thinking, "Even if Miss Su didn't save my life, she was just my friend. As long as she asked me to help, I would never refuse." Su Yuyu was confused at the side. She didn't know if she missed some important plot. "Why did the two people who just met seem to be fighting?" Shin Juan asked with a smile. "Mr. Lu has such good looks, so are you willing to be a star for Miss Su?" Lu Jingyao, Juan, Mr. Lu is young and promising, and he is in charge of a large group with assets of hundreds of billions. How can he have time to be a star? Don't joke around." Shin Wenqing stepped forward to end the farce. She pulled Shin Juan away again, and said to Lu Jingyao and Su Yuyu, "Excuse me, I'm going to the backstage to see my senior brother." Without outsiders around, Lu Jingyao lowered his voice and said, "If your entertainment company needs investment, I can inject money into it, and I can also find someone to help you find suitable artists, whose looks will not be worse than Shin Juan." Su Yuyu looked at him in surprise, and said, "I have only seen 3 of you with Shin Juan's look so far." "3? Who else?" Lu Jingyao couldn't help asking. Su Yuyu took out her mobile phone, and found the photos taken by the photographer for Song Jibai. "Look, isn't it very beautiful? It's like a mermaid who can't return to the sea. Just one look at it can make people fall in love with it." Chapter 60. No matter how many times Su Yuyu looked at these photos, she couldn't help but sigh at Song Jibai's beauty. He was worthy of being the future top star. I have never seen a man more charming than him. Lu Jingyao looked at the young man in the photo, who looked like a succubus, and saw Su Yuyu's eyes of admiration, and couldn't help but clench his fists. Little did he know that Song Jibai's beauty in Su Yuyu's eyes was all golden money. "If there is another male artist with conditions like Xiao Song, my company will really take off on the spot." Su Yuyu sighed. Even if Lu Jingyao doesn't pay attention to the entertainment industry, he knows how attractive this level of appearance is. He coughed lightly and forced to change the subject. "Just now I saw you and Miss Shin talking happily. She should have told you a lot of knowledge about the semiconductor industry." Su Yuyu felt that something was wrong with this and asked, "Is Aunt Shin a big boss in the semiconductor industry?" She just noticed that Lu Jingyao seemed to respect Shin Wenqing very much. She is the junior sister of academician Chen, and a quasi-academician level talent brought back from the United States by the country. Lu Jingyao looked at Su Yuyu in confusion. "Don't you know all this?" Su Yuyu, huh? She was so surprised. If Shin Wenqing was brought back from the United States by the country, Then why did Shinjuan say that they were returning from a trip abroad on the plane? Wait. Su Yuyu suddenly thought of the crisis on the plane, which seemed to be very close to Shinwenqing. Mission is working for the country? Su Yuyu asked. Lu Jingyao nodded. She just joined the National Academy of Sciences. Su Yuyu thought of what Shinwenqing said, that she and Shinjuan both worked for relatives, and then Shinjuan's military king temperament suddenly had an explanation. He was an active soldier. Maybe he was sent by the country to escort Shinwenqing back to China. No wonder he didn't agree to her several times to coax him to debut. It turned out that he had already promised to the country. Su Yuyu no longer worried about Shinjuan. She looked around and asked in a low voice, Mr. Lu, your company wants to buy the technology of those two Japanese? EDAD technology? Lu Jingyao felt Su Yuyu approaching, smelled the fragrance of citrus, and his heartbeat accelerated. He was always very focused, but this time he was a little slow to understand what Su Yuyu was saying. How do you know this? Did Mission tell you? Lu Jingyao asked. Su Yuyu nodded and asked, would you like to tell me how much you plan to pay for it? Lu Jingyao did not hide it from Su Yuyu. They want 4 billion, and we plan to pay 1.5 billion. Su Yuyu was very concerned about whether this technology was worth several billion yen or several billion yuan, RMB? Lu Jingyao chose C between A and B, US dollars. Su Yuyu, shocked, her eyes widened and her breathing became rapid. She couldn't help thinking that the old Japanese man was too good-tempered. If her grandson lost 1.5 billion US dollars, she would beat him to death on the spot. Lu Jingyao didn't understand why Su Yuyu reacted so strongly, and explained, the technology one want to buy is only owned by the Yasuda Group. Our R&D team can't find a breakthrough for a while. If it weren't for being strangled by others, I wouldn't be impatient to deal with these Japanese. Su Yuyu asked, you don't want to buy technology from the Japanese. If you buy it from people in our country, will it cause trouble? Lu Jingyao shook his head and said, although we are strangled by their patents, as long as we master this technology, they don't have the courage to come to our country to make trouble. Why? Can patents be used casually? Su Yuyu was puzzled. Lu Jingyao whispered, patents restrict the weak. The Yasuda Group doesn't have the confidence to challenge our country. Even if they know, there is nothing they can do. Su Yuyu was completely relieved. At this time, the entire conference hall suddenly became quiet, and someone on the rostrum began to preside over the meeting. The first person to be scheduled to speak was Academician Chen. Su Yuyu tried hard to learn more about the semiconductor industry, but as she listened, she felt as if stars appeared in front of her eyes one after another. She yawned, almost pinching her palm to force herself not to doze off, and turned to look at Lu Jingyao beside her. It was obviously a lot of obscure knowledge, but Lu Jingyao listened very attentively. Although he didn't take notes like others, he was obviously completely immersed in it. Su Yuyu tried very hard to learn from him, but she was awakened by a round of applause. It's over. Su Yuyu suddenly shuddered. Lu Jingyao said, Academician Chen's speech is over. She only then noticed that she was still covered with a coat, which belonged to Lu Jingyao. Su Yuyu smelled a light cedar scent. I give you the coat, thank you. Su Yuyu said. The host on the stage suddenly said loudly, next, please let Mr. Lu Jingyao of Lu Group speak. All eyes were focused on Lu Jingyao for a while. Lu Jingyao took the coat and put it on in front of everyone, and strode onto the podium. Su Yuyu covered her face in embarrassment, feeling as if she had been caught sleeping in the conference hall by everyone. There were whispers around, as if everyone was very curious about her relationship with Lu Jingyao. Su Yuyu didn't understand Academician Chen's conference report, nor did she understand Lu Jingyao's conference report, but she didn't feel like dozing off. She stared at Lu Jingyao's handsome face, and imagined how much money he could make by entering the entertainment industry, and barely waited until he finished speaking. Lu Jingyao had just seen Su Yuyu listening very seriously on the stage. After sitting down, he said with a bit of complacency, I spoke in a simple way, you should understand. Su Yuyu, Su Yuyu didn't understand anything. She just felt that Lu Jingyao was quite inexplicable. He seemed a little unhappy before going on stage, and after leaving the stage, he was like a primary school student seeking praise. By the way, if there are other channels to buy technology, not from the Japanese, how much are you willing to pay? Su Yuyu forcefully changed the subject, fearing that Lu Jingyao would ask about the content of the conference report. Lu Jingyao said, do you have a channel? Originally, our company and the Yasuda Group will hold a price negotiation tomorrow. If the technology is accurate, we are willing to pay 1.5 billion US dollars. Su Yuyu nodded and asked, such a large sum of money, can you pay the full amount at once? Lu Jingyao shook his head, Originally, we planned to pay a down payment of $300 million for the transaction with the Yasuda Group, and the subsequent payment will be paid in installments, and part of the price will be paid in materials. Su Yuyu only spent 10,000 yuan on the bag. Even if Lu Jingyao only gave $300 million, she would accept it. Okay, if you are interested, you could enter the negotiation stage of technology purchase today, Su Yuyu said. Chapter 61. Lu Jingyao was very curious and said, this technology was developed independently by the Yasuda Group. Where did you get it from? Su Yuyu said with a stern face, don't ask. It's not good for you or me to ask too much. Lu Jingyao wanted to say something else, but Su Yuyu pointed at Shen Wenqing, who was preparing to speak on the podium. Anshin is going to give a conference report. I want to make progress, so I listen first. Su Yuyu was originally looking for an excuse to get rid of Lu Jingyao, but Shen Wenqing's speech surprised her. Compared with other people's speeches full of industry terms, Shen Wenqing's conference report was more like a lively popular science article. For someone like Su Yuyu, who doesn't understand this industry at all, after listening to her speech, he could understand most of it. And Shen is really amazing. I understand everything she said, Su Yuyu said with emotion. Lu Jingyao was a little jealous. Don't you understand what I said? Su Yuyu avoided the question. Lu Jingyao was furious, but he still patiently explained. The Shen family has produced many female scientists, and Shen Wenqing is the brightest one among them. She studied under a top scholar in the United States. The United States was unwilling to let her return to China, and our country took a lot of effort to bring her back. What era is it? Why are people still restricted from freedom? Su Yuyu was puzzled. Lu Jingyao said, for some disciplines, they rely entirely on those top talents to promote them. In disputes between countries, strengthening others means weakening oneself, so foreign countries would rather hide her than let her return to China. Su Yuyu thought she had gotten the point, but she couldn't understand the speeches made by several people at the conference, and couldn't help but sigh in her heart how powerful Shen Wenqing was. The meeting schedule was very tight. At noon, everyone had a buffet at the hotel. After lunch, they returned to the venue to continue listening to the report. They endured the whole day like this. When it was dark, Lu Jingyao tried his best to appear calm and said, Assistant Lu has made a reservation at a French restaurant that is very difficult to book. The chef is pretty good. Let's go eat together. Su Yuyu felt that the environment of the French restaurant was not suitable for bargaining. She only cared about money and said, I'm too lazy to move. Let's talk about it in detail when you and Assistant Lu come back from dinner. Lu Jingyu's eyes darkened, and he changed his words and said, the restaurant is a bit far away. Since you are in a hurry to negotiate the price, I won't go either. Su Yuyu felt that Lu Jingyao was a bit fickle. He had a different idea every now and then. Don't you want to eat French food? Lu Jingyao, I suddenly feel a little tired and want to rest early. Lu Jingyao found an excuse. Su Yuyu, then let's talk about the price tomorrow? Lu Jingyao said directly. No need to talk, we are going to negotiate the price to 1.5 billion. The actual bottom price is 1.7 billion. The company has held many meetings about the purchase of technology this time. The price can be reduced, but it can't be raised anymore. Su Yuyu looked at him in shock. Even the bottom price was revealed. Is this considered the president personally selling out his own interests? If you do this, the board of directors will definitely find trouble with you, Su Yuyu said. Lu Jingyao said, the one who wants to buy the technology is Luyun Technology, under the Lu Group. This is the company I started when I was in college. The company is just under the group. There is no need to mobilize the group's funds to buy this technology. The implication is that he has the final say on how to pay for this money. Su Yuyu has inquired that Luyun Technology is not small in size, and is in the internet industry. It mainly makes electronic products, and has very considerable profits. It has been asked by shareholders to go public, but it has never planned to go public. Road Cloud Technology has proved the saying, good companies are not listed. Lu Jingyao continued, $1.7 billion, $300 million for the initial down payment, and the other $1.4 billion. Do you want money or materials? Su Yuyu said firmly, money. Lu Jingyao said, if you want money, you have to pay it in installments within 3 years. Is that acceptable? Su Yuyu had no objection to this. After all, any company would find it difficult to take out such a large sum of money. Okay. Su Yuyu handed another third of the document to Lu Jingyao for review. After Lu Jingyao read it at a glance, he nodded. It's probably true. Su Yuyu, can you read Japanese? Lu Jingyao casually said, when learning a language, Japanese and Korean are the easiest to learn. Su Yuyu couldn't help but ask, how many languages do you know? Not many, only 6 languages. Lu Jingyao said this not out of modesty, but really felt that he knew too little. Su Yuyu clicked her tongue in her heart. She still remembered that in her previous life, because Gu Shuang knew 4 languages, the Gu family boasted about her excellence everywhere. Your technology is the one from the Yasuda group. I'm afraid it's not normal. Lu Jingyao suddenly said again. Su Yuyu said, how did you figure it out? The word Yasuda did not appear in the 1/3 of the material she gave Lu Jingyao. Lu Jingyao pointed to the dense hibiscus flower pattern watermark on the document. This is the family emblem of the Yasuda family. Su Yuyu, Lu Jingyao said, I will not refuse the transaction with the Yasuda family openly, but try my best to lower the price so that they choose to refuse cooperation. In addition, I will transfer the money to you through other companies. If you don't trust me, you can choose to pay directly, but it will be easy for the Yasuda family to find out. Su Yuyu knew that he was doing this for her own good. The money passed through one hand, so that the Yasuda family would not find her for a while. Su Yuyu looked at Lu Jingyao very pleasingly at this time, as if she was looking at the god of wealth. She was also happy to say a few nice words to coax him. Of course I trust you. Lu Jingyao's mouth corners slightly raised, and said, after signing the contract, the money will be in your account within 3 days. Su Yuyu almost thought she was seeing things. Why did she feel that Lu Jingyao was like a puppy wagging its tail just now? Assistant Lu coughed lightly beside him, trying to get his boss to be more restrained. Lu Jingyao suggested again, there are still many things to deal with later. You'd better hire a professional lawyer to audit the contract. The sooner the better. Try to get things done in the hotel so that the Yasuda family won't be suspicious. Su Yuyu increasingly realized the distance between herself and the real rich people. She lacked a supporting service team. She actually admired the team that Lu Jingyao had lent her in the United States before. As long as she was ordered, she could provide the most professional advice in the shortest time. But Xia Ran is indeed a super talent certified by the system. Su Yuyu asked Xia Ran to find a lawyer in the evening. The next morning, the lawyer was waiting to meet her in the hotel. Ms. Su, I am lawyer Feng Jing. I am here to serve you at the request of Mr. Xie. Feng Jing is about the same age as Xia Ran. It is said that they are also schoolmates. She is a middle-aged woman who looks extremely elegant and capable. When she got the secret transaction contract that Assistant Lu rushed to make overnight, she looked at the amount on it and her eyebrows jumped, but she quickly covered it up. Chapter 62. Lawyer Feng read it carefully for nearly half an hour and said, the contract is clear and understandable, there are no traps, and Party A has even done everything possible to protect Party B's interests. Su Yuyu nodded. Although she felt that Lu Jingyao was a strange person, she never thought that Lu Jingyao would use despicable means to calculate her. Lawyer Feng, I have something else to consult you. Feng Jing said, Miss Su, please speak frankly, I will tell you everything I know. My friend bought dirty things without knowing it. For example, he bought a necklace from a thief, but this necklace was sold for tens of millions at an auction. If the owner pursues it, is it illegal? Su Yuyu asked. Feng Jing frowned and said, if your friend really didn't know it, but bought the necklace at a reasonable price, it applies to good faith acquisition, and will not be held criminally responsible, but he is obliged to assist the police in recovering the dirty things. Then if the owner does not pursue it, will he still be convicted? Su Yuyu asked. Feng Jing raised his eyebrows and said, if you don't pursue it, how can it be a crime? Su Yuyu was not worried about the sky-high documents of the Yasuda group, but the Dosai cup that was originally bought from the little yellow-haired man. Since the little yellow-haired man could take the baguette bag of the Yasuda family, who knows if he stole the Dosai cup? Feng Jing said, the owner did not pursue it, either because he did not know the true value of the necklace, or because the thing was not obtained properly, and the owner did not dare to let people know that he had such an expensive treasure. Su Yuyu understood the meaning of Feng Jing's words in just a moment. She was more inclined to the second possibility. The owner was a person who could not own the Dosai cup openly, so he could only swallow his anger and pretend that nothing happened when the little yellow-haired man stole something. The answer to who he was obvious. Su Yuyu couldn't help but sigh that Feng Jing was a wonderful person, and asked, Lawyer Feng, are you interested in being our company's legal advisor? The company is not big, and it is not time to set up a legal department, but it is okay to hire a legal advisor. Feng Jing smiled and said, thank you, Miss Su, for your appreciation. I am very happy. Su Yuyu's company has a legal talent, and she and Lu Jingyao have successfully signed a contract. After getting the complete version of the technical documents, Lu Jingyao immediately asked someone to verify the authenticity of the content. Lu Jingyao kept his word. After ensuring that all the documents were authentic and valid, he transferred 2.1 billion yuan to Su Yuyu's account through channels in the shortest time according to the current US dollar exchange rate. After 3 days of meetings that she could not understand, Su Yuyu was so excited to see the huge amount of money that finally arrived. This was the largest amount of money she had received since she got the system, and it was just the down payment. She would get a steady stream of money within 3 years. Although Lu Jingyao is annoying, he really gives money, Su Yuyu said with emotion. As for the Yasuda group, which was forced to suffer huge losses, Su Yuyu could only say, a thief steals pearls, a marquis steals a country. Despite the national hatred and family feuds, she felt at ease taking the money, and turned around to donate 10 million to all the public welfare projects for veteran care that she could find, and donated over 100 million casually. Su Yuyu was also very generous to her own people. Everyone will get a bonus this month. The eyes of the bodyguards under their sunglasses were almost narrowed into a straight line. The housekeepers were also more motivated to do housework. Even Ouyang and his group, who were filming in Gansu province, Su Yuyu did not miss them, and called them directly. Do you still need investment for the filming? I'd let Xia Reng give you money. Before Ouyang could answer, Su Yuyu saw a line of words suddenly pop up in front of her. Host, the task of picking up leaks has been started. Please arrive at the target location as soon as possible. Su Yuyu saw the golden indicator needle of the system pointing straight at her face. Ah? There is gold on my face? Su Yuyu asked the system in her heart. The system did not respond. Su Yuyu listened to Ouyang's work report on the other end of the phone, while walking quickly towards the nearest bathroom, and then she finally saw it clearly. There was no gold on her face. The system pointer was indeed pointing at her, but more accurately, it was her mobile phone. There is a very important prop. I asked the master to make it custom-made. It may exceed the budget. Ouyang was explaining his reason for asking for money. Su Yuyu was very straightforward. I asked Xia Ran to increase your budget by another 10 million. Ouyang's breathing suddenly became rapid. Even though he had been with his boss for a while, he couldn't help but be fascinated by her. After all, who doesn't like such a rich boss, who doesn't interfere? Boss, thank you. Before he finished thanking her, Su Yuyu said, I visit you tomorrow. After a moment of silence, Ouyang said, okay. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Ouyang returned to the set with a sad face. Boss, what's wrong? Did the boss scold you? Does she disagree with increasing the budget? Assistant Director Xiao Huang came over and asked. The boss increased the budget by 10 million. Xiao Huang immediately shouted long live the boss, and then asked happily, Boss, why aren't you smiling? Ouyang shook his head. His eyes fell on Song Jibai, who was practicing sword with the action director not far away. Teacher Xiao Song has become so dark, the boss will probably be angry when he sees it. Xiao Huang shrank his neck in fear when he heard this. Everyone in the company didn't know that Song Jibai was the boss's favorite. He went to the United States for half a month for his mother's illness, and spent tens of millions. There were even rumors that the company was open just to promote Song Jibai. Teacher Xiao Song is too ambitious. Xiao Huang sighed. If Song Jibai hadn't been ambitious, he wouldn't have been so dark in order to match the role changes. The thing Song Jibai was most worried about had been solved. His mother's health was gradually recovering, and he also relaxed. He ate well and slept well every day, and his complexion was much better than before. Although he still had that pretty face, and couldn't be said to be sunny and cheerful, at least half of the brokenness on his body was gone. When Ouyang thought about waiting for Su Yuyu to visit the studio tomorrow and seeing Song Jibai, the broken mermaid handsome boy, suddenly transformed into a dark-skinned sports student, he felt his scalp tingling, and he wanted to dig a hole to bury himself in advance. However, Xiao's son, who was in charge of photography, looked at the gloomy faces of his two friends, and the words of comfort circled around his mouth, and finally turned into a sentence. Forget it, let's eat first. Facing the unbelievable eyes of Ouyang and Xiao Huang, Xiao's son picked up the lunch box beside him, and ate it on the spot. This heartless look made Ouyang have a heart attack. Even if Ouyang was reluctant, he still drove to the airport to pick him up in the afternoon of the next day. Su Yuyu took her own private plane. Although it took 4.5 hours to fly, she just slept on the plane. Even her bodyguards were all energetic, and did not show any signs of fatigue from the long journey. Su Yuyu frowned when she saw that the person who drove the nanny car to pick her up was Ouyang. Is there no one else in the crew who can pick her up? Su Yuyu asked. Ouyang thought she wanted to see her lover first, and explained, Boss, Teacher Song. No, Xiao Song stayed in the crew for training. He wanted to come with me to pick me up, but he has an important fight scene tomorrow morning and can't get away. Su Yu frowned and asked, I didn't ask him, I asked you. You are a director, so free? You don't have to shoot a movie, and you come to drive for me? Chapter 63. Yang heard this and quickly explained, Boss, there's an assistant director watching the set. Su Yu said, the assistant director is so powerful, can he replace you directly? Remove the word assistant from his head. Yang suddenly felt a sense of crisis, but the assistant director was also his good brother, and told the truth, Xiao Huang is not mature enough now. After about 2 or 3 dramas, I think he can try to make a film independently. Su Yu said, since you know he can't stand on his own, you shouldn't neglect your duties. Yang's face flashed with a look of grievance. He drove for almost 2 hours to pick someone up, but only got a basin of cold water. Su Yu knew that he wanted to flatter her, but she didn't like this kind of atmosphere, so she said, you are a director, I hope you can focus on filming. Artists should pursue their own goals, and let their works speak for themselves. Don't learn to flatter leaders. As long as you make a good film, I will serve you in exchange. Yang was refreshed, and the grievance on his face was instantly swept away. He felt that it was a coincidence. In order to prevent the boss from getting angry because of Song Jibai's tanning, he ran to the airport to meet him, and wanted to get close to him, but instead made the boss dissatisfied with him. Su Yu was also thinking about Yang's bad habits, and she understood why he did this. After all, he was a grassroots person. It was not easy to get an opportunity, so he naturally wanted to grab it desperately. So he was flattering Song Jibai in the past, and now flattering himself crazily. Yang in his previous life rose to prominence a year later. The short videos he shot at that time were popular on major social platforms. He had the time to settle down, and he relied on his own abilities. In this life, Su Yu's early intervention is a bit like forcing things to grow, but with systematic certification, Su Yu is not worried about Yang's mentality, and said directly, I believe in you, but you don't believe in yourself. You have to be bolder. Can an artist with a restricted mind still achieve anything? Yang's nose was sore. Although he got the opportunity to film a TV series, he was not at ease in his heart. After all, he was still running a fly restaurant more than a month ago. Not everyone can keep a normal mind when facing the opportunity to rise to the top overnight. Boss, I will definitely focus on the studio next time, don't worry. Yang's tone was a little choked. When the car drove into the studio, the afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on everyone. Looking at the Gobi Desert in the eyes, and the people who were still working hard to film at dusk, Su Yu's mood seemed to become open. Now they are filming Song Jibai's scenes. The young swordsman is dressed in white, and his sword flowers are flowing like clouds in water. It makes people instantly replace the world of revenge. Okay, cut! Assistant Director Xiao Huang shouted. Song Jibai finished filming and saw Su Yu standing with the director from a distance, holding a sword and walking over. Yang carefully looked at Su Yu's expression, but Su Yu just glanced at him and said, go and see the clip shot by Deputy Director Huang. If it doesn't work, reshoot it as soon as possible. Yang breathed a sigh of relief, immediately ran to the side of the instrument, and carefully checked the content of the afternoon shooting. Song Jibai was quite happy to see Su Yu. But soon he saw Su Yu's weird eyes. Why are you so dark? Su Yu could hardly recognize that this black charcoal was the top star she had worked so hard to find. Song Jibai was much more cheerful than before, and was willing to smile at people, saying, the sun here is so strong, and there is nothing you can do about getting tanned. Although the face is still good looking, Su Yu always feels uncomfortable. Have you finished shooting the previous scenes? The kind of scenes that require you to have white skin? Su Yu is very concerned about the final presentation of the show. Song Jibai nodded. Su Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. She still had some whitening pills in her hand, and planned to help Song Jibai get his white skin back after the filming was over. Are you having any difficulties in life? How is your mother recovering now? Su Yu positioned herself as a leader who came to visit the crew to express condolences. Song Jibai was stunned for a moment in the face of such official rhetoric, and then he stuttered and answered, Boss, my mother can cook for herself now, so there is no need to bother to hire a nurse. After returning to China, Su Yu hired someone to take care of Song's mother. Song Jibai was very grateful for her thoughtfulness. Su Yu said, after all, your mother has been ill, and her health is not as good as that of ordinary people. If someone takes care of her, she can find out any situation in time. You don't have to worry about money. When you become famous, debts or hiring nurses will be a drizzle. After Su Yu gave the most important director and protagonist in the crew a boost, She felt that the mission of visiting the crew was half completed, and waved her hand again, and ordered the producer beside her, "Please arrange it. I will treat the whole crew to dinner tomorrow night, and arrange it in the best local hotel." The crew's affairs were mostly settled. Suyuyu got into a luxury car rented locally without saying hello to the people on the set. The driver was still Su Fong. Suyuyu was used to her driving, and was not used to other people's cars. Turn left. Drive forward. Turn left again. Under Suyuyu's guidance, Su Fong didn't ask any more questions, and drove for more than an hour. The car entered a small alley, and stopped in front of a dilapidated bungalow. The bungalow was locked, and the door was covered with a layer of iron sheet. Now there were many places rusting, and a circle of grass grew in front of the door. Obviously, no one had lived in this house for a long time. The system's instructions fell on this house. Suyuyu thought that renting a house was not safe. If she could buy this house, she could ensure that the treasure inside belonged to her completely. Before Suyuyu worried about how to contact the owner, she saw a middle-aged man dressed as a local next to her, circling around the car that Suyuyu rented. "BMW, girl, how much did you buy such a good car?" Wang Xingli asked familiarly. Suyuyu said casually, "Rented? Rented? It costs a lot of money to rent it for a day, but you young people are willing to spend money." Wang Xingli sighed. Suyuyu gave a look to the bodyguard next to him, and he immediately came to Wang Xingli and handed him a cigarette. "Brother, do you live in this alley?" the bodyguard asked. Wang Xingli nodded. "My grandfather's generation lived in this alley." "I see that you don't have a local accent. Are you a tourist?" Suyuyu said, "Brother, you have a good eye. I like this city very much, and I especially like the old alley. I want to buy this bungalow, but I don't know who to buy it from." Wang Xingli's eyes lit up and said, "Then you asked the right person. I know this person. I will take you there directly." Chapter 64. Wang Xingli led a group of people to the end of the alley. When they passed a small shop, Suyuyu stopped and said a few words to Su Fong in a low voice. When Su Fong came out of the shop, there was an extra cigarette in her hand. Su Fong handed the cigarette directly to Wang Xingli. Wang Xingli immediately waved his hand. "It's just to lead the way. Why are you so polite? Even Feiqian was involved." Su Fong smiled and said, "Brother, if it weren't for you, I'm afraid we would still be wandering in the alley. This is what we should do." Wang Xingli hesitated for 2 seconds, and finally accepted the Feiqian cigarette worth 500 yuan. "Brother, would you mind telling us if this family is easy to talk to?" Suyuyu asked. After Wang Xingli collected the cigarette, he seemed to be more talkative. "Don't worry, I'm easy to talk to. Even if I wasn't easy to talk to before, I'm easy to talk to now." Suyuyu raised her eyebrows when she heard this, realizing that there seemed to be a story behind it, and asked, "Did something happen in the past?" "Sister, I think you look very well behaved, but I'm telling you the truth, this family is very evil, and they got their retribution. If you really want to buy a house, you should buy someone else's. No one buys their house, and they despise it." Suyuyu asked, "What do you mean? Did the owner of this house do something that angered the heavens and the people?" Wang Xingli clapped his hands. "Sister, you really made me. You're right. Who in the alley doesn't know this family? The old and the young are all worthless." Suyuyu showed a puzzled look at the right time. "Is there such a thing?" Wang Xingli lowered his voice and said, "This house was not originally theirs. The original owner was their son-in-law. His daughter had a miserable life. After a few years of marriage, all her husband's family died, leaving only the eldest sister and the youngest daughter to depend on each other. It is said that the mother's uncle is close, but this uncle not only takes care of the orphans and widows, but also wants the bride price and forces the widow to remarry. The man who remarried is not a good man. He beats his wife when he drinks too much. A good living person was tortured to death by him." Suyuyu frowned and asked, "Isn't there a little girl?" Wang Xingli said, "The little girl has a hard life. Her stepfather didn't want to be a burden, so he didn't allow her mother to take her with her. She had to be raised in her uncle's house. Her uncle could force her sister to remarry for money, so how could he treat his niece well? She fell into the well and drowned in less than a year after she arrived at her uncle's house." Wang Xingli lowered his voice when he said this. Neighbors privately said that the little girl might not have fallen down by herself, but was pushed down by her cousin. The child is 2 years older than her, and is very naughty. Suyuyu was full of gossip and asked, "Why do you say it's retribution? Their family harmed their sister and niece, and now they are unlucky. The old hag in the family was electrocuted to death, and the man in charge diagnosed with uremia. The wife ran away with someone, and the naughty child was also unlucky. He walked on the road at night, and didn't know what happened. The good child suddenly went crazy. We all said privately that the child saw the ghost of his cousin asking for his life, otherwise how could a living person go crazy? Su Fang listened to the story more attentively than Su Yuyu. She has 2 daughters and can empathize with him more than anyone else. It's what he deserves. The uncle doesn't love his niece, and the grandmother doesn't care about her daughter and granddaughter. Where in the world are there such cruel people? Wang Xingli nodded vigorously. Yes, there are very few people here who favor boys over girls. The neighbors think his family has lost their conscience and avoid his family. After listening to this story of retribution in this life, Su Yuyu almost walked to the door of that family. She didn't rush in, but asked another question. What did the original owner of the bungalow do? Wang Xingli said, the family is very good. My parents-in-law were sent down to the countryside as educated youth. It is said that their ancestors were from a family of scholars. It's a pity that good people don't live long. Su Yuyu sighed and followed Wang Xingli into the yard. The yard looked okay from the outside, but once she entered, Su Yuyu couldn't help frowning. The musty smell, the sundries placed everywhere, and the flies buzzing around the trash cans. All these showed the slovenliness of the host's family. The rich have bought new houses and moved away, leaving only a few poor families like us. Oh, this bastard, he didn't even sweep the floor. What is thrown on the floor? Wang Xingli complained, just because he accidentally stepped on something sticky and almost fell. Su Yuyu couldn't stand the smell in the house. She didn't continue to walk in, but led people out and waited in the yard. Wang Xingli shouted to the inside, Xian Datu, where are you? You are going to get rich, do you know? Su Yuyu listened to the fragmented voices coming from the house, and waited for about 5 minutes, and the 2 came out one after the other. The owner Qian Data had greasy hair, and he didn't know how long he hadn't washed it. His face was sallow, and there was a strange smell on his body. When he saw Su Yuyu, he showed a touch of surprise in his eyes. Su Yuyu didn't like the smell of Qian Datu, and she glanced at Su Fang. Su Fang stepped forward and said sensibly, our boss wants to buy the house at the entrance of your alley. Please make an offer. Qian Data's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, my house is going to be demolished soon. I won't sell it for less than 100. No. Less than 3 million. But as soon as he said this, Wang Xingli immediately exposed him. Come on, Qian Datu, the higher-ups have said that they want to protect the old street, and there is no intention to demolish it at all. Qian Data glared at him. Su Fang said coldly, our boss is not a sucker. If you want to talk about business like this, we will buy other people's houses. You are not the only one with a house. Wang Xingli also added fuel to the fire and said, I know better than anyone who has extra houses in the alley. He is not honest. I will take you to find someone else. Qian Data was anxious and said, let's talk about it nicely. It's fate that the beautiful woman likes my house. I won't ask for a random price. How about 500,000? This broken house is not worth much at all. The beautiful woman will spend a lot of effort to decorate it after buying it. You are so shameless to ask for 500,000. Wang Xingli scolded. Qian Data said, we are neighbors on the street. You know our family situation. I am still waiting for Qian to save my life. Su Fang was unhappy. Whatever happens, it's not our boss' fault that you are sick. If you don't want to sell, we will buy from others. Qian Data was afraid that the deal would not be done, so he hesitated and stretched out 3 fingers. How about 300,000? Su Yuyu nodded at Su Fang. But Su Fang hated Qian Data so much that she didn't agree immediately, but used her years of bargaining skills in the vegetable market. 200,000. 200,000 is too little. 290,000. Su Fang. 210,000. Qian Datu. 280,000. Wang Xingli, stop arguing. It gives me a headache. Let's take a step back, and 250,000. Qian Data wanted to say something else. But Wang Xingli had already said, don't say I didn't help you. You can laugh secretly at 250,000 yuan. Old son just sold a house last month. It's bigger than your house, and it only sold for 280,000 yuan. How much more do you want? 250,000 yuan is 250,000 yuan. Qian Data said agreeably. After agreeing on the price, Su Yuyu took Qian Data to handle the transfer that day. When signing the sales contract, she also specially marked on it that all the sundries in the old house belonged to the buyer. The real estate bureau handles things very quickly. For this kind of full payment transfer, the real estate certificate can be obtained on the same day. Su Fang was rewarded 10,000 yuan by Su Yuyu for bargaining. She was eager to show off and said, Boss, do you want to live in the house now? I find someone to clean it now. Su Yu shook her head. She asked others to wait outside. Regardless of the fact that it was dark, she walked in with a flashlight and went straight to the place indicated by the system. Kitchen. Chapter 65. Because the house has been in arrears for electricity bills for too long, the wires have been cut off. Someone will come to connect the wires tomorrow at the earliest. But Su Yu was afraid of the long night and the many dreams, so she didn't dare to wait any longer. The room was full of miscellaneous items, almost all of which were waste that the Xie family threw in and were inconvenient to deal with. Su Yu held up the flashlight on her mobile phone, walked into the kitchen, followed the system's prompts, and stopped behind the stove. The house was a bit old and used an old-fashioned wood stove. Even the Xie family didn't use wood now. It was for this reason that behind the stove, in addition to a small stool with a missing leg, there were also messy firewood as high as Su Yu's knees. A thick layer of dust had accumulated on the firewood. Su Yu put the mobile phone with a flashlight on the dirty stove, and the light was facing the messy firewood on the ground. She hesitated for a long time, but finally chose to do it herself, wearing a pair of labor protection gloves bought on the road, and moved the firewood aside neatly. After working for nearly half an hour, Su Yu finally emptied the pile of firewood, leaving only the dirty ground. This old-style bungalow didn't even have a cement floor. The ground was compacted yellow soil. The system pointed directly at the ground. Things dug out of the soil are considered the countries, Su Yu said. The system slowly explained. Things that clearly explain the origin and family inheritance are not considered the countries. Su Yu was startled when she heard this, and understood the system's hint, but the ground had been compacted for a long time, and now became extremely hard. It was obviously not something she could dig with her hands. The door of the dilapidated bungalow was opened, and Su Yu walked out of it with a dusty face. Boss? Su Fong came forward with a surprised face, and patted the dust off Su Yu. She looked at Su Yu's current condition, and couldn't help wondering if the boss had rolled on the ground several times, and said, "You can let us help clean up. Why do you have to do it yourself?" Su Yu shook her head, and said to the bodyguard, who was close to her, "Go buy some farm tools, like shovels and hoes, and buy a few barrels of mineral water." The bodyguard didn't ask any more questions, and turned to drive away from the alley. It was late at night, but Su Yu had no intention of leaving, so the others could only stay here. Anyway, Su Yu would give high overtime pay in this situation. Half an hour later, the bodyguard returned with a complete set of farm tools, including shovels and hoes. Su Yu didn't let others do it, and walked in personally with farm tools and several large buckets of water. The soil on the ground was too hard, so Su Yu poured 2 buckets of water directly. The ground was softer with sufficient moisture, and when Su Yu swung the hoe down, there was not much resistance. When Su Yu was in the orphanage, she only picked up some garbage, and never did farm work directly like today. After a while, she was tired and her back and waist ached. After digging for more than half an hour, her hoe finally touched something. Su Yu was refreshed and dug the thing out of the soil. It was a takeaway box. The box was wrapped with 3 layers of sacks, but with the erosion of time, the outer layer had rotted away. Su Yu untied the sacks and threw them aside. She shook the wooden box and heard no sound. The things kept inside should not be heavy. Seeing the copper lock hanging on the dark wooden box, she hesitated for a moment and chose to smash the lock directly. "You are not afraid that the truly valuable things are the box and the lock?" The system suddenly spoke. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat, but she had not learned nothing during this period. She said, "This box is made by an ordinary carpenter. It is painted on the outside, and there is no carving. How can it be valuable? The same is true for this copper lock." The system stopped talking. After Su Yu opened the box, she found it was also wrapped in layers. After finally removing the protective materials, only 2 things were exposed. She changed into a pair of clean gloves before she dared to touch them. The first one was the genealogy. Zheng family tree. Su Yu opened it, and saw that the first name on the genealogy was Zheng Windingong, followed by his life introduction, which was also written in classical Chinese. But Su Yu immediately knew who this person was. Zheng Gong, one of the 8 great masters of Tang and Song dynasty. She carefully picked up another thing, which was only a page of paper, but was well kept. "This seems to be a letter," Su Yu said. The handwriting on the paper was clear, and Su Yu read it for a long time before she roughly understood that this letter was written by Zheng Gong to his younger brother Zheng Bu. The letter was full of earnest words, advising his younger brother to be diligent in being an official. It didn't look like he was teaching his younger brother, but more like teaching his son. Su Yu checked the 2 people again. Zheng Gong was 17 years older than his younger brother. Zheng Gong lost his father at the age of 18, and his younger brother was only 1 year old at that time. It was not an exaggeration to say that the elder brother was like a father. Su Yuyu was a layman, and immediately checked the value of Zheng Gong's letter on the internet. So valuable? Su Yuyu searched for the first Jusher tie that popped up, and rubbed her hands excitedly. Jusher tie is the only calligraphy work handed down by Zheng Gong, and it is also a letter. It has been auctioned several times, and the last auction was in 2016, with a price of 200 million yuan. It is really worth a lot of money. Su Yuyu carefully put the paper away, and kept it close to her body. She turned around and stuffed the box back to the ground, then buried the soil back, and even restored the fire which she had moved. It was 3 o'clock in the morning when she finished all this. The few people waiting outside the house were already drowsy. The sound of Su Yuyu opening the door scared them so much that they almost jumped up. Go back to the hotel, Su Yuyu said. In the eyes of several people, Su Yuyu looked like she had just come back from mining, with dirty hair and face, and a big brand bag worth hundreds of thousands of dollars was also dirty. She was holding a book, Family Tree, in her arms, but her eyes were surprisingly bright. Su Yuyu asked someone to lock the door of the old bungalow before returning to the hotel. She slept until noon. After lunch, she idly flipped through her book-like genealogy. Although this is the genealogy of Zheng Gong, it is actually recorded by the descendants of Zheng Bu. What was the surname of the original owner of the house? As Wang Xingli said before. Su Yuyu asked Su Fang. Su Fang hesitated for a moment before saying, the surname is Zheng, which is not a common surname. Su Fang secretly said in her heart that she would make a small notebook next time and write down everything she heard, so that she could answer Su Yuyu's questions temporarily. Su Yuyu immediately linked together the legal path for her to get this thing. She and Datu inherited the Zheng family's house as a relative, and then sold the house to Su Yuyu. Su Yuyu unexpectedly found Zheng Gong's letter worth 1,000 gold in the house. With the real estate sales contract, written in black and white, everything in the house belongs to Su Yuyu, so even if Qian Data wants to make a fuss, he can't. Besides, Su Yuyu will take the things away in 2 days, and a collection of this level must be handed over to a big auction house for auction. Chapter 66. In the evening, Su Yuyu invited the entire crew to dinner. Su Yuyu didn't like the drinking culture. She didn't want to toast or let others bother her, so she asked the producer to book the entire restaurant and change the banquet into a buffet. The crew members could take whatever they wanted to eat. Of course, this way, the cost was 5 times the original amount. I just knew that there are so many seafoods hidden in the restaurants in Gansu province. I really don't know what I used to eat every day on the crew. A crew member sighed in a low voice. The food in our crew is considered good. At least they are willing to hire a cook. The crew I worked in before was really stingy. The 20 yuan meal standard was exploited layer by layer. When it came to us, a box lunch was probably worth only 5 yuan, and there was no meat. Are you still in the mood to chat? I see there are king crabs over there. Don't you want to grab them? What are you grabbing? The boss said that there are enough king crabs, but we are not allowed to waste them. The boss is here, and the sky is here. I really hope that the boss will stay in the crew every day. Others were talking about how good the food was today, and they wanted to stuff all the expensive ingredients they had seen and had not seen into their mouths. Only Wang Anna was still slow and only tasted a little of the ingredients, never greedy. Anna, I take you to meet the boss. You contributed a lot of private servers to the crew this time. We will definitely reimburse this money separately, and will not let you suffer a loss. Ouyang took the initiative to take Wang Anna to see Su Yuyu. Wang Anna is a stylist of the crew. She has loved dressing up dolls and combing their hair since she was a child. Her family even bought a villa to house her dolls. After graduating from college, Wang Anna did not join her own company, but entered the entertainment industry without telling her family. She has an ordinary appearance, has no plans for plastic surgery, and does not like flash. The reason she pursued her dream of the entertainment industry is to become a stylist, so that the beautiful brothers and sisters can all shine under her matching. This was not her first crew, but it was definitely the happiest one. After she joined the industry, many crews saw that she was young, and either lowered her price or had experienced stylists snatch her designs directly, and even called it helping her gain fame. She quarreled with the big stylist because of this, but because the other party was experienced, he threatened to ban her in the film and television industry. The circle in Hengdian was so small, and her reputation was ruined, so there were fewer crews willing to hire her for styling. Seeing that she had no job, she desperately sent her resume to join this crew. Originally, Su Yuyu came to visit the crew, And she thought that she would face the crew dinner and countless polite words like other crews she had been in, but she didn't expect that in the end, they would arrange a private buffet. Looking at her colleagues in the crew, their faces were full of joy from the bottom of their hearts, and she also relaxed. She has been receiving calls from her family every day, asking her to go back to work in her own company, and not to do these inferior jobs all the time. Thinking of what happened in the circle, Wang Anna also hesitated. "Boss, this is Wang Anna, the stylist of our crew. Don't look at her young age, but the styling she makes is novel and beautiful. As long as she is given more time, she will definitely grow into a top crew stylist in the future." Ouyang spent a lot of effort to praise Wang Anna. Su Yu also watched a few crew highlights set by the director. Unlike the funeral style popular in ancient puppet dramas in the entertainment industry today, this little girl obviously has her own unique ideas and can set the style according to each role, which makes people shine. Su Yu didn't pay much attention to the entertainment industry in her previous life. She knew Ouyang and Song Jibai because they were too popular. As for stylists, she didn't know anything at all. But she believed in Ouyang's vision, and said to Wang Anna, "Are you interested in joining our company? The company doesn't have a professional stylist team yet, so it's a good opportunity to set up a makeup department with you as the core. What do you think?" Wang Anna was still hesitating whether to give up her career and go back to inherit the family business. When she saw Su Yu's admiring eyes, she immediately said, "I do." Su Yu couldn't help laughing. "It's best if you do, but young people also need to eat. Why don't you even ask about the treatment?" Wang Anna smiled awkwardly and said, "Boss, you are so generous. You will definitely not treat me badly." Ouyang added, "Boss, you don't know that many of the heroines' clothes this time are Anna's private clothes. She lent them to the crew for free, but to be honest, several clothes were scratched during the filming. Do you want to compensate her?" Su Yu said with a serious face, "We must not let young girls suffer losses. The money we should give them is the money we should give them. You have to pay." Ouyang said, "I have never seen several of these clothes on the market, and the fabric is hard to buy. Several sets of clothes for the male lead were made by Anna herself after drawing the design drawings." Wang Anna said directly, "Boss, just pay the fabric fee for the clothes I made." Su Yu shook her head. "The labor fee and design fee should not be less. Young girls, who have just started working, should not suffer. You are our future chief crew stylist, and you must pay enough." Wang Anna was born in a wealthy family. The hanfu she made purely for fun can provide the styling of the female lead for an entire drama. She actually doesn't care about this little money at all, but Su Yu and Ouyang both respect her efforts, and she feels relieved. Su Yu continued to praise, "Song Jibai is good looking, but the look you designed for him feels like a male protagonist cut out of a script. If you hadn't been extra careful in designing clothes and makeup, there wouldn't be such a good effect." Wang Anna's face flushed with Su Yu's praise. Wasn't her original intention to enter the entertainment industry to make her beautiful brothers and sisters look dazzling? Although the drama has not been broadcast yet, she has been recognized by so many people, which has made her more determined to stay in the entertainment industry. Congratulations to the host, who independently completed a leak without the assistance of the system, and received a reward. Training Class X5 Su Yu was shocked. She didn't expect that the system would not refresh tasks every time she picked up a leak, nor did she expect that she could get rewards for picking up leaks outside the system. Wang Anna also picked up a bargain. The system gave a positive answer. Wang Anna, a makeup genius who was discouraged by the dark rules of the entertainment industry. She should have chosen to return to her family after a short period of entry into the industry due to the setbacks she suffered, and eventually inherited billions of wealth, but she was always depressed and couldn't get rid of it. When she woke up in the middle of the night, she always thought of her half-hearted dream-chasing journey. Chapter 67. Su Yu felt a little jealous. Please don't make the matter of fail to pursue dreams and inherit the family business sound so pitiful, okay? She didn't dwell on Wang Anna's matter, and asked instead, "What is the training course?" The system explained, "All kinds of professional knowledge within the upper limit of the scientific and cultural level of this world can be taught to you in the form of training. The host can enter the training space to learn in a dream. Of course, whether you can learn it is up to you." Su Yu's eyes lit up. She actually wanted to learn some professional knowledge during this period, but the professional knowledge of many industries is not so easy to obtain. For example, in the antique industry, in addition to a very solid historical foundation, some professional identification techniques are even passed down from family, which is difficult for outsiders to obtain. The appearance of training courses made up for Su Yu's shortcomings in this regard. She also noticed the system's qualifiers. For example, if I want to create a system like yours, Can I learn it? The system's reply was simple, haha. Su Yu didn't force it. She now saw Wang Anna as a hot commodity, and she wanted to call Xia Ran to give Wang Anna a high salary immediately. Ouyang had just recommended Wang Anna, and then he pulled Song Jibai, who was eating, and pulled him towards Su Yu. Ouyang originally thought that the two of them would definitely sleep in the same bed at night, but Su Yu did not stay in the hotel where the crew stayed last night. After working together on the film for so long, Ouyang admired Song Jibai, a young actor who could rely on his face, but was determined to make progress, so he was afraid that Song Jibai would go astray. At this moment, he wanted to stuff Song Jibai directly into Su Yu's bed, and pulled him to persuade him earnestly. In the entertainment industry, it is so rare to have a sponsor to support you. Are you having a conflict? If there is a misunderstanding, you must talk it out quickly. It's rare that the boss comes to visit you. You must not be arrogant. There are too many little demons outside. Song Jibai, We are not that kind of relationship, don't guess. Song Jibai defended. Ouyang's eyes were full of suspicion, patted his shoulder, and said, if it's not that kind of relationship, then how can the boss be so good to you? Song Jibai always felt that the crew's attitude towards him was strange, and now he finally found the reason, and explained helplessly. She said I can become a top star, and she is waiting for me to make a lot of money for her, and she is not the kind of person who forces others. The doubts in Ouyang's eyes did not completely dissipate, but he also recognized this point, and said, brother, the boss's vision is really amazing, but to be honest, if you really get along with the boss, it's hard to say who is more advantageous with a talented man and a beautiful woman. Song Jibai couldn't help but glance at Su Yu, who was fighting with a crab leg not far away. The young girl's fair and delicate face was so clear that you could see the fine hair under the light. Song Jibai couldn't help but feel guilty. Su Yu treated him very well, and did what was written in the contract. She never had any hidden rules for him. She was obviously open and kind, but he had been on guard against her before, which seemed too mean. The boss is a good person. She has her own career. I guess she won't consider love in the next few years. Song Jibai said with his head down. Ouyang felt sorry and said, brother, why are you so stubborn? You are young now, and don't know the benefits of soft rice. If I wasn't as pretty as you, I would have been a rich woman. Song Jibai broke away from Director Ouyang and said, don't bother her all the time. The boss didn't eat much food all night. Ouyang looked at him strangely and said, you keep staring at her? How do you know she eats less? Song Jibai was suddenly shocked. He couldn't explain why he was paying attention to Su Yu. At this time, he just felt his cheeks getting hot uncontrollably. There's some mint cake over there. I get one. Song Jibai found a random excuse and ran away. Ouyang touched the back of his head in surprise, and completely forgot Song Jibai's advice. This kid runs really fast. Forget it, I pull Xiaolu over. Su Yu had just finished eating a crab leg when Ouyang pulled the heroine Li Yi over. Boss, this is the heroine of our TV series, Li Yi. The girl hasn't graduated from college yet, but she is willing to work hard and has high plasticity. Most importantly, she hasn't signed a brokerage company yet. Su Yu looked Li Yi up and down. The girl was pretty, with an oval face, big eyes, and a tall stature. However, her appearance was not the white, young and thin popular in the entertainment industry. Instead, she had a very heroic appearance, which was more suitable for the Qingyi route. Su Yu asked with a smile, are you willing to join our company? Lu Yi nodded vigorously. Although she didn't know the contract of the actors, she saw that Su Yu was very generous to her people. More importantly, Su Yu's company had few people. If she joined at this time, she would have the hope of becoming the company's top sister, and would not have to worry about resources in the future. Su Yu said with a smile, don't worry, I will give you a contract similar to Song Jibai's. Lu Yi's eyes lit up instantly. With the boss's words, she felt relieved. Only Su Yu waited and waited, but the system didn't pop up a prompt. Where is the reward for picking up a leak? System, are you broken? Su Yu asked. The system did not respond. Su Yu thought of a possibility. Signing Lu Yi is not considered picking up a leak? The system said, host, please trust the professional judgment of the system. Su Yu felt cold in her heart. She really couldn't understand why Lu Yi, with her looks and a company willing to support her, wouldn't she become popular in the future? Ouyang brought a few more talents he thought were good to meet Su Yu. Su Yu also took the opportunity to sign a contract, but she didn't get any system rewards. The meal lasted until 9 o'clock, and almost everyone in the crew left with their stomachs full. Song Jibai didn't talk to Su Yu all night, but he ran over and handed a big lunch box to Su Yu. I saw you didn't eat much all night, and I was afraid you would be hungry. Song Jibai said softly. Su Yu saw 2 crab legs in the lunch box, took it and said thank you. She was busy signing people all night, and watching the system to see if she would give rewards. Now she was only half full. Song Jibai watched Su Yu get on the car, and when he turned around, he saw Ouyang winking at her. If I were you, I would definitely climb onto someone's car right now, Ouyang said. Song Jibai took a deep breath and said, Director, there are a few scenes today where I feel I'm not feeling right. Can we reshoot them? Ouyang didn't care about gossiping anymore because it was about his own scenes. He immediately became anxious. Which scene? What's wrong? Song Jibai saw Su Yu's car disappear in the night traffic from the corner of his eye. He turned to Ouyang and said, I have to think carefully about which scene it is. I'm so tired. I want to rest early. I'm really afraid that it will affect my filming tomorrow. Song Jibai ran away after he finished speaking, leaving Ouyang alone in the night wind to frantically recall which scene was wrong. He didn't care about teasing Song Jibai at the moment, and dragged the assistant director to look up the source of the film overnight. Chapter 68. Su Yu returned to the hotel and opened the training course exchange page. The system rewarded her with a total of 5 training courses. She thought she could learn 5 professional knowledges respectively, but she didn't expect that for the system. 5 hours was just 1 class. There were many courses on the training course exchange page, and Su Yu was almost dazzled. In the end, she chose the antique training. She lay on the bed in the hotel, confirmed that she had entered the study, and then her head tilted and fell into a sweet dream. She thought afterward that this training course was very useful as a hypnotic artifact. A middle-aged woman in a black suit and gold-rimmed glasses appeared in front of her. Behind the woman was a projector screen. The theme of today's class is identification and appreciation of bronzeware. Perhaps because it was a 1v1 small classroom teaching, or perhaps because the teacher was too good, Su Yu listened attentively. At the end of the course, she was still not satisfied, and the subsequent dreams were all bronzeware. The next morning, Su Yu woke up and didn't feel tired at all. She didn't have time to eat breakfast, and hurriedly wrote and drew in a small notebook, fearing that she would forget the knowledge she learned in the training class if it was too late. Su Yu finished her work in Gansu province and didn't rush to leave. It was a rare trip, and it would be a pity not to appreciate the local customs and people. She found a local tour guide and took the group to have a good time in Gansu province. The tour guide was quite attentive and didn't cheat people randomly. Except for being a bit talkative, he seemed to have no other problems. Miss Su, you seem to be doing business on your own. What kind of business do you do? The tour guide asked curiously. Ordinary people would probably think that Su Yu was a rich lady when they saw her, but as soon as the people around her spoke, this misunderstanding was resolved, because the driver and bodyguards called her boss instead of young lady. Doing some small business, reselling antique jade, Su Yu said. The tour guide shook his head and said, You have such a big team around you, your business must not be a small one, the antique business is good. Come to think of it, my brother also likes to deal in this, he travels around the countryside, many antique dealers like to buy goods from him. Su Yu said casually, If we are destined to meet, I can go to see him later. The tour guide immediately said, It is fate, our tour route just passes by him. You can go and see the goods, I brought it there, he can give you a discount. Su Yu nodded indifferently. On the 3rd day of the small group tour, the car stopped without any warning when passing a small village along National Highway 227. The tour guide said enthusiastically, Miss Su, my brother's home is in this village. I called him in advance, and he is waiting at home now. The tour guide did not notice that the 4 bodyguards besides Su Yu changed their previous lazy and leisurely state. At this time, they were all on alert and followed Su Yu closely. There are not many people in the village, mainly the elderly and children. The local young people seemed to have gone out to work, so when Su Yu saw the so-called good brothers of the tour guide, she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. You have a lot of brothers, Su Yu said. The house they lived in was a single-story residential building, covering an area of about 100 square meters. There was no floor or cement on the ground, and the ground was dirty and looked very dirty. 5 or 6 young and strong men ran out of the house of more than 100 square meters, and the bodyguards behind Su Yu almost got into action. The tour guide hurriedly said, It's hard to find a job in the countryside, so a few people do business together. Miss Su, please come and take a look. There are good things inside. The house facing south and north is divided into east and west sides, but the door on the west side is tightly closed. There are still some subtle movements from time to time. Su Yuyu just glanced over there, and the tour guide and his brother's faces flashed a nervous look. Su Yuyu stepped on the soft soil in the house, and followed them into the east room honestly. There were indeed many antiques inside. There were both calligraphy and paintings, porcelain, and some bronzes. Su Yuyu doesn't know much about calligraphy and painting, but she can clearly see porcelain. Although the signatures are from Qianlong and Yongzheng, they are actually modern products. This is Qianlong colored powder hollow auspicious bottle. The tour guide's good brother just started. Su Yuyu frowned and corrected. It's powder, not colored powder. This is Qianlong powder hollow auspicious revolving bottle. The tour guide was not embarrassed at all that his good brother said the wrong thing. Instead, he clapped his hands and said, Miss Su, you can say such a long name in one breath, which shows that you are an expert. Then you have to estimate the price of this bottle. Do you really want me to estimate the price? Su Yuyu asked with a smile. The tour guide nodded vigorously and said, previously, a buyer offered 1 million, but my brother thought it was too little and didn't sell it to him. Su Yuyu raised his chin slightly and stretched out his hand to turn the inner bottle of the bottle. Storytelling also requires logic. When the inner bottle of the revolving bottle rotates, different pictures can be seen from the outer holes, like a revolving lantern. Why don't you choose a simple one for your counterfeiting? As Su Yuyu moved, the inner bottle did rotate, but there was no painting on the inner bottle. The tour guide smiled awkwardly and said, it seems that my brother made a mistake. Su Yuyu knew the rules of their business. The first item to be sold was actually a test. Only when the buyer passed the test would they take out the real good stuff. However, she felt that their test was too rough, like teasing a fool. Sure enough, when they saw that Su Yuyu was not interested in the antiques on the scene, they mysteriously took out something covered with a red cloth. Bronze ware, I wonder if the boss knows anything about it. The tour guide said. Su Yuyu's eyes lit up. She had only learned bronze ware knowledge for 5 hours, and was worried about having no place to show her skills. She now felt that she was terribly strong, but she was still unusually humble. I know a little bit. The other party uncovered the red cloth, and it was a bronze square tripod about 30 centimeters high. Su Yuyu put away her frivolous attitude and became serious. The tour guide was happy to see her like this. Do you have a toothbrush? Another glass of water? Su Yuyu asked. Someone immediately brought a brand new toothbrush over. After Su Yuyu took it, she dipped it in some water and wanted to brush it. The tour guide immediately stopped her. Ms. Su, please don't brush it carelessly. What if you break it? Su Yuyu explained. Professional archaeologists brush it this way. Don't worry about it breaking. The tour guide took out his mobile phone and searched it. It seemed that there was such a rule, so he stopped stopping her. Su Yuyu said again, if you don't trust me, then you can brush it. Chapter 69. The tour guide was not sure about Su Yuyu, so he took the toothbrush and started brushing it on the bronze artifact as she instructed. It's hard to brush. The resistance is so great. The tour guide complained. Su Yuyu said, this is an old thing, it must have been there for a long time, so it's so hard to brush. The tour guide was delighted to hear her confirm that it was an old thing, and stopped complaining. After the tour guide brushed for 5 minutes, Su Yuyu finally said, it's okay. The tour guide held the toothbrush soaked in water, turned around and looked at Su Yuyu curiously. Miss Su, do you see anything? Su Yuyu, blow on it. The tour guide honestly leaned over and blew on it. It turns red when you blow on it. Su Yuyu only said this. The tour guide still looked confused, with anxious eyes. Does the red breath mean it is especially valuable? Su Yuyu did not answer immediately, but said, let me see how many inscriptions there are. The tour guide turned the thing and said, 4 inscriptions. Su Yuyu was shocked. 4 inscriptions? The same as the Forbidden City. She deliberately lowered her voice, and the tour guide did not hear it clearly, so he chased to confirm. The same as who? Forbidden City? Are you talking about the Forbidden City? The tour guide could guess the value of the antiques that could be placed in the Forbidden City without Su Yuyu saying anything, so he was particularly concerned about this. Su Yuyu nodded casually, and looked at it for a long time before saying, the Tao Eye pattern should be an old item from the Western Zhou dynasty. The tour guide's face was even more joyful. Things from the Western Zhou dynasty, so long ago, should be quite valuable. Su Yuyu did not answer on the spot, but said, looking at the number of inscriptions, it should be a burial item of a small prince. I've heard that in the antique business, the higher the status of the original owner, the higher the price it can be sold for. The tour guide said anxiously. Su Yuyu nodded, that's true. Then how much is it worth? The tour guide was very concerned about this question, and had asked it several times. Su Yuyu, 5. No, 10 million I want it. The tour guide was ecstatic, but soon he found something wrong, because after he quoted the price, Su Yu seemed happier than him. You just said that there is a similar one in the Forbidden City? The tour guide brought up this matter again. Su Yu frowned slightly and said, the one in the Forbidden City has no lid and no clear valuation. Yours also has no lid. Both are incomplete bronze tripods. The price I gave is already very affordable. The tour guide immediately said, who said I don't have a lid? I have a lid. The Forbidden City has no lid, but I have a lid. His brother had been waiting on the side, and immediately took out a bronze lid from somewhere. Su Yu's eyes condensed, and then said, since you have a lid, it is a complete set. I can pay a little more money, 20 million. The tour guide's brother heard this, and wanted to agree immediately, but the tour guide held his good brother down. Boss, this price is too low. This is a treasure passed down from my brother's ancestors. Give me a real price. His good brother was stunned. After hearing this, he was stunned for a moment, and then he reacted and nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, this is passed down from my ancestors. Su Yu glanced at the two of them, but did not expose them. Instead, he said, then I will give you 30 million. With this money, you don't have to work so hard in the future. The tour guide's brother pulled the tour guide's sleeve and whispered, brother, I think 30 million is not a small amount. The tour guide glared at his brother. He rolled his eyes and said with a hard heart, no, 30 million is too little, at least 5. No, I want 100 million. He originally thought that he was asking for too much. But surprisingly, Su Yu didn't even blink. 100 million is fine, just treat it as fate. The tour guide instantly felt that he was at a disadvantage. Su Yu added, it's just that I don't have that much money in my account right now. I have to wait for half a month before I can pay you after the funds are recovered. The tour guide looked alert and said, you pay with one hand, and you get the goods with the other. If the money is not received, I can't give you the things. Su Yu's face was full of regret and said, I know all the rules. Don't worry. I will definitely give you what you should give. However, you are not allowed to find another buyer. The tour guide's eyes flickered, but he agreed repeatedly. Su Yu rejected their invitation to stay for dinner and said, I paid you to take me on a tour. I haven't had enough fun yet. Just call the company to raise money. Don't worry. The tour guide quickly agreed, okay, don't worry. I am a professional tour guide, and will not abandon guests on the way. But there is nothing fun in the local area. You have seen what you should see in the past 2 days. There is sand everywhere. His mind had drifted to who knows where. If Su Yu's bodyguard hadn't supported him in time on the short road of a few hundred meters out of the village, he would have bumped into the tree many times. After finally reaching the entrance of the village, 2 luxury cars were waiting on the roadside. Su Yu got on one of them. The tour guide wanted to follow them. He had been sitting in the passenger seat of this car to explain the local customs and practices along the way to Su Yu. Su Yu said, you take the car behind? My clothes are a little dusty, and I want to change clothes. The tour guide saw the black spots on Su Yu's white trouser legs and didn't doubt it at all. He just muttered in his heart that rich people have many problems. After getting in the car, Su Fong was about to press the baffle between the front and rear seats, but Su Yu shook his head. No, drive your car and stop along the set route for 10 minutes. Su Fong didn't understand, but didn't ask much. In the car behind, the tour guide wanted to sit in the passenger seat, but was pulled to the back seat by a bodyguard. The reason he used was that the tour guide was thin, and it wouldn't be crowded for 3 people to sit in the back seat. After the car drove out for 10 minutes, Su Yu's car in front stopped, and the car behind also stopped. The tour guide stretched his neck to look forward and asked, why did the car stop? Did it stall? It looks like the car has poor performance. I will definitely not buy it when I have money. During the 10 minutes on the road, the tour guide had thought about how to squander the money after getting it. He didn't notice that the crisis was quietly approaching. He even thought that if a buyer richer than Su Yu appeared, he would immediately change people. The 2 bodyguards held the tour guide down on the left and right, and the mobile phone was also pulled out and put aside. What are you doing? What are you doing? Are you going to rob again? The tour guide shouted. Su Yu got out of the car in front and looked at the exasperated tour guide through the car window. You are an average tour guide, but you are very professional in other things. Chapter 70. The tour guide pretended to be calm. I don't understand what you are saying. Su Yu smiled and said, I called the police 10 minutes ago. If you have anything to say, you should wait and tell the police officer. The police car came very quickly. As soon as the car arrived, it saw 2 luxury cars waiting on the roadside. The police asked, who called the police and said that tomb robbers dug up bronze artifacts worth 200 million. Su Yu raised his hand. The police nodded and asked, "What is the specific situation? Where are the things? Where are the criminals? Tell me." Because the things involved are too valuable, 5 police cars came directly this time, and some even brought guns. Su Yu pointed at the tour guide, who was being held down by the bodyguards. This man should be the main culprit. My bodyguards have already controlled him. Now we just need to take down their criminal den. The tour guide was still complaining. I don't understand what she is saying at all. She is a tourist who came to travel, and said she wanted to go to our village to play, so I took her there. There is no bronze artifact at all. She is crazy. I will sue her for controlling personal freedom. Su Yu was too lazy to explain. Officer, we will know when we go there. There is no need to listen to his quibbling. Don't worry, we have controlled his mobile phone, and there is no way to tip off. The police looked at Su Yu twice more after hearing her words, and saw the 4 muscular bodyguards around her, and believed her words. Su Yu's car led the way in front, and quickly brought the police to the village. Su Yu cared about her own safety, and did not follow into the village, but sent a bodyguard, who was eager to try to lead the way for the police. This group of tomb robbers had no defense at all, just like the stupid goose at the entrance of the village. When the police kicked the door open, a group of people were still shouting. Seeing the police easily escorting a young man out of the village, Su Fang couldn't help asking, "Boss, you are really amazing. How did you know that these people were tomb robbers?" Su Yu said, "Do you remember, when we entered the house, we only opened the door to the east side. The door to the west side was tightly closed in broad daylight. There were noises coming from inside. This was obviously abnormal." Although Su Fang also noticed this, he couldn't figure out the connection and asked, "Can't the door be closed in broad daylight?" Su Yu said, "Their house is newly built, and it has been built for no more than a year. Most of the houses in this village are 2-story buildings. Why is their house single-story? Why?" Su Fang felt that his brain was not enough. The other bodyguards couldn't figure it out either. Su Yu said, "Because this house was not built for living, but for tomb robbing. They built a house on the tomb to hide it, just to rob the tomb in the house." Everyone suddenly realized. Su Fang whispered again, "Boss, aren't you tempted by such a valuable treasure? We originally thought you wanted to buy it, and then resell it at a high price." Su Yu shook his head. "This is obviously a tomb robber's item, I won't touch it. Such things, if there is no obvious origin, can only be sold overseas. Why should our country's treasures be sold to foreigners?" Several people nodded. Officer Chen didn't know how long he had been listening, and suddenly asked, "Miss Su seems to know a lot about tomb robbing?" Su Yu immediately explained, "I only heard about it vaguely. I don't know about tomb robbing, but I barely know about bronzeware. They handed the things to me. Although they said it was a family heirloom, I knew at a glance that it was definitely dug out of the ground." Officer Chen asked again, "Is that bronze tripod really worth 200 million? Su Yu shook her head. "It's not easy to estimate the value of this thing, but I think it's definitely worth 100 million. As soon as these words came out, the police on the scene showed joy on their faces. They cracked down on tomb robbing and protected the valuable bronzeware. Everyone will definitely get a second-class merit in the future. As the reporter, Su Yu also went back to the police station. When she finished her statement, it was already afternoon. "Sister Su, call the travel agency and ask for compensation," Su Yu said. Su Fang was stunned. "The travel agency arranged a hidden criminal to be our tour guide, disregarding our safety. They should pay for this money," Su Yu said. The travel agency had just received news from the police. The operator on the other end of the phone was very angry. "You sent the tour guide to the police station. How dare you ask us for compensation?" Su Fang had bargained in the vegetable market a lot. When she saw Su Yu and a group of bodyguards behind her, she seemed to have a lot of confidence in her heart. How do you do things? A tomb robber can be a tour guide in your travel agency. Who knows if the whole travel agency is this kind of stuff? The police should go to your travel agency to arrest people. Everyone in the world bullies the weak and fears the strong. Su Fang became tough. Seeing that he couldn't be bluffed, the person on the other end of the phone had to soften his attitude. Okay, we will send the tour group to the police station. The fee will be refunded to you." Su Fang wanted to agree, but she suddenly saw Su Yu frowned, and immediately changed her words to the other end of the phone. "Refunding the money can compensate our losses?" I said, "Compensation. Your travel agency sent criminals to the guests. Do you want to let this matter go casually?" The other end of the phone was silent for a long time before saying, an additional compensation of 1,000 yuan. Su Fang's anger rose after arguing for so long. 1,000 yuan to send beggars? At least 3 times the group fee must be compensated. The travel agency staff was immediately unhappy, and the two of them argued for a long time. The final result was to refund all the travel package fees and compensate twice the group fee. Su Yuyu clapped his hands and said, "You handled it very well." Su Fang was more than 10 years older than Su Yuyu, but at this time, she was so excited that her heart was pounding when she was praised by the younger boss. Su Yuyu didn't care about this small amount of money. She asked the travel agency for money both to vent her anger and as a test. "Are you interested in being my life assistant? Double your salary?" Su Yuyu asked. She had been asking Xia Ran to find a life assistant for a while, but she had interviewed several people and had not found a particularly suitable one. When Su Fang heard double, her eyes immediately lit up with a strange look. "I am willing." "Okay, you will be my life assistant and driver in the future. You may be busier, but the salary should satisfy you," Su Yuyu said with a smile. Su Fang now wanted to show her heart to Su Yuyu. After all, in her opinion, Su Yuyu was simply the best boss in the world, because she really gave her subordinates a raise, and following her, there was no need to worry about your efforts not being seen. "The task of picking up bargains has been started. Please arrive at the target location as soon as possible." Su Yuyu's eyes lit up. Compared with buying goods at high prices from tomb robbers, she still prefers to follow the system to pick up bargains. However, her car drove a few hundred meters out of the police station and arrived at the destination. After getting off the car, she looked at the sign above her head with a puzzled face. Flower and Bird Market? Chapter 71. It was the first time for Su Yuyu to enter the Flower and Bird Market. It was called a market, but it was actually a long street. However, there were several large stone balls outside the market, so cars could not drive in. Most of the shops on both sides of the street sold flower pots or birds, animals, fish and insects. There were not many customers in the market at this time, and the birds were louder than human voices. "Congratulations on getting rich. Congratulations on getting rich." Su Yuyu followed the instructions of the system, and walked for only 2 steps before she heard a shrill voice. She looked up, and saw that the person who was speaking was not a person. It was a bright green parrot. The store where the green parrot was located seemed to specialize in selling all kinds of flowers and plants, but there was a birdcage hanging at the entrance, which kept this jumping green parrot. The green parrot's 2 mung bean-like eyes were looking at Su Yuyu. The boss was so ashamed of his pet's behavior that he cursed, "You little beast, you get so excited every time you see a beautiful woman. I serve you delicious food and drinks every day, but you never wish me good fortune." Su Yuyu asked the 4 bodyguards to stay outside, and she took Su Fang into the store. "Beautiful lady, do you want to buy any flowers? We have a new batch of orchids in the store, and they are all very beautiful. You can take a look," the boss greeted. Su Yuyu's eyes wandered around the store, and after a circle, they finally fell on the pot of blooming jianlan under the parrot. She seemed to glance at the purple-red pot under the jianlan casually, then raised her eyes, and pretended to appreciate the orchid. "This flower is blooming so well, and the smell is also good. It must be a very expensive variety." When Su Yuyu spoke, she deliberately pretended to be innocent, clear and stupid, like a college student who has not yet graduated. The boss looked at Su Yuyu's young face, rolled his eyes, and said casually, "Beauty, you guessed right. If you want it, I sell it to you at a discount, 1,000 yuan. Su Yuyu agreed directly. "Okay." The boss regretted hearing this. He thought Su Yuyu was young and thin-skinned, and could be easily fooled. He asked for a sky-high price for a jianan that cost only a few dozen yuan. He didn't expect Su Yuyu to be so naive and agreed directly. If he had known this, he would have offered 10,000 yuan. Su Yuyu said again, "Then I will just take the flower and the pot away." The boss was about to agree, but suddenly rolled his eyes and said, "No, this pot is passed down from our family. If you want to buy it, you have to pay extra." The boss felt that he was not lying. After all, this pot was passed down to him by his father. His father was a burglar in the early years. He took advantage of the chaos and stole a pot of expensive flowers from a wealthy family. Unfortunately, the so-called expensive flowers died before his father sold them, so the pot was left behind. Su Yuyu's eyebrows jumped, and she immediately said, "Will the orchid be damaged if it is transplanted suddenly? This pot of flowers is the most lively thing in your store. What if it dies?" Su Fang saw the boss anxious and immediately accused him. "Which flower shop doesn't send pots?" The boss picked up the plastic pot beside him. "This is the pot we sent." Su Yuyu frowned slightly. "I don't want this kind of broken pot. I'm really afraid that my precious orchid will die after transplanting. Can't you just name a price and I will buy this pot? The shop owner's eyes flashed with greed. This is a pot handed down from our ancestors. I won't sell it for less than 30,000 yuan. There are many pots of this kind on the market. How can you ask for so much money? You should honestly name a price, otherwise we won't even buy orchids. Su Fang said. Su Yu also cooperated. After all, she hadn't paid for the orchids yet. The boss was anxious. You guys have a really bad temper. I didn't lie. This thing is really an old item. It has been in my house for at least 40 years. What's an old item in 40 years? Look at the mud spots on it. It's so dirty. Su Fang said. The boss said helplessly, take the 10,000 yuan. But Su Fang said firmly, 100 yuan, no more. Su Yu was also shocked by Su Fang's extraordinary fighting spirit. This bargaining directly hit the aorta. The boss was actually tempted for a moment. After all, this flower pot was picked up by his father. He never thought that this dirty flower pot covered with mud, and whose original color could not be seen, was valuable. No matter how much the price was, it would be profitable. But in business, the bold ones will be fed to death, and the timid ones will starve to death. The boss gritted his teeth and said, too low, 5,000. 200, no more. Our money is not blown by the wind. The boss's psychological price had been defeated long ago, and he still pretended to be in pain. 1,000, at least 1,000. Su Fang wanted to bargain, but Su Yu pretended to be overjoyed. Okay. Su Fang looked at Su Yu in surprise. Su Yu pretended to be innocent and said, we only spent 1,000 yuan to buy the flower pot worth 30,000 yuan. My parents will definitely praise me when we go back. Su Fang didn't know what Su Yu was talking about. She had been with Su Yu for so long, but she had never met Su Yu's parents. But she didn't expose it. The store owner couldn't help but laugh secretly, and looked at Su Fang sympathetically, thinking that she had met a stupid teammate. After paying the money, Su Yu deliberately said, give me a receipt, I can ask my family for money later. The boss thought Su Yu was a young lady, who didn't care about worldly things. He took out the receipt on the spot, and wrote Jianlan on the item column with a smile. Su Yu said, add the flower pot too. The boss didn't understand what was wrong with her, but he was the uncle who paid, so he honestly added these two things. Do you want the nutrient solution? $59.90 a bottle, very cost effective. The boss sold the nutrient solution to Su Yu at 10 times the price of $5 a bottle without changing his expression. Su Yu still pretended to be innocent. 2 bottles for 100 yuan. Forget it. Did I bargain too much? The boss looked at her innocent and foolish look, and his heart was full of joy. He said, I like you, so I sell you 2 bottles for 100 yuan at a loss. Su Yu was immediately delighted and said sincerely, thank you, I also need a receipt for this. I want to prove to my parents that I don't just spend money recklessly. The boss believed in Su Yu's rich daughter character, and felt that she was easy to deceive. He grabbed the wool and tried hard to pull it. Do you want a small shovel? Do you want a watering can? The quality of my things is very high, and people who bought them are praising them. Su Yu was surprisingly cooperative. She not only bought a flower gift package, but also set her sights on the parrot. Do you want to sell the parrot? Chapter 72. The parrot was quite obedient. Before entering the house, it said to Su Yu, congratulations on your prosperity. After Su Yu bought the orchid, it changed its words and said, may the beauty make you rich. Su Yu thought this little thing was quite interesting. After all, the family already had a dog and so many housekeepers, so a parrot was not a problem. The boss didn't expect such a pleasant surprise, and he still used the same old rhetoric to raise the price. Beauty, my parrot is not ordinary. It can be said that it is the smartest parrot on this street. It can talk once it is taught. Last time, a boss offered 50,000 yuan, but I didn't sell it. Su Fang rolled her eyes when she heard this and said, your parrot is the most ordinary monk parrot, and the market price is only 3 or 4,000. The boss was exposed without any embarrassment on his face, but said, I can see that you have never raised a pet. I have raised this parrot for half a year. It is like my family. How can I sell my family casually? It is a priceless treasure in my heart. Su Yu, I will offer 100,000. The boss immediately changed his words. Beauty, congratulations, it is now your family. Su Yu, Su Yu knew that this was a businessman who was greedy for money, but he almost couldn't hold it when he heard this. She still remembered the innocent lady character she had created. Great, today I bought both the flowers and the birds I like. The boss said, what a wonderful day. The boss hoped to meet such a sucker every day. When Su Yuyu and Su Fong left the store with a pot of flowers and a bird, the boss kept waving at Su Yuyu from behind. "Beautiful lady, come back next time. I leave all the good flowers for you." Su Yuyu did not leave the flower and bird market immediately, and asked the bodyguard to send the spoils back to the car, and she continued to stroll around the flower and bird market. Congratulations to the host, you have completed the task of picking up leeks and received the reward. Intermediate Porcelain Identification Technique. After receiving the reward, Su Yuyu strolled around the flower and bird market even more vigorously. Su Fong didn't quite understand what Su Yuyu was doing today, so she whispered, "Boss, I lost money on those flowers." Su Yuyu nodded, "I know." Su Fong saw that Su Yuyu had no intention of continuing to explain, so she didn't dare to ask any more questions. She followed behind him in silence, and only applied to bargain when Su Yuyu needed to bargain. "This pot of Phalaenopsis is pretty good, I buy it." "What is this? Money tree? It's very energetic, I want it." "Kalankoi? It's a good omen, give me 2 pots." Su Yuyu bought things along the way. If he hadn't brought so many people with him, he probably wouldn't have been able to carry all these things. In less than half an hour, almost all the shop owners in the flower and bird market knew that they had been cheated. When they saw Su Yuyu, they doubled the price of flower pots, but Su Yuyu really took all of them. When leaving the flower and bird market, the 2 cars were filled with more than a dozen pots of flowers, large and small. Su Yuyu was holding a large bunch of flowers in her arms, which made her look more like a daughter of a wealthy family who was not interested in worldly affairs. However, as the car returned to the hotel, the innocence on Su Yuyu's face disappeared. This pot, and these 3 pots, send them to my room." Su Yuyu casually pointed to 5 pots of flowers that were in full bloom, including the pot of Jianlan she bought at first. After closing the door, and no one else in the room, Su Yuyu carefully observed the pot of Jianlan. To be precise, she was not looking at the orchid, but the pot. She wiped the dirt off the pot with a wet towel, revealing the rose-purple luster of the pot. The mouth of the pot was in the shape of a crabapple, wide at the top and narrow at the bottom, with 4 legs. The overall look was like a purple morning glory with dew on a summer morning. Su Yuyu couldn't help but sigh at the high skills of the ancients, which were really beautiful. After admiring it for a long time, she raised the flower pot above her head and looked at the bottom of the pot. As she guessed, the bottom of the pot was all black and old mud, making it impossible to see what the original bottom of the pot looked like. Su Yuyu still wiped the bottom of the basin carefully with a wet towel. When she saw the words Chonghua Palace and Jin Zhao Yu Chui Yon on the bottom of the basin, her eyes instantly burst into amazing brilliance. Even if she liked this flower pot, she had no intention of keeping it in her hand, but picked up her phone. "June Kiln flower pot, are you interested?" Su Yuyu asked. She didn't have many WeChat friends. Most of them were classmates, and among the few people, one of them was pinned to the top of her WeChat. The note was Lu Datu. Lu Datu, Song Dynasty? Su Yuyu looked at Lu Jingyao's reply speed and almost suspected that this person had been guarding his phone all the time. Then she thought that the other party was a big boss with a lot of things to do every day, so she put this strange idea behind her. In the large conference room of Lu's group, a room of group executives were originally listening to Lu Jingya's scolding with their heads down, but who knew that the voice suddenly stopped. They looked up cautiously at the man at the head of the conference table, and immediately saw a scene they would never forget. Lu Jingyao, who always showed a cold face, raised his mouth slightly at this moment. Is he smiling? The living devil can actually smile? The executives exchanged glances. Then, they saw Lu Jingyao, who never replied to any text messages during the meeting, actually picked up his mobile phone to send a message. Such unprofessional behavior actually happened to him, a workaholic. Su Yuyu didn't expect Lu Jingyao to be in a meeting so late at night. She could only answer regretfully at this time. "No, it's the craftsmanship of the Qing dynasty's imperial household department, from the Qianlong Palace. It's really very beautiful." Su Yuyu took a few photos and sent them over. Lu Jingyao is indeed a person who appreciates people. He said, "Keep it for me first. The price is negotiable. Let's meet tomorrow, okay?" Su Yuyu didn't think much and said casually, "I can keep the things for you, but I'm not in Shanghai. It will probably take a few days before I can go back. We can only meet next week." Lu Jingyao's eyes condensed. When the meeting was over, all the participants left, leaving only Assistant Lu. "Why didn't you tell me about Miss Su's visit to Gansu province?" Lu Jingyao asked. Assistant Lu was stunned when he heard this, and said helplessly, "Mr. Lu, now we live in a society ruled by law. It's not good to investigate other people's private schedules casually." Assistant Lu could actually send a private detective to follow Su Yuyu. He did this many times when investigating the company's competitors. But he didn't do it this time. He knew that once the two became a couple, the private detective's business would become a thunder, and he didn't want to become a stumbling block between the couple. Although Lu Jingyao asked Assistant Lu to investigate Su Yuyu before going abroad, his investigation only checked some public information, and did not involve Su Yuyu's privacy. Lu Jingyao was rarely speechless, and could only helplessly say, "Forget it this time. If you investigate other things like this, I will doubt your workability." Assistant Lu nodded and said, "Mr. Lu, there is only one crew in Gansu province for Miss Su's company, directed by Ouyang, starring Song Jibai." Before he finished speaking, he saw Lu Jingyao's face sank, as if he had heard something extremely disgusting. "Take a look at my recent schedule, postpone everything that can be postponed, and deal with what cannot be postponed in advance," Lu Jingyao said. Assistant Lu asked, "Mr. Lu, are you going to take a vacation?" Lu Jingyao glanced at him, and said, almost gritting his teeth, "I'm going to Gansu province to see the porcelain I ordered in person." Chapter 73. Su Yuyu took the compensation from the previous travel agency, and changed a new tour guide, and continued the trip according to the original plan. After playing for another 3 days, the group returned to Macheng where the crew was filming. The agent that Su Yuyu found before the trip also responded. Because she sold the old house at a low price, she listed it directly for 150,000, which was 100,000 cheaper than the purchase price, so she sold it quickly. The main purpose of Su Yuyu's return trip was to sell the house. It was not that she cared about this little money, but there was no need to keep an idle house that would never be occupied, and she did not want to have a dispute with the previous owner Chin Datu. Instead of leaving the house empty, it would be better to sell it to someone who really needed it. Su Yuyu listed the price low, but also restricted the conditions, only selling it to first-time homeowners. She knew that her behavior looked strange, and even the agent could not figure out what she was trying to do, so Su Yuyu acted like a willful young lady from beginning to end, doing things without logic. "I thought old houses had a special flavor, but I didn't expect that they were so dirty that they hurt my eyes." Su Yuyu explained why she bought the house in the first place. The agent felt sour, thinking that these rich people were really boring. They bought the house and sold it again within a few days. They didn't care about losing 100,000 yuan. Why did the boss stay in the house until late at night that day? A bodyguard whispered privately. Another bodyguard immediately said, "Don't ask too much about rich people. Miss Su is generous with money. Don't say such private whispers in the future. If she finds out, she will be unhappy." The companion immediately became alert. "You are right. You can't lose your job if you talk too much. It is not easy to find a job with a monthly income of 100,000 yuan. For the money, they are willing to be dumb." Ouyang didn't know that Su Yuyu came back to sign the house selling contract. He thought that someone in the crew had attracted Su Yuyu's attention. He happily took the crew to have a farewell meal with Su Yuyu. "Boss, why don't you stay here for a while? With you watching over me, I dare to let go and film." Ouyang drank a lot of wine, and when he arrived at the hotel entrance, he still held Su Yuyu's sleeve. Su Yuyu pulled, but couldn't pull it out. He drank too much, but still didn't forget to be a matchmaker. He took Song Jibai's hand and handed it to Su Yuyu. "Boss, Xiao Song is a good kid. I entrust him to you. Just feel sorry for him." Ouyang is the director, the #1 person in the crew. No one forced him to drink. He drank all by himself. At this time, his drunken appearance made Song Jibai embarrassed. Su Yuyu saw that Song Jibai seemed to want to find a crack in the ground to crawl into, and said helplessly, "I entrusted Xiao Song to you. You must shoot this drama well, and help him become a top star." The short drama, that was previously popular, has actually brought a lot of popularity to Song Jibai. But the popularity brought by the short drama is unstable. It comes and goes quickly, and in the end, it still needs mainstream film and television dramas to make him rise steadily. But Ouyang's mind is not clear, and I don't know if he heard it wrong. He is more excited. "From now on, he is yours. Woo, you must be happy." Su Yuyu was annoyed. Song Jibai suddenly held Su Yuyu's hand. "Brother Oh, you can rest assured now. I am with the boss." You quickly let go of the boss. Su Yuyu felt a warm touch on her hand. Like an electric shock, she hurriedly wanted to retract her hand. Handsome guys are good, but she loves money more, and her mind is full of the sky-high compensation contract with Song Jibai. She looked up and wanted to talk to Song Jibai, but he just blinked. Su Yuyu could only mouth, "You took the initiative." Ouyang saw his favorite couple holding hands, and his nose was sore. The tall and strong man burst into tears on the spot, and even took out a small floral handkerchief from somewhere to wipe his tears. A talented man and a beautiful woman, a perfect match. We are a couple. As long as you are good, I am willing to be your dog. Su Yu looked at the scene of the tough guy crying. Suddenly, Ouyang shrank his neck. It's so cold. Is winter coming? I feel like someone is going to kill me. Ouyang suddenly seemed to see something horrible, and was so scared that he sat down on the ground. Su Yu followed his line of sight, and the strange look on his face became more serious. Isn't it just seeing a man in black clothes? Hey, this man is handsome and familiar? Su Yu greeted him happily. Mr. Lu, why are you here? Lu Jingyao's eyes fell on Su Yu's other hand held by Song Jibai. Su Yu was about to walk over when he noticed that his left hand was still being pinched by Song Jibai. Sorry, I almost forgot, Song Jibai said casually. He let go of his hand, and looked at Lu Jingyao 5 meters away. His eyes were dark and unclear. I came here to inspect the project. Lu Jingyao made up a reason casually. Su Yu said, that's such a coincidence. This hotel is where the crew is staying. Su Yu didn't want to stay here originally, but the hotel she stayed in last time was full, so she had to move here. But she didn't know that this encounter was not a coincidence at all. Lu Jingyao sent people to ask several hotels and learned that the crew was staying here. That's how they met successfully, and saw a scene that almost made him fume. Lu Jingyao nodded reservedly, trying his best to hold back the surging emotions, pretending to be indifferent, and asked, would you like to introduce these two to me? Su Yu didn't realize that something was wrong, and smiled as she introduced the people on both sides. Mr. Lu, you have seen Xiao Song's photo. He is the future top star of our company, Director Ouyang. I think he can become an international director in the future, and an important pillar of our company. Xiao Song, Director Ouyang, this is Mr. Lu Jingyao of Lu Group. Lu Jingyao nodded to the two of them, and he was relieved. After all, there was no boyfriend in Su Yu's introduction. Ouyang, who had just been helped up from the ground by Song Jibai, was so scared by the coldness in Lu Jingyu's eyes that he wanted to collapse on the ground again. He was a little sober, and he shrank his neck and just wanted to escape from this Shura field. Song Jibai took the initiative to extend his hand, with a neither humble nor arrogant expression. Mr. Lu, nice to meet you. Lu Jingyao extended his hand back, but his eyes were as cold as a knife, and he squeezed out 2 words from his teeth. Nice to meet you. Su Yu felt that the atmosphere was weird, but she was a person who lived a second life, and the world was not as important as her feelings. Since you feel weird, then stay away. I'm going to sleep first. You guys continue chatting. After saying this, Su Yu stepped into the hotel elevator. The elevator door closed, and Lu Jingyao, who was left in the hotel lobby, slowly withdrew his hand and said, Mr. Song, you have to be sensible when you act according to the situation. Song Jibai's smile did not reach the bottom of his eyes, and he said, you can act according to the situation, or you can pretend to be real. Chapter 74. Lu Jingyao looked at Song Jibai deeply, and saw his face that was still attractive even after being tanned. After a long time, he said, she doesn't like black guys. Song Jibai thought a lot, thinking that the other party would attack his identity, and attack his lack of money. He didn't expect that he would be so angry after holding it in for a long time. Lu Jingyao left in a hurry. Song Jibai didn't rush back to the room, but suddenly asked Ouyang beside him, is the top stream really profitable? Ouyang felt that Song Jibai had changed, but after a closer look, he seemed to be the same handsome guy, but his eyes were particularly sharp, and the whole person was like a beast ready to go, a bit like Lu Jingyao who had just left. Of course, didn't you see the previous news? A second-tier male star made 2 million a day. They made more money in a day than many small bosses made in a year. Outsiders can't even imagine the income of that small group of top stars. Ouyang said. Song Jibai nodded and asked, I want to read more books, preferably books that can improve my acting skills and cultural background. Do you have any recommendations? Song Jibai couldn't afford the tuition due to his mother's illness, so he dropped out of college and worked part-time. Now he still owes Su Yu a huge sum of money. He has no plan to return to college, but this does not mean that he doesn't want to continue studying. Ouyang's eyes lit up. For a director, he is not afraid of actors' progress, but he is afraid that actors will be immersed in false praise and can't see themselves clearly. He thinks that as long as Song Jibai can continue to maintain it, he will definitely have a longer way to go in the circle in the future. Don't worry, Xiao Song, I will make a list of books for you tomorrow. Su Yu went back to the hotel room and took a shower before seeing the message sent by Lu Jingyao. The other party seemed very anxious to see the flower pot, but he still kept his distance and didn't come to the door at night, but made an appointment to meet tomorrow morning. I want to sleep more in the morning. We can meet at 10 a.m. to discuss in detail. Su Yu replied. Lu Jingyao replied with okay, and then said, Assistant Lu knows a lot about local cuisine. He will go buy breakfast tomorrow. Is it okay to have breakfast at 10:15? Su Yu's eyes lit up. She just didn't want to waste her energy, so she replied to Lu Jingyao with a yes. Lu Jingyao in the presidential suite directly ordered Assistant Lu, go check if there are any local special breakfasts, especially delicious ones, and bring them back before 10:15 tomorrow morning. Assistant Lu's face was blank for a moment. He had followed Lu Jingyao for several years. Lu Jingyao had always been a person who didn't pay attention to his appetite. This sudden order could only be because of Su Yu. Okay. Assistant Lu downloaded Xiaoshu, Dian, and Kshu overnight, and tried to find a real gourmet breakfast restaurant from these social software that he usually thought was a waste of time. Anyway, his bonus would not be less if the work was done well. Not only did he have to find a breakfast restaurant, but he also had to find a delicious restaurant for dinner. In case his boss could arrange a lunch with him, he had to prepare in advance. The next morning, Lu Jingyao got up at 7 o'clock. He was about to order a hotel breakfast, but then he thought that if Su Yu was the only one eating at 10 o'clock, would she feel embarrassed? He forced himself to hold back the hunger in his stomach. Besides, having breakfast together is also a date. He started trying on clothes at 7 o'clock, wavering between formal and casual for a long time. After an hour and a half, he finally chose the clothes to wear today. He felt that it was not so difficult to face difficult projects. At 10 o'clock, Assistant Lu bought breakfast back, and he even bought a brand new incubator. Mr. Lu, is the breakfast placed directly in the small reception room? Assistant Lu asked. Lu Jingyao nodded. He looked around the presidential suite of the hotel for a long time, and suddenly frowned. Tell the hotel that these flowers are from yesterday, and are a little wilted. Ask them to send a new bottle quickly. Lu Jingyao said. Assistant Lu took a look at the vase of flowers, and stared at it for a long time. Finally, he saw that one of the petals was curled. He secretly blamed Miss Su for not bringing a magnifying glass. She really couldn't see that the flower was wilted. After Assistant Lu finished instructing the hotel housekeeper about this matter, he turned around and suddenly found that the presidential suite was not tidy at all. Were the pillows on the sofa placed like this before? Assistant Lu couldn't help asking. The sofa pillows in the hotel are placed in a fixed pattern. The current placement pattern is very beautiful, but it is obviously different from yesterday. Lu Jingyao coughed lightly and said, I think the hotel is not well arranged. Assistant Lu forced himself not to look at his boss with strange eyes. This person has always been thinking about making money, and doesn't care about other things. Who would have known that a person who has never been in love for so many years, and has always been pure and unselfish, would suddenly catch fire with this sour smell? Assistant Lu even saw that the floor seemed to be smoother than before he left, but he didn't know whether Lu Jingyao had called the cleaning staff to clean it early in the morning. Su Yu knocked on Lu Jingyao's door a few minutes earlier than scheduled. Lu Jingyao saw that only Su Yu was holding a pot of flowers outside the door, and there was a little surprise on his face. Where are your bodyguards? Su Yu said, there is no danger in the hotel. I asked them to go out to buy local specialties. Lu Jingyao automatically translated it as, she feels safe with me. You can take a look. It's a June kiln, but it's the craftsmanship of the Qing dynasty's imperial household department. Su Yu put the pot of flowers on the table. Lu Jingyao just took a look and said, I believe in your judgment. Su Yu shook his head. Such a valuable thing, you should ask an expert to come and take a look before you feel at ease. Lu Jingyao said, when you were abroad, you were the expert I invited. Su Yu really couldn't find any reason to refute for a while. Lu Jingyao was worried that she was hungry, eat breakfast first, and talk about the transaction later. Assistant Lu quickly put the various breakfasts he had bought on the table. Su Yu saw 2 sets of tableware. She looked at Lu Jingyao in surprise and asked, did you oversleep too? Lu Jingyao looked like a very self-disciplined person, and Su Yu found it hard to imagine that he would stay in bed. Lu Jingyao casually said, I don't have any work to deal with today, so I slept a little longer. After breakfast, do you want to go to the nearby attractions? Su Yu shook her head. I have visited all the nearby attractions. I have a flight at noon, so I can't accompany you. Lu Jingyao asked in surprise, leaving so soon? I thought you would return to Shanghai next week. Su Yu said, I have finished my work here, and I will go back if there is nothing else. Lu Jingyao felt that his trip was like a bamboo basket carrying water. Su Yu tasted the breakfast he bought. Assistant Lu is attentive. This breakfast is the best meal I have eaten in all these days here. Assistant Lu smiled shyly, and there was a little man in his heart cheering constantly. You haven't eaten well these days? Lu Jingyao asked. Su Yuyu said, I have been busy with other things and didn't pay much attention to eating and drinking. Lu Jingyao immediately said, eating and drinking are the most important things in life. I know a chef who used to cook state banquets. He is very good at making Hunan cuisine. You will definitely like it. Su Yuyu's eyes lit up. How do you know I like spicy food? Lu Jingyao glanced at the small bowl in front of Su Yuyu. She added 2 tablespoons of chili sauce to her spicy soup. Su Yuyu couldn't help laughing and said, I have liked spicy food since I was a child. Although we are not as addicted to spicy food as Hunan and Jiangxi provinces, the taste is also mainly fresh and spicy. Lu Jingyao knew where Su Yuyu was from, but he deliberately asked, Where are you from? Huangshan people, the Huangshan people who don't want to see any other mountains after returning from Huangshan. Su Yuyu said. Lu Jingyao immediately said, 36 peaks are shrouded in green mist, and thousands of feet are locked in mist. Su Yuyu loves her hometown. After hearing this, she suddenly felt that Lu Jingyao was not so annoying. After all, it is really hard for people to have a bad impression of a handsome guy who serves you attentively and speaks to you in a way that suits your heart. The golden sunlight shines on Lu Jingyao through the French windows on the top floor. He seems to be integrated with the light and shadow, dazzling and eye-catching. Su Yuyu suddenly shuddered and thought that she couldn't make a mistake. Lu Jingyao's attitude of avoiding her when he was abroad was still vivid in her mind. Besides, who is not eager to make money after rebirth? Can he still be busy with love? Su Yuyu changed the subject abruptly. I'm almost done eating. You can look at the flower pot first. If the price is right, I will sell it to you. 36 peaks are shrouded in green mist, and thousands of feet are locked in mist. From Song. Lu Zongdao's Climbing Huangshan. Chapter 75. June kiln porcelain, with one color when it goes into the kiln and a myriad of colors when it comes out, is famous for its colorful kiln-changing effect. The color of the flower pot is a naturally diffused rose purple, and the mouth of the pot is in the shape of a crabapple. The 3 characters Chonghua Palace are written on the bottom of the pot. Chonghua Palace was originally the Qianshi Wusu, the palace where Emperor Qianlong lived when he was in the palace. After he ascended the throne, he renovated it and named it Chonghua Palace. He liked to hold important palace banquets in Chonghua Palace, such as the famous Sanqing tea banquet in history. Su Yuyu felt like a ruthless tour guide. Lu Jingyao was the best listener, always looking at her with admiration and admiration. Su Yuyu felt uncomfortable being stared at by him. Until she had nothing to say, she asked helplessly, Is there anything else you want to know? Lu Jingyao asked, Can you tell me how you bought this flower pot? Su Yuyu certainly wouldn't talk about the system. She could only start with the story of the tomb robbers. The flower and bird market was very close to the police station. She could only say that she went in for a stroll on a whim. But she didn't expect that Lu Jingyao's focus was on the tomb robbers. You did a good job. You stabilized them first when you found something wrong, and called the police after you left the village, so that it's safe. Lu Jingyao said. Su Yuyu thought to herself, Do you need to say this? She is not the kind of unlucky person who will be beaten half to death and thrown into the trash can. The last time they met, they parted unhappily. Last time they were busy with a meeting. This time, Su Yuyu finally had time to ask, Why were you thrown into the trash can when you were abroad? Lu Jingyao's face suddenly turned red, and he coughed several times in a row. This question embarrassed him, and he didn't know where to start. He had reminded Su Yuyu to be careful several times abroad, but he didn't expect that he would be the first to capsize in the end. Is it inconvenient to talk? Su Yuyu asked. Lu Jingyao nodded gently. I don't want to talk about it. Su Yuyu didn't ask the truth anymore, and pointed to the flower pot and said, I won't take advantage of you. There is a similar flower pot in the Hong Kong spring auction this year. The price was 10 million Hong Kong dollars. I want 9 million for this flower pot. Unlike Zengom's letter, the price of this flower pot is low, and Su Yuyu has no intention of raising the price. Lu Jingyao shook his head. It takes a lot of time to go to Hong Kong City, and you may not be able to buy a beautiful one like this. It's not easy for you to buy this flower pot. This one is more beautiful than the one in Hong Kong City. 20 million, so you can barely avoid being at a disadvantage. Su Yuyu rarely saw such a reverse bargaining, and shook her head. 9 million is enough, I'm not that short of money. She took the Jowie star from others, and she still had a transaction of tens of billions with the other party that had not been completed. She also received 100 million in compensation from Lu Jingyao abroad. Although she loves money, there is no need to cheat like a fat sheep. Lu Jingyao shook his head. Business is business. This flower pot is worth 20 million. Su Yuyu shook her head and made the final decision. 9 million, if you don't want it, I will sell it to someone else. Lu Jingyao wanted to continue to persuade him, but Assistant Lu beside him suddenly winked at him frantically. Although he didn't understand why, he listened to the advice and didn't insist on raising the price. After Su Yuyu finished the business, she immediately stood up and said goodbye. Before leaving, she kindly said, if you have finished your official business in Gansu province, you can also stay here for a few days. The scenery here is still very special. It is difficult to see such landforms and customs elsewhere. Lu Jingyao came to Gansu province purely for Su Yuyu. The real owner was gone, and he felt that there was nothing worth staying for. But before he could tell the truth, Assistant Lu beside him took the initiative to say, Ms. Su, I am worried about how to arrange Mr. Lu's travel. I would like to ask you for advice, but I don't know if you are willing to help. Su Yuyu naturally would not refuse. After Su Yuyu left, Assistant Lu looked at his boss with a look of disappointment. Boss Lu, what a great opportunity. You can go through the routes that Miss Su has traveled, and ask her directly if you don't understand something. This way, you can have more communication, and maybe you can have more common language when you return to Shanghai. Lu Jingyao was not very clear about matters between men and women, but he understood after Assistant Lu explained. But he still had other doubts in his mind. She suffered a loss when she spent 9 million to buy this flower pot. Why did you ask me to agree to it? Assistant Lu was speechless. The money Su Yuyu spent on buying this flower pot, including the parrot, was less than 120,000 yuan. She made more than 8 million yuan by reselling it. How did she suffer a loss? But Assistant Lu still suppressed his jealousy and said, Mr. Lu, since Miss Su is willing, don't go against her wishes. If you think she suffered a loss, then compensate her in other ways. Just use this as an excuse to give her a gift. Isn't the relationship between men and women closer by giving and taking like this? Lu Jingyao couldn't help but nodded, but soon he said, please say the previous sentence again. Do you think she suffered a loss? No. Don't go against her wishes. No. Miss Su is willing to suffer a loss. Assistant Lu was glad that he had a good memory, otherwise he really couldn't react. Lu Jingyao's face was visibly happy. You also think she is willing, right? Assistant Lu didn't understand what his boss was happy about. He was willing to take less money, not willing to get married. She loves money like her life, but she is willing to give me a discount. What does this mean? Lu Jingyao asked. Assistant Lu, Assistant Lu couldn't help but suspect that Lu Jingyao was possessed by someone, but as a flatterer around the leader, he could only say, it means that Miss Su has you in her heart. Lu Jingyao's mouth corner slightly raised, and said, she is so good to me, I can't let her suffer. Assistant Lu couldn't help but doubt his future. In the 5th year of work, what should I do if I find that the leader is a top-love brain? Boss Lu, Yunsheng Holdings hopes that we can give us a 2-point discount. Do you want to agree to them? Assistant Lu tried to test him with work matters. Lu Jingyao glanced at him indifferently. Why do you still ask me about this? Assistant Lu was relieved. As long as the partner was not Su Yuyu, Lu Jingyao would still be the iron-blooded CEO Lu, who would fight for every penny. After a long day of traveling, Su Yuyu returned to her home in Shanghai at 8 o'clock in the evening. But as soon as she got home, she knew the meaning of spending money to support so many people. The housekeeper's sister Zhang had arranged a masseur before Su Yuyu arrived home. As soon as she arrived home, a bunch of people immediately surrounded Su Yuyu to serve her. Before going to bed, Su Yuyu's fatigue from the car ride had been completely eliminated. She counted her small treasury as usual. When she thought of the long string of numbers in the account, the arc of her mouth could not be suppressed. When she woke up the next morning, Sister Zhang came to remind her, Boss, Mr. Xie is here. Chapter 76. Su Yuyu finished washing up slowly, left the master bedroom, and walked to the front hall, greeting Xie Ran. Today is Saturday, don't rush, we can talk while eating. The table was full of Su Yuyu's favorite breakfast, and Xie Ran sat opposite her. Unlike Su Yuyu who enjoyed life leisurely, Xie Ran was like a workaholic. He spoke before he even picked up his chopsticks. I have a college classmate, a junior in the literature department. She is in trouble. I hope to follow Song Jibai's model, and give her an advance after she joins the company. When Xie Ran said this, his face was still a little nervous. If his boss was someone else, he might suspect that he had planted his own people in the company. But Su Yuyu did not doubt him, but asked, do you think she is a rare talent? Xie Ran nodded. When she was in college, the script she created won an award, and her talent was revealed. It's a pity that she didn't continue to work in this industry after graduation, but got married and had children. Now her marriage has changed, and her child has become seriously ill and may need to go abroad for treatment. Her ex-husband refused to pay, and she was really desperate. Boy or girl? Su Yu asked. She is a very cute little girl. Su Yu secretly felt pity in his heart and said, since you think she is worth it, then we will pay for this money. It is not easy for a single woman to take care of a child. Try to set the salary as high as possible. Xiaoran breathed a sigh of relief and said, Boss, I really don't know how to thank you. If there is really no other way, I would not dare to ask you such a request. Su Yu agreed to this purely for Xiaoran's sake. After all, Xiaoran alone may be worth countless such charitable expenditures. But the next second. Congratulations to the host, you have completed a task of picking up leaks independently without the assistance of the system, and received a reward. Training hours x20. Su Yu's eyes suddenly widened, and she asked Xiaoran seriously, what is the name of your junior sister? Tell me more about her situation. Xiaoran was afraid that Su Yu would regret it, so he immediately said, her name is Su Wani. She is 2 years younger than me. When she was a freshman, the script she wrote won the Industry Silver Award, but it was just a hobby at that time, and she didn't take it seriously. After she graduated, her in-laws didn't like her to work, but she didn't completely waste her time over the years. She came to me for help this time with a script. I read the script. Although it is a modern idol drama, I think it is very suitable for Song Jibai. Xiaoran was well prepared. He even took out an analysis report from his file package and handed it to Su Yu on the spot. Su Yu felt dizzy after just one glance. There were a lot of industry terms, and the word she saw the most was fan economy. Xiaoran explained, Boss, I know you want to cultivate Song Jibai into a top star. The more representative works of a top star, the better. 1 drama will make him rise to the top, and 2 dramas will stabilize his position. If he has more popular dramas, people will think that Song Jibai's dramas are all fine works. With a good creative team, his road to becoming a top star will be smoother. Su Yu naturally understood this truth. Besides, Su Wani was a system-certified talent. She nodded and said, since you said the script is very good, we can start planning and setting up the project for this drama. When Song Jibai finishes filming the drama at hand, let him join the group seamlessly. Xiaoran added, if everything goes well, maybe this script can bring 3 or 4 top stars to our company. Since you are so confident in Su Wani's script, go and arrange auditions now. As an idol drama, both men and women must have the kind of beauty that makes people's eyes light up. If they are not good-looking enough, how can it be called an idol drama? Su Yu said. Xiaoran was well prepared. I have asked people to go to various colleges and universities to find campus beauties and school hunks. Although it is an idol drama, the actors will also be trained in advance. If the acting is too awkward, I am afraid that the audience will not buy it. Su Yu added, to shoot an idol drama, we have to do it for real. We have to prepare luxury cars and mansions for real. Don't be afraid of spending money. If it's really not possible, I can also provide you with some props. Xiaoran's eyes lit up. Luxury cars and mansions can be rented, but top-level jewelry is not easy to find. Su Yu is willing to help, which is naturally better than anything else. After Xiaoran left, Su Yu plunged into her bedroom and opened the system panel. Su Wani, a top screenwriter who was delayed by family life, sold the script she wrote with great effort to raise money for her daughter's medical treatment. She was given a name by others. After the TV series was broadcast, she achieved great success. She, who should have enjoyed flowers and honors, chose to go abroad because of her daughter's death and her husband's step-by-step pressure. Su Yu read this introduction of the system and sighed. She thought to herself that if Su Wani had not married after graduation, she would have achieved great success long ago. Sure enough, men only affect the speed of drawing swords. Since Su Yu wanted to keep Su Wani, she was a good person to the end and called Xiaoran again. Su Wani plans to send her daughter abroad for treatment. Fortunately, I know a treatment agency. Although the fee is a bit expensive, foreign medical teams can be contacted. The child's illness cannot be delayed. The sooner the person is sent abroad for treatment, the better. Xiaoran did not expect such a surprise. As soon as he relayed this to Su Wani, she immediately burst into tears. The boss said that he would arrange for Xiaobao to go abroad for treatment, as he did for Song Jibai's mother. Don't think about it during this period. Go abroad with Xiaobao. Maybe you can find some inspiration, which can be regarded as repaying the boss. Xiaoran said. Su Wani married her childhood sweetheart after graduation. She thought her life would be smooth, but she didn't expect that her husband would cheat after the child was born. The in-laws disliked the fact that it was a girl. After several years of pulling, they finally divorced. After the divorce, they found that the child was sick. Life was a mess. Fortunately, there was a turnaround. If Sieren hadn't stopped her, Su-Wani, the former proud daughter of heaven, would have wanted to come and kowtow to Su-Yu. Su-Yu contacted the medical agency on the same day. Su-Wani already had a passport, and she took her daughter to go abroad on Su-Yu's private plane in 2 days. Su-Yu didn't rest after returning to Shanghai. She hired a calligraphy teacher. She also had a copy of Xingong's letter in her hand. She was not in a hurry to sell it, but wanted to learn more about calligraphy. After she returned to Shanghai, she almost stayed indoors all the time, forcing herself to become a homegirl, but the tree wanted to be quiet, but the wind did not stop. Su-Yu was focused on her work. When she was studying, she would put her mobile phone far away. She had just finished her calligraphy class when she saw several missed calls on her silent mobile phone. Looking at the familiar name, Su-Yu called back, "Auntie Wang, this is Xiao Su. Do you have any urgent business?" The caller was Auntie Wang, Su-Yu's former landlord. Su-Yu came to Shanghai alone and helpless. Auntie Wang used to take pity on her and took care of her. Aunt Wang's voice on the other end of the phone was full of helplessness. She said, "Xiao Su, I don't want to bother you, but the Gu family comes every few days to look for you. If they can't find you, they block the door. They insist on seeing you. My house is not rented out. I really have no choice." Chapter 77. Su-Yu frowned slightly and asked, "Who is making trouble in the Gu family? Is it Gu Fengchuan again?" Aunt Wang hurriedly said, "It's not Gu Fengchuan. It's an elderly lady, surnamed Zhao." As soon as she said this, Su-Yu heard a sharp and familiar voice from the other end of the phone. "Who are you talking about? I'm not elderly. I'm only in my early 30s. Aunt Wang immediately sprayed back, "You are obviously in your 40s, and I don't know if you are already 50. What did I say wrong? Do you think you have a lot of people? If my family members were not at work, they would have come to beat you up. I don't care, you must apologize to me, and give me Su-Yu's phone number." Aunt Wang's voice was full of irritation. "How can I give it to you if she doesn't agree?" Su-Yu didn't want to hurt Aunt Wang, so she said directly, "Aunt Wang, give me her number, I will contact her." Su-Yu's phone was set up with a whitelist, and numbers that had no contact could not call in at all. Aunt Wang was indeed annoyed by Zhao Minlian's constant pestering, but she still explained to Su-Yu again and again, "Xiao Su, Auntie wanted to help you stop her, but this shrew is too annoying, Auntie can't do anything." Su-Yu said, "Don't worry, Auntie Wang, I understand, and I want to thank you for helping me stop her for so long." Soon, a number was sent. Su-Yu asked Su Fang to contact the other party and make an appointment to meet outside. After Su Fang finished the call, her face was full of indescribable words, and she said, "Boss, the person on the other end of the phone is not easy to talk to. Do you really want to meet her?" Su-Yu nodded. The meeting time was arranged in the afternoon. After Su-Yu took a nap, he slowly got up, and Su Fang's phone had been ringing several times, and the other party kept urging. Su-Yu got into the car slowly, and went to a high-end tea house 3 kilometers away from home. Before entering the tea room, I saw from afar a middle-aged woman with heavy makeup and gold ornaments on her neck and ears, craning her neck to look outside. Su-Yu walked over surrounded by bodyguards. Zhao Minglian looked at Su-Yu with eyes wide open, her face full of disbelief. She couldn't understand. Wasn't Su-Yu an orphan? Why were all the clothes and accessories so expensive? She also brought 4 bodyguards and a female assistant with her, and looked more stylish than the Gu family. "Don't you have to see me? Come in and sit down first," Su-Yu said. There were not many people in this high-end tea house. Su-Yu refused the waiter's suggestion to take them to the private room and chose to sit in the hall. The tea house was playing soothing and lyrical pure music, and the surrounding tea fragrance was curling, but Zhao Minlian's face was still uneasy. She looked at the 2 nephews she brought with her, gritted her teeth, and said, "The Gu family sent me here to take you back to recognize your relatives. You have a great opportunity, so you should cherish it." Zhao Minlian is not a member of the Gu family. She is a distant relative of the Gu family, and one of the flatterers around Mrs. Gu. Zhao Minlian's husband runs a small business. The family's industry is probably only worth tens of millions, and it is all supported by the Gu family's leftovers. When Mrs. Gu needs to deal with some not-so-dignified things, she will hand it over to Zhao Minlian, such as going to the urban village to quarrel and rolling around with the landlord. Another example is like now, threatening Mrs. Gu's biological daughter. Su-Yu has always known that Mrs. Gu is partial, but at this time her heart is still mixed. It turns out that from the beginning, she was an indecent existence in Mrs. Gu's heart. Su Yu casually said, "Whoever wants this blessing can have it. If you like, you can also go back and call Madame Gu mom." Zhao Minglian was so angry that she slammed the table. "I'm talking to you nicely. Don't refuse my toast and drink a forfeit." Su Yu turned around and gave the bodyguard a look. The bodyguard, who was 1.9 meters tall and had served in the army, directly scolded, "Talk to our boss nicely. Don't slam the table at every turn." The other 3 bodyguards also stared at her fiercely. Zhao Minglian had never seen such a scene before, and she shrank her neck in fear, but soon she remembered that she also brought 2 nephews with her. But her 2 nephews, after just a glance at the bodyguards, immediately shrank their necks in fear, and they looked as if they wanted to find a corner to hide in. Zhao Minglian cursed the 2 useless people in her heart, and she couldn't understand why Su Yu suddenly became rich. The data from the Gu family's investigation showed that this orphan had been poor for a long time. Zhao Minglian thought of the short videos she often saw recently. Some people obviously had no money, but liked to pretend to be hired a bunch of people to flatter themselves, pretending to be a rich lady, and used this to become an internet celebrity. She felt that Su Yu must be pretending, and now there was a little more disdain in her eyes. "Su Yu, if you return to the Gu family and win the favor of my cousin and cousin's wife, maybe you can really show off your wealth as a young lady, and you don't have to pretend like you are now without money." Su Yu? Su Yu didn't understand Zhao Minglian's train of thought, frowned and said, "If this is all you have to say, then don't waste my time." The bodyguard behind him also gave a fierce look. Zhao Minglian was so frightened that she could only repeat in her heart that it was all bluffing. She mustered up the courage to convey Mrs. Gu's meaning. "I accept you on behalf of the Gu family, but you don't understand the etiquette of the upper class, so you can only go back as the adopted daughter of the Gu family." Su Yu looked at her with an even stranger look. "I seem to have rejected you more than once. Whether it's a biological daughter or an adopted daughter, I don't care. The Gu family has 50 billion assets. If you just pull out a hair, you will have more money than you have now. You are willing to do it." Su Yu regretted it a little. Because she didn't want to see Zhao Minglian throwing a tantrum, she chose to meet in a high-end tea house. But who would have thought that it was Su Yu who wanted to throw a tantrum and hit people now? "You are anxious. Why do you seem to care more about the Gu family's money than me? Didn't I say that I am willing to give you this opportunity to be a daughter?" Su Yu said. "Who doesn't want to go home? There are your blood relatives there. The Gu family is still a top wealthy family," Zhao Minglian said naggingly. Su Yu felt sick when she heard this. "Don't my blood relatives come to pick me up in person? Where is Madame Gu?" Zhao Minglian didn't know how to explain it. Should she say that Madame Gu has mysophobia and refuses to step into the village in the city? Su Yu saw her expression, and Madame Gu's face almost appeared in front of her. The Gu family hasn't bothered anyone for a while, and now they suddenly appear. Did something happen? She thought about it for a while, thinking about what happened at this time in her previous life, and a glimmer flashed in her eyes. "Your mother has something to do, so she asked me to pick you up," Zhao Minglian said with difficulty. Su Yu deliberately asked, "She sent someone like you to pick me up. Is she actually a stepmother?" Chapter 78. "Of course she is not a stepmother. Don't talk nonsense." Zhao Minglian just finished refuting, and suddenly she was unhappy again. "What's wrong with someone like me? I am not worthy of picking you up." Su Yu looked her up and down. "You should be just an unimportant dog around her. She won't let you get involved in the real important things." Although Su Yu was telling the truth, Zhao Minglian was still very angry. "You are an uneducated orphan. You deserve to be thrown at the door of the orphanage." Before she finished her dirty words, Su Yu reminded her, "I recorded it. You called me an orphan with a dead father, dead mother and dead family. Let the Gu family listen to it later." Zhao Minglian was so scared that she almost made a sharp explosion. "I only said orphan, not your dead father and dead mother. Don't talk nonsense." Su Yu said casually, "What a joke. Have you ever seen a person with a father and a mother as an orphan?" Zhao Minglian almost screamed again, and someone in the tea house was already looking at her with strange eyes. Zhao Minglian knew that the Gu family didn't care much about Su Yu, but if her words as an outsider scolding the young lady of the host family really got to Mrs. Gu's ears, she would not be in a good situation. Su Yu didn't have the patience to listen to the screams, but knocked on the table. "Where you came from, go back there. If you dare to bother the landlord again, this recording will be sent to Mrs. Gu immediately." Zhao Minglian nodded in fear, but she couldn't help asking, You really don't plan to recognize your biological parents?" Su Yu sneered and said, "Recognize? Why not?" Zhao Minglian immediately looked at her expectantly and said, "I am your father's cousin, and I can still speak in front of him." As long as you don't spread the recording, I can help you. Su Yu looked contemptuous and put on a very high attitude. Don't the Gu family think I'm doing this for their money? Go back and tell them that you have to give me at least 10 billion before I am willing to consider recognizing my biological parents. Otherwise, forget it. Zhao Minglian stared at Su Yu's back with her eyes wide open. It's crazy. How dare she ask for it? You really take yourself seriously. She wanted to chase him, but Su Yu's bodyguards were not pushovers and stopped him. She could only watch from afar as Su Yu got into the luxury car surrounded by bodyguards. Her nephew, who had been playing dumb before, suddenly said, "Aunt, the tea house wants you to settle the bill." Zhao Minglian, shocked. The nephew looked at Su Yu getting into the car and said, "This car is so expensive, it costs at least tens of millions." Zhao Minglian's face was full of jealousy. Such an expensive car, where did the stinky girl get the money? Even though she saw the luxury car with her own eyes, she still didn't want to believe that Su Yu was rich. She thought she either rented it or cheated. When she saw Mrs. Gu, she naturally wouldn't say anything good about Su Yu. "Cousin, that girl is exactly the same as Feng Chuan said. She has the words rude and unruly written on her face. There is no way to communicate with her." Zhao Minglian's bad words came out as if she didn't want money. Mrs. Gu slowly used scissors to cut off the extra leaves on the flower branches and inserted the flowers into the vase with elegant movements. "What did you tell her? She doesn't plan to go back to the Gu family with you at all?" Mrs. Gu asked. Zhao Minglian looked at Mrs. Gu. Although she looked calm, she had been with her for a long time and could naturally feel that Mrs. Gu was not happy at the moment. She immediately said carefully, "The child didn't say it completely. She was just greedy." Mrs. Gu's eyes were still on the vase in front of her, and she asked casually, "So greedy?" Zhao Minglian said helplessly, "She said she would recognize her as her relative if I gave her 10 billion. Snap. Mrs. Gu cut the rose branch in half with the scissors in her hand, turned her head and stared at Zhao Minglian sharply. "Did she really say that?" Zhao Minglian, "Cousin, how dare I lie about such a thing? That girl was very arrogant. She said exactly that. I really dare not lie." Mrs. Gu had a gloomy face. Zhao Minglian continued to complain. "She is just obsessed with money. She puts on a big show, brings 4 bodyguards with her, and rides in a luxury car, but she is very stingy. I paid for all the tea." Mrs. Gu's face became even darker. How could such a beautiful young girl have such a show? Isn't it obvious? She felt that the reputation of the Gu family was about to be ruined by Su Yu. Asshole. Zhao Minglian waited for Mrs. Gu to calm down, and asked again, "Cousin, do you want me to continue looking for her?" Mrs. Gu refused. "Forget it, I have other arrangements." Zhao Minglian was not very happy about the reduction of tasks, but asked, "Cousin, has the purchase of fireworks for the branch company this year been decided?" Zhao Minglian's family runs a fireworks factory. Every year, the branch company of the Gu family that runs an amusement park will buy a batch of fireworks from the fireworks factory for fireworks performances. Mrs. Gu restrained her expression, glanced at her, and said, "I never care about the company's affairs." Zhao Minglian's heart skipped a beat, knowing that Mrs. Gu did not agree, and it was also a punishment for her not getting the job done. She wanted to defend herself a few more times, but Mrs. Gu said, "I am not feeling well and want to rest for a while. You can do as you please." Zhao Minglian, who was ordered to leave, did not dare to stay in the Gu family any longer, and could only look back every few steps to leave. As soon as she walked out of the door of the Gu family villa, a pink Ferrari slowly drove in. After Gu Shuang got out of the car, she saw Zhao Minglian seem to have thought of something and stopped immediately. Ying is back. Zhao Minglian's face was full of flattering smiles. Even though she knew that Gu Shuang was just a fake daughter of the Gu family, she did not dare to neglect her at all. After all, this lucky girl was the treasure of everyone in the Gu family. Gu Shuang called her cousin without thinking and asked, "Did your cousin go to see your sister today?" Zhao Minglian nodded. She also knew how to make Gu Shuang happy, and said, "Ying, don't mention it. Your sister is really too rude. The children who grew up in the orphanage have no manners at all. You are so elegant. Everyone will praise you as the real daughter of a famous family when you go out." Although Gu Shuang enjoyed the flattery, she was also worried that Su Yu would come back to grab her position. Sister still refuses to recognize her parents. Zhao Minglian said, "She is willing to consider it now, but she is just daydreaming and wants your parents to give her 10 billion. Gu Shuang was relieved when she heard this. The more outrageous Su Yu was, the more she was disliked by the Gu family, and the less likely she was to come back, so that her position would be more stable. She looked worried and said, "Sister is too greedy. Is Mom angry now?" Zhao Menglian nodded. When Gu Shuang entered the villa, she went straight to Mrs. Gu. The previous smugness on her face was gone, replaced by a worried look. Mom, this is the amulet I prayed for my elder brother at Jing'an Temple. Don't worry, my elder brother will definitely recover. Chapter 79. Mrs. Gu took the amulet. When she saw her well-behaved and sensible little daughter, she seemed to feel less sad. She took the initiative to hold Gu Shuang's hand and said, "Fortunately, you are sensible, otherwise Mom doesn't know what to do." Gu Shuang comforted her. "Mom, I really wish I was the one who got sick, and I also hope that I can successfully match with my eldest brother, but unfortunately." Mrs. Gu's nose was sour. All along, the person she relied on most besides her husband was her eldest son. When her eldest son got into trouble, she was naturally sad. She patted her daughter's hand gently. "Silly child, don't say such things. You and your elder brother are equally important in my heart. If we really want to say who is sick, why can't it be that evil person outside?" Gu Shuang lowered her head, covering the slightly raised corners of her mouth, and threw herself into her mother's arms, and said sincerely, "Sister is also my flesh and blood, only I am an outsider. My mother has raised me for so many years, and I am willing to do anything for my mother." Mrs. Gu hugged her daughter, and watched the child's graceful movements even when she was crying, which met her imagination of a perfect daughter. She couldn't help but sigh again, why Gu Shuang was not her biological daughter. Gu Shuangbai and Gu Yuji appeared beside the mother and daughter at some point. Gu Yuji coughed and took the initiative to say, "Mom, there's no need to ask Suyuyu. My eldest brother and I are a good match, and I will donate bone marrow to him." The children of the Gu family were named after Feng Shuangxiu. The eldest, Gu Fengchuan, was the original successor of the group. The second, Gu Shuangbai, liked to stand in the spotlight, so he entered the entertainment industry. The third son, Gu Yuji, was obsessed with painting and had already been known as a talented painter. The two brothers valued their family very much. After learning that their eldest brother was ill, one turned down all the notices, and the other, who was originally following his teacher abroad to collect folk songs, resolutely returned to China to accompany his family. Mrs. Gu immediately stopped her youngest son. "You are weak. How can you donate bone marrow to your eldest brother? They are all children of the same mother. Your sister will definitely be a good match. Don't worry about these things." Gu Yuji coughed lightly and stopped talking. But the second brother Gu Shuangbai said indignantly, "I am in good health, but unfortunately I failed to match with my eldest brother. Otherwise, why would I ask that girl? She is really a piece of shit. Even if you didn't raise her, you had a hard pregnancy for 10 months. You had a difficult delivery at that time. Without you, she wouldn't be where she is today. Now that the Gu family is willing to accept her, a country girl, she should be grateful." Mrs. Gu looked at her second son with a touching face and said, "As long as you know how hard your mother works, your mother will be satisfied." Gu Shuangbai scolded Suyuyu again. His mouth was as fast as rap, and no one else could get in the conversation. In his mouth, Suyuyu's refusal to recognize her biological parents was a crime of the same level as murder and arson. While scolding, he did not forget to comfort Gu Shuang. "Ying, I don't care about real daughter or fake daughter, you are my only sister." Gu Shuang just returned her second brother a touching smile, and she felt a burning sensation, as if something was burning a hole in her body. She couldn't help but turn her head, and happened to meet Gu Yuji's eyes. At the moment of eye contact, she felt the burning friendship in his eyes, and was frightened and dodged immediately. Mrs. Gu didn't notice the strangeness of her little daughter, but said, "You are all good children, and our family will definitely get through this difficult time." Gu Shuangbai asked someone to bring another bunch of flowers, and accompany Mrs. Gu to arrange flowers. When there was a bouquet of flowers in the vase, Gu Shuangbai asked the servants at home to send this vase of flowers to the ward. "My eldest brother is sick, and the flowers in the ward must always be the freshest. He will be particularly happy to see that it is sent by my mother." Mrs. Gu couldn't help but feel sour in her eyes again. She didn't like the smell of disinfectant in the ward, so she didn't visit her son often, but she felt that the eldest son would definitely understand her feelings. With a group of children surrounding Mrs. Gu, her mood soon improved. She even ate half an extra bowl of dinner. She finally changed her previous melancholy look, and was no longer sad. As a caring daughter, Gu Shuang seemed to spend a lot of time with her mother. She waited until Mrs. Gu fell asleep before she left the third floor, and quietly returned to the second floor. The Gu couple lived on the third floor, and the 4 children lived on the second floor. At this time, the lights were on in the corridor on the second floor, but there was no other movement. Gu Shuang breathed a sigh of relief, and quickly opened her door. As soon as she entered the room, the lights in the room suddenly lit up. Each child in the Gu family has a suite bedroom, a small living room, a study, and a cloakroom. The place where the lights were on at this time was the small living room at the entrance. When Gu Shuiying saw the person sitting under the light, she froze and stood at the door for a long time without daring to move. "Are you hiding from me?" Gu Yuji asked softly. He was playing with a necklace in his hand, which Gu Shuiying had thrown on the table before. Gu Shuiying hurriedly explained, "Third brother, you misunderstood. I'm not hiding from you. I just want to take care of Mom more." Gu Yuji stood up and approached step by step. Gu Shuiying wanted to retreat, but there was a door behind her, and she couldn't avoid it at all. Gu Shuiying felt a huge sense of oppression, and frantically thought about how to get away. Gu Yuji slowly supported his right hand on the door, and the petite Gu Shuiying seemed to be held in his arms. He lowered his head to Gu Shuiying's ear and whispered, "My sister is hiding from me. I'm really sad." Gu Shuiying's heart trembled. "Third brother, Gu Yuji gently covered his sister's lips with his left hand. "Call me brother. Don't call me third brother." Gu Shuiying's lips immediately pursed into a straight line, her face full of forbearance, as if she was suffering great torture. Sister has grown up, and has her own little thoughts. Gu Yuji sighed. "When you were a child, you said that you would always be with your brother when you grow up." Gu Shuiying's heart was beating like a drum, and her eyes were full of pleading, fearing that passers-by would hear the noise in her room. "Why don't you wear the necklace I gave you?" Gu Yuji asked while putting the necklace on himself. His fingers gently stroked Gu Shuiying's delicate and white neck. Gu Shuiying trembled slightly, and there was a touch of water in her eyes. "Brother." Gu Yuji's hands gently rubbed her neck. "You seem to really want to stay in the Gu family." "I saw it." Gu Shuiying's pupils shrank, and she looked at Gu Yuji in disbelief. Her mind was in a mess for a while, and she didn't know how much Gu Yuji had seen. Gu Yuji exuded a faint sandalwood scent. He seemed calm, but a terrifying storm was brewing in his eyes. He suddenly grabbed Gu Shuiying's neck with his right hand. His movements were fierce, but his voice was as gentle as a lover's whisper. "You knew long ago that you were not a child of the Gu family, so you deliberately provoked me?" Chapter 80. Gu Shuiying felt a heat spreading from her ears to her whole body. She wanted to struggle, but the other party controlled her more forcefully. Just when she felt that she was about to suffocate to death, Gu Yuji suddenly let go of her hand. Gu Shuiying retorted with red eyes. "I don't know what you are talking about. I never thought of provoking you." "Really?" Gu Shuiying wanted to continue to refute, but was stared at by Gu Yuji, which frightened her so much that she swallowed the words on her lips and lowered her head to avoid his sight. Just when Gu Shuiying thought that she would be stared at by him, Gu Yuji suddenly laughed, and then Gu Shuiying felt the warm touch on her forehead. "Bad thing, you want her not to come back. So what price are you willing to pay?" Gu Shuiying didn't know for a moment whether Gu Yuji was really willing to help her. Gu Yuji didn't seem to be in a hurry and said, "Think about it slowly." Gu Shuiying was gently pulled aside by him. The door opened and closed, and she was the only one left in the room. Gu Yuji had obviously left the room, but Gu Shuiying could still smell the lingering sandalwood scent. She stood there for a long time before she finally regained her strength and looked at the cloakroom not far away. There were gorgeous clothes and jewelry in it. Any piece of clothing might be worth the wealth of an ordinary person's lifelong struggle. Gu Shuiying reached out and pinched the necklace pendant on her neck. This necklace was a birthday gift from Gu Yuji. It was said that it was made by hand. The pendant was two long-haired little people, a man and a woman, one with a bird on his head and the other with a pottery jar on his head. Gu Shuiying didn't know what the pendant pattern meant, so she could only attribute it to the artist's peculiar taste. She didn't like the necklace and was afraid of Gu Yuji. But what she feared more was, "I don't want to live a life of poverty." There was no one listening in the room, and the low whispers gradually dissipated into the air. Suyu didn't know about the storm in the Gu family. She sat Xiaomingli in a way and thought she could have some peace and quiet for a while, but she didn't expect a guest to come to her house in person. "Mr. Liu, you came back from Gansu province so soon?" Suyu asked. Lu Jingyao said, "I followed your travel guide for 5 days, but I couldn't squeeze out more time. The company's business doesn't wait, so I had to return to Shanghai in advance." Suyu knew that he was a busy man, unlike herself, who made money by picking up leaks. A touch of sympathy flashed in her eyes. Lu Jingyao rarely came to visit empty-handed. This time he also brought a gift, a set of 4 treasures of the study. Suyu frowned slightly, not understanding how the news of her learning calligraphy reached Lu Jingyao's ears. She couldn't help but suspect that there was a ghost in the family. Lu Jingyao explained, "I also learned calligraphy from teacher Zhang, and I happened to meet him downstairs. He mentioned you and praised you for your talent even though you started late. I didn't expect that we would become brothers and sisters in the same school. Lu Jingyao didn't lie. This coincidence was so outrageous that he felt it was outrageous. Of course, if Lu Jingyao didn't have a house in this building, he wouldn't have met teacher Zhang by chance. Su Yu felt relieved and said, I couldn't understand the beauty of calligraphy before. I recently got a new collection and deeply understood its beauty. Lu Jingyao's eyes lit up and asked, Can I see it? Su Yu didn't refuse. After all, if this letter from Xingong was to be auctioned in the future, Lu Jingyao might be one of the bidders. The words are refined and delicate, the strokes are smooth and graceful, and the writing is unique and majestic. It is really a masterpiece handed down from generation to generation. Lu Jingyao praised repeatedly. Su Yu felt the same as him, but due to her cultural level, she could not express these words of praise as fluently as he did. But every time she saw it, Su Yu could not help but admire it. She had copied it privately, but the result only made her feel the disparity of the world. She had handled jade jewelry and handed down porcelain in the past. Although she was shocked by the beauty of the precious gems, she had never wanted to own it as much as she did when facing this calligraphy, and was unwilling to sell it. If one day, Ms. Su wants to auction this painting, please let me know in advance. Lu Jingyao was afraid of missing the auction. Su Yu nodded, don't worry. Although she particularly liked this calligraphy, she was still a vulgar person after all. What she loved most was always money. Even though there were many zeros in her account now, she still felt it was not enough. I came here rashly today because I have a request. The assistant, who has been my female companion, is on vacation. I can't find a suitable female companion for a while. I hope you can help me and accompany me to the performance tomorrow night. Lu Jingyao suddenly said. Su Yu looked at him in confusion. Compared with the prosperity of the upper-class society, she still prefers to stay at home. After all, the few upper-class banquets in the past did not bring her many good memories. We are not abroad, so why would you lack a female companion? Lu Jingyao lowered his head slightly, and said with a little pity, as Assistant Lu taught him, Except for you, I have almost no other female friends. Maybe my request is too presumptuous, and maybe you don't think I am a friend. Su Yu, Su Yu felt as if a scent of tea lingered on the tip of her nose. But for adults, it seems normal to use feelings to maintain interests. Su Yu thought that Lu Jingyao was a big customer, and he was the one who sent those Japanese people away on the previous big business. If the other party acted like this, it would be particularly unkind for her to refuse. Since you said so, how could I embarrass you? Su Yu said very politely. She looked at Lu Jingyao, and her eyes suddenly lit up. I don't know how to thank you. After Lu Jingyao made his request, he left without asking Su Yu to have dinner. The next morning, just as Su Yu got up, the housekeeper Zhang said with a smile, Boss, Mr. Lu invited a styling team to come to your house for the dinner party tonight. Although they came early, Mr. Lu instructed in advance that they will only serve you all day, so you don't have to worry. Su Yu nodded casually and asked, Remember to treat them well. Sister Zhang said, Don't worry, I know the limits. But speaking of it, Mr. Lu really values you. Su Yu is young and beautiful, and standing with Lu Jingyao is like a perfect couple. Sister Zhang also hopes that the two can get married. But Su Yu shook her head and said, He doesn't value me, but this dinner. She couldn't help but think of the dinner she attended abroad. It is said that the business she won was the most important deal of the Lu Group in the past 3 years. Su Yu still thinks that Lu Jingyao is a businessman, but he is a businessman who spends money very generously. Although she likes fancy clothes and jewelry, she can't help but think too much because of these dazzling lights, but she always reminds herself that she can afford these things herself, and she must not have other thoughts about Lu Jingyao because of the fancy filter. After Su Yu finished breakfast, she met the styling team, but after listening to their self-introduction, she couldn't help but be shocked. Lanyu Studio? Lanyu Studio's chief stylist Shi smiled and said, Miss Su has also heard of us. That's really our honor. Lanyu Studio is the top styling team in China. It is said to be extremely difficult to hire. Su Yu should not have known about them, but when Gu Shuang got married in her previous life, she wanted to ask Lanyu Studio to create a special look for her, but was rejected by the other party. Gu Shuang was in a bad mood for many days because of this matter. Until her fiancé spent a lot of money to hire a top styling team from abroad, she was able to smile again. Su Yu didn't expect that she would actually meet this top team before a dinner party. She became more and more certain in her heart, this dinner party must be very important. Chapter 81. As the top styling team in China, Lanyu Studio has always served only the super rich and top stars. Although Su Yu was a stranger, they did not dare to neglect her at all. At this time, several people surrounded Su Yu and wanted to praise her to the sky. Miss Su, your skin is so good, so white that it can shine. How do you usually maintain it? Miss Su, you are more beautiful than big stars. If you enter the entertainment industry, you will definitely be more popular than those top stars. Miss Su, you have a good foundation. You look beautiful no matter how you dress up. You are very suitable for every set of clothes. Su Yu was coaxed by a bunch of beautiful male and female stylists. She almost believed it, but she knew that she was not used to being in the spotlight. She had no intention of debuting herself after opening an entertainment company. Su Yu couldn't count how many sets of haute couture she tried in the morning. When she finally put on a green haute couture dress, Su Yu's breathing became lighter. This is it. Su Yu saw the amazing look on the face of the chief stylist in the mirror. She also understood Su Yu at this moment. She looked beautiful in other dresses, but this one was different. When she put it on, it was like she had met the dress of life. The person in the mirror seemed to be shining. Su Yu was not short of money, and was willing to spend millions to pay for a momentary impulse. She said directly, "Please contact the brand for me. I want to buy this dress." The high-end dresses in the styling team are usually borrowed from the brand. This time, they borrowed many dresses in the name of Lu Jingyao. When Su Yu heard that Su Yu wanted to buy the dress, she was about to agree, but suddenly thought of something and said, "Miss Su, Mr. Lu has already bought this dress. He has said hello in advance. As long as you like it, I will give it to you." Su Yu always knew that Lu Jingyao was generous, so she was not surprised to hear this. But this dress gave her a different feeling. Just like the letter from Xingong, she was eager to take it for herself, and the meaning of her hard work to earn money seemed to be realized at this moment. She didn't want others to pay for this life dress, even if that person was Lu Jingyao, whom she didn't dislike. She wanted to put this dress alone, in a place where she could see it at a glance, as if to say, she is no longer the girl who was at the mercy of others in her previous life. "Please tell Mr. Lu that I want to pay for this dress myself," Su Yu said, and directly pulled Shi Yu to transfer the money. Shi Yu couldn't refuse, and kept saying it's much more as she looked at the 10 million yuan deposited into her account. Su Yu didn't care about this little money. If it's more, just consider it as a deposit for your studio next time. As the top team in the industry, Lanyu Studio doesn't accept reservations from everyone, but Shi Yu said directly, "Miss Su, next time you need our service, just tell us directly. You are Mr. Lu's friend, so you are our guest." Su Yu was puzzled. "Do you have a good relationship with Mr. Lu?" Shi Yu smiled awkwardly. "Mr. Lu is the major shareholder of the studio. Without him, our studio wouldn't be what it is today." Su Yu didn't expect there was such a connection, but then she thought about it. Lu Jingyao seemed to have always been known as an investment genius in the business world. He also understood art very well, so it didn't seem strange to dig out several top stylists in advance. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Jingyao came on time. Su Yu was ready. Her hair seemed to be casually tied up, but in fact it was the result of 2 stylists working for an hour. She wore an emerald gem necklace around her neck. Obviously, the jewelry is eye-catching enough, but it is still not as good as Su Yu at this moment. Assistant Lu just took a look and immediately lowered his head. Lu Jingyao's eyes were full of surprise, and he watched Su Yu walk towards him. Her figure was slender and graceful, and the fragmented light fell on Su Yu. The tiny dust particles dancing in the air seemed to be particularly attached to her. In a trance, it seemed as if he saw a forest goddess walking out of the lush greenery. Lu Jingyao felt his heart beating violently, as if it was about to jump out of his chest. Everything around him became so unreal, as if he had fallen into the most beautiful dream of a summer night. He suddenly regretted his decision to invite Su Yu to the dinner party. He wanted to hide such a rare treasure in a place where only he could see it. The heels are too high and too thin. I'm a little uncomfortable wearing them. Su Yu's low complaint interrupted Lu Jingyu's meditation. Lu Jingyao looked down, and saw that Su Yu was wearing a pair of emerald green satin stiletto high heels. The heels looked at least 8 centimeters high. He looked back at the people in Lanyu Studio and asked, "Are there no other shoes?" Shi Yu said helplessly, "Mr. Lu, this pair of shoes is the most suitable. Don't you think Miss Su is perfect now?" Lu Jingyao was about to speak when Su Yu stopped him. "This pair of shoes is very good. I don't want to change it. At most, I will walk slower." Shi Yu immediately laughed and surrounded Su Yu and praised, "Miss Su understands us the best. If we can show up beautifully, we really can't tolerate any imperfections. We are happy even if we step on the edge of a knife." Lu Jingyao didn't understand the girl's heart at all, and just felt inexplicable. Although he didn't understand, he deliberately slowed down his pace to adapt to Su Yu. From the elevator to the car, Su Yu barely adapted to high heels, but even if she wore 8-centimeter high shoes, she could only see Lu Jingyao's chin when she looked up, and couldn't help muttering in her heart how tall this person was. After getting in the car, Lu Jingyao immediately said, "It's at least half an hour's journey, take off your shoes and rest your feet." He suddenly regretted that he shouldn't force Su Yu to accompany him to the dinner, so that she wouldn't have to suffer this. Su Yu shook her head, "I can't take off my shoes. If I take them off now, I won't have the courage to put them on later." Lu Jingyao could only understand that this was another persistence of the beauty. After driving for half an hour, the car drove steadily into a villa area. Su Yu looked at the familiar scenery around her. She had been to this villa area in her previous life, but it was only a few years later. At that time, she had attended the dinner with the Gu family. The organizer of the dinner was Gu Shuang's husband's family, that is, Lu Xiaoyan, who had met before. It was also at that time that Gu Shuang fell down the stairs and had a miscarriage, and Su Yu was kicked out of the Gu family. Every job she found was messed up by Gu Shuang's husband. Su Yu actually still can't figure it out. She was clearly no threat to Gu Shuang at that time, so why did Gu Shuang bear to use a child to frame her? Chapter 82. Jingyao, you are here. Come in quickly. Your parents are here. Lu Ziyuan has come forward, his face full of intimacy. Other guests were surprised to see the scene. Lu Ziyuan is the head of the Lu family. He rarely greets a young person in person. When they saw that the person he was receiving was Lu Jingyao, they did not find it strange. Lu Ziyuan is only a branch of the Lu family. It is estimated that his assets are not even 1/10 of Lu Jingyao's. He has to rely on Lu Jingyao's family for many things. Naturally, he dare not be negligent in his attitude. Third cousin. After Lu Jingyao greeted him, he turned around and opened the back door himself, helping Su Yu get out of the car. The guests around couldn't help but mutter in their hearts when they saw this scene. Did Lu Jingyao fall in love? After all, no one had ever seen him be so considerate to a girl. A hand stretched out from the car door, with distinct joints, white and slender. Just a glance, it aroused people's reverie. When they saw Su Yu's face, everyone couldn't help but breathe lightly. She was wearing a long green silk dress with thin straps, outlining her slender figure. She was so beautiful that she looked like a dream. If the wind blew, she would be blown away. Such a beautiful girl. No wonder Lu Jingyao, who has been an iceberg for thousands of years, was moved. A guest whispered. Everyone could see that Lu Jingyu's heart and eyes were all on Su Yu. Lu Xiaoyan was originally standing behind his father Lu Ziyuan, and when he saw Su Yu, he opened his eyes in surprise. The last time they met was in the Jade Pavilion, but although Su Yu was in a grand manner at that time, she was wearing a simple white t-shirt and jeans, not like now, so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes away. Lu Xiaoyan went to the Jade Museum several times later, but he didn't meet Su Yu. He didn't expect to meet her here. He had always guessed that Su Yu was a canary raised by a big boss. Now that the mystery is revealed, he can't laugh at all. What makes him even more uncomfortable is that Lu Jingyao actually brought people here directly. What's the difference between this and the official announcement? Will this woman become his cousin's wife? Will he have to live by flattering her in the future? Lu Xiaoyan kept staring at Su Yu, with a mess of thoughts flashing through his mind, and he didn't realize that Lu Jingyao's eyes had become extremely unfriendly when he looked at him. Lu Ziyuan was still a wise man. He pulled his son hard and asked with a smile, "You have been staring at Miss Su. Do you know each other?" Su Yu smiled and said, "I did meet Master Lu once, and he even gave me a good stone." The old things were brought up again. When Lu Xiaoyan thought about his inexplicable loss of 400 million, he pulled a smile on his face that was uglier than crying. When Lu Jingyao heard this, he looked at him with the eyes of a love rival. "Third cousin, I didn't know Lu Xiaoyan had the habit of buying stones. Although it is gambling on stones, it is still related to gambling. It is better to stay away from it." Lu Ziyuan turned around and glared at his son, which scared Lu Xiaoyan so much that he shrank his neck and pretended to be a quail. "Jingyao, thanks for your reminder. This useless guy in my family is really worse than you. He can't write 2 Lu characters with 1 stroke. You should take care of your cousin in the future. If he can learn 1% of you, I will be relieved." Lu Ziyuan tried to get close to him. Lu Jingyao was still thinking about Su Yu's feet, and he casually said a few perfunctory words and walked in with people. "Are you relatives?" Su Yu asked. Lu Jingyao immediately explained, "Although we are relatives, the relationship is quite distant. Today is their old man's 70th birthday." Su Yu was puzzled. "Is there an important person coming to celebrate the birthday?" Lu Jingyao nodded. "He is from the capital." The man has some connection with the previous generation of Lu Xiaoyan's family. He has a tight schedule, and made an appointment with me to meet here to talk in detail. At this time, a middle-aged man and woman on the second floor looked down cautiously from upstairs. Is that the girl Jingyao likes? Lu's father asked cautiously. Mother Lu is obsessed with looks. She looked at Su Yuyu with sparkling eyes and said, she is so pretty, but I don't know whose child she is. Father Lu said, you know all the girls in the circle. You have held tea parties at home for many years. It's a pity that Jingyao didn't like any of them. Mother Lu got angry when she mentioned this. If I had known that he would be so slow to get smart, I wouldn't bother to think about it. Father Lu was worried. You don't know any of them, so they must not be in the circle. If they are not a good match, I'm afraid Jingyao won't be able to help and won't last long. Mother Lu interrupted him. Come on, her face is a good match for Jingyao. You are always nitpicking. When Jingyao brings back a good match, you will know how to match. Father Lu was speechless and stretched his neck to see how the two got along. If you want to hide, hide. People look up. Mother Lu reminded hurriedly. Su Yuyu downstairs felt that someone was staring at her. She looked up and saw two heads shrinking back frantically. Lu Jingyao followed her line of sight and immediately frowned. Sit here for a while. I saw two acquaintances. Go and say hello. Before leaving, Lu Jingyao helped Su Yuyu sit on the sofa beside him, and even brought her fruit snacks and drinks. Lu Jingyao walked a few steps to the corner of the banquet hall, and went up to the second floor along the hidden stairs. At this time, Lu's parents carefully stretched their necks to look downstairs again. Why is there only that girl alone? Where did this brat go? Just let him stay there alone. Mother Lu complained. Father Lu said, maybe people don't like his bad face every day, and they think he is annoying, so they ignore him? Father Lu, who was still thinking about the good match, suddenly became anxious. Lu Jingyao stood behind his parents with a dark face, and listened to the two people talking bad about him. He coughed to remind them. Old Lu, why are you coughing suddenly? Cold? Mother Lu asked casually. Father Lu was puzzled. I didn't cough. The couple turned their heads, and saw their eldest son standing behind them. You walked silently, and scared me. Mother Lu took the initiative to blame her son. Lu Jingyao said, didn't you say you couldn't come? You said before that I would represent you to attend today's banquet? Father Lu and Mother Lu looked at each other with guilt. Isn't it because I haven't seen my relatives for a long time? It's just right to come here to keep in touch. Mother Lu explained dryly. Lu Jingyao frowned and said, I remember you hate their family the most. Lu Xiaoyan's family often flaunted outside under the banner of Lu Jingyao, which made Father Lu and Mother Lu unhappy. Therefore, Lu's parents rarely showed up for Lu Xiaoyan's family affairs. If they hadn't heard that Lu Jingyao would bring a female companion this time, the couple would never come to join in the fun. Mother Lu casually exposed her peeping behavior and kept asking Lu Jingyao, Son, tell us, who is this girl from? What does she do? What is her education? How many people are there in her family? Is she good-tempered? Lu Jingyao said, she is not the daughter of any family. She is in the antique business and has a good eye. She has successfully found bargains several times, and now has business dealings with me. Father Lu frowned slightly when he heard this. Mother Lu was very excited. The first generation of rich people, strong woman, not only is she beautiful, but she is also capable. My son has a good eye. Maybe one day when our family goes bankrupt, she can still live with you. Chapter 83. Lu Jingyao had a dark face. Mom, can't you expect me to be better? Mother Lu pretended not to hear her unlucky son's words, and turned to ask her husband, Is my hair messy? How is my makeup? She is a working woman, and I, as a full-time wife, can't give her a bad first impression. If it's messy, what if she doesn't like Jingyao because of me? Father Lu was skilled in blowing rainbow farts. Very good, you look perfect now. You are not a full-time wife. You are also in charge of 2 charitable foundations, which are the pillars of our Lu family. Mother Lu immediately looked happy and said, You look pretty good now. You don't look like a retired old man at all. The old couple looked at each other and felt happy. Only Lu Jingyao looked defensive and said, What do you want to do? Don't go and scare her suddenly. Mother Lu looked unhappy and said, Your father and I are not a scourge. How could we scare her? Don't worry. We are not the evil mother-in-law and father-in-law on the internet. We know the limits. Lu Jingyao couldn't be at ease at all. He knew better than anyone how much these two people wanted to hold their grandchildren. Mother Lu rolled her eyes and pulled her husband, Old Lu, talk to him, tell him how hard I have been these years. Lu Jingyao was full of doubts. Mother Lu has been pampered for these years, and she has been asking for everything at home. Even his own son couldn't tell where his mother suffered. Although Father Lu was still entangled in the fact that Su Yuyu was not a girl in the circle, he could not resist his son's liking and his wife's approval. His slight opposition immediately disappeared without a trace. He was eager to support his wife and said, "Your mother and I are both guests at the banquet. I want to chat with another guest at the banquet. Is this not okay?" "Yes, your father is right." Mother Lu nodded vigorously. Lu Jingyao was so confused that he simply said, "If she is scared away by you, I will never get married and be single for the rest of my life." This threat really hit the old couple's soft spot. Mother Lu took a step back helplessly. "Okay, I won't bother her now, but you can't keep hiding from us like this." Father Lu echoed, "It's not a good idea to always be sneaky. When will you bring her home? Let's meet each other formally. You are not young anymore. You finally have a girlfriend. You can't hide her. Your mother prepared a gift for meeting her 8 years ago. It's almost patina, but she hasn't given it away yet." Lu Jingyao said, "Don't worry. You can meet her when the time comes." Mother Lu was so anxious that she almost jumped up. "Why are you not in a hurry? You are already 28 years old. Men are worthless after 28. Lu Jingyao thought she was talking nonsense. Mother Lu continued to speak. "When he thought about you being single, your grandfather couldn't sleep all night at home. Every day I can only watch you and Assistant Lu flirting with each other, and I'm afraid that you two will fall in love with each other one day. Do you know how uncomfortable I feel?" Veins popped out of Lu Jingyao's forehead. "Assistant Lu and I are innocent." Mother Lu snorted heavily. "I don't believe it unless you bring the girl home." Lu Jingyao, Father Lu looked at his son with suspicion. "You little brat, have you always been so one-sided until now?" Lu Jingyao was silent. Mother Lu didn't expect the truth to be so cruel, and her head suddenly hurt. "In the past, those little girls saw you. Just like the goblins saw Tang Xing, they were fascinated by you. Is there a time when your face doesn't work?" Lu Jingyao is a big shot in the business world, but when facing his mother, he always feels particularly powerless. At this time, he can only explain dryly. "She is not that kind of superficial person. She is not superficial, and I haven't seen you impress her with your inner beauty." Lu Jingyao never knew that his mother's mouth was so vicious. He hesitated for a long time, and didn't know where to start. Father Lu suddenly looked downstairs, and saw Su Yuyu surrounded by people. "Wife, our future daughter-in-law seems to be in trouble." Su Yuyu was sitting on a sofa, in a corner of the banquet hall, eating fruit peacefully, when suddenly a shadow blocked her way. "Mom, my sister is here too." Gu Shuang's voice successfully called Mrs. Gu over. Mrs. Gu has been depressed recently because of her eldest son's illness. This time she came to the dinner because the Gu family wanted her to relax and stop frowning all day. Speaking of which, Mrs. Gu had only seen Su Yuyu's photos before, and this was the first time she saw her biological daughter, who was swapped. Even if Su Yuyu attended the dinner in a perfect dress, Mrs. Gu could find countless faults in 3 seconds. Her hair was loose and not solemn enough. Although the thin-strapped dress was beautiful, it was too ostentatious. Her face was stubborn and not pleasing enough. "Sister, call Mom quickly, you don't know how much Mom misses you." Gu Shuang urged Su Yuyu from the side. Su Yuyu frowned at the mother and daughter and said, "I am an orphan, my parents are dead." Mrs. Gu stared at Su Yuyu's beautiful almond eyes with disgust. Born in an orphanage, her heart is really wild. Gu Shuang hurriedly said, "Sister, how can you say such a thing? Won't this chill my heart? Listen to my advice, apologize to my mother quickly, and I won't bother with you." Su Yuyu glanced at Gu Shuang and said, "Who do you think you are? I should give you face?" Gu Shuang's face turned pale, she lowered her head in embarrassment, and said, I don't have bad intentions. I just don't want everyone to get too awkward." Mrs. Gu immediately protected her adopted daughter. "Don't bully Shuang. I tell you, although you are my biological daughter, I have raised Shuang for so many years, and she is also the daughter of the Gu family, no different from you." Gu Shuang looked at her adoptive mother with tears in her eyes, and said, "Mom, it doesn't matter if I suffer a little grievance. As long as my sister can calm down, and is willing to match the bone marrow with my eldest brother, I am willing to do anything." Mrs. Gu was reminded by her adopted daughter, and she thought of her own difficulties. Now, only the youngest son can match the bone marrow with the eldest son. The youngest son has always been weak, and Mrs. Gu is afraid that donating bone marrow will hurt his body, so she is naturally reluctant. But Mrs. Gu is unwilling to lose face, and begs Su Yuyu. Mrs. Gu came in 5 minutes ago, and did not see Su Yuyu coming in with Lu Jingyao. When she thought of the other party's identity from the orphanage, she instinctively felt that Su Yuyu used shameful means. "Su Yuyu, how did you get in?" Mrs. Gu lowered her voice and said, "As long as you are willing to have a bone marrow match with Feng Chuan, I am willing to recognize you and help you smooth things over so that they don't kick you out now." Chapter 84. Su Yu didn't expect that after so many years, she would still feel so disgusted when she saw Mrs. Gu's familiar face again. Mrs. Gu really hasn't changed at all. She's still so self-righteous. The three brothers of the Gu family have been with Gu Shuang for many years, so it's inevitable that they have a preference for the fake sister, all of which Su Yu can understand. But what she couldn't understand was why her biological mother had already begun to hate her biological daughter before she had ever been with her. Sometimes Su Yu couldn't help but suspect that she was not the biological daughter of the Gu family, who had been separated for many years, but an enemy who destroyed the stability and happiness of the Gu family. At this time, Mrs. Gu even used threats to achieve her goal. Su Yu asked with a smile, "Gu Fengchuan is not dead yet?" "Mrs. Gu, you little bastard, you actually cursed your own brother." "Su Yu, who are you cursing, little bastard?" Mrs. Gu was so angry that her eyes widened. She naturally understood this word game. Wild girl who doesn't know etiquette. Su Yu was not angry at all. Ah yes, a wild girl who died of her father and mother. Mrs. Gu couldn't argue with Su Yu, and she was so angry that her eyes went black. But Gu Shuang was still so tactful. "Sister, when Mom gave birth to you after 10 months of pregnancy, she almost died because of dystocia. Mom has been very hard these years. Why can't you understand?" Su Yu listened to this familiar gossip, not at all surprised. It was like this every time. It was obviously some small things. As long as Gu Shuang got involved and provoked a little with a few words, Mrs. Gu's disgust for her own daughter would go to the next level. In her previous life, Su Yu wanted to take out her heart, but the Gu family only hated her heart. After Su Yu found that she no longer had illusions about this group of people, it was very easy to deal with them. "Speak louder, so that everyone knows that I, who sneaked in, am the real daughter of the Gu family, and you are the fake daughter of the Gu family." Gu Shuang's eyes immediately avoided when she heard this. Even Mrs. Gu had a look of fear on her face. Su Yu naturally knew what Mrs. Gu was thinking. Although the Gu family lost a biological daughter, their adopted daughter, Gu Shuang, had a good reputation in the upper-class circle, and was very likely to marry into a top wealthy family. At that time, the Gu family would also be able to move up to a higher level. Mrs. Gu had feelings for Gu Shuang, but she was more concerned about interests. If outsiders knew that Gu Shuang was an adopted daughter, it would affect her value in the marriage market. Wouldn't the huge amount of resources that the Gu family has invested in her over the years be wasted? Mrs. Gu's stupid head turned again, looking at her biological daughter with a contemptuous look, and said in a low voice, "You sneaked in with this idea? You just want people in the upper class to know that you are the biological daughter of the Gu family?" Su Yu was also shocked by her brain circuit. She really took herself seriously, and said casually, "You can continue to irritate me, maybe I will yell." Mrs. Gu covered her mouth in fear, but her eyes were full of understanding. Gu Shuang whispered, "Sister, Dad and Mom have their own difficulties. I know my identity, and have never thought of competing with you. Don't embarrass Mom." Su Yu looked at Gu Shuang's face of enduring humiliation, and thought she had made a very embarrassing request. Why did you explain so much to her? If she really understood things, she wouldn't have watched your elder brother die, Mrs. Gu said. Gu Shuang said pitifully, "Sister, elder brother is still waiting for you to save his life. You can't hurt your blood relatives just because you are angry with me." Su Yu snorted coldly and said, "You are really a loving family. Since the Gu family cares about each other so much and insists on me saving Gu Fengchuan, I am not completely unwilling to donate bone marrow." Mrs. Gu looked suspicious and asked, "Do you have any plan? What else can a woman like me who is greedy for fame and wealth want?" Su Yu asked back. Mrs. Gu was on guard. "You actually plan to ask for 10 billion. You are dreaming." Su Yu laughed and said, "You have been slow to give me 10 billion. Now I have raised the price to 50 billion. I want all the assets of the Gu family, otherwise, donating bone marrow is out of the question." Mrs. Gu cursed. "He is your eldest brother. How can you be so mean?" But before she finished her words, Su Yu directly picked up the juice on the table and splashed it on Mrs. Gu's face. "You are old, drink some juice to wash your mouth." There was no warmth in Su Yu's eyes. Mrs. Gu was so angry that she almost jumped up. "How dare you do this to me? I'm your biological mother, you unfilial daughter." "Su Yu, speak louder, it's better to let everyone know our relationship. The upper class is the most face-conscious. Mrs. Gu can't let outsiders know the mess of her real and fake daughter without her husband's consent." At this time, she was like a chicken with its neck strangled, and she didn't dare to scream at all. Gu Shuang was also shocked by Su Yuyu. She vaguely realized that Su Yuyu really wanted money, but it seemed that she didn't want to recognize the Gu family as a marriage. At this time, Mrs. Gu was embarrassed, and Gu Shuang was also ashamed. She saw that Su Yuyu was a little crazy, and she didn't dare to provoke him at all. "Mom, your skirt is dirty. I help you to the lounge next to you to clean it up." Gu Shuang pulled Mrs. Gu to leave. Mrs. Gu was still angry. Just let her go so easily. How could such an uncultured guest appear at the Lu family's banquet? "Go and tell Xiaoyan to kick this bastard out. She sneaked in, so she must be kicked out." Gu Shuang was in a big headache. Because of the last gambling incident, she had been trying to distance herself from Lu Xiaoyan. Her mother was commanding her at this time, and she felt embarrassed, fearing that Lu Xiaoyan would mistakenly think that there was still hope. Gu Shuang's mind was active, and she whispered, "Mom, Mrs. Chen has been watching you. Let's go to the lounge to deal with your clothes first." Mrs. Gu and Mrs. Chen don't get along, and when she heard this, she didn't care about anything else. Go to the lounge first, and deal with this stinky girl later. Mrs. Gu hurriedly left the banquet hall, and she felt that she could hear Mrs. Chen's laughter in her ears. Not far away, Lu's mother stared at the scene with her mouth wide open. Although she couldn't hear the conversation clearly because she was far away, Su Yuyu's quick and neat action of pouring juice on people couldn't be faked at all. "I was thinking of supporting the little girl, but I didn't expect the little girl to teach me a lesson first. She is really amazing. She doesn't even show any fear when fighting two people at the same time." Lu's mother grabbed Lu's father's hand and sighed. Lu's father was amazed. The girl that Jingyao likes is really good at both literature and martial arts. Chapter 85. After listening to this, Lu Jingyao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If Su Yuyu was really the kind of little girl who expected others to help her out when she encountered difficulties, his pursuit of her wouldn't be so difficult. After Su Yuyu poured out the drink, she acted as if nothing had happened. Facing the strange looks from people around her, she sat back calmly, and picked up a piece of fruit and stuffed it into her mouth, as if everything that had just happened was just an illusion. He is calm and capable of doing great things. Father Lu admired Su Yuyu's current attitude. Mother Lu, on the other hand, completely changed her mind at this time. "You chase her first. When you catch her, your parents will meet her formally. Then we will help you arrange the proposal scene." She was also afraid that she and her husband would be too excited to see Su Yuyu. If she behaved abnormally, it would ruin the first impression and delay Lu Jingyao. Lu Jingyao was completely relieved. Father Lu whispered again, "Son, do you still remember the martial arts master I hired for you when you were a child?" Lu Jingyao didn't understand, but nodded. "Your master is still as good as ever. He won a championship 2 years ago. If you want to continue your training, you can also learn from him. This way, when your wife hits you in the future, you can still block a few times," Father Lu said. Lu Jingyao, "Dad, you should also look forward to me," Father Lu said. "Chasing a girl requires skills. If she hits you, you definitely can't fight back, but running away is too unmanly. Block it, so you won't get hurt too badly." Lu Jingyao took a deep breath. She is really not a violent person. It doesn't matter, even if she is a violent person, it doesn't matter. A wife who can hit people knows how to care for others. Father Lu comforted. Lu Jingyao didn't know where to start. He really didn't want to listen to his parents nagging, so he found an excuse and said, "She seems to need help. I go over first." Lu's father and mother immediately looked at him with an aunt's smile, as if they would see their precious grandchildren if they looked at him a few more times. "Do you think our grandchildren can inherit their good genes?" Mother Lu asked in a low voice. Father Lu looked at the two people standing together and said, "Of course they can. Their children must be smart and beautiful." Su Yuyu was eating fruit. Suddenly she turned her head and looked over, which frightened Father and Mother Lu, and they hurriedly hid. They didn't look like a wealthy couple, but more like a thief who stole vegetables from the fields. Lu Jingyao, who had just approached, felt nervous and asked, "What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Su Yuyu shook her head. She was in a dilemma at this time, wondering why Lu Jingyao turned back at this time. Just now, the system issued a new task of picking up leaks to Su Yuyu, and the task location was in Lu Xiaoyan's villa. "Go and do your own thing first, don't worry about me." Su Yuyu was thinking about how to get rid of Lu Jingyao and act alone in the villa. Lu Jingyao said, "It's inconvenient for you to wear these shoes. Tell me if you need anything." He sat down next to Su Yuyu directly, and had no intention of leaving at all, which made Su Yuyu very anxious. "I saw a small cake," Su Yuyu said. Lu Jingyao stood up immediately. "I get it for you." He came back in less than 2 minutes. Su Yu took a look at the small cake he brought back and thought to herself, what a guy. Lu Jingyao took a portion of every flavor, and the plate was full. Even if she wanted to complain about the taste, she couldn't. Su Yu never knew that Lu Jingyao had the talent to be an assistant. She asked for water and a towel, and Lu Jingyao completed all of them quickly, and well, leaving her no chance to escape. What's more terrifying is that Lu Jingyao, who looks like a young master, was clearly being manipulated by Su Yu. Not only did he not show any impatience or anger, but he seemed to enjoy it. Su Yu hesitated for a long time before asking, "Did I cause you any trouble?" Lu Jingyao looked at her suspiciously. "Did you cause any trouble?" The two of them seemed to be chatting on different channels, but Lu Jingyao's response made Su Yu feel relieved. At least her troublesome behavior was not a trouble at all in Lu Jingyao's eyes. Su Yu laughed dryly and said, "This villa is well decorated. It must have taken a lot of effort." As she spoke, Su Yu looked at the banquet hall decorated in European style with admiration in her eyes. Lu Jingyao glanced at the gorgeous and exaggerated decoration style and said, "I am familiar with this place. I will accompany you around." Su Yu took the opportunity to ask, "There are many people at the banquet today. Isn't the owner of the villa afraid that the guests will run around and cause trouble?" Lu Jingyao explained, "If the owner does not want guests to enter a place, he will block the road or lock the door in advance. The really important treasures will be put in the safe, so there is no need to worry about this problem at all." Su Yu nodded, "I learned it again. When I hold a banquet at home in the future, I will know what to do." Lu Jingyao casually said, "If you hold a banquet, I can lend you my banquet team." Su Yu cursed in his heart that the evil rich people actually have a special banquet team. There was a commotion at the entrance of the banquet. Lu Ziyuan personally accompanied a middle-aged man in a black Zhongshan suit and walked in. Su Yu glanced at him from a distance and felt that the man seemed a little familiar, but he couldn't remember who he was for a while. She suddenly noticed that Lu Jingyao was also looking over there. His expression seemed to fluctuate, and she suddenly realized something and asked, "Is this the important person you want to meet?" Lu Jingyao nodded. Su Yu immediately said, "Then go and meet him now. Business is important, don't worry about me." Lu Jingyao did not move, but said, "Don't worry, he will come to me." Sure enough, the man's eyes seemed to inadvertently scan the banquet hall, and he nodded when he saw Lu Jingyao from a distance. The system indicator kept flashing, and Su Yu was a little anxious, saying, "How can you wait for someone to come to you when doing business? You must leave a good impression on such an important partner." Lu Jingyao gave her a strange look. Su Yu touched her nose guiltily. Did he see through her little thoughts? Lu Jingyao didn't know what he was thinking. He suddenly laughed and said, "Okay, I listen to you." Su Yu breathed a sigh of relief. After she saw Lu Jingyao leave with her own eyes, she sneakily followed the system pointer to walk around the Lu family villa. Fortunately, the system instructions did not guide her to those blocked areas, but kept her in the open public areas. The Lu family villa covers a large area. Su Yu walked westward according to the system instructions. The west is the relaxation area, with all kinds of entertainment facilities. At this time, many young people gathered around the billiard table. Su Yu attracted more glances from these people because of her beautiful appearance. "Xiaoyan, whose family is this girl? She is so beautiful. I want to pursue her." Chapter 86. Listening to his friend's words, Lu Xiaoyan, who had just put away his golf club, turned around and saw Su Yu's familiar face. Since Lu Jingyao was involved, he didn't dare to do anything bad behind her back, so he said directly, "She was brought by my fifth cousin." Who is Lu Xiaoyan's fifth cousin? All the playboys present knew it, so they immediately stopped thinking. It's a pity, but it's no wonder that your fifth cousin would be moved by such a beautiful girl. The man who said he wanted to pursue Su Yu at the beginning could only look at Su Yu's back reluctantly for several times. Lu Xiaoyan thought that Su Yu was not only beautiful, but also a rose with thorns, and anyone who touched her would be pricked. The other dude had no other thoughts about Su Yu. He was just curious about what she was going to do. "Xiaoyan, what good things are hidden at the end of the corridor in your house? Why is she running there?" Lu Xiaoyan shook his head. "That's a utility room. There are only tools and trash cans in it. What good things can there be? Ignore her, let's play by ourselves." Lu Xiaoyan thought Su Yu was lost. He even hoped that Su Yu would wander around here for a while, and finally rush into the trash can, so that he could get revenge for the stone. Su Yu walked smoothly all the way to the utility room at the innermost of the Lu family villa. She stood in the utility room full of sweeping tools, and her eyes fell on the large trash can in the middle of the utility room. There was only one large item in the trash can at this time, which was a dirty carpet. Guest, are you lost? Su Yu turned around when she heard the question and saw a middle-aged woman wearing the light blue servant uniform of the Liu family. Lu Suiyun has been a maid in the Liu family for several years. Just now, someone in the billiard room soiled the floor, and she rushed to clean it up. Unexpectedly, when she came back, she saw Su Yu in gorgeous clothes, standing on tiptoe to look into the trash can, with her head almost buried in it. She has always been responsible for cleaning the leisure area in the West. The carpet in the trash can was supposed to be thrown away early in the morning, but she was busy today and had not sent it away until now. Su Yu was not panicked when she was seen, but asked openly, "Don't you want this carpet?" Lu Suiyun nodded hesitantly. Su Yu said, "I want it, 10,000 yuan, will you sell it?" Lu Suiyun didn't expect such a pleasant surprise. This carpet has been placed under the mahjong machine in the chess and card room. The deceased Mrs. Lu loved playing mahjong. This carpet is said to bring her good luck and help her win money. For so many years, the servants were not allowed to touch or clean it, for fear of ruining her good luck in playing cards. I don't know what happened late last night. This carpet caught the eye of Mr. Lu, who insisted that it be thrown away. It seems that Mr. Lu would get angry when he thought of the existence of this carpet. According to the rules of the Lu family, they don't care how the servants deal with the things thrown into the trash by the owner, as long as they don't keep them in the Lu family. So, at this time, this carpet is equivalent to Lu Suiyun's. Go out and find a car with the license plate number ZA888. Tell the driver that I want it, and put it in the trunk. Su Yu said. When Su Yu returned to the banquet hall, Lu Jingyao seemed to have completed the contact with the important person. You are very happy, Lu Jingyao said. Su Yu was puzzled. Is my performance obvious? Lu Jingyao shook his head. Su Yu's performance was not very obvious, but Lu Jingyao had been observing carefully and discovered her subtle changes. Su Yu said, I just thought of something happy. This time, the treasure was picked up from the Lu family's trash can. It is not clear how valuable it is, but as long as Su Yu can see that Lu Xiaoyan, one of her enemies in the previous life, earns less money, Su Yu will be particularly happy. Mrs. Gu changed into a spare dress and returned to the banquet hall accompanied by her daughter. She felt extremely uncomfortable wearing the spare dress. When she saw Su Yu and Lu Jingyao together from a distance, Mrs. Gu felt even more uncomfortable. She almost thought she was seeing things, and couldn't help but grab the arm of her adopted daughter and asked, Why did Su Yu hook up with Lu Jingyao? Look at her, so close, she's almost jumping into someone's arms. She has no self-respect. Gu Shuang also found this scene particularly annoying. She lowered her head and concealed the fact that she had seen the two of them chatting happily at the auction venue before, and said, Sister is beautiful, it's normal for Mr. Lu to like her. Mrs. Gu frowned. Seeing a man, her bones are soft, too frivolous. Gu Shuang said worriedly, I don't know how sister got in. Could it be that some young man brought her in? If the person who brought her in saw the two of them so close, would there be a fight? What if sister asks mom for help? Should we help? Mrs. Gu's first thought was to distance herself from the relationship, and immediately said, Su Yu always says that she is an orphan. If a fight really breaks out, I don't care about her. Gu Jiaming appeared beside his wife and daughter at some point, and he also saw Su Yu, but he had different ideas. Lu Jingyao seems to like her very much. We must recognize this marriage, Gu Jiaming said firmly. Mrs. Gu was immediately anxious when she heard this. She doesn't want to recognize us, so I don't want to be so cold. Gu Jiaming still had a gentle smile on his face, but his expression did not allow rejection. She is the daughter of the Gu family, and Feng Chuan is also waiting for her to save his life. Even if the bones are broken, the tendons are still connected. You should persuade her well. If she is willing to return to the Gu family as an adopted daughter, I will not treat her badly. Gu Jiaming originally thought that Su Yu, the daughter who was wandering outside, was dispensable, but when he saw Lu Jingyao, he felt that this daughter finally had some value. In Gu Jiaming's view, the idea of an adopted daughter can be used for both offense and defense. If Su Yu really relies on Lu Jingyao, even if she is not a wife, but just a little lover, this investment is worth it. Of course, if Su Yu is abandoned by Lu Jingyao, the identity of an adopted daughter can also allow the Gu family to draw a clear line with Su Yu in the shortest time. Mrs. Gu said, they are just playing around. If Lu Jingyao really wants to like someone, he should like a well-educated and well-mannered daughter of a wealthy family like Yingying. Gu Jiaming glanced at his adopted daughter and said, Yingying has Yingying's blessings, and Su Yu has her luck. Having more daughters is not a bad thing. Gu Shuang bit her lower lip at this time. She looked at the backs of Su Yu and Lu Jingyao, who were talking happily with almost jealousy. Lu Jingyao was young, handsome and extremely rich. He was a top marriage partner in the wealthy circle. Gu Shuang had also participated in the Lu family's camellia party, but no matter how she tried to please Mrs. Lu, she could not get the opportunity to formally date Lu Jingyao. She whispered at this time, "Dad, sister said that she would only be willing to match bone marrow with my eldest brother if we give her all our family assets." When Gu Jiaming heard this, he frowned and cursed in a low voice, "Asshole." Gu Shuang deliberately said, "Dad, sister is so hostile to the family. If all the assets of the family are given to her, maybe she will be willing to help the family. Otherwise, you can give her some assets first." Gu Jiaming was not completely at ease with his eldest son Gu Fengchuan, whom he regarded as the heir. How could he hand over such a large asset to a daughter he had never lived with? You can't write two Gu characters with one stroke. She is angry with us now. As long as we coax her well, I don't believe she will go against her biological parents. Gu Jiaming was actually full of dissatisfaction with his wife. He felt that recognizing relatives was really a casual little thing, but Gu Fengchuan and Mrs. Gu didn't do it well in such a small matter. Mrs. Gu said helplessly, "If she was so easy to talk to, why would I be so embarrassed now?" Gu Shuang didn't say anything. She hadn't seen Su Yuyu's bottom line yet, and didn't know what this man was going to do. Gu Jiaming was still so self-righteous. He ignored his wife and daughter, and walked towards Lu Jingyao and Su Yuyu. Gu Shuang felt that her father might hit a wall, but in order not to be blamed, she didn't dare to say anything more. Gu Jiaming approached the two of them so openly, raised his glass and said, "Mr. Lu, I want to thank you for taking care of my daughter." Chapter 87. Lu Jingyao didn't think much of Gu Jiaming at first, thinking he was just an ordinary acquaintance in the circle. He was about to raise his glass to toast him, but was stunned when he heard this. "Thank you for taking care of my daughter. It's her blessing to be liked by you," Gu Jiaming continued. Lu Jingyao once asked Assistant Lu to investigate Su Yuyu, but the investigation was not detailed enough to find out whether she was a real daughter. "Mr. Gu, you misunderstood. I don't know Miss Gu, so how can I say I take care of her?" Lu Jingyao said. Gu Jiaming looked at Su Yuyu on the side. Su Yuyu was also looking at this biological father. In her previous life, many things that harmed her were apparently done by the three brothers of the Gu family and Gu Shuang, but in fact, the person who supported them behind the scenes was Gu Jiaming. As the head of the family, Gu Jiaming couldn't fail to notice these bad things in the family, but the Gu family needed to curry favor with Gu Shuang's fiancée, so Gu Jiaming acquiesced to this group of people using Su Yuyu to make Gu Shuang happy. Gu Shuang fell down the stairs and had a miscarriage. Su Yuyu tried hard to argue that she didn't push Gu Shuang, but the brothers all believed that it was her and abused her. But when Gu Shuang fell down the stairs, Su Yuyu saw Gu Jiaming standing on the third floor and watching coldly in panic. Su Yuyu put all her hopes on Gu Jiaming, hoping that her father could tell the truth and do justice for her. "You are so close to Yingying. It's not you who is doing this, but she herself?" With Gu Jiaming's words, Su Yuyu was completely driven out of the Gu family. Gu Jiaming didn't know that Su Yuyu was immersed in the painful memories of her previous life at this time. He only vaguely realized that the look in his cheap daughter's eyes was not right when he looked at him. Seeing that Su Yuyu had not refuted, and was not as vulgar and unkind as his wife said, he naturally thought that there was no daughter who did not expect fatherly love. He reached out to hold Su Yuyu's shoulders. "Mr. Lu, Su Yuyu is actually from our Gu family." Gu Jiaming didn't know that Su Yuyu had been waiting for this moment. Gu Jiaming looked like a good husband who doted on his wife, but he had a habit of putting his hands on the shoulders of his daughters and female subordinates. Because of his status, the female subordinates could only silently endure such actions even if they were unhappy. After all, they could not quarrel with their leaders over such a small matter, and they could not even prove that it was sexual harassment. When his hand was about to touch Su Yuyu's shoulder, Su Yuyu moved. She knew Kung Fu and grabbed it with her backhand. She tripped and stepped hard on Gu Jiaming's calf with her stiletto heels. A shrill scream. Gu Jiaming, who had just been a decent person, fell to the ground without any defense. The high-heeled glass in his hand was smashed to pieces, and the light golden champagne spilled all over the floor. The guests in the banquet hall felt that they were of extraordinary origin, and they all spoke in a low voice. Such a big movement immediately attracted all the guests to look over. Su Yuyu complained first and asked loudly, "Why are you touching me, you old man?" The other guests immediately looked at Gu Jiaming with strange eyes, as if they were saying that he was an old beast. Gu Jiaming's head was buzzing. He had thought that he was wronged, but he had never thought that his own daughter would wrongly accuse him in this way. The people around him pointed and pointed, making his face hot, as if he had returned to the most embarrassing time in the past. Mrs. Gu and Gu Shuang felt ashamed, but Gu Jiaming was the head of the family, so they immediately ran over to support Gu Jiaming. Gu Jiaming's custom-made suit had been ruined beyond recognition. After standing up, he immediately explained, "Nonsense, I didn't touch you." Lu Jingyao directly stood between Su Yuyu and Gu Jiaming, with a dark face. "Mr. Gu, please respect yourself, I have eyes, and can see your actions clearly." Gu Shuang finally had the opportunity to talk to Lu Jingyao, and hurriedly explained, "Mr. Lu, you misunderstood, my father and her are not that kind of relationship." Who knew that Lu Jingyao became even angrier and said, "Miss Su is innocent, and has nothing to do with your father." Gu Shuang's eyes immediately turned red when he said that. Mrs. Gu felt sorry for her daughter and husband, and said, "How can it be unrelated? She is our daughter, adopted daughter." If Gu Shuang hadn't pulled Mrs. Gu, she would have almost told the truth. People around didn't expect the story to unfold like this. They thought that the old man was killed for molesting the young girl, but they didn't expect that they were a family. Su Yuyu felt that she was so stupid in her previous life that she was blinded by family affection. She was willing to return to the Gu family as an adopted daughter, and finally became a rag that the Gu family casually discarded. She had experienced too many moments of compromise like this in her previous life. When the hat of considering the overall situation fell, Su Yuyu had to swallow all the grievances. Fortunately, she doesn't have to endure it in this life. Su Yuyu said loudly, "I grew up in an orphanage and never had a grain of rice or a mouthful of water from the Gu family. How could I become the adopted daughter of your Gu family?" Mrs. Gu was so angry that her eyes widened and whispered, "You uneducated wild girl, didn't the orphanage teach you to consider the overall situation?" Su Yuyu smiled at her viciously. "It is the parents' responsibility to educate their children, but unfortunately my parents both died early." Mrs. Gu was so angry that her nose was crooked when she heard her keep calling her dead parents. Su Yuyu continued to speak, "Don't say I'm not your Gu family's adopted daughter. Even if I am, can an adoptive father touch my daughter?" The guests around nodded and whispered, "This girl is really beautiful. Is Gu Jiaming really lusting after her? This is still at the banquet. He is so eager for lust. He doesn't know what he is like in private." Gu Jiaming listened to these discussions and explained angrily, "I didn't mean to touch her at all. I just raised my hand and didn't touch her shoulder at all." Su Yuyu said lightly, "Why did you touch my shoulder when you have nothing to do? You are so lustful in the melon field, what are you?" Su Yuyu was wearing a thin-strapped dress, revealing her snow-white and delicate shoulders, which looked particularly beautiful. When she said this, the eyes of the people around her were full of playfulness. Lu Jingyao immediately took off his suit jacket and covered Su Yuyu's shoulders, looking back at those strange eyes one by one. Su Yuyu gently tugged at Lu Jingyu's sleeve. She actually didn't care about these eyes at all. These people in the upper class looked glamorous, but in fact, they just played with whoever had money. Anyway, she didn't expect these people to make money, so she didn't care about their eyes. As long as she could use her reputation to discredit Gu Jianming, she thought it was worth it. But Lu Jingyao obviously didn't think so. He stood in front of Su Yuyu and said to Gu Jianming, "I hope Mr. Gu can take responsibility for his inappropriate behavior and apologize to Miss Su." Chapter 88. Although there were surveillance cameras in the banquet hall, no one said they wanted to check the surveillance cameras at this time. As soon as Lu Jingyao opened his mouth, he almost completely confirmed Gu Jianming's guilt, not to mention that he was going to put his arm around someone's shoulder. Gu Jianming was so anxious that he almost jumped up. While thinking wildly, he actually found a reason to refute. "What's wrong with putting your arm around someone's shoulder? Is this against the law of heaven?" His words actually touched the hearts of the men present. Gu Jianming found a breakthrough point and directly attacked his own daughter. "Su Yuyu, do you take yourself too seriously? Do you really think everyone has other intentions towards you?" There were even a few old men around who echoed him. Su Yuyu raised her eyebrows. Before she could speak, Lu Jingyao said, "Any action that a girl doesn't like is an offense. A normal and polite man shouldn't touch a strange girl casually." Gu Jianming defended, "She is not a stranger, she is my daughter." Su Yuyu said, "I was born in an orphanage. Can anyone say that he is my father? Did the Gu family raise me or support me? I don't even know him." Lu Jingyao looked back at Su Yuyu. He thought of the first time he met Su Yuyu at the auction, when Su Yuyu was particularly targeting the Gu brothers and sisters, and vaguely guessed the relationship between Su Yuyu and the Gu family. But he pretended not to know, and instead cooperated with Su Yuyu to raise questions. "Mr. Gu said that Miss Su is your daughter. Whether it is funding or adoption, Unless you show the adoption certificate or transfer records, it is just empty talk, and it is suspected of false accusation. Someone jumped out to be the reasonable person and said with a smile, Mr. Liu is right. If the Gu family really had an adoption relationship with this lady in the past, a rich family, like the Gu family, would not spend nothing to adopt a child. There must be a transfer record. Lao Gu, don't hide it. Show us the transfer record. Where does Gu Jiaming have a transfer record? He glanced at the person who was talking. It was his business competitor Chen Sunlin, and he was immediately furious. Lu Jingyao continued, if you can just casually say that he is someone else's father, what's the difference between him and a human trafficker? Su Yuyu immediately agreed, yes, Mr. Gu said he is my father, and I said I am his grandmother. If he is willing to call me grandmother, I can indeed not pursue today's matter. Gu Jiaming was so angry that he almost fainted, pointing at Su Yuyu and scolding, asshole, unfilial daughter. Although he could not produce the adoption certificate and transfer records, seeing his genuine anger, everyone present couldn't help but mutter in their hearts, is Su Yuyu really Gu Jiaming's adopted daughter? Lu Jingyao sank his face and said, Mr. Gu, Miss Su has nothing to do with you. Since you have never raised her, you have no right to blame her. On the contrary, you owe her an apology. Gu Jiaming opened and closed his mouth, and the hesitation on his face almost solidified, as if he was struggling with whether to say something. At this point, Gu Shuiying was the most panicked person in the room. She wanted to force Gu Jiaming to admit his mistake so that people would stop discussing the word daughter. She was afraid that Gu Jiaming would lose his temper and tell her whether she was a real or fake daughter. Gu Jiaming had his own considerations in mind. A fake daughter would affect the value of the marriage market, and having an uneducated biological daughter would also affect the reputation of the Gu family. But if he, the head of the family, became a beast who was in heat regardless of the occasion, it would not only affect his children's marriage, but also the Gu family's business. He had always wanted to keep this matter secret, but now, who would have thought that Gu Jiaming would say it himself? Su Yuyu is my biological daughter. The whole audience was in an uproar. Su Yuyu is the illegitimate daughter of the Gu family? The first reaction of the guests present was this, not the real or fake daughter. Su Yuyu said coldly, Mr. Gu, I say it again, I'm an orphan with no parents. I don't have any biological parents at all. Gu Jiaming felt relieved when he said this. Now that he had spoken, he also thought about how to protect Gu Shuiying and minimize the loss in the shortest possible time. My wife gave birth to twin daughters. The eldest daughter was stolen by the nanny and accidentally ended up in an orphanage. Hearing this, everyone present felt sympathy for the Gu family and Su Yuyu. One lost his own daughter, and the other lost a rich life of more than 20 years. Su Yuyu laughed in anger and said, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. We haven't done a paternity test. Why do you say I'm your daughter? Lu Jingyao felt Su Yuyu's huge emotional fluctuations, patted her hand soothingly, and turned to question Gu Jiaming. Mr. Gu, why haven't you seen the Gu family looking for someone in so many years? With the financial resources of the Gu family, are they reluctant to spend millions of dollars on a reward to find their daughter? Or do you care more about the impact of this scandal on your face than your own daughter? Lu Jingyao's words hit the nail on the head, and everyone who was originally led by Gu Jiaming suddenly realized that something was wrong. Gu Jiaming's old rival Chen Sunlin also fanned the flames. Old Gu, we have known each other for so many years, and I never knew that the Gu family had 2 daughters. Are you senile and confused, and are you hysterical every day? Without a paternity test, you can't prove that someone else is your daughter. This is what human traffickers do. Gu Jiaming was so angry that he clenched his fists. Who is he to be compared with human traffickers? Or, can you do a paternity test? Someone who likes to watch the fun suggested. Su Yu smiled and said, I don't look like this Miss Gu at all. Is there any need for a paternity test? Everyone looked at Su Yu, and then at Gu Shuiying. There were indeed not many similarities between the 2 faces. They even found something particularly strange. Su Yu and Gu Shuiying didn't look like the couple of the Gu family. Strange, Gu Shuiying doesn't look like a child of the Gu family either. Someone said. There were also guests who looked at Gu Shuiying carefully and said, Gu Shuiying looks familiar, as if she looks like someone, but I just can't remember who she is. Gu Shuiying's heart was pounding, and she didn't even dare to continue listening, for fear that someone would dig out her background. Su Yu admired Gu Shuiying's panic and said, Miss Gu, why are you panicking? Are you really not the biological daughter of the Gu family? Gu Shuiying's face was pale. A noble lady beside her clapped her hands and said, Are they not twins, but real and fake daughters? Just like in the TV series, the 2 children were swapped? Gu Shuiying's nightmare suddenly came true, and she was almost scared to stand. The guests present looked at her reaction and vaguely felt that it might be true. When they thought of this possibility, everyone looked at the Gu family with strange eyes. If it was really her biological daughter who was switched, then the nature of the matter would be completely changed. They looked at Gu Shuang as if they were looking at a thief. Gu Shuang wanted to shrink and hide in a corner. Su Yuyu had admired her panic and said, "Whether she is a real daughter or a fake daughter, I am an orphan with dead parents. No matter how rich the Gu family is, it has nothing to do with me." Mrs. Gu was unhappy to hear this. She couldn't help but accuse, "You are pretending to be noble in front of Mr. Liu. Didn't you say before that we should give you all the property of the Gu family?" Mrs. Gu wanted everyone present to know Su Yuyu's true face. Su Yuyu's words killed the enemy. "Are you really going to give it to me, Mrs. Gu?" Chapter 89. Mrs. Gu didn't dare to answer this. Su Yuyu continued, "If you are not sincere, don't bother me, otherwise I will suspect that you are coveting my property." Mrs. Gu snorted coldly and said, "How much money can you, an orphan?" Sun Mingzhu suddenly appeared and said, "Mrs. Gu, Miss Su is my big client, and I am counting on her to make a fortune." Mrs. Gu knew Sun Mingzhu, and she had thought of letting her be her eldest daughter-in-law. In her opinion, the Sun family was the best in-laws. They only had one daughter, but they had a huge family business. Once Sun Mingzhu married Gu Fengchuan, the Sun family jewelry company would belong to the Gu family in the future. Su Yuyu continued, "Madame Gu, don't worry about whether I have the ability to make money. I won't make a fortune like some people do by setting up traps." Mrs. Gu's face turned pale. She hadn't thought about her past for many years. When she heard this, she couldn't help but wonder if Su Yuyu knew her past. Su Yuyu stopped talking. The three people in the Gu family were all embarrassed today. Su Yuyu had already thought about leaving. But Lu Jingyao did not forget his original intention, and said to Gu Jianming, "Whether it's a real daughter or a fake daughter, if you offend a lady, you should apologize. A irresponsible helmsman must not be a good partner for his company." Lu Jingyao's words immediately attracted the echo of the guests present. Gu Jianming's crime was completely confirmed, and all his sophistry seemed so pale and powerless at this time. Even if he admitted that it was a real daughter, it would only add another crime to the Gu family. Gu Jianming was in a mess in the first half of his life, but he was in high spirits in the second half. He couldn't remember the last time he was in such a mess. Many of the guests present were potential partners. His rivals were eyeing his business. It might not be good for him to apologize, but it would definitely be bad if he didn't apologize. "I'm sorry." Gu Jianming felt that these three words were as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Su Yuyu stared at him and said, "I didn't hear clearly." This ungentlemanly move was obvious to everyone present. Everyone could see that Su Yuyu was deliberately tormenting Gu Jianming. "Su Yuyu, don't go too far." Mrs. Gu was eager to protect her husband and accused Su Yuyu. Su Yuyu waved her hand and said, "Since the Gu family is not sincere, forget it." Gu Jianming stopped his wife and raised his voice, "I'm sorry." Su Yuyu nodded casually, ignored the three people from the Gu family, turned around and said to Lu Jingyao with a smile, "I want to go home." Lu Jingyao felt that Su Yuyu's smile seemed particularly complicated, mixed with many vicissitudes that he could not understand. "Okay." Lu Jingyao stood up and said goodbye to Lu Ziyuan. Lu Ziyuan was exhausted at this time. It was a good birthday banquet, but no one cared about his old man's birthday until now. They all stared at the gossip of the Gu family. This birthday seemed to be over before the celebration began. As soon as Lu Jingyao got in the car, the driver told him about the trunk. Su Yuyu said with a face full of annoyance, "Sorry, I took the initiative to have someone move my things to the trunk of your car, and forgot to tell you." How could Lu Jingyao be angry because of such a small matter? He said, "You can use my car if you want, no need to be so polite." Su Yuyu forced a smile. Although she said in her heart that she didn't care, the faces of the couple of the Gu family kept appearing in her mind after getting in the car. They were younger than she remembered. "Are you still thinking about the Gu family?" Lu Jingyao asked. Su Yuyu was not prepared and nodded directly. Lu Jingyao thought for a while and asked, "You and Miss Gu were really swapped? Did you see it? Do you think I am unfilial and wrongly accuse my biological father?" Su Yuyu smiled bitterly. Lu Jingyao said, "I have not experienced what you have experienced, and I am not qualified to judge your behavior, but I know you are a person who values friendship and principles. I believe you must have your own reasons for doing this." Su Yuyu felt warm in her heart. Lu Jingyao continued, "Parents who deliberately conceal the truth and sacrifice their biological daughter for their adopted daughter show that in their hearts, the adopted daughter is more important than their biological daughter. It is human nature that you don't want to recognize them." This is what made Su Yuyu saddest. She had many grievances in her heart. Why was her life swapped? In the end, not only was there no compensation, but they also felt that she was not worthy of compensation and wanted to take away everything she had. Don't think too much. Go back and have a good sleep, and you will forget all these things. Lu Jingyao comforted. Su Yuyu had a far-fetched smile on her face. When the car entered Thompson EP1, Assistant Lu and the driver moved the things in the trunk out together. It was a dirty old blanket. No one present could figure out why Su Yuyu brought this thing back. Lu Jingyao didn't understand but respected and said, I asked Assistant Lu to find a professional carpet cleaning agency for you, and I guarantee that this carpet can be cleaned thoroughly. Su Yuyu shook her head. This carpet doesn't need to be washed. Lu Jingyao was full of doubts. Perhaps because Lu Jingyao had been helping her tonight, Su Yuyu rarely took the initiative to ask, do you want to stay for a cup of tea? Lu Jingyao immediately agreed, and he turned around and sent Assistant Lu and the driver away. Anyway, he also had a house in Thompson EP1, and he didn't need a car for the time being. The dirty blanket was placed in the entrance hall of Su Yuyu's house. The housekeeper Sister Zhang came over to deal with it, but was stopped by Su Yuyu. Sister Zhang, bring the toolbox. Su Yuyu ordered. Although Sister Zhang didn't understand, she still sent the things over. Su Yuyu went into the house to change out of her dress, put on a sportswear that was convenient for movement, and asked all the servants in the house to stay away, leaving only her and Lu Jingyao at the entrance. Although she bought the blanket in the shortest possible time, she had never looked at it carefully. The area of the blanket was not particularly large. It was rectangular, about a circle larger than a mahjong machine. One side was some kind of animal skin, and the other side was animal hair. The furry side was dark, and I don't know how much dirt was hidden. I can't tell what color it was originally. This is not a carpet. It should have been a tapestry. Tapestries were popular in the Qing dynasty court for a while. About 20 years ago, many rich people in Shanghai wanted to buy court tapestries. I remember Lu Xiaoyan's grandmother also bought one. Lu Jingyao said. Su Yuyu was surprised. You remember things from 20 years ago so clearly? I started to remember things when I was 2 years old. Lu Jingyao explained. Su Yuyu was even more impressed. She didn't expect that this man was a super brain. She said, is this tapestry of the Lu family really from the palace? Lu Jingyao shook his head. I don't know. At that time, I only heard people say that Mrs. Lu seemed to have been deceived. Su Yuyu thought, no wonder the good tapestry became so dirty. I heard from the servants of the Lu family that this carpet was originally used as a footrest under the mahjong machine. It turned out that Mrs. Lu was angry and embarrassed. While Su Yuyu was talking, he took out a pair of big scissors from the toolbox. The system's instructions will not be false. This blanket must be valuable, but a dirty blanket, even if it is passed down from the old dynasty, will not be too valuable. The truly valuable things should be hidden inside the blanket. Lu Jingyao wanted to help, but Su Yuyu took a look at his custom-made suit and said, forget it, don't get your clothes dirty. She took the scissors and cut along the side. At first, it was very difficult to cut, but after a few seconds, it suddenly became easy. She didn't even need scissors. Su Yuyu stretched out her hands and tore the blanket apart. The contents inside also saw the light of day at this moment. Chapter 90. This tapestry has 5 layers, so it looks particularly heavy. The middle layer is in front of the 2 people. Because Su Yuyu's movements are gentle, this layer with a pattern is perfectly presented. This layer is divided into 2 areas. One area is the territory map. The other area is a portrait, and the portrait is a Qing dynasty person wearing a court crown. The edges and gaps of the layer are full of dragons. Camel skin, the person in the portrait is. Lu Jingyao hesitated for a moment before saying, it seems to be Emperor Qianlong. He took out his mobile phone and searched for the existing portraits of Emperor Qianlong. He placed the mobile phone screen next to the portrait for comparison. It really looked like him. The portrait is about 40 or 50 years old. Su Yuyu compared it carefully and asked, then is this map a map of the territory of the Qing dynasty? Lu Jingyao took a look and said, Zunger was included in the map after General Jiaowei went out to recover, which should be after the 22nd year of Qianlong. Su Yuyu didn't care much about the date of the painting. She was more concerned about another question and asked, is this thing valuable? Lu Jingyao nodded. There should be many people willing to buy it back. The estimated price is 9 figures. Su Yuyu was delighted. Lu Jingyao said, but if you really want to sell it, I suggest you send it to the capital. Su Yuyu nodded. He understood what Lu Jingyao meant. Many old people from the previous dynasty were still in the capital. They would definitely be willing to pay a high price for Emperor Qianlong's old things. When she thought about how this tapestry should have been hung on the wall, but was placed on the ground and stepped on for so long by the Lu family, and was almost thrown into the trash can. If Emperor Qianlong knew about it, he would probably be furious. Lu Jingyao had already seen the whole appearance of the carpet, and he had no reason to stay here any longer. He stood up and said goodbye, and then said, "I will go to the capital in a while. I have some connections with an auction house there. If you are willing, I can accompany you to the auction house." Su Yuyu's eyes lit up. She had never been to the capital in her 2 lives. She was completely clueless about this place. It was better to have someone familiar with her to take her there. After Lu Jingyao left, Su Yuyu put away the tapestry, rolled it up carefully, and put it in her big safe. She also asked Sister Zhang to clean the entrance. A good night's sleep. The system seemed to be lagging behind. Su Yuyu just got up in the morning and received the system reward. Congratulations to the host, you have completed the task of picking up leaks and received the reward. Advanced Porcelain Identification Technique. Su Yuyu was immediately delighted. She had a new skill and felt that she was so strong now. She was so eager that she wanted to find a place to test her skills on the spot. She found the museum directly. Without looking at the introduction of the porcelain, the commentary Su Yuyu gave on the spot was not much different from that of the professional commentator of the museum. But the more this happened, the more she wanted to try it. After all, the porcelain in the museum could only be viewed through the glass, and there was no way to touch it. "Sister Su, let's go to the antique street," Su Yuyu said. Su Fang's homework during this period was not in vain, and she took the initiative to say, "Boss, in addition to the antique street in Shanghai, there is also an antique morning market." Su Yuyu's eyes lit up and asked, "Where is it?" Su Fang explained, "The antique morning market is not open all day, it opens once every Friday, starting at 4 a.m. and ending at noon." Su Yuyu listened to her and became interested immediately. Unfortunately, there were still 2 days before Friday, so she could only dive into the antique street. The antique street was still full of familiar faces, and Su Yuyu even saw the stall owner who sold her the fake Dotsai cup last time. The triangular-eyed stall owner still remembered Su Yuyu, and greeted her warmly, "Beauty, you are here again. I have a new batch of good goods on my stall. I guarantee you will be satisfied." Su Yuyu really gave him this face, and looked at it carefully. Her eyes were mainly on the porcelain on the stall. This big vase is from the Qianlong period. Look at the aesthetics, bright red and green, it's what he likes. Look at the stamp at the bottom. "Beauty, I sell it to you at a lower price, one price, 500,000. Triangle Eyes was selling. Su Yuyu smiled and said, "Why don't you sprinkle some dust on the vase? It looks so new. It doesn't look like it was from the Qianlong period, but it looks like it was from last week." Triangle Eyes smiled awkwardly. "What do you mean it was from last week or not? If you don't like it, look at something else." Su Yuyu picked up the azure glazed bowl next to her. "Beauty, this is a roux kiln azure glazed bowl." Triangle Eyes was about to explain. Su Yuyu said directly, "There are only 2 roux kiln azure glazed bowls in the world, which are hidden in the Palace Museum and the David Foundation in London, UK. Is this just the one from the UK?" Triangle Eyes laughed dryly and said, "Beauty, you know everything, and it's a bit of a bully to come here." Su Yuyu smiled but didn't say anything, still looking at them one by one. Whether it was real or fake, you could tell at a glance. "You've been looking for so long, just buy something, I give you the cost price," Triangle Eyes said. Su Yuyu didn't believe a word of the cost price mentioned by these merchants, but she didn't care about this little money, so she said, "Okay, I buy it if I like it." While talking, Su Yuyu's hand suddenly stopped, but she quickly covered it up and said, as if it was unintentional, "How much is this plate?" The one that Su Yuyu liked was a blue and white porcelain plate. When she turned it over, she could see 6 blue characters on the bottom of the plate, made in the Guangxu period of the Qin dynasty. "This is made in the Guangxu official kiln, and the price is 20,000, the boss said. When Su Yuyu heard this, she almost suspected that he was an expert, but she still tentatively said, "It's so new, what do you think?" There were no cracked lines or any repair marks on the plate, and it looked as new as the brand new Qianlong vase in front. The boss said, "Beauty, I spent a lot of money to buy this big plate, so I won't buy it cheaply." Su Yuyu, 300 yuan. The boss immediately said, "Deal." Su Yuyu, eh? Su Yuyu thought that the stall owner was a liar, and she had set the price too high. The stall owner wrapped the things with a smile, and Su Yuyu got up and left. She waited for a while, but the system did not respond. "I got a bargain," Su Yuyu reminded. The system said helplessly, "The value is too low." Su Yuyu insisted, "But it is indeed a product of the Guangxu official kiln. If I don't buy it, it will be regarded as a replica now, right?" The quality of official kiln porcelain products is closely related to the national strength at that time. The official kiln products of the Kangxi, Yongzheng and Qianlong dynasties could be sold at a high price casually, but by the Guangxu dynasty, it was already the late Qin dynasty, and the price of official kiln porcelain was relatively transparent. The blue and white plate that Su Yuyu bought has a public price of about 30,000 to 50,000 yuan. The system was silent for a long time before reluctantly popping up a prompt. Congratulations to the host, you have independently completed a leak without the assistance of the system, and received a reward of 300 renminbi. Chapter 91. With a ding sound, Su Yuyu's bank account received a text message reminder of 300 yuan deposited. Although the system was suspected of sending away beggars, Su Yuyu was still visibly happy. Thank you, Tongzi. Su Yuyu did not take the blue and white plate home, but after a round of Antique Street, she entered the largest antique shop on the street called Boguzai. As soon as she entered, Su Yuyu saw the plaque hanging high in the store, with the 4 characters Bogutong Jin written on it. The shop owner was a young woman in her early 20s, wearing a plain cheongsam, with a good figure and exquisite makeup. At this time, she was receiving other guests. When she heard someone coming in, she raised her voice and asked, "Buy or sell?" It was just a casual glance, but the moment she saw Su Yuyu's face, her eyes flashed with surprise. "I have a blue and white plate to sell," Su Yuyu said. Hearing the familiar voice, the beautiful shop owner, who was originally serving the guests, suddenly turned around. "Brother Shen." Su Yuyu was surprised. She didn't expect to meet Shenjuan here. Shenjuan smiled faintly on his handsome face. "Miss Su, what a coincidence. Do you know each other?" The shop owner asked curiously. "Miss Su saved my life," Shenjuan explained concisely. The shop owner was even more curious. "Who else can save your life? Isn't it you who protects others?" Shenjuan explained what happened on the plane seriously. The shop owner smiled and said, "Miss Su is really a heroine. Thanks to you for saving this idiot's life." Su Yuyu heard this, and her eyes wandered between the two people. She was a little unsure about the relationship between the two. Shenjuan took the initiative to say, "She is my relative, Lin Yushu." Lin Yushu was unhappy and said, "What relative? Your cousin. Please explain clearly. I am your cousin, your elder." Su Yuyu couldn't help laughing. Lin Yushu seemed to like to act like an elder and said, "Your cousin, you have been looking for so long and you haven't decided what to buy. Let me take a look at Miss Su's treasure first." After getting the blue and white plate, Lin Yushu looked at it carefully for a long time and said, "It is indeed a product of the Guangxu official kiln. I can also tell Miss Su directly that I can give a maximum of 30,000 yuan." Shenjuan was hesitant to speak. Lin Yushu glared at his cheap nephew and said, "What do you want to say?" Shenjuan coughed lightly and said, "Since it is a real treasure, you can give more money." Su Yuyu smiled and said, "Mr. Shen, Boss Lin's price is already very fair. Besides, I don't lack this little money." Shenjuan didn't say anything. Lin Yushu smiled and said, "Miss Su is an open-minded person and knows porcelain very well. There will be a small antique exchange meeting in the capital in a week. If Miss Su is interested, you can go and have a look." After saying this, Lin Yushu opened the drawer and took out an exquisitely crafted invitation. Su Yuyu took it with both hands, took a calm look, and put it away. He didn't know how many people outside were eager to get this seemingly simple invitation. Su Yuyu looked around the store again. As the largest antique shop on this street, there were many genuine items, and of course the prices were very attractive. She didn't see any chance to find a bargain, so she stood up and said goodbye. After Su Yuyu left, Lin Yushu couldn't help but hit Shenjuan and said, "You little brat, don't be so mean." Shenjuan touched his nose and explained guiltily, "After all, she is my savior." Lin Yushu looked at him with a smile and asked, "Is it really just a savior?" Shenjuan hesitated and said, "Thank you for giving her the invitation." Lin Yushu looked at her nephew's cold face and cried out, "Oh, the iron tree has blossomed." Shenjuan looked at her with disdain and said, "You are a real person from the capital, so don't speak Shanghainese. You don't sound like it at all." Lin Yushu was not angry either. She looked like a lady, but she smiled very cunningly at this time. "You are in trouble. You have fallen in love." Shenjuan was annoyed by her noise and said directly, "The things in your store are expensive and ugly. I won't buy from you anymore." After saying that, he fled. Lin Yushu was not angry when her business failed. Instead, she took out her mobile phone and called her cousin. As soon as the call was connected, she immediately said, "Cousin, your son is finished. He fell in love with a little girl." Su Yuyu completed her task of strolling around the antique street today. As soon as she got in the car, she received a message from Shenjuan. If you have antiques that are difficult to sell, you can bring them to the exchange meeting. Su Yu didn't take this small antique exchange meeting seriously at first. After hearing what he said, she immediately sensed something unusual. She took a photo of the invitation location and sent it to Lu Jingyao, asking, "Do you know this place?" Lu Jingyao looked at the picture sent by Su Yu, and then looked at the invitation of the same style that he had just received, and immediately showed a bitter smile on his face. He had just received the invitation letter, and originally wanted to invite Su Yu to go together, but he didn't expect that she had already received it. It seems to be a very difficult thing to please her. Even so, Lu Jingyao still reminded Su Yu seriously, although it is a small antique exchange, if there are important collections, they will be auctioned temporarily. The price may be higher than that of a large auction, and the host will not charge a handling fee. Su Yu was immediately moved. Before the car drove into Thompson EP1, Su Yu figured out which collections she would bring. As soon as she entered the house, she ran to the safe, opened it, and tapped the precious collections on her hand. The Guanggong statue, Sun Gong's family letter, and the camel skin she had just obtained recently. Su Yu set a bottom price for these treasures in her heart, and she finally relaxed after planning for a long time. Now shopping seems to be meaningless to her. Su Yu walked around the big house, and finally plunged into the audiovisual room. She is rich now, and she has recharged every video website with SEP, so she can watch whatever she wants. She wanted to pick a sweet ancient idol drama, but within 10 minutes of it starting, she cursed and pressed the power off button. What kind of rubbish is this? Her face is as rugged as a landslide, and she dares to play an ancient idol drama? Is the director blind? Su Yu complained. She immediately asked her company's HR to send photos of the company's new artists to her. Very good, you should keep this standard for selecting people. You can improve it, but you can't lower it, Su Yu said. The HR manager replied, "Boss, don't worry. Mr. Xie has a high standard. He won't accept anyone who is not a real handsome man or beautiful woman. He also said that he will go to several performing arts academies in the capital to select people in a while." Su Yu's eyes lit up. Beauty pageant, I can do this too. It just so happens that I will go to the capital in a few days, so I can save Mr. Xie trouble. The HR manager didn't dare to answer this, nor did he dare to refuse, for fear of offending the boss. 3 minutes later, Xie Ran called. "Boss, you are very busy, so don't worry about such a small matter as going to the capital to select people," Xie Ran said tactfully. Su Yu was not a fool either, and asked, "Are you worried about me?" Seeing that she saw through him, Xie Ran did not hesitate and said directly, "I am indeed worried about you." Chapter 92. Su Yu was a little angry. But Xie Ran's next words extinguished her anger. "Boss, do you still remember Lu Yi?" Xie Ran asked. Su Yu certainly remembered this person. She was the heroine of the TV series that Song Shibai filmed in Gansu province. She was originally going to sign with his own company. She signed the contract half a month later and switched to another company. She has terminated the contract, Xie Ran said. Su Yu, Su Yu suddenly understood why the system did not recognize Lu Yi as a lucky guy. It turned out that she was a traitor. "Did you pay for the termination of the contract?" Su Yu asked. "No, the company is now suing her new employer," Xie Ran said. Su Yu immediately felt guilty. She might not get compensation after the termination of the contract, and her company also lost a drama with the heroine. This was really a loss of both the wife and the army. Xie Ran knows how to suppress before you promote. He continued, "Boss, there is another great news that I want to tell you. The first overseas payment has arrived." Su Yu was stunned and confused. "What overseas money?" "The short drama is going overseas, boss. Have you forgotten?" Xie Ran asked helplessly. Su Yu didn't care much about the company's affairs. After struggling to recall, he found a little memory from the corners. "You can make money so quickly? How much did you make?" Xie Ran said. "The first payment was $20 million US. $20 million US, that's 140 million RMB. This is just the first payment. There will be more to come. And how low is the cost of the short drama? It's a few million at most, and the cheap ones even only need a few 100,000. Although earning so much is still not as fast as Su Yu's picking up the leak, compared with other businesses, it can be said to be a huge profit. How did you do it?" Su Yu couldn't help asking. Xie Ran said, "Almost no one has developed the overseas market, and foreigners are not particularly sensitive to prices. My prices are also relatively high. The most important thing is that your short play script is good." "Su Yu, does this have anything to do with me? I handed over the script of the company's first work, Songji by a short play to Su Wani. She understands the script and speaks good English. She adapted and translated the script into English and invited a bunch of foreigners to reshoot it. As expected, those foreigners were fascinated. Now the foreign lead actor is also popular abroad and can get Hollywood scripts. Sia Ren explained. Suyu doesn't know how to shoot a drama, but she also knows how to coax the cash cow. She immediately turned into a praise group. If you and Su Wani didn't understand the market and did a good job in localization, it would be difficult to achieve such success. You are the great contributors to the company. Sia Ren used to be a first-generation entrepreneur, but now he has changed to a working class. He met a leader like Su Yu, who is a praise group leader. Suddenly, he feels that working is also very interesting. The short drama has been a great success overseas, and we cannot treat the heroes unfairly. We will take out 5% of the overseas net profit to reward the main creative team. The reward for Su Wani does not count towards the main creative team's quota, and she will be given 2% separately. In addition, since you are the decision maker, we will take out another 5% to reward you. Su Yu said. The cost of the short drama is low, and Su Yu took out 12% at once to give rewards, which is about $2 million, 14 million renminbi. This is just the first payment. There will be payments from overseas every month, and more money can be taken. It stands to reason that the filming of the series has been completed, and the money of the main creative team has been settled long ago, so there is no need for additional rewards. But Su Yu is not particularly short of money now, and thinks that additional rewards can motivate employees more. She was also a worker in her previous life, and she knew the hardship of working as a cow and a horse, and was willing to help others hold an umbrella. Sia Ren did not expect Su Yu to be so generous. He originally wanted to mention this matter to Su Yu when he called, but his plan was to suggest that Su Yu take out hundreds of thousands of US dollars to reward the main creative team. Boss, this is part of my job, you don't have to give me any extra rewards. Sia Ren was grateful for Su Yu's kindness, and didn't want to accept the money. Su Yu made the final decision. It's settled. I'm the boss. Just listen to me. After hanging up the phone, Sia Ren smiled helplessly. He glanced at the thick stack of documents on the table. He wanted to take a break, but now he picked up the documents and continued to study. In the Gu family villa, there has been a low pressure for several days in a row. The servants of the Gu family did not dare to make too much noise while working. Gu Jiaming's car drove into the yard. He got out of the car with a dark face. After entering the door, he asked the servants and went straight to the glass flower house in the backyard. Mrs. Gu was pruning the branches. After a lot of effort, she managed to make a beautiful bouquet. She immediately smiled and said to the servant beside her, "Send it to the ward and tell Fengchuan that I pruned it for him personally." The servant was about to leave with the vase when he saw Gu Jiaming striding in. The smile on Mrs. Gu's face immediately faded. "Did you go to see that stinky girl today?" Gu Jiaming asked coldly. Mrs. Gu's heart trembled when she heard this. Previously, at the Lu family dinner, Gu Jiaming had not gotten any good results against Su Yu. She felt that her husband's tall image seemed to have been torn apart by Su Yu. Su Yu also mentioned honey trap. Mrs. Gu couldn't help but wonder if this stinky girl knew something, so she was even more afraid to go to Su Yu. Gu Jiaming frowned and couldn't help but blame. "You can't even do a little thing. What's the point of keeping you?" Mrs. Gu lowered her head. Gu Jiaming was about to reach out and hold his wife's shoulder, but suddenly he thought of the big loss he had suffered. Chen Senlin had teased him about this matter a lot these days. He forced himself to restrain his body's inertia and retracted his hand. "Or forget it," Mrs. Gu said softly. "Forget it?" Gu Jiaming was furious. "Why should I forget it? I want this stinky girl to kneel down and cry and beg me." Mrs. Gu said helplessly. "She has Lu Jingyu's support, and for some reason she hates us so much, she may not be able to successfully match with Fengchuan. It's better to have less trouble than more, so as not to offend Lu Jingyao." "Who is Lu Jingyao?" "Even if she is dazzled by her for a while, the Lu family will definitely not let her in. She will have plenty of time to beg us when the time comes," Gu Jiaming said viciously. Mrs. Gu sighed and asked, "Fengchuan? Fengchuan will just wait like this. Yu Ji is in poor health, so it's not appropriate for him to do the matching. Jiaming, why don't you give it a try? The doctor said that donating bone marrow is peripheral blood sampling, which does not have much impact on normal people. Maybe you can successfully match with Fengchuan." Other people in the Gu family, including Mrs. Gu, have already matched with Gu Fengchuan. Only Gu Jiaming, the biological father, has not. Gu Jiaming had hesitated for his eldest son, but his private investigation revealed that the effects of donating bone marrow vary from person to person. It is possible that there will be no sequelae, but it is also possible that the body will deteriorate and the kidneys will become weak and short of breath. Gu Jiaming's face darkened and he said, "If Su Yuyu can't be persuaded, then let Yu donate." Chapter 93. Su Yuyu sat in the car, looking at the dark sky, yawning one after another. Since she became rich, she has a regular work and rest schedule, and rarely gets up at 3 o'clock in the morning. "Boss, since you are sleepy, take a nap first, and I will call you when I come," Su Fang, who was driving, said softly. Su Yuyu shook her head and rubbed her face hard. "It's okay, I can't sleep now even if I really want to." The car drove steadily on the city streets in the early morning, and the surroundings were as quiet as a no-man's land. Su Yuyu paid for her impulse and walked in at the opening time of the antique morning market. The antique morning market is also called the ghost market. It opens at 4 in the morning and closes before noon. There are obviously many people who love antiques. At 4 in the morning, there are many people inside. As soon as she entered the door, Su Yuyu couldn't help frowning. The smell of smoke was really unpleasant. Su Fang immediately took out a mask from her bag and handed it to Su Yuyu. "Beauty, if I wasn't ugly, I would have suspected that you were chasing me," Triangle Eyes said jokingly with a smile. Su Yuyu didn't expect that she would meet Triangle Eyes again just after entering the door. Su Yuyu took a look at his stall. The quality of the goods was obviously higher than when he set up a stall on the antique street. Those fake goods were gone, and the remaining goods were all real. If you met someone who was not well trained, he might really be deceived. At this time, a young man in his early 20s squatted next to Triangle Eyes' stall and picked up a white square plate. Triangle Eyes had business to do, so he didn't care about Su Yuyu, and said to the young man, "You have good eyesight, you should be able to see that this is a plate from Ding Kiln." Su Yuyu took a look at the side, and it happened that the young man turned the white square plate over, and a slightly sloppy word "official" was written on the back. The young man looked at it carefully for a long time, and then compared it with the pictures on his mobile phone for a long time, as if he had made some kind of decision, and asked, "How much?" 1 million. Triangle Eyes opened his mouth and offered. The young man was confused. "It's too expensive, please make it cheaper. Since you like it, you must be a connoisseur. You can see that it's real. This price is not expensive," Triangle Eyes said. The young man gritted his teeth. 500,000, 500,000, I buy it." After a round of bargaining, the two of them finally settled on a price of 650,000. It was not until the young man left that Su Yuyu said, "Boss, if you have such skills, why do you set up a stall in the antique street? You have to go through wind and rain. How hard it is." Triangle Eyes smiled awkwardly and said, "Beauty, some things are seen through but not spoken. We old guys have been busy for most of our lives, but in fact, we are paying for the tuition we paid in the early years. New young people who have just entered the industry also need to learn a few lessons before they grow up, right?" Su Yuyu just watched coldly. The young man was dressed like a rich man, and the car keys in his hand showed that the car was worth millions. This is a rich man. If not, she would definitely speak out to stop him. Triangle Eyes seemed to be testing her, and said, "Beauty, what did you see in that Ding Kiln square plate just now?" Su Yuyu said casually, "It's half true and half false. The bottom of the plate is from Ding Kiln, and the rest. It depends on your opinion." Triangle Eyes laughed, and gave Su Yuyu a thumbs up. "You have a sharp eye. The so-called Ding Kiln square plate just now, the bottom plate is indeed from Ding Kiln, but the plate body is patched up by later people around the bottom plate fragments. Such a square plate is worth only tens of thousands at most." Su Yuyu said, "People with dirty hearts really can't do this business?" Triangle Eyes smiled. "Beauty, the antique business has always been like this. Once you buy it, you can't return it. It tests your eyesight. If you have good eyesight, you can find a big bargain and make a fortune. If you have poor eyesight..." Triangle Eyes suddenly stopped, and his eyes widened. "Beauty, you bought a blue and white plate from me 2 days ago. You have such a good eye, it is impossible that you made a loss. Now that I think about it, there must be something wrong with the blue and white plate. Can you give me a definite answer so that I can die with a clear mind?" Su Yuyu said, "Although the plate is new, it is indeed a product of the official kiln during the Guangxu period. However, Guangxu porcelain is not valuable, and it was only sold for 30,000 yuan. Triangle Eyes slapped his thigh when he heard this. "I lost money, I lost a lot again, 30,000 yuan just flew away." Su Yuyu was about to leave. Triangle Eyes suddenly shouted, "Wait!" Su Yuyu didn't understand. Triangle Eyes lowered his voice and said, "I still remember when we first met, You bought a Dosai cup at my stall, and bought the same one from Little Yellow Hair. I bought the goods from the wholesale market myself, so I know it in my heart, but the Dosai cup that was sold at a sky-high price at an auction in Shanghai some time ago, is it the one that Little Yellow Hair had? Su Yu didn't expect him to be so perceptive, but she wouldn't respond to his words, and said with a smile, "You are really good at thinking. If I really bought such a big thing, how could I still show off in front of your stall?" Triangle Eyes also laughed, but only he knew whether he believed what Su Yu said. Su Yu continued to shop like nothing happened. She was very accurate in looking at porcelain, but she seemed extremely amateurish in looking at other things. She wouldn't spend money on things she didn't understand. After a whole circle of the antique morning market, she did see a lot of genuine and good porcelain. Of course, the prices were also very real, and there was basically no room for bargains. The bargain hunting mission has been started. Please arrive at the target location as soon as possible. Su Yu's eyes lit up, and she rushed to the target location with empty hands. "Handsome man, this pen washer is passed down from our ancestors. I sell it to you for 500,000 yuan. It's not expensive." The things on this stall were in a mess, with copper coins, porcelain, seals, books. Almost all kinds of antiques. The stall owner was trying hard to sell a black pen washer in his hand. The buyer of the pen washer was a middle-aged man in his 30s. He looked at the pen washer from left to right, with a tangled look. Su Yu glanced at it casually, but couldn't see too much. She was relieved when she saw that the system did not point to the pen washer they were trading. She squatted down like an ordinary customer, and looked at a pile of seals in front of the stall. All the seals on this stall were casually placed in a large iron box, which was dirty. If it weren't for the system's instructions, Su Yu would probably not touch the box. She picked up one to look at, then put it down and picked up another to look at. She looked like she was just strolling around. The stall owner didn't try hard to greet her, but only glanced at her occasionally. Su Yu selected 4 seals, held them in her hand, and examined them carefully, then asked the stall owner, "How much are these?" Chapter 94. At this time, the middle-aged man's transaction was also coming to an end. After a tug-of-war, the two finally offered 500,000 yuan, and the transaction price was 120,000 yuan. The stall owner had time to look back at the 4 seals that Su Yu had chosen. "Beauty, since this is your first time here, I give you a real price. All these are 500,000 yuan. Su Yu couldn't help laughing when she heard this and said, "Why do you say 500,000 yuan to everyone?" The stall owner was a little embarrassed and pointed at the pile of seals, and said, "Whether the seal is real or not, you can tell by looking at the material. Look, these are all good stuff, and those who know will know." He seemed to say something, but he seemed to say nothing. Su Yu picked up one of the white jade seals and asked, "How much is this one?" The stall owner rolled his eyes and quoted, "This one alone, for 100,000 yuan. His quotation was obviously based on the material, and Su Yu asked about the prices of the other 3 seals. 150,000, 50,000, 20,000. If you buy them separately, the price is a bit higher. If you buy them together, it's only 500,000. These seals are old things that I have collected with great effort. They are real antiques and authentic." Su Yu felt that this was unexpectedly familiar. It seemed that every stall owner had said authentic. Coincidentally, the seal she wanted to find was the cheapest one. "It's so expensive," Su Yu said. Although she was wearing only the simplest sportswear today and didn't have a bag in her hand, she was accompanied by a middle-aged woman with a face full of courtesy, and followed by 4 tall men in casual clothes. These 4 people looked like bodyguards. The stall owner looked at Su Yu's age and estimated that she was a rich girl who came to the antique morning market on a whim to play. He felt that he had met a fat sheep. "I take a loss and sell you so many for 490,000. The stall owner said. Su Yu's face was full of confusion. She picked up this seal, then looked at that seal, as if she couldn't make up her mind. After a long time, she reluctantly put down the other seals, leaving only the target seal in her hand. It was a seal with words engraved on all 6 sides, and the main body was transparent yellow. Su Yu didn't know much about seals, and she thought it seemed to be Qintian stone, covered with red paint, and looked dirty. Su Yu pinched the seal, pretending to be unlearned, and said, "This is interesting, there are words on all sides, but I don't know what is written on it. I want this one, sell it to me at a lower price." The stall owner saw that she brought 4 bodyguards and bought the cheapest seal, and couldn't help saying, "Beauty, these are all good goods. If you miss this village, you will miss this store. I will sell it to you at a lower price." The 4 seals add up to 450,000 yuan, and sell it to you in a package. Su Yuyu shook her head helplessly and said, my family restricts consumption. I can only spend 500,000 yuan a day. I also made an appointment with the salesgirl to look at bags today. The stall owner had never heard such a niche Mandarin saying that the daily consumption limit was 500,000 yuan. He thought that it was really bad for rich people to spoil their children like this, because he had never experienced it. The stall owner wanted to persuade him again. How can a bag preserve its value like an antique? But as soon as he opened his mouth, he was interrupted by Su Yuyu. A bag is much more beautiful than an antique. Why should I preserve its value? Otherwise, I won't buy it. It doesn't seem particularly interesting. The stall owner saw that the cooked duck was about to fly away, and immediately acted like he was in pain. Okay, I won't say anything. I take a loss. This seal is 18,000 yuan. It can't be cheaper. Su Yuyu acted like a naive lady. It's 2,000 yuan cheaper. I bargained down to 1/10 of the price. When she left with the seal, the stall owner was so happy that his teeth were about to pop out. He spent 200 yuan to buy the seal, and made more than 10,000 yuan after reselling it. It's still easy to make money as a lady. Congratulations to the host, you have completed the task of picking up leaks and received the reward. Primary seal identification technique. Su Yuyu originally planned to put the seal in her pocket. After receiving the system reward, she immediately found a seat in the antique market and sat down to examine the seal carefully. The seal has 6 sides, and the inscriptions read, sitting in my spring breeze, after the edict, Chu guest, Chu Wanong, plants and trees have their own hearts, miscellaneous pendants are given to them. Girl, can you let me see your seal? Su Yuyu turned around and saw that the person who was talking was an old man in his 60s. The old man wore a pair of silver-rimmed glasses on his face, his eyes were bright, his spirit was high, and he was full of bookish air, looking like a university professor. Behind the old man was a young man in his early 20s, wearing a big gold chain around his neck and wearing fashionable clothes. Su Yuyu had 4 bodyguards behind him, and she felt that the old man was not a bad person. Seeing that he looked at the seal with admiration, she handed it over. The old man took it and looked at it carefully for a quarter of an hour. The young man seemed a little impatient and said, Grandpa, if you really like this seal, we will buy it and take it back to take a closer look. Don't worry, your grandson has plenty of money. Su Yuyu raised his eyebrows and thought that he was a local tycoon. The old man really liked the seal and was reluctant to put it down. It's too expensive, let's forget it, the old man said. The young man was unhappy. How expensive can it be? Beauty, you name a price. Su Yuyu shook his head and said, I haven't decided whether to sell it or not. The young man was unhappy and said, how much can a seal be worth? I give you 100,000 yuan. Su Yuyu and the old man looked at him together after hearing this. Noticing that the two people's eyes were not right, the young man asked, What? 100,000 yuan is not enough. Su Yuyu said helplessly, It's a bit too little. The old man also nodded. I have always told your parents that you should study more. Why don't you believe it? The young man touched his nose and said, What's the use of studying? Is there gold in books? I am doing foreign trade business now, making millions a month. Is it not enough? I have to be picky about those with high education who work for me. Su Yuyu raised his eyebrows and took the initiative to praise. At your age, you can earn so much money every month, which is indeed not a small amount. The young man was very proud. But the old man's words extinguished his confidence. This seal will keep you busy for at least 6 months. The young man didn't understand. It's just a seal. How can it be worth so much money? Are you kidding me? Su Yuyu patiently explained. The value of antiques is that they were common things in the past, and gradually evolved into diluted treasures with the precipitation of time. The young man touched his nose and said, But not all antiques are valuable, right? It's impossible that a broken bowl in the home of ordinary people is worth millions. The old man reluctantly returned the seal to Su Yuyu, and said helplessly, Girl, you are also an expert. Tell my brat about the origin of this seal. This is the work of Wu Rongji. Su Yuyu said. Chapter 95. The young man was full of doubts. Who is Wu Rongji? Is he famous? Wu Rongji is a calligrapher in the late Qing dynasty. He is good at calligraphy and painting, and is also good at gold and stone carving. The young man said, Even if he is good at these, this is still just a broken stone. How can it be sold so expensively? Su Yuyu said, Some things are so expensive in the eyes of people who know the business. Su Yuyu is also practicing calligraphy. The reason why she hesitated is because she was thinking about whether to keep this seal for herself. After all, Xingong's letters are destined to be auctioned, and she has to keep something to reward herself. Although the young man didn't know the ins and outs of seals, he was very filial and said to the old man, "Grandpa, if you really like this seal, I will buy it for you, no matter how much it costs. The most important thing is that you are happy." The old man was delighted for a moment, but still shook his head. Forget it, forget it. I have a chance to play with it today, that's enough. I dare not expect too much." "Don't, Grandpa. If you like it, we can take it down. Anyway, this thing is real and valuable. It can be kept as a family heirloom in the future. It won't be a loss." The young man persuaded. The old man was really moved and looked at Su Yu with eager eyes. Su Yu said, "Compared to dead things like seals, the filial piety of children and grandchildren is the most precious in the world." The old man understood that Su Yu was unwilling to sell it, so he smiled helplessly and said, "Little girl, you are right. At this age, the filial piety of children and grandchildren is more important than anything else. I have an unwelcome request, and I hope you can agree." Su Yu agreed to him. The old man asked his grandson to find a piece of white paper and printed the 6 sides of the seal on the white paper. Then he left with gratitude. Su Yu did not continue to play with the seal this time, but wrapped it up and put it away carefully. She wanted to leave, but she didn't expect it to be at this time. The task of picking up leeks has been refreshed. Please reach the target location as soon as possible. Su Yu was very happy. She didn't expect to come to the antique morning market and actually encounter 2 leeks, double yolk eggs. She felt that getting up early this time was really worth it, and she quickly followed the system instructions to walk towards the indicated location. She noticed that the targets seemed to be moving all the time. Su Yu's heart trembled, fearing that someone would get there first. She finally saw the clear direction of the system instructions, and saw that the system instructions fell directly on a child in his teens. It was a short-haired child with a dirty face. The whole body could be said to be very embarrassed, but the only thing was a pair of clean and smart eyes. At this time, the child was grabbed by the arm by a ferocious tall man. "Little thief, you come to steal things from me again, are you going to die?" The child trembled with fear, and his eyes instantly turned red, but he still said, "I didn't steal." "Boss, what did this child steal from you?" a customer asked. The man said viciously, "Every time he hits me passing by, I will have less copper coins in my stall." When the customer heard this, he looked at the child with a condemning look. "You are so young, why don't you learn something good?" The child got anxious and said, "He owes me, he deserves it." "You little bastard, you are slandering me." The tall man stretched out his hand and slapped the child in the face. The child closed his eyes in fear. But the expected slap did not fall on him. He opened his eyes and saw a slender white hand and a slender figure blocking him. The young girl's voice was as crisp as a bell, but it was full of high confidence that could not be refused. "Why are you in such a hurry to hit someone? Why don't you let the kid finish his words? Are you guilty?" The tall man looked at Su Yu, who suddenly appeared, and a fire in his heart. "Who are you? I'm catching a thief. Why are you meddling in my business?" Su Yu didn't think that someone valued by the system would be a bad kid, so he was particularly justified. "I'm speaking out for injustice." The tall man was so angry that he even wanted to attack Su Yu, but Su Yu's bodyguards were not pushovers. The boss stepped forward, and several retired soldiers' bodyguards were not idle either, forming a human wall to block Su Yu. Looking at the 4 muscular men who suddenly appeared, the stall owner was timid, but still shouted, "This unlucky child is a thief. You are blind, and you actually protect a thief." The spectators talked a lot, and they didn't know who to listen to. Su Yu reached out and gently patted the child's shoulder, which frightened the child's neck. "Don't be afraid. Tell everyone everything you know, and sister will help you find a way," Su Yu comforted. "Sister, he heard us first." Getting closer, she could hear more clearly, and Su Yu realized that this child actually had a good voice, and his words were as beautiful as an oriole. "How did he hurt you?" Su Yu asked patiently. The child said, "We found a copper coin in an abandoned parking lot and wanted to sell it to him, but he took it away and said it was his, and we stole it." As he spoke, the child started to cry out of grievance. "We really didn't steal it. We really found the copper coin. My little sister's birthday is coming soon. I wanted to sell the copper coin to buy her a birthday cake, but he ruined it all." Listening to the child's tearful accusation, the spectators on the scene looked at the stall owner with condemning eyes. The stall owner's eyes flickered and he said, "I lost a Yongzheng Tongbao coin. This kid is wearing tattered clothes. It doesn't look like he has a Yongzheng Tongbao. He must have stolen it." Su Yu saw that the stall owner looked wrong. She remembered that one of Gu Shuang's followers had such an expression when he wronged her. The child was very aggrieved and argued loudly. I didn't steal it. We really found it when we were picking up rubbish. Su Yu patted the child soothingly and said, don't worry. Perhaps because of the previous help, the child listened to Su Yu very much. Su Yu asked the stall owner, when did you lose your Tongbao? How did you lose it? Where did you lose it? Yongzheng Tongbao, that is, the copper coins issued during the reign of Yongzheng. The market price of the ordinary version of Tongbao is between 300 and 1,000. Among the Tongbao coins of the emperors of the Qing dynasty, it is one of the more valuable ones. The stall owner said, it was lost 5 days ago. It was lost near here. I have also been to the parking lot he mentioned. Su Yu looked down at the stall of this person. The stall also sold copper coins, but they were all scattered in an iron box. That's strange. You have a box of copper coins, and there are almost hundreds of them at a glance. At a glance, there are several Yongzheng Tongbao coins. This box also has a lid, so it's difficult for the copper coins to leak out. How come you only remember that you lost this one? Su Yu's questioning made the stall owner look more guilty. After a moment, he tried to explain that Tongbao is different. I originally tied it with a red rope and hung it around my neck to keep safe. Hanging Tongbao coins with a red rope around the neck is indeed a custom in many places to keep safe. Su Yu stared at him and asked slowly, what about now? Is the Tongbao that I finally found still hanging around your neck? Chapter 96. The stall owner didn't dare to answer this question at all. He wanted to dodge and protect his collar, but Su Yu's bodyguards were faster and grabbed him. What are you doing? What are you doing in public? The stall owner shouted angrily. As he spoke, the collar of his clothes had been pulled open by the bodyguard, revealing an empty neck inside. Not to mention copper coins, there was not even a red rope. Why don't you hang up the Yongzheng Tongbao that you finally found? Don't you want to keep safe? Su Yu said sarcastically. The stall owner hesitated. The child hiding behind Su Yu felt sore again. Before, no one believed him, but Su Yu believed him and helped him get justice. Su Yu became more and more courageous and shouted, give this kid's Yongzheng Tongbao back to him. The stall owner looked around, really didn't want to return the things, and said, he came back and forth to my stall several times today. I don't know how many copper coins he took. Why should I return it to him? Su Yu was a little hesitant when he heard this. But the child immediately said, I just want to get my copper coins back. I will also return them if they are not mine. I am not a thief. While the child was talking, he turned out all his pockets, and they were empty. Impossible, he must have hidden it on his body. Don't be fooled by him. The stall owner said, I just came to return the copper coins. I looked for a long time, but I couldn't find my coin, and you caught me. The child argued. I don't believe it. A thief like you can talk about reason? The stall owner looked at him with contempt. Su Yu said, if we really want to talk about thieves, you are the thief. You even want to take away the children's things. You can't be so conscienceless. The scene of his empty neck just now was still vivid in everyone's mind. It was unclear whether the child stole the stall owner's things, but the stall owner did take advantage of the child. Yes, you should reflect on yourself first. The scavenging kid can't make a living, and you still do this kind of thing. You are so heartless. Listening to the discussion of the crowd, the stall owner's face turned red, but he still gritted his teeth and said, I don't believe it. He must have stolen my things. The child was stubborn. I didn't steal. If you don't believe me, you can search me. The child was willing to prove his innocence, and seemed to be eager to let people check on the spot. The stall owner immediately agreed, okay, I search you. But the child was frightened and took a step back. Look, this kid is guilty. The stall owner said proudly. Su Yu instinctively felt that the child would not lie, and said directly, who dares to let you search him? What if you take the opportunity to stuff something on him? Yes, the beauty is right, otherwise let me come, I'm just a spectator, and I have nothing to do with either side. A middle-aged man in his 40s said with a smile. The child still dodged when he heard this, with a reluctant look on his face. The stall owner got even more excited. Look, he's guilty. Su Yu looked at the child with puzzled eyes and whispered, do you have something to hide? The child whispered, sister, I'm a girl. As soon as these words came out, Su Yu immediately understood. She glanced around the crowd and her eyes fell on two middle-aged women with gentle expressions. Please, sisters, check if this child has hidden copper coins. Su Yu said. The people around only thought about it for a moment, and understood the reason. They looked at the child with a little more sympathy. Su Yu said to the stall owner again, if the child has no copper coins, You must return the Yongjing Tongbao that you took from him twice, otherwise today's matter will be unacceptable. At this point, it is no longer a matter of property loss, but a pure quarrel. People around are adding fuel to the fire. That's what we should do. You even cheated a child. You have no conscience. The stall owner gritted his teeth and said, if she stole it, she should at least pay 2,000 yuan in compensation. You pay for her. Okay, I'm willing to pay for this. Su Yuyu agreed loudly. The body search was carried out quickly. After the two women searched the child, their eyes were full of heartache. The reason was simple. The short child looked thin on the outside, but when they searched him, they found that he was actually thinner than what the naked eye saw. He was skinny, and his hair was like dry grass. It was obvious that he had a very bad life. No copper coins, the two said in unison. While talking, one of them took out 200 yuan from his bag and stuffed it into the child. Auntie doesn't have much cash on me, you take it first. The child shook his head. Thank you, Auntie, but I really don't need it. I can support myself by picking up garbage. The woman who gave the money had tears in her eyes when she heard this. The sympathy in the eyes of the people around him deepened. Su Yuyu turned to look at the stall owner. They said that there are no copper coins, so quickly compensate us with 2 Yongjing Tongbao coins. The stall owner's face was pale, and he wanted to say that the two women sympathized with the child, and that the child hid the copper coins somewhere else, but he was quickly scolded by the onlookers. In the end, he could only reluctantly take out 2 Yongjing Tongbao coins from the iron box of his stall. Su Yuyu took the Yongjing Tongbao and handed it to the child. After the child took it, his face was a little abnormal. He thought about it and didn't say it. Su Yuyu asked, what's wrong? Isn't this the Yongjing Tongbao you picked up? Mine is darker than this one. I also deliberately drew a small female character with my hand in the dark area. The child whispered. Su Yuyu didn't expect the child to be so stubborn. But before she could speak, the middle-aged man with black-framed glasses suddenly said, Child, let me see these 2 copper coins. The child handed the copper coins over. The middle-aged man looked at it again, and then his face became ugly. He looked at the stall owner with anger. The sand mold of the ground seal is rough, and the patina floats on the surface. This is a fake copper coin. The onlookers had not yet dispersed completely. When they heard this, they were immediately in an uproar, and looked at the stall owner with condemning eyes. You actually fooled people with fake copper coins. First cheat things and then pay fake money. You are not honest at all. The stall must be full of fakes. There was also a hot-blooded rough man. Maybe because he also had a daughter at home, he felt very sorry for the child. At this time, he shouted loudly, Brothers, smash his stall. One person gives him a punch. The stall owner did not expect that his cleverness would not fool him after all, so he could only shout, I was wrong, I was wrong. I will pay honestly now. This time I must pay real money. The stall owner hurriedly took out 2 real Yongjing Tongbao coins from his pocket, one of which was cheated from the child. After the child got the money, his face was full of joy. This is my copper coin. Chapter 97. Su Yuyu glanced at the Yongjing Tongbao coin. On the dark part, there was indeed a tiny female character, which seemed to be scratched on the black dirt with a fingernail. But other than that, there seemed to be nothing special. The middle-aged man who identified the fake copper coins took another look at it, looked at the stall owner with contempt, and said, I thought the copper coin you were eager to grab was a mother coin or mother coin, but I didn't expect it to be an ordinary child coin. The mother coin is the original version of the copper coin, which is purely hand-engraved and costs millions. The mother coin is a standard sample coin directly cast from the mother coin. The price of the Yongjing Tongbao mother coin is more than 100,000. The child coin is the most common Tongbao. Because of its large number and wide use, it is the least valuable. It is normal for the middle-aged man to despise the stall owner. After all, if there are really 100,000 or 1 million in front of him, the other party is still a child, and few people can keep their original intentions. But you can't even keep a few hundred yuan? This moral bottom line is too low. Because of this incident, the stall owner's stall was not overturned, but it was no different from being overturned. After all, his character was notorious in today's morning market, and customers walked around his stall. In other words, his antique morning market delivery trip has ended ahead of schedule. Su Yuyu knew that the Yongjing Tongbao in the child's hand was not worth 1,000 yuan, but she still took the initiative to say, Can you sell it to me? I will buy it back for 1,000 yuan each. The child didn't understand the market and said, Sister, just give me 1,000 yuan. I only have one, and the other one is won by you. Su Yuyu looked at the girl's clear and bright eyes, and her heart softened. She was about to say no, but suddenly heard a gurgling sound. The dirty child shyly covered his stomach. Suyuyu gently patted the child's shoulder and said, "I've been busy for so long, I'm hungry. Come on, sister will treat you to breakfast." The child shook his head vigorously when he heard this and said, "Sister, I have money now, I can treat you to a meal." Suyuyu was helpless. This child was so poor, but he still wanted to repay her. Even if the system didn't prompt her, she would help such a child whenever she met him. "Let's go out first. There is a breakfast stall outside," Suyuyu said with a smile. After walking around the antique morning market for a few hours, she was really a little hungry. After leaving the building where the morning market was located, away from the dim lights, and seeing the sunshine outside, Suyuyu was a little uncomfortable for a while. The child ran to a snack stall selling multigrain pancakes. "Auntie, I want 8 multigrain pancakes, 6 with all the small ingredients, and the other 2 without any additional ingredients, just the simplest." The child didn't have a mobile phone, so Suyuyu asked Su Fang to go to the ATM to temporarily withdraw 2,000 yuan in cash, but the child was only willing to accept 1,000 yuan. At this time, the child bought 8 multigrain pancakes in one go, and even took into account the 4 bodyguards, and Su Fang behind Suyuyu. The child took away one of the 10 red bills that she had just received. Although she was in pain, she still generously paid for the multigrain pancake. The remaining bills were carefully placed in the child's pocket. The first multigrain pancake with all the small ingredients was ready, and the child immediately sent it to Suyuyu like a treasure. "Sister, eat it while it's hot. This is especially delicious." After Suyuyu became rich, she tried all kinds of expensive restaurants, and rarely ate roadside stalls that could not guarantee cleanliness. Su Fang behind her hesitated to speak, as if she wanted to say something, but she didn't want to reject the child's kindness. Seeing Suyuyu took the multigrain pancake without changing her expression, Su Fang quietly breathed a sigh of relief. "It's really delicious. Have you eaten it before?" Suyuyu asked casually. Suyuyu actually lied. This multigrain pancake tasted average. The sausage inside should still be the inferior starch sausage, which tasted a bit strange. The child swallowed and whispered, "I have picked up other people's leftovers before. I don't understand why someone would throw away such a delicious multigrain pancake after taking one bite. My sister and I both think it's delicious." Suyuyu's throat choked when she heard this, and she couldn't say anything for a while. At this time, the second serving of the multigrain pancake with added ingredients was also ready, and the child immediately took it to Su Fang. Suyuyu watched the child give the multigrain pancakes with added ingredients to several bodyguards, and then thought of the remaining 2 basic multigrain pancakes. She knew that these were left by the child for herself and her sister, and turned to the stall owner and said, "Add everything to the other 2, and I pay for the extra money." The child immediately said, No, I just eat the simplest one." Suyuyu shook her head. "You treated me to dinner, can I treat you back?" The child said, "I really want to thank my sister." Suyuyu said, "I really treat you as a friend, and you just helped me earn a Yongzheng Tongbao, so can't I thank my friends?" The child's face was flushed, and his eyes sparkled as he looked at Suyuyu. He couldn't resist the temptation of the luxurious multigrain pancakes. "Sister, you are so nice." Suyuyu smiled and took the initiative to say, "My name is Suyuyu, and I don't know your name yet?" The child's face flashed with a trace of entanglement, but thinking that friends should not hide from each other, he whispered, "My name is I'm Yi Jiannu." When Suyuyu heard this, she was stunned, as if a hand had grabbed her heart viciously. She couldn't figure out what kind of parents would give their children such a name. The child whispered to explain, "My father doesn't like me. My family hates girls." The child lowered her head in inferiority. She seemed to be afraid that Suyuyu would be unhappy because of her name. In the past, in the village, her friends didn't play with her and her sister. She was afraid that the beautiful sister in front of her would ignore her. But she suddenly felt a warm touch on her hair. My hair is dirty." She lived in Shanghai, and hadn't washed her hair for many days. Suyuyu in front of her had a clean face and exquisite clothes. She was really afraid of dirtying Suyuyu's hands. Suyuyu didn't care at all and said, "I don't think you are dirty. How can good friends dislike each other?" The child's eyes were sore. Suyuyu said again, "I like girls the most. Girls are the most beautiful creatures in the world." The child's mouth corner slightly raised, and he said again, "I like my sister too." Suyuyu asked again, "Where are your parents?" The child's eyes flashed with fear, and his lips trembled, as if he was struggling to tell the truth. Suyuyu said, "We are good friends. You can tell me directly if you have anything to say." The child struggled for a long time, and seemed to have made a great decision, and said, I ran away from home. I don't want to go back. Chapter 98. Su Yuyu frowned slightly and asked, Why did you run away from home? The child said, My mother died of illness. My father took 50,000 yuan and wanted me to marry the lame old bachelor in the village. I didn't want to, so I ran away. Su Yuyu frowned immediately and thought of the child's mention of a sister. You seem to have a sister. I was afraid that after I ran away, my father would force my sister to marry him, so I took her with me. We walked for a long time before we reached Shanghai. After the child said this, he looked at Su Yuyu timidly, afraid that he would see disapproval in her eyes. Su Yuyu patted her shoulder and praised, You ran well, and you can still think of your sister. You are really thoughtful. The child's eyes lit up instantly. Why did you come to Shanghai? The child explained, I heard from the villagers that Shanghai is full of gold. You can earn several thousand yuan a month by working here. Su Yuyu looked at her and asked, How old are you? The child said sullenly, 15 years old. Su Yuyu sighed, Does child labor not want to be done everywhere? The child nodded vigorously and said, Shanghai is different from our family. I don't have an ID card and I'm small. They won't hire me. Su Yuyu couldn't help thinking about her previous life. Because of the suppression of Lu Xiaoyan and the Gu family, she couldn't find a job anywhere. It was similar to the child in front of her. You and your sister are living by picking up trash in Shanghai now. The child said, Yes. We are good at picking up trash. We can earn at least 20 or 30 every day. Where do you live? Under the bridge. We are so lucky. We found a place to stay right after arriving in Shanghai. There are quilts left by others in the bridge hole. There are also pots and pans, everything is complete, and no one wants to fight with us. It is obviously an extremely miserable thing, but the child feels that he is very lucky. You can't see any complaints about life from her, and you can feel that she is really happy about these things. Su Yuyu felt that the word sounded very familiar, and couldn't help asking about the location of the bridge hole. She didn't expect that things in the world could be so coincidental. The bridge hole where the child and her sister lived was the one where Xia Ren lived before. They used the sundries that Xia Ren didn't take away. Calculating the time, it was almost 2 days after Xia Ren was taken away by her, and the 2 children moved in. Su Yuyu felt bitter in her heart. She still couldn't understand what was so worth picking up on this child, but she had decided to help them. Do you know a star? Su Yuyu asked. The child nodded. I know, I found a star's autograph last month, and the people at the scrapyard bought it back for 10 yuan. It's very valuable. Su Yuyu felt that the child was fooled by the people at the scrapyard, but it was not easy to help settle the account with the people at the scrapyard after so long. I think you can be a star, Su Yuyu said. The child wondered, Is it that easy to be a star? Su Yuyu said, I opened a company that trains stars. I think your eyes are very beautiful. You can start as a child actor. If you believe me, I will take you to the company to have a look. The child was actually very alert, but she really liked Su Yuyu and instinctively didn't want to doubt her friend. Now, but I want to give the multigrain cake to my sister first. She didn't eat much last night. Su Yuyu nodded. Su Fong drove the car over, but the child refused to get in. She was too dirty. Su Yuyu's car was not only clean, but also fragrant. She was afraid of getting it dirty. I walk over. I run so fast, the child said. Su Yuyu shook her head. Get in the car first. I have other things to do today. I'm in a hurry. The child climbed up reluctantly, but after getting in the car, even though she was very curious, she didn't dare to reach out and touch anything. She put her hands on her knees politely, and she was so reserved that she wanted to curl up and hide in the corner. Su Yuyu said helplessly, Relax, don't eat people. The child tried to nod, but her movements did not show any sign of relaxation. Su Yuyu saw her like this, and did not persuade her anymore, but only told Su Fong to drive towards the bridge where the child lived. Before the car reached the destination, they saw a child who was dressed the same as the child, and was shorter halfway. That's my sister? The child said. Su Yuyu took a look at the child, who seemed to be only 7 or 8 years old from her figure, and cursed the child's father as a beast in her heart, forcing such a young child to marry. Yi Xiaomei dragged a fertilizer bag in her hand, and searched for plastic bottles hidden in the bushes along the way. Suddenly, a car stopped beside her. The little girl hid to the side in fear. In her eyes, cars were very expensive. In her hometown village, if anyone bought a car, the villagers would gather around and call him the big boss. Sister! A familiar voice came from the car, and the little girl looked at her sister in the car window in disbelief. Su Fong got out of the car and opened the door, smiling and saying to the little girl, Get in the car, your sister has found a job. You should go and have a look. Maybe there is a position for you. Yi Xiaomei is young and listens to her sister in everything. At this time, she looked at her sister for help. Su Yuyu said, you and your sister will be little actors together, and the company will arrange dormitories for you. You will never be afraid of being hungry again. The child listened to Su Yuyu's description and immediately felt yearning, and asked, can you eat meat every meal? Su Yuyu nodded vigorously. Of course, I'm afraid you will be tired of eating meat by then. The child and his sister shook their heads together. How can you get tired of eating meat? Meat is the most delicious thing in the world. Finally, they were coaxed into the car, and Su Yuyu learned about their situation on the way. The two children were lucky because one was 15 and the other 10 years old. They managed to escape from the village deep in the mountains on their own two legs. Although there were twists and turns along the way, they still arrived in Shanghai safely. They were unlucky because they happened to meet such a cannibalistic family. In a small mountain village where men are extremely favored over women, the gambling-addicted father would sell his daughter for tens of thousands of yuan. Su Yuyu called Xia Ran in advance, so as soon as her car entered the company's basement, Xia Ran's assistant was already waiting. Su Yuyu actually didn't know whether the two children had the talent to be actors, but just found a reason to take care of them. The most troublesome thing was that neither of them had an ID card. Su Yuyu planned to let Xia Ran think of a way. After all, they were both young and should study. Even though Su Yuyu was born in an orphanage, she finished college. Even though she didn't get a particularly good job after graduation because of her academic qualifications, she still instinctively felt that children should study. When Xia Ran heard that he could help two children in the bridge tunnel he went to, he felt that this was a coincidence that was almost outrageous. He looked at the two children with a little more kindness. But the process should still be followed. Boss, being an actor requires voice, stage, and appearance. These two children are too thin. It is difficult to play other roles, but they can play disaster victims in film and television dramas. Xia Ran said, there are not many thin children nowadays. The disaster victims in film and television dramas are all white and fat. It is really hard to find a better image than these two. Su Yuyu said, it would be great if there are roles suitable for them. The two sisters were also overjoyed when they heard this, and the elder sister kept thanking Xia Ran. Xia Ran heard her voice, but he looked thoughtful and asked, can you sing? Chapter 99. The child nodded cautiously when he heard this. Xia Ran asked, can you sing a few lines for me? The child turned around and saw Su Yuyu looking at her with encouraging eyes. She closed her eyes and opened her mouth slightly. Walking on the country road. She didn't know many songs, and this was taught by the music teacher in school. It was obviously a well-known folk song, but the child singing was ethereal and beautiful, making people unconsciously sink into it, as if they had seen the beautiful pastoral scenery with birds singing and flowers blooming with their own eyes. Except for her sister, everyone else was stunned. Su Yuyu knew that the child had a good voice and spoke as beautifully as an oriole, but she didn't expect that he could sing like an oriole. After singing a song, Su Yuyu took the lead in applauding. Just as I guessed, Xia Ran said with a smile. Su Yuyu finally understood why this child was valued by the system. With an unpolished voice, he could sing touching songs, which directly added a top singer to her company. Xia Ran took the initiative to praise in front of everyone. Boss, you really have a good eye for people. Su Yuyu immediately straightened up. Although she didn't know that the child sang well, she brought the child into the company because of Lu Ye's backstabbing last time. However, the biggest problem of these two children is their ID cards. And they are too young. According to the laws of our country, even if they want to work in the entertainment industry, they will be required to be accompanied by a guardian. But their current guardian is their father. Their father is addicted to gambling. I'm afraid he will pounce on them immediately when he smells the smell of money, which is not a good thing for the two sisters. Su Yuyu thinks this is very troublesome. Xia Ran didn't find it difficult, and just said, Boss, I talked to the two sisters first. Not everyone has the courage to cut ties with their original families. Su Yuyu thought that these two girls were able to run away from the mountains to escape marriage, so they should not be the kind of people who would be controlled by their original families. Xia Ran talked with the two sisters for half an hour. When they left the meeting room, both parties seemed very happy. Boss, although the elder sister is only 15 years old, she is really opinionated. The younger sister is young and listens to her sister. They can also tell who is good and who is bad, Xia Ran said with a smile. One of the sisters is called Yi Jiannu, and the other is called Yi Jianmei. Both Xia Ran and Su Yuyu would avoid mentioning the names of the two sisters when they talked. Their father could give his children such names. It can be imagined that he must have never given his children much care at home in the past. It's good that they can think clearly, Su Yu said with emotion. She is also afraid that the children who are treated extremely by their parents will only think about repaying their parents, and want to prove that they are the most filial children. Xiaoran said, I also talked to her about compensation. The elder sister hopes that we can guarantee her and her sisters food, clothing, housing and transportation before she becomes an adult. She can do without money, and we will talk about it separately after she becomes an adult. It is difficult for minors to keep the big money they earn because the guardian has the right to control it. Su Yu immediately said, No, not a penny less of the money she should have. Xiaoran laughed. He knew that Su Yu would not take advantage of this, so I told her that the money she earned before she became an adult, we will pay her in one lump sum after she turns 18. Su Yu nodded and asked, How do you plan to deal with her parents? Xiaoran was quick-witted and figured out the solution in a short time. I will ask my assistant to go there in person. Their father is just asking for money. Just give him some money. The previous marriage can be properly resolved, and we can also fight for the custody of the child. Su Yu frowned slightly and said, I am afraid that poor mountains and bad waters will produce unruly people. Xiaoran said, It's okay. It's actually very easy to deal with such people. Find someone among the local snakes, and let the snakes suppress them. It's very easy. It's nothing more than spending more money. At most, it will cost 200,000 or 300,000 yuan. Su Yu has plenty of cash, and this little money may not even be as expensive as one of her bags, but it can buy 2 people. Don't be afraid of spending more money, you must get things done. I'm just afraid that if my sister becomes famous, her father will come to bother her. Su Yu said. Whether it is for charity or to recruit talents, she doesn't want the 2 sisters to be entangled by their scumbag father in the future and make a big fuss. Xiaoran continued, I asked my assistant to change their names by the way, but they are not from Shanghai after all. Although they can stay in Shanghai to study, they still have to go back to their hometown to take the high school entrance examination and college entrance examination. Su Yu nodded and said, It's just going back to take the exam. People who really want to study know how to make progress in any environment. If you can't keep up with the progress of learning, just hire a few tutors. Don't worry about this little money. Even if the children don't have that good voice, Su Yu is willing to take care of them and help them study. Xiaoran added, It's always unsafe for 2 children to live alone. They need a reliable female elder to accompany them. I really can't find a suitable candidate for the time being. Su Yu immediately thought of Song Jibai and said, What do you think, Song's mother? It just so happens that she has recovered from her health during this period and always wants to go out to work, and she doesn't want to continue to support a caregiver. Xiaoran hadn't thought of Song's mother at first, but after hearing what Su Yu said, the more he thought about it, the more he felt it was appropriate. Although Song Jibai has not become popular yet, everyone around him praises him. In such an environment, he can still calm down and study his acting skills, which is completely different from the current young actors in the entertainment industry. It can be seen that Song's mother is a good teacher. Letting a woman with such a tough character teach the 2 little girls will definitely not go astray in the future. The only inconvenience is Song Jibai. After all, there is a difference between men and women, but he has been filming on the crew all year round and is basically not at home, so it doesn't have much impact. Su Yu called Song's mother on the spot. As soon as the call was connected, a woman's sharp cursing voice came from the other side. You've raised an actor. It's really a disgrace to our Shin family. Su Yu didn't realize something was wrong and asked, Mother Song, are you visiting the set? Is Song Shibai filming on the set? Xiaoran shook his head and said, Little Song just finished filming the last play, and the new play will start the day after tomorrow, so he should be at home. Su Yu frowned slightly and asked Song's mother on the phone, Aunt, are you in trouble? Song's mother glanced at her son and said in a low voice, Boss, do you have anything important to do? Can I get back to you later? Su Yu saw that she was unwilling to say it, so she didn't force it. But after hanging up the phone, Su Yu immediately asked Su Fang to prepare to drive, and said to Xiaoran, I'm going to the Song family, you arrange someone to help give the 2 children a bath, and I take them to see Aunt Song after they're cleaned up. Chapter 100. Although Su Yu didn't know what happened to the Song family, she guessed that it was probably a family affair. Song Shibai took his mother's surname. His father was not dead. It was said that he had a lot of family wealth, but he treated Song Shibai and his mother very badly. Before Su Yu got in the car, he told the 4 bodyguards behind him, Keep your eyes open in a while, and take action when necessary. Don't let Xiao Song suffer, understand? The 4 bodyguards agreed in unison. The 2 cars drove aggressively towards the place where Song Jibai and his mother lived now. Song Jibai's last TV series had just been filmed. Su Yuyu had seen the clips said by Oh Yang. It can be said that this kid's performance instantly beat those young and handsome guys in the entertainment industry. The short drama he filmed before, because of his impeccable appearance, has been dominating the video platform to this day, with a daily turnover of nearly 1 million. In addition to his top performance in his previous life, Su Yuyu was full of confidence in Song Jibai. Now he was the #1 cash cow in Su Yuyu's heart, and he couldn't let anything happen to him. 2 cars, one in front and one behind, arrived at the residence of Song Jibai and his mother in the shortest time. As soon as they got off the elevator, they heard a noise. "Aren't you sick? Why don't you just die? You have corrupted the good children of our Shin family." The old lady's loud voice was clearly heard by Su Yuyu. Beside the old lady, there was a middle-aged woman who fanned the flames. Her voice was sharp, and she spoke in the style of the old society. "Mom, my eldest sister just couldn't think straight for a while. Don't worry. She is also from a scholarly family, and will never let our eldest son enter the entertainment industry and do such low-class activities." Su Yuyu raised her eyebrows when she heard this. If you didn't know, you would think it was back to 200 years ago, and even the eldest son was created. The old lady knocked her cane on the ground loudly, saying, "She is from a scholarly family. She didn't know how to raise a son, and it's embarrassing enough that she acted in a skit. Now she refuses to quit the entertainment industry. Can our Shin family still be human?" Song Jibai seemed to want to take action, but was stopped by his mother. Su Yuyu also saw a familiar figure, Shiniren. Shiniren, Gu Shuang's lackey, was also fanning the flames at this time. "Grandma, in the current entertainment industry, if you want to be a star, you have to sleep with men, not only women, but also male bosses. It's very chaotic." At the beginning in the Hermes store, Su Yuyu was very curious why Shiniren wanted to embarrass Song Jibai. Now the mystery has been solved. It turns out that the 2 are half-siblings. Song's mother was so angry that her face turned pale. "My son is innocent, don't slander him." Shiniren smiled and said, "Aunt Song, you said he is innocent, then why did they send you abroad for medical treatment, rent a house for you, and hire a nurse for you? Up to now, my brother has only filmed a short drama. How much money can he make for his boss? It's because they like my brother's face. Maybe they don't know how to play behind the scenes. My brother is unwilling to bow to his father, but is willing to lie under the fat pig, tut tut tut. Shibai's boss is not that kind of person. She and Shibai are clean. Song's mother is a gentleman, and her pale rebuttal is no match for Shiniren at all." Shiniren raised a nasty smile, and was about to say something more exciting. "Auntie, you really know nothing about the entertainment industry. You know little fireball." Su Yuyu interrupted Shiniren and said loudly, "Shiniren, you are dirty at heart, so you think others are as dirty as you." Shiniren was feeling proud. When she heard this voice, she turned around and saw that the person coming was Su Yuyu. She was very confused for a moment. "What are you doing here? Does Lu Jingyao know that you are raising a gigolo in private?" Shiniren asked. She didn't know that Su Yuyu was Song Jibai's boss. At the Lu family dinner a few days ago, she saw Su Yuyu and Lu Jingyao together, and thought Su Yuyu was Lu Jingyu's canary. But when Song's mother saw Su Yuyu coming, she suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and gently patted her son's hand. Su Yuyu was also very straightforward. He walked to Shiniren in 3 or 2 steps and slapped her directly. "I think you deserve a beating." This moment stunned everyone present. It was the first time for the 4 bodyguards to see Su Yuyu hit someone on his own initiative. Although Shiniren's mouth was very bad, hitting someone was a bit against their common sense. On the contrary, Su Fong looked up and looked around, then came to Su Yuyu and said in a low voice, "Boss, don't worry, there is no surveillance here." Others, Song Jibai's originally clenched fist gradually loosened at this time. Although he didn't want to admit it, he felt a subtle pleasure in his heart when he saw Shiniren being beaten. Even Song's mother, who always taught her son to follow the rules, pursed her lips tightly at this time, forcibly suppressing the arc that wanted to rise. Shiniren, the one who was beaten, opened her eyes wide at this time. "How dare you hit me?" Old Lady Shin and Mrs. Shin on the side also became anxious when they saw this situation. "What stinky girl dared to hit my granddaughter? If you hit my daughter, I will fight you." Su Yuyu did not move, and a bodyguard behind her stepped forward to stop Mrs. Shin, who rushed over. They are all wives of wealthy families, but Mrs. Shin seems to be particularly impatient. "Is it because she likes fighting very much?" Su Yuyu asked with a smile. Su Yuyu also felt it was very strange. Mrs. Shin in front of her was able to squeeze out Song's mother and successfully take the position. She thought she was a person with many means or a good family background, but now she looks like she is from the bottom of society. Even if she wears a set of big-name clothes and wears gold and gold, except for a well-maintained face, she can't hide her vulgar words and deeds. Suyuyu, let someone let my mother go, Shiniren shouted. Suyuyu's new and old hatreds intertwined, without any hesitation, slapped her again. She still remembered that in her previous life, Shiniren played a trick on her and locked her in the cold storage for 2 hours not long after she donated her bone marrow. She was almost frozen to unconsciousness, but Shiniren said lightly that 2 hours would not freeze a person to death. At that time, Gu Shuang kept pressing her head and asked her to forgive Shiniren. Suyu wanted to make a scene, but the Gu family also said that she was not dead, so why did she have to make trouble with the Shin family, and scolded her for being a wild girl with a bad temper and not knowing how to consider the overall situation. Suyu recalled the despair she experienced in the cold storage for 2 hours. After she came out, she fell seriously ill, and her health became much worse. At this time, she felt that a slap was just a slap, not even enough to pay the interest. Shiniren was slapped twice, her face was red and swollen, and she looked at Suyuyu with resentment. You are a canary, and you dare to hit me. Suyuyu slapped her again. I hit you if I want to. Aren't you just a dog of Gu Shuang? Are you something extraordinary? Suyuyu said sarcastically.